Great Zhou Dynasty, Qinghe County. Shuijing Town, Ruomutong Workshop. Schwa, schwa. The plane pushed across the wooden board, making a fine and regular sound, and wood chips flew. Su Yuan stood behind the long wooden table with his waist bent, holding the plane with both hands and pushing it quickly. He was making a wooden box. The box body was basically formed, with square corners and straight edges, and only the final planing was left. Wow, good job. A voice suddenly came from behind, with some undisguised praise. Su Yuan was startled, and the hand holding the plane shook violently, almost letting the plane fly out of his hand. He hurriedly stabilized his body, looked back, and saw that it was Master Li Rue, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Master. Li Rue walked slowly with his hands behind his back, and his eyes swept over several busy apprentices one by one, with scrutiny. Finally, his eyes fell on the wooden box under Su Yuan's hands. This mortise and tenon structure fits perfectly, just like what an old carpenter did. The box surface is flat, and the wood grain is handled naturally, which is quite interesting. Li Rue reached out and gently stroked the box surface. Although there were still many flaws, the degree of completion was already very high. You have only been in Ruemu Hall for more than a year, right? I am really surprised that you can make such an object. This job requires 3 to 5 years of hard work, and ordinary apprentices can't even get the hang of it. Li Rue's voice was full of undisguised surprise. Su Yuan just smiled and didn't say anything. He continued to polish the box, one by one, with more care. Li Rue added, I've noticed that you've been working hard and diligently for more than a year. You're a good candidate. You learn quickly and thoroughly. You've mastered the basics of planing, chiseling, sawing, and axing. You're much better than those old hands. You'll be a regular employee starting tomorrow. Li Rue's voice was firm and decisive. As soon as he finished speaking, several apprentices nearby cast envious glances at him. Su Yuan's movements suddenly paused. He raised his head and looked at Li Rue, his heart pounding and almost jumping out of his throat. Master, are you really saying? Su Yuan's voice trembled with disbelief. When have I ever lied? Li Rue glared at him. I have seen your performance over the past year. You are diligent, willing to learn, and your skills are improving quickly. You are simply a monster. To be honest, your talent is more than 10 times stronger than mine. Li Rue did not hesitate to praise him. Su Yuan's heart beat even harder, as if beating a drum. Promotion. This means that he is no longer an apprentice, but a formal carpenter of Ruemu Hall. Finally, he has a stable income and a foothold in this chaotic world. Su Yuan is not from this world. He is from Blue Star and was once a Chinese soldier with a strong character. Both his parents died when he was young, and he depended on his sister for life. Later, he joined the army. On a vacation, he found that the kindergarten was on fire. Without thinking, he rushed into the sea of fire to save people. 1 trip, 2 trips, 3 trips, until he inhaled too much smoke and fainted on the ground. When he woke up again, he was in this strange world, the Great Zhou Dynasty. This is a chaotic world. The emperor is incompetent and only cares about pleasure. The court is corrupt and the officials are greedy. The world is in chaos. The people are living in misery. Bandits are everywhere, burning, killing, and looting. There are also demons and monsters rampant, harming the people. Ordinary people are lucky to be alive. Now, Su Yuan has become a carpenter master in Ruomutong, with an income of at least 200 coins a month. It is enough for him to eat and wear warm clothes in Shuijing Town. Although this is very different from the life in his previous life. But for him, this is a long-lost stability, a sense of solidity. However, Su Yuan was not satisfied with this. He knew clearly that in this chaotic world, relying solely on the craftsmanship of a carpenter is far from enough. Thank you, master. Su Yuan put down the sandpaper in his hand and bowed deeply to Li Rue solemnly. Li Rue waved his hand. No need to be polite. After you become a regular employee, you'll get paid. Work hard and don't lose the face of Ruomutong. Master, don't worry, I will work hard. Li Rue nodded and turned his eyes to the tools beside him. Pack up and go back to rest early today. Su Yuan responded, quickly packed up the tools, said hello to Li Rue, and left Ruomutong. The sun was setting. Su Yuan left Shuijing Town and headed west to Yonglu Village where he lived. Yonglu Village is one of the 13 villages under the jurisdiction of Shuijing Town, with green mountains behind it and clear streams beside it. The village is very small, with less than 200 households. The smoke from cooking is curling, chickens are crowing, and dogs are barking. It is very peaceful. Su Yuan did not go back to the village directly, but turned in another direction and walked towards the forest behind the village. His destination is a waterfall in the mountains. The waterfall has a drop of 30 or 40 meters. The water is rushing, and the roar echoes in the valley. The water vapor is filled with a hint of coolness. Su Yuan's thoughts moved. In front of him, a light curtain suddenly appeared. Host, Su Yuan, age, 20 skills, military boxing 99 entry, carpentry 56 entry. It's still a little short. Today, I must break through the military boxing and see what changes will happen. He took off his shirt and walked to the bottom of the waterfall. Stand still, stand in a horse stance. The cold water poured down from a height of 30 or 40 meters, washing over his body. The impact of this water flow is more than 1,000 pounds. Ordinary people here may not even be able to stand steadily, let alone practice boxing. But Su Yuan stood there steadily like a rock. He exhaled slowly, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. Waist and horse are one. He began to practice military boxing under the waterfall. The wind from his fists whistled. The water splashed. Every punch and every kick seemed to carry 1,000 pounds of force. Strong, swift. This is the essence of military boxing. Su Yuan punched again and again, tirelessly. His muscles began to ache. His breathing became rapid, but he did not stop. Keep going. In his mind, there was only one thought. Breakthrough. The wind from his fists whistled. It drove the water vapor around him. There was a faint momentum of a dragon coming out of the sea. Su Yuan punched faster and faster. His movements were strong, and his punches were full of strength. The impact of the waterfall was getting stronger and stronger. The cold water flow was like countless iron whips whipping him. But he was completely unaware. He was completely immersed in the artistic conception of military boxing. A faint halo flowed on the surface of his body. It was the manifestation of the extreme circulation of qi and blood. His muscles were as hard as fine steel. The blood vessels bulged like a coiled dragon. "Huh!" Su Yuan shouted, his voice like thunder. The last punch, wrapped with the strength of the whole body, blasted out like an arrow from a bow. The fist rubbed violently with the air, making a sharp whistle. A visible airflow fist force was blasted out in the water. The white air wave spiraled forward. This fist force penetrated the water curtain. It accurately hit a huge rock behind the waterfall. Bang! A muffled sound. Spiderweb-like cracks exploded on the surface of the rock. The gravel flew. The air was filled with the smell of stone chips. Su Yuan retracted his fist. Looking at the scene in front of him, he was slightly startled. He looked down at his fist. The knuckles were slightly red. The bones were aching. He looked up again, looked at the rock that was hit. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Military boxing, a breakthrough. A thought moved. A light screen appeared in front of him. Host, Su Yuan, age, 20. Skills, military boxing minor success 1. Carpentry entry 56. Special skill, military boxing, shooting the bull from a distance. Chapter 2. The first kill in a chaotic world. Military fist, minor achievement at 1. Su Yuan could hardly believe his eyes as he rubbed them. Indeed, the skill level had truly changed, leaping from 99 novice directly to 1 minor achievement. Even more astonishing was the appearance of a new section beneath the skill bar on the attribute panel, Ultimate Technique. Ultimate Technique, military fist, striking from a distance. Striking from a distance? Su Yuan pondered this powerful phrase, recalling the punch he had just thrown, which shattered a massive boulder despite the thundering waterfall in the background. He realized this must be the might of striking from a distance. He clenched his fist again, feeling the explosive power within him, akin to a volcano ready to erupt. Compared to before his breakthrough, this strength was drastically different, more refined, more ferocious, and infinitely more powerful. It was no wonder that ancient texts stated that martial arts, when cultivated to a profound level, could lead to a rebirth, cleansing the marrow and bestowing unimaginable strength. It seemed the words were not mere myths. So, if I continue to train and perfect my skills, I can unlock even more formidable ultimate techniques? Su Yuan's eyes sparkled with determination. If this were true, in a world teeming with demons and where human lives were as insignificant as grass, I, Su Yuan, would finally possess the means to protect myself and establish a foothold. Suppressing his overwhelming joy, Su Yuan then noticed the uncomfortable stickiness on his body. During his breakthrough while practicing the fist technique, some black filth had been expelled from within him, emitting a faint, unpleasant odor. He leaped into the crystal-clear pool below, the icy mountain spring water enveloping him instantly, washing away all the grime, leaving him feeling refreshed. After changing into clean clothes, he looked up at the sky. The sun was already setting, painting the horizon a deep crimson. He could not afford to delay any longer. He needed to hurry back to the village. Otherwise, he would have to traverse the mountain roads in the dark. As he approached the edge of the back mountain, on the verge of entering the territory of Yonglu village, Su Yuan paused slightly. He had keenly detected a faint, stifled sound. It was a subtle yet discernible sound. That was the sound of a woman weeping, accompanied by the coarse, lewd laughter of men. Su Yuan and Apos' brows furrowed, a surge of nameless fury igniting within him. He quickened his pace towards the source of the sound, pushing aside the disheveled branches and leaves. Before him lay a relatively open glade in the woods, where two brutish men clad in coarse, short garments were encircling a young woman, their hands roaming over her. The woman appeared disheveled, her expression one of sheer terror, clutching a basket of herbs tightly. She desperately attempted to retreat, her frail body pressed against the trunk of a sturdy tree. "Let me go. You beasts, let me go." Her pleading cries, tinged with despair, reached Su Yuan and Apos' ears. He recognized her immediately. It was a Xiao, a herbalist from Yonglu village. In her early 20s, she often ventured into the mountains to gather herbs to support her family. She was delicate and timid, like a frightened fawn. Now, her face was etched with hopelessness, tears streaming down her cheeks like pearls spilling from a broken string. The two men, filthy and grotesque, exuded a nauseating stench. Their faces twisted into depraved grins as they closed in on her. "Hey there, little lady," Don and Apos, be afraid. "Just have some fun with us, brothers. We guarantee you and Apos, feel ecstasy to your very core." One man, with yellowed teeth, extended his greasy hand towards a Xiao and Apos' arm. Terrified, a Xiao and Apos' face blanched, and she let out a piercing scream, frantically trying to evade him. In her panic, the basket behind her accidentally struck the tree trunk with a clatter, spilling its contents onto the ground, the fragrant herbs scattering about. As she saw that wicked hand reaching out for her, a Xiao completely broke down. She tightly shut her eyes, tears of despair silently streaming down her face. Su Yuan also noticed several shadowy figures lingering at the edge of the woods nearby. They were watching from a distance, yet none dared to step forward and intervene. Their faces were filled with fear and helplessness. Clearly, they were villagers from the vicinity, drawn by the commotion but too intimidated by the two men's ferocity to act. Witnessing this scene, Su Yuan and Apos' fury could no longer be contained, erupting like a volcano. In broad daylight, how could such inhumane acts occur? And with so many people around, not a single soul dared to intervene. Had society descended into such chaos and depravity? He thought of his sister, who had been his sole companion in his past life. If she were to face such a situation, Su Yuan dared not continue that thought. A powerful, uncontrollable rage surged within him, threatening to consume his reason. "Stop." Su Yuan and Apos' voice boomed like thunder as he strode forward with determined steps. The two brigands paused momentarily, seemingly taken aback that someone dared to interrupt in this desolate wilderness. After a brief moment of shock, they exchanged glances, their faces contorting into sinister grins. One of them sneered, "Well, where did this little brat come from? Tired of living?" The other spat a mouthful of phlegm, cursing, "Kid, you and Apos, better scram. We are the notorious bandits of Longhu Ridge. If you offend us, not only will you die without a burial, your whole family will be buried with you." Longhu Ridge? Su Yuan and Apos' heart sank. That was the most infamous bandit den within Qinghe County, notorious for their rampant violence and lawlessness, their fearsome reputation spreading terror throughout the area. No wonder these two brigands were so arrogant. No wonder the nearby villagers, despite their simmering anger, dared not step forward. They were all afraid of the potential retribution from Longhu Ridge. Taking a deep breath, Su Yuan suppressed his trepidation, his expression darkening ominously as he spoke each word with deliberate intensity. "In this world, lives are as cheap as grass. I, Su Yuan, am alone and without kin, with nothing but a worthless life. But today, I shall intervene in this matter. You too, either leave or die, seeking death." Su Yuan and Apos' cold words enraged one of the brigands completely. He let out a furious roar, his eyes bulging, and suddenly drew a gleaming knife from his waist. With no flourish, the brigand gripped the handle tightly, pouring all his strength into a deadly strike aimed at Su Yuan and Apos' head. The blade whistled through the air, exuding a murderous intent. If it connected, it would surely cleave a person in two. Su Yuan's gaze sharpened as he focused intently on the brigand and Apos' every move. The man and Apos' crude movements were utterly devoid of technique, revealing countless openings to Su Yuan. He slightly sidestepped, effortlessly evading the ferocious blow. Simultaneously, Su Yuan and Apos' left hand shot out like lightning, seizing the brigand and Apos' wrist with a vice-like grip, his fingers tightening around it. Crack! A chilling sound of bones breaking echoed suddenly. The brigand and Apos' twisted grin froze instantly, replaced by an expression of sheer agony as he let out a heart-wrenching shriek. The crude blade slipped from his grasp with a clatter, stirring a cloud of dust upon impact with the ground. Before he could recover from the excruciating pain, Su Yuan and Apos' right fist surged forth like a cannonball, infused with immense force, and struck him squarely in the abdomen. A choked gasp escaped him, silencing the mountain bandit and Apos' cries. His body arched sharply, akin to a shrimp subjected to boiling water, his complexion draining to a ghostly white before rapidly shifting to a purplish hue, contorting in agony. A tempest raged within his stomach, as if his very insides threatened to erupt. A foul, acrid substance violently erupted from his mouth, exuding an odor that was utterly repulsive. Witnessing his companion and Apos' swift incapacitation, another bandit was consumed by rage, his eyes bulging with fury. With a ferocious roar, he brandished his crude blade and lunged at Su Yuan, intent on dismembering him. Su Yuan and Apos' eyes glinted with cold determination as he mused inwardly, "What a perfect opportunity to test my newly comprehended skill, striking the bull across the mountain." Drawing a deep breath, he centered his energy in his dantian, channeling all his strength into his right fist. The punch he delivered, seemingly weightless, connected with the immobilized bandit before him. At the moment of impact, an invisible force surged forth like a tidal wave. A resounding thud echoed through the open forest, reverberating through the air. The intangible force of Su Yuan and Apos' punch penetrated the bandit and Apos' body, akin to an indomitable hammer, crashing into the chest of the oncoming bandit behind him. The rear bandit, utterly unprepared for such a bizarre occurrence, had no time to comprehend Su Yuan and Apos' movement. He felt a colossal power, akin to a raging flood, slam into his chest. With a sickening sound, he could scarcely emit a scream before his body was sent hurtling backward like a severed kite, tracing a sorrowful arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. His blade slipped from his grasp, clattering as it landed amidst the distant underbrush. He opened his mouth, seemingly attempting to utter something, yet only a raspy wheeze escaped, reminiscent of a broken bellows. His chest heaved violently, as though it might burst at any moment. Then, crimson blood, mingled with fragments of internal organs, erupted from his mouth. His gaze dulled swiftly, losing all luster. His legs twitched feebly before falling still. He was dead. Su Yuan slowly released his grip. The bandit collapsed like a lifeless mass, devoid of breath. The other bandit lay long since lifeless, his demise a grim spectacle. Su Yuan cast his eyes down upon his own fist, then glanced at the two cold corpses. A flicker of complex emotion crossing his features. This was his first act of killing. Yet, he felt no remorse, for he had vanquished two vile beasts. In the distance, the previously hesitant onlookers had been utterly terrified. After a moment of suppressed gasps, the crowd scattered like frightened birds, vanishing without a trace, fearful of attracting misfortune. In the clearing of the forest, only Su Yuan remained, along with the two lifeless bodies, and the still shaken Ashio. She crouched on the ground, clutching herself tightly, trembling like a frightened fawn. Su Yuan inhaled deeply, striving to calm the tumult within him. He turned to face Ashio. "Do not approach." Ashio suddenly screamed, lifting her head abruptly. Her voice, laced with tears, was filled with fear. Her eyes held deep weariness and unease. Su Yuan halted, realizing the profound impact the bloody scene had on this delicate woman. "Do not be afraid. It is over now." Su Yuan spoke as softly as he could. "I am not a villain. I too hail from Yonglu village, residing at the western edge." He took 2 cautious steps forward, halting at a safe distance. "Those evildoers are dead. They can no longer harm you." Ashio remained silent, clutching herself tightly, her body still quivering. Su Yuan did not draw closer nor urge her on. He merely stood quietly, awaiting her response. Time seemed to come to a standstill. After what felt like an eternity, Ashio and Apos' emotions began to stabilize. Slowly, she raised her head to meet Su Yuan and Apos' gaze. In her eyes, once filled with terror, there now flickered a glimmer of gratitude, coupled with an indescribable complexity of feelings. Thank you for saving me," she uttered, her voice barely above a whisper. "No need for thanks." Su Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "This place is unsafe. We should leave at once." Ashio nodded gently but remained seated. Su Yuan stepped forward, retrieving the fallen medicine basket and extending it toward her. She accepted it, clutching it to her chest as if it were her sole source of comfort. As for these bodies, Ashio glanced at the nearby corpses, fear flashing in her eyes. "I will handle it. You wait here for a moment." Su Yuan replied calmly. "Leaving these bodies here would invite endless trouble. They must be dealt with." Chapter 3. The Art of Golden Needling. Su Yuan rummaged through the 2 corpses, discovering only a handful of copper coins, revealing the destitution of the deceased. Nonetheless, it was better than nothing, and he pocketed the coins. Subsequently, he bent down and grasped the ankles of the 2 mountain bandits, dragging them like lifeless dogs to a nearby hollow. This low-lying area, overgrown with weeds, served as a natural burial ground. More importantly, the forest was teeming with wild beasts, and by nightfall, these bodies would be devoured without a trace, leaving no bones behind, unnoticed by anyone. After disposing of the bodies, Su Yuan returned to Ashio and Apos' side. By now, Ashio and Amp, Appos. S demeanor had calmed significantly. Although her complexion remained pale, her eyes regained clarity, no longer reflecting the terror they had earlier. Let us go. I will escort you home, Su Yuan spoke in a tranquil tone, imparting an inexplicable sense of safety. Ashio nodded gratefully and softly murmured, "Thank you, benefactor." Her voice was gentle, imbued with a hint of relief for having survived the ordeal. "There is no need for such formality. Simply call me Su Yuan." As we are of similar age, he replied with a smile, dismissing the matter. To him, this was merely a minor episode in the long journey of life. The two descended the mountain side by side. In an effort to ease the awkwardness, or perhaps to express her gratitude, Ashio initiated a conversation about her home life. Su Yuan learned that Ashio lived with her elderly father in a state of dire poverty. To supplement their meager income, she often ventured into the mountains to gather medicinal herbs, which she would sell at the town and Appos, as apothecary. Today, she had taken a risky journey deeper into the woods to collect more precious herbs, only to encounter the two bandits. What a perilous situation. If it weren't and Appos. Tea for your timely intervention, Ashio and Appos. S voice faltered, and her eyes brimmed with tears once more. It is all in the past. Do not dwell on it, Su Yuan gently reassured her, his tone firm yet comforting. In the future, when gathering herbs, it is advisable to go in groups or stay closer to the village. Venturing too deep into the forest is unsafe. Yes, I understand. Thank you, Brother Su. Ashio replied, her tone laced with a sense of reliance. Soon, they arrived at Yonglu village. Ashio and Appos. S home stood at the eastern edge of the village, a dilapidated earthen house, standing alone and looking rather forlorn. In the courtyard, a white-haired elder paced anxiously, glancing toward the village entrance as if awaiting someone. Upon seeing Ashio return safely, the elder and Appos, S taut nerves relaxed instantaneously. He hurried forward, grasping Ashio and Appos, S hands and inspecting her with concern in his eyes. Ashio, you have returned at last. I was so worried. His voice trembled, clearly shaken. Father. I am fine. Ashio offered a reassuring smile, attempting to soothe him. She then gestured towards Su Yuan, saying, Father, today I encountered danger in the mountains. And it was thanks to this brother Su that I was able to return safely. Only then did the elder notice Su Yuan standing nearby. He quickly approached, bowing deeply in gratitude. Thank you, benefactor, for saving my daughter. I am forever in your debt, he exclaimed, preparing to kneel. Su Yuan hastily reached out to support the elder. No, please, rise. There is no need for such displays of reverence. Saving a life is a noble deed. But I assure you it was merely a small effort on my part, he insisted. Standing upright, the elder and Appos' gratitude remained undiminished. Your noble act is beyond my means to repay. Please allow me to bow once more. He bent again in respect. Su Yuan, feeling somewhat helpless, accepted the gesture. Father. Brother Su saved my life. We must thank him properly, Ashio asserted with determination. The elder nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. Benefactor, wait here. I shall prepare a feast to honor you. Truly, there is no need for such hospitality. The hour is late, and I must take my leave, Su Yuan politely declined, for he had acted on instinct and sought no reward. Besides, he had more pressing matters to attend to and did not wish to linger. Brother Su, please stay. Ashio called out in haste as he turned to depart. She dashed into the house and soon re-emerged, cradling an ancient tome wrapped in cloth, clearly aged. Young Master Su, we possess little of value, but this medical book is a family heirloom. Please accept it as a token of our gratitude. Ashio and Appos' voice was somewhat hesitant, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. She understood that this book might not hold significant worth to Su Yuan. Yet it was the finest offering she could provide. A medical book? Su Yuan accepted the cloth package, somewhat astonished. Unwrapping it revealed a yellowed ancient text, its pages marked by the passage of time. The cover bore no title, only 3 archaic characters, golden needling. Su Yuan and Appos' heart stirred. Could this be a long-lost medical technique? He casually flipped through the pages, encountering dense script alongside various diagrams of human acupoints, detailed acupuncture methods, and remedies for common ailments. This golden needling meticulously documented meridians, acupoints, acupuncture techniques, and treatments for prevalent diseases. In an era marked by scarcity of medical resources, the value of a medical book was immeasurable, particularly for the common folk who suffered without means. Su Yuan hesitated, recognizing the preciousness of this medical text. Brother Su, this book has been passed down in my family. While it may not be a grand tome of secrets, in our humble village, it is indeed a treasure. Ashio reassured him, her voice tinged with urgency, fearing rejection. Our family has practiced medicine for generations, but alas, my father and Appos' skills have waned. This book merely gathers dust in our possession. It would be better to gift it to you, for it may yet serve a purpose. Ashio and Appos' father chimed in, indeed. Benefactor, please accept it as a token of our family and Appos' gratitude. His eyes were sincere and hopeful, observing the earnestness of the father and daughter. Su Yuan felt their sincerity resonate within him. He was not one to be overly sentimental, and moreover, This book could indeed be of use to him. In that case, I shall accept it graciously. Su Yuan no longer protested and accepted the medical book, turning to leave. Benefactor, travel safely. Do visit us whenever you have the chance. The elder bid farewell, waving as Su Yuan departed. Su Yuan reciprocated the gesture, hastening his steps homeward. As the village lights gradually flickered to life, the scent of smoke and cooking wafted through the air. He quickened his pace toward his own abode. Upon returning home, night had fully descended. After preparing a simple meal, Su Yuan lit an oil lamp, the dim glow casting shadows around the room. He took out the book Golden Needle Techniques and began to leaf through it once more. Regarding the two individuals he had slain today, Su Yuan felt no weight on his conscience. After all, they were individuals who deserved their fate. And he bore no psychological burden. He trusted that the villagers who had witnessed the events understood the necessity of silence. If this matter were to be disclosed and provoke the ire of the Longhu Ridge, it would spell disaster. Moreover, these villagers harbored a degree of respect for Su Yuan. After all, to disarm opponents and strike down two bandits with a single blow was not an achievement within the grasp of ordinary folk. Setting aside distracting thoughts, Su Yuan diligently studied the medical text. This time, he scrutinized each detail with greater care. Every acupoint, every meridian, every technique was firmly etched in his mind. The acupuncture methods documented in Golden Needle Techniques bore many similarities to the traditional Chinese medicine he had previously encountered, yet there were also notable differences, suggesting a deeper profundity. As this realization ignited a fervor within him, he continued to immerse himself in the study of the medical book. The names, locations, and effects of the acupoints, as well as the techniques and essentials of acupuncture, gradually imprinted themselves upon his consciousness. In pursuit of a better understanding, he even attempted to locate the described acupoints on his own body, gently pressing with his fingertips to sense the subtle changes beneath his skin. Occasionally, when he pressed the correct areas, he would experience a peculiar sensation of soreness and numbness. This enchanting experience deepened his fascination with Golden Needle Techniques. After 2 hours, the oil lamp flickered low. Su Yuan slowly closed the weathered medical book, his fingers tracing the ancient characters of Golden Needle Techniques embossed on the cover. Before him, a faint luminescent screen materialized. Golden Needle Techniques, Entry Level 1. A flicker of joy surged within Su Yuan's heart. The door to the medical realm had truly swung open. He exhaled a long, heavy breath, feeling a newfound lightness in his muscles and bones. The fatigue from his labor as a carpenter during the day dissipating. Could reading have such remarkable effects? Rising to his feet, he stretched his slightly stiff body. The sound of cracking joints echoing in the stillness. The night had deepened, with the gentle chirping of insects creating a serene ambience outside. Yet, he did not succumb to rest. The yearning for strength burgeoned within him like wild grass. Venturing into the courtyard, the moonlight cascaded down like liquid silver, draping the small yard in a veil of luminescence. Taking a deep breath, his gaze sharpened, akin to a sword unsheathed, slicing through the tranquility of the night. He engaged in a series of military exercises, stances, punches, kicks, and blocks, executing them with vigor and swiftness. Each movement of the military boxing was imbued with a fierce energy. The sound of his strikes resonating through the air, as if the atmosphere itself were being torn asunder. The force of his punches howled, sending ripples through the air, vibrating with a low hum. Again and again, he practiced tirelessly, sweat soaking his garments only to be dried by the night breeze, leaving faint traces of salt. Although his muscles ached, there was an exhilarating thrill coursing through him. In this tumultuous era, strength alone was the assurance of survival. Only when his body had reached its limits did Su Yuan gradually conclude his training, focusing on regulating his breath and calming the surging energy within him. After a brief wash and donning fresh attire, Su Yuan retreated to his room and collapsed into slumber, experiencing a night devoid of dreams. The following morning, Su Yuan awoke punctually. After freshening up and having breakfast, he hurried to the Rue Mutang workshop. Carpentry had become his means of livelihood. Upon his arrival, the apprentices were already diligently attending to their tasks, the workshop organized with precision. The sounds of planers, saws, and chisels filled the air. Su Yuan made his way to his workstation, deftly selecting a piece of wood as he picked up his planer. Today's assignment involved crafting a batch of custom wooden boxes for clients, simple in design but demanding meticulous refinement, a testament to the Carpenter and Appos as foundational skills. Wooden boxes, stools, tables, these fundamental carpentry tasks were second nature to him. His aspiration was to become a master carpenter like Li Rue, capable of creating more intricate and sophisticated furniture. Even grand estates and government orders. Those high-level commissions were where the real profits lay. However, to secure such orders, one needed to hone their craft to an exceptional level. Currently, within the Rue Mutang workshop, only Master Li Rue and a select few other seasoned craftsmen were capable of fulfilling government contracts. Chapter 4. A dual breakthrough. Time flies. And half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. In the workshop of Ruemu Hall in Shuijing Town, the sound of scraping fills the air as fine shavings cascade like snowflakes from the plane held by Su Yuan. He is deeply engrossed in crafting a cabinet from precious Wangwali wood. Each step, selecting materials, cutting, polishing, chiseling, and assembling, flows seamlessly, as natural as water flowing downstream, devoid of any hindrance. The wood seems to come alive in his hands, gradually revealing its exquisite contours. Setting down the plane, Su Yuan and Apos. Gaze sharpens as he meticulously inspects his creation, a faint smile gracing his lips. This cabinet, in terms of materials, craftsmanship, and attention to detail, surpasses all his previous works. Suddenly, a warm current surges within him, akin to a gentle stream flowing through his limbs and body. Su Yuan and Apos' heart stirs. This is a sign of a breakthrough in his skills. He quickly concentrates and summons a luminous screen visible only to himself. Host: Su Yuan, age 20, skills: military boxing, minor completion 68, carpentry, minor completion 1, acupuncture, entry 38. Special techniques: military boxing, mountain striking bowl, carpentry, material inquiry. Indeed, after half a year of diligent practice, his carpentry skills have finally broken through the bottleneck, advancing into a state of minor completion. What delights Su Yuan even more is that he has also comprehended a new special technique: material inquiry. Material inquiry, with closed eyes. He can discern the wooden structure within a tenjong radius, recognizing grain patterns and knots as if viewing them in the palm of his hand. Ordinary carpenters rely heavily on experience for cutting materials, observing the surface grain, tapping the wood to discern its position, and feeling the texture with their hands. Even the most seasoned carpenters can sometimes misjudge. Yet, with the technique of material inquiry that Su Yuan has grasped, he can visualize the internal structure of the wood in his mind. It is as if he possesses a pair of X-ray eyes. Su Yuan closes his eyes, his thoughts stirring. Everything around him seems to fade into illusion, leaving only a piece of unprocessed wood beside him, vividly manifesting in his mind. The direction of the grain, the density of annual rings, the positions of knots, even the subtle cracks hidden within the wood are laid bare. This sensation is profoundly mystical. Slowly opening his eyes, a confident smile curves at the corners of Su Yuan and Apos' mouth. After 6 months of hard work, he has finally reaped the rewards. With the technique of material inquiry, his cuts will become increasingly precise, allowing him to avoid the wood and Apos' defects to the greatest extent. The items he crafts will not only be more durable but also exquisitely beautiful. His military boxing skills are also on the verge of another breakthrough. Su Yuan feels the surging power within him, his gaze filled with anticipation. Over the past 6 months, alongside perfecting his carpentry, he has never slackened in his training of military boxing. Every morning and evening, he would practice beneath the waterfall on the back mountain of Yanglu village. The icy cascade, crashing down like a massive boulder, would relentlessly strike against his body. This not only tempered his physique, but also honed his will. Now, he stands tall and robust, his muscles coiled like iron, exuding a fierce aura with every movement. In contrast, his progress in acupuncture has been somewhat sluggish, currently at just 38. Much of his time has been devoted to carpentry, leaving limited hours for acupuncture. Furthermore, acupuncture is a profound medical art and lacking a solid medical foundation. He finds it challenging to grasp. Without frequent consultations with a shio, his progress would have been even slower. As time passes, another 6 months have slipped by. This evening, as usual, Su Yuan arrives to practice his boxing beneath the waterfall. He sheds his shirt, revealing a strong upper body. His bronze skin glistens softly in the twilight. Su Yuan emits a low shout, firmly planting his feet in the pool of water, beginning to practice military boxing. Bang, bang, bang. The dull thuds of impact resonate beneath the waterfall, echoing deafeningly. His fists rain down upon the cascading water with the ferocity of a storm. Each strike infused with immense power. The waterfall and Apos' flow is violently torn apart by his forceful punches, sending sprays of mist into the air. Again and again. Su Yuan tirelessly sweats, executing the military boxing routine with fervor. In his mind, the training progress of military boxing reaches a critical juncture. Military boxing, minor completion 99. Today is the day of breakthrough. Su Yuan and Apos' eyes gleam with intensity as he distinctly perceives the surging power within him. He is but a step away from transforming into something extraordinary. Taking a deep breath to regulate his energy, he concentrates all his strength into his right fist. His mind floods with the techniques of unleashing the power of mountain shaking and ground shaking, crystal clear. With a single thought, mountain shaking and ground shaking. Boom. Su Yuan strikes the ground with a mighty punch. There is no earth-shattering quake, no thunderous roar, only a profoundly muffled impact erupting from the point of contact. Muffled, heavy, yet imbued with a terrifying force capable of annihilating all. From the epicenter of his punch, a visible shockwave radiates outward in all directions. The ground trembles violently. Dust ascends into the sky. Surrounding trees sway wildly, and leaves rain down like a shower. Su Yuan distinctly feels an unmatched wave of force surging through the ground, spreading wildly. If this punch were to land on a human body, it could obliterate their internal organs in an instant, leaving no trace behind. What a powerful technique. Mountain shaking and ground shaking. Su Yuan withdraws his fist, letting out a long, triumphant shout, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. The next day, Su Yuan awakens early. He does not head to Ruemu Hall, for Masterly Rue has assigned him a new task. 30 miles away, in Tiyuan Town, the home of the wealthy Wang family. He is to craft a high-quality Wang Wali wooden bed. Su Yuan organizes his tools, hastily consumes a light meal, straps on his toolbox, and steps out the door. Mr. Wang is the wealthiest man in Tiyuan town, known for his generous spending. Working for such a family guarantees him a handsome reward. As Su Yuan hurried along the country path, a gust of wind seemed to rise beneath his feet, propelling him directly towards Taoyuan town. In these chaotic times, the world was fraught with turmoil. On either side of the road, weeds flourished, and faintly visible were the remnants of long-forgotten bones. Su Yuan remained vigilant, his pace unyielding. By the time the sun had ascended to its zenith, Su Yuan finally arrived at Taoyuan town. In stark contrast to Shuijing town, Taoyuan was bustling with life. Its streets broad and lined with numerous shops, teeming with a steady flow of people. Following the directions provided by Li Rue, Su Yuan inquired along the way and soon located the residence of Wang Yuanwei. Before him stood an extraordinarily grand estate, its imposing high walls encasing a spacious courtyard. The crimson gates were firmly shut, flanked by two majestic stone lions that exuded an air of authority. Above the entrance hung a massive plaque inscribed with the words Wang Fu, the gilded characters gleaming brilliantly. Even before entering, a palpable aura of affluence enveloped him. Su Yuan approached and gently rapped on the door knocker. The crisp sound resonated throughout the vast courtyard. After a brief moment, the heavy door creaked open, revealing a middle-aged steward clad in a gray robe, slightly stout, with a distinctive mustache. He peered out, surveying Su Yuan with a discerning gaze and in a measured tone. He inquired, "Who might you be?" Chapter 5. The Flower Thief. Greetings, I am Su Yuan, the carpenter from Rumutong. Master Li has sent me to perform some work at your residence, Su Yuan said with polite haste. Upon hearing this, the steward and Appo's expression softened slightly as he nodded and said, "Ah, so you are the craftsman from Rumutong. Please, come in." The steward stepped aside to allow Su Yuan to enter. As Su Yuan walked into the Wang residence, he was immediately struck by the sight before him. The spacious courtyard was paved with neatly arranged bluestones, each polished to a mirror-like sheen. To either side, there were artificial hills and flowing water, crafted with extraordinary skill. Lush trees provided shade, and clusters of flowers added vibrant color, clearly the work of a master artist. Su Yuan marveled inwardly, realizing that the abodes of the affluent were indeed different. The steward led Su Yuan through the front courtyard to a side room in the back courtyard. Master Wang has instructed that the bed be made in this room. Please take a look and let me know if you need anything, the steward indicated. Su Yuan stepped into the room, which was spacious and bright, meticulously tidy. The wood and tools were already prepared, revealing the steward and Appo's thoughtful preparation. Su Yuan conducted a brief inspection of the wood. The quality was exceptional, comprised of fine timber that exuded a subtle fragrance. The tools were comprehensive and even surpassed those at Rumutong in quality. Everything is in order, and I require nothing further. Rest assured, I will begin my work now. Su Yuan assured the steward. Very well, then. Please do not hesitate to call for me if you need anything, the steward replied before turning to leave. Gently closing the door behind him, Su Yuan set down his toolbox, rolled up his sleeves, and began to diligently craft the wooden bed. Let the cutting commence, he silently proclaimed in his heart. Closing his eyes, the wood before him seemed to become translucent, revealing every intricate detail of its grain structure. A faint smile crept across Su Yuan and Appo's lips. This remarkable skill was indeed invaluable. He grasped his tools and began to meticulously work the wood. Each movement was precise, with no material wasted. Throughout the afternoon, Su Yuan remained absorbed in his task, pouring his entire focus into the creation of the bed. As the sun began to set, a beautifully crafted bed of yellow rosewood finally took shape under Su Yuan and Appo's skilled hands. The structure was sturdy, the lines graceful, and the surface smooth and refined, emanating a gentle aroma of wood. Su Yuan exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow. The task was finally complete. He stepped out of the room, ready to inform the steward. The steward had been keeping an eye on the situation and approached Su Yuan as he emerged. Master Su, is it finished? He inquired. The bed is complete. Please take a look and see if it meets your satisfaction, Su Yuan responded with a smile. The steward entered the room and carefully inspected the bed. He ran his hand over the surface, appreciating its smooth and delicate texture, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Very good, very good. The craftsmanship of Rumutong certainly lives up to its reputation. Master Wang will surely be pleased, the steward praised. Glad to hear it. Su Yuan humbly replied. Master Su, you have worked hard. Here's your payment. The steward produced a bulging pouch of coins from his sleeve and handed it to Su Yuan. Su Yuan accepted the pouch, weighing it in his hand. It was substantial, containing at least 500 coins. His heart swelled with joy. Such commissioned work was typically split 70-30 with the shop, and this amount equaled nearly half a month in Appo's wages for him. What a profitable endeavor. Thank you, steward. Thank you, Master Wang. Su Yuan expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Carefully stowing the pouch away, this would serve as capital for his future training. With a generous payment in hand, Su Yuan left the Wang residence in high spirits. The sun had dipped below the horizon, painting the sky a vivid crimson. Su Yuan set forth on the path back to Shuijing town. After walking a while, he began to feel thirsty. Spotting a pavilion nearby, he decided to stop for a moment to rest and enjoy some tea. The pavilion was quaint and elegantly rustic. Several wooden pillars supported the tiled roof, and the surrounding air was cool and refreshing. A few scattered patrons sat within, sipping tea and engaging in idle chatter. Su Yuan approached the stall, ordered a bowl of tea, and found an empty seat to relax. The tea was crisp and sweet, instantly quenching his thirst. As he sipped, he allowed himself to unwind. Suddenly, the tranquility of the pavilion was shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps. 3 men clad in tight-fitting attire strode in briskly, their expressions unfriendly. Their gazes locked onto a monk seated in the corner of the pavilion. The monk, clad in a robe and with a fair complexion, had been meditating with his eyes closed. At this moment, he slowly opened his eyes, his brow furrowing slightly, as if disturbed. "You bald-headed monk!" the leading man exclaimed fiercely, pointing at the monk. "We have been waiting for you for quite some time." The monk and Apos' expression shifted as he slowly rose, his hands clasped together. "Amitba, may I ask what business you have, esteemed gentleman?" he replied in a low voice. "Stop pretending," another man retorted angrily. "You vile monk, you have committed heinous crimes in Qingchuan County, and today is your day of reckoning." "Crimes?" The monk feigned ignorance, though his eyes flickered slightly. "I am but a humble monk, living a life of compassion. How could I be guilty of such things?" he countered. "Do not dare to quibble," the third man shouted, stepping forward. "The 5 murders in Qingchuan County are all linked to you. You have sullied innocent women and taken lives without remorse, you beast cloaked in a robe." At these words, the monk and Apos' expression darkened, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. "Gentlemen, you must have mistaken me for someone else," he attempted to defend himself. "Misidentified?" "Ha!" the leader scoffed. "In this world, one would be hard-pressed to find another monk so hypocritical and venomous as you. We are the 3 heroes of Yanshan," he proclaimed with pride. "Today, we shall act on behalf of justice to rid the world of your kind." "The 3 heroes of Yanshan?" The monk curled his lip in disdain. "I thought you were someone of importance. It turns out you are just a few self-important ruffians. You dare intervene in matters the authorities neglect?" His tone dripped with contempt. Though the monk and Apos' words were harsh, they bore a semblance of truth. Currently, the great Zhou dynasty was rife with corruption, and the officials often turned a blind eye to the affairs of the martial world. Precisely because the officials are incompetent and sit idly by, we martial artists must take it upon ourselves to act. The 3 heroes of Yanshan declared passionately. Matters of the martial world should be resolved within the martial world. Today, let your blood be the offering for the wronged souls. Overestimating yourselves, the monk bellowed, no longer concealing his fierce demeanor. "If you seek death, I shall gladly send you on your way." Before his words had even faded, the monk was the first to strike. In a flash, he lunged at the 3 heroes of Yanshan, his speed astonishing. The 3 heroes had anticipated this and drew their weapons simultaneously to counter him. Blades clashed, and a flurry of strikes ensued. Yet, within mere moments, the 3 heroes began to falter. The monk and Apos' movements were extraordinarily elusive, his speed remarkable. Moreover, his strikes were brutally effective, targeting vital points. In contrast, the 3 heroes, despite their efforts to defend themselves, appeared increasingly outmatched and cornered. Su Yuan sat by the tea stall, observing the unfolding confrontation with keen interest. The monk and Apos' prowess far surpassed that of the 3 heroes of Yanshan. Particularly remarkable was his agility, swift as a tempest, which left even him somewhat astonished. Moreover, he seemed to perceive a faint, ethereal white mist enveloping the monk and Apos' form. Inner strength? A shiver coursed through Su Yuan's heart. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated. One of the 3 heroes of Yanshan was struck in the chest by the monk and Apos' palm, hurtling backward to crash heavily onto the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. "Second brother." The remaining 2 exclaimed in alarm, rushing forth to provide assistance, yet found themselves ensnared by the monk, unable to extricate themselves. As the 3 heroes of Yanshan appeared to be on the brink of demise at the hands of the monk, Su Yuan furrowed his brow, pondering grimly. This monk is exceedingly ruthless. If he is not stopped, he may wreak havoc upon even more lives. The world is already chaotic enough. I cannot remain a passive observer any longer. With this thought, Su Yuan could no longer contain himself. Chapter 6. The Fist of Justice Against the Evil Thief. Su Yuan abruptly seized the teacup from the table, draining the remnants of tea in one swift motion. With a resounding crash, he hurled the cup towards the monk, shards of porcelain scattering in all directions. The monk, who was in hot pursuit of the Yanshan 3 heroes, was caught off guard by the sudden projectile. A flash of anger surged within him. Who dared to disrupt his righteous endeavors? He swiftly turned, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixated on Su Yuan. "Very well. Today I shall send you all to the netherworld." With a sinister grin, the monk abandoned his chase of the Yanshan trio and lunged towards Su Yuan, a palpable intent to kill emanating from him. Su Yuan had already risen, bracing himself for the impending confrontation. Having meticulously observed the monk and Apos' techniques, he discerned that while the monk and Apos' speed was formidable, it was not without its vulnerabilities. "Come at me," Su Yuan called out, advancing rather than retreating. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, the sound of their fists colliding echoing in the air. Their movements were a blur, darting through the pavilion at a dizzying pace. The monk, relying on his erratic footwork and rapid strikes, unleashed a relentless assault. Each move executed with lethal precision. Su Yuan, grounded in the martial discipline of military boxing, held a steady defense, biding his time for a counterattack. After several exchanges, the duel reached a stalemate, each combatant equally matched, leaving neither able to gain the upper hand. The monk, astonished, realized that this unexpected youth possessed remarkable strength. Years of rigorous training had honed his speed and agility into lethal weapons, rendering most opponents no match for him. Yet here was Su Yuan, not only holding his ground, but subtly beginning to gain the upper hand. How could this be? Kid, you have some skill. The monk and Apos, eyes gleamed with malice as he intensified his assault. His movements became a blur, his strikes increasingly vicious, aimed directly at Su Yuan and Apos as vital points. Although Su Yuan felt the pressure mounting, he remained composed, gathering his strength and feigning a vulnerability in his stance. Seeing the opening, the monk and Apos' heart leapt with joy. You shall perish, he sneered, launching a full-powered strike towards Su Yuan and Apos' chest, intent on delivering a lethal blow. He envisioned Su Yuan and Apos' demise at his hands. However, just as the monk and Apos' palm was about to make contact, a sudden turn of events unfolded. Su Yuan and Apos' eyes sparkled with fierce determination as he unleashed his ultimate technique, earth-shattering blow. A surge of invisible force erupted from Su Yuan and Apos' fist, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The onlookers staggered, nearly losing their footing. The monk felt an overwhelming force invade his body, as if his internal organs had been struck by a hammer. Agonizing pain coursed through him. You. He stammered, pointing at Su Yuan, struggling to articulate his disbelief. A cough of blood erupted from his mouth as he staggered backward, fear evident in his gaze. You actually possess internal energy? Su Yuan merely smirked, offering no response as he pressed forward, denying the monk any opportunity to recover. Realizing he was outmatched, the monk turned to flee. Su Yuan, having anticipated this move, swiftly positioned himself in the monk and Apos' path, blocking his escape. Panic surged within the monk. I must escape. In a desperate maneuver, he seized an unsuspecting bystander from the crowd, thrusting him towards Su Yuan. The bystander, caught off guard, let out a terrified scream as he was propelled towards Su Yuan, a human shield in the monk and Apos' desperate bid for time. Yet, Su Yuan remained unfazed, a cold smile gracing his lips. A trivial tactic, he thought, disregarding the incoming figure. He unleashed his ultimate technique once more, Transcendent Strike. A resounding thud echoed as an invisible force penetrated the bystander and Apos' body, striking the monk squarely in the chest. With a pained cry, the monk was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground, twitching momentarily before falling silent. Though the bystander was knocked unconscious by the force, he remained unharmed. The Yenshan three heroes, witnessing the scene, breathed a sigh of relief and hurried to examine the monk and Apos' condition. Confirming his demise, they felt as if a great burden had been lifted, their faces reflecting the joy of survival. They approached Su Yuan, bowing respectfully with sincere gratitude. Thank you, valiant warrior, for your timely intervention. Had it not been for your righteous assistance, we would surely have met our end at the hands of that vile monk. Su Yuan waved his hand dismissively, his tone indifferent. There is no need for thanks. It is the duty of those in the martial world to aid the oppressed. Moreover, such a wicked monk, steeped in sin, deserves no mercy. Indeed, your words ring true. The Yenshan trio nodded vigorously, their admiration for Su Yuan deepening. May we inquire your esteemed name? White Ko. Su Yuan replied casually, concealing his true identity to avoid unnecessary entanglements. Ah, the renowned white warrior. The trio bowed once more. Your remarkable skills and chivalrous heart inspire us greatly. Had you not intervened, this malevolent monk would have continued his reign of terror. You flatter me excessively. Su Yuan smiled lightly, deflecting the praise. What are your plans moving forward? We intend to return this monk and Apos' corpse to Qingchuan County, the leader of the trio stated solemnly. A flicker of sorrow crossing his face. We wish to show the innocent victims he harmed the fate that befell him, offering some solace to their spirits. That is a commendable decision. Su Yuan nodded in agreement, recognizing the monk and Apos' many transgressions merited a reckoning. At that moment, one of the Yenshan heroes discovered a weathered tome on the monk and Apos' person. Cradling it respectfully, he approached Su Yuan with reverence. White warrior. This was found on the vile monk. It must be his martial arts manual. Had it not been for your timely intervention, our lives would have been forfeit. This manual rightfully belongs to you. Su Yuan's gaze sharpened as he regarded the book. He had not anticipated such a reward for vanquishing the monk. This. He hesitated slightly. Please, do not be modest, the hero insisted. Without your aid, our lives would have been lost, and this mere manual is of little consequence. We implore you to accept it. Conceding to their insistence, Su Yuan accepted the tome. If that is the case, I shall graciously accept it. Thank you, my friends. Your humility is commendable, they replied. However, time is of the essence. We must return to Qingchuan County. We take our leave, with hopes of crossing paths again in the future. 3 individuals bid farewell with care. Su Yuan clasped his fists in return, then turned and strode away with purpose. He hurried back to Yanglu village, the night having deepened, only the occasional bark of a dog echoing in the distance. Upon reaching his courtyard, Su Yuan pushed open the gate and swiftly entered the house, casually placing the toolbox in the corner. From his bosom, he retrieved the tome acquired from the monk, a flicker of anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Chapter 7. The Sutra of Empty Illumination beneath the dim glow of an oil lamp. Su Yuan gently unfurled the cloth bundle in his hands. Before him lay an ancient tome, its pages tinged with yellow. The cover adorned with archaic characters spelling out the words Sutra of Empty Illumination. Su Yuan murmured the title, his eyes reflecting curiosity and anticipation. As he turned the pages, the opening lines captivated him. Still the heart and guard the spirit. Embrace the origin and return to unity, clear and empty. Illuminate the true nature. The words exuded an enigmatic aura. Su Yuan sensed that this was no ordinary book. As he continued to read, his astonishment grew. This was indeed a profound technique. Unlike typical martial arts, the Sutra of Empty Illumination promised to enhance one and Appo's mental acuity and enlightenment. A surge of joy coursed through Su Yuan. He could advance his skills and comprehend extraordinary techniques, yet his progress had always been steady and slow. He had previously felt that a lack of understanding hindered his development. The arrival of the Sutra of Empty Illumination might just remedy his shortcomings, elevating his comprehension, accelerating his training, and unlocking more extraordinary abilities. The thought ignited a fervor within him. He had heard of the martial arts world, which was categorized into 3 stages: body refinement, true qi, and divine powers. The body refinement stage, as its name suggests, involved honing the physical form, strengthening muscles and bones, serving as the foundation of martial arts. This stage could be further divided into 4 substages: skin refinement, flesh refinement, muscle refinement, and bone building. It was said that to enter the skin refinement stage, one must open the dantian and cultivate internal energy. Only by refining the body with this energy could one achieve a qualitative leap, gaining strength and speed far beyond the ordinary. Even the weakest skin refinement martial artist could effortlessly lift boulders weighing hundreds of pounds, incomparable to an average person. Su Yuan became engrossed in the mystical words of the Sutra of Empty Illumination, oblivious to the passage of time. The oil in the lamp gradually dwindled, and the flame flickered weakly. It was only when his eyelids grew heavy that he realized how late it had become. This Sutra of Empty Illumination, though perhaps not the most exalted of techniques, could serve as his gateway into the martial world. From tomorrow onward, he would practice diligently. Reluctantly, Su Yuan closed the tome, excitement glimmering in his eyes, filled with unwavering belief that he could become a martial artist. He carefully wrapped the book in cloth and placed it beside his pillow. As he drifted off to sleep, his mind replayed the contents of the Sutra of Empty Illumination in the martial realms it had vaguely mentioned. The following morning, Su Yuan rose early as usual and practiced military boxing for a while. He then set off for the Ruimu Hall in town. Upon entering, he overheard several apprentices engaged in animated discussion. Have you heard? The notorious flower thief, Monk Sikong, has been captured by the 3 heroes of Yinshan. Is that true? He was an infamous monk. I heard his martial prowess was formidable, and the authorities had no means to subdue him. Absolutely true. My cousin in Taoyuan town saw it with his own eyes. The 3 heroes of Yinshan battled that Monk Sikong in a pavilion and ultimately killed him. Really? I heard it was a valiant man named Bai Qi who struck the final blow. Regardless of who finished him, Monk Sikong has harmed so many virtuous women. He deserved to die. The apprentices discussed the matter with fervor, their tones laced with excitement and satisfaction. Noticing Su Yuan and Appo's approach, they quickly offered their respects. Good day, Su Gong. Su Yuan smiled slightly, gesturing for them to continue with their tasks. He proceeded to his workstation, commencing a day of labor. Today, he was to craft an offering table for a shrine in a neighboring village. The wood had been prepared, fine old elm, sturdy and aesthetically pleasing. Su Yuan examined the timber with a plane, ensuring its quality before he began his work. Time flowed swiftly, and before long, afternoon had arrived. Su Yuan completed his tasks, had a simple meal at the shop, and then departed. As was customary, he first went to practice military boxing beneath the waterfall. However, today he spent half an hour less than usual, for he was eager to delve into the Sutra of Empty Illumination. Upon returning home, night had descended. Su Yuan lit the oil lamp, its warm glow filling the room. He carefully retrieved the Sutra of Empty Illumination from beside his pillow, as if cradling a rare treasure. Opening the yellowed pages, the ancient text sprang to life, each character seemingly imbued with profound mysteries. Su Yuan focused intently, reading each word with precision, imprinting them deeply in his mind. Time seemed to stand still as he became wholly absorbed in the mystical realm of the Sutra of Empty Illumination. After an indeterminate duration, Su Yuan finally memorized the entire content of the tome. He gently closed the book, his eyes gleaming with excitement. At last, he could begin his training. Taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart, he rose and approached the bedside. Sitting cross-legged, he positioned his hands gently on his knees, palms facing upward, adopting the seated posture detailed in the Sutra of empty illumination. This pose was deemed most suitable for beginners, allowing for maximum absorption of the earth and Apos' vital energy. He lightly closed his eyes, regulating his breathing to become long and profound, as if merging with the universe itself. Su Yuan concentrated on the dantian area in his lower abdomen, where the body's essence converges. With a gentle mental nudge, he sensed a warm energy slowly stirring within the depths of his dantian. Still the heart, concentrate the spirit, embrace the origin and return to unity. Su Yuan began to practice the reverse abdominal breathing technique described in the Sutra of empty illumination. As he inhaled, his abdomen contracted, as if drawing in the ethereal energy from the heavens above and every pore of his body. The energy coalesced in the dantian, akin to a seed taking root and sprouting. Upon exhaling, his abdomen expanded gently, envisioning the energy settling within him, nourishing his limbs and cleansing the impurities of his physical form. This cycle continued, unceasing and tireless. His breath quickened, and every pore of his skin opened wide, greedily absorbing the surrounding energy. A faint blush appeared on his skin, a sign of invigorated blood circulation. In his lower abdomen, the warmth intensified, as if a flame were kindling, growing ever stronger. It is working. Su Yuan rejoiced internally, clearly sensing the energy in his dantian swelling in strength. This must be the nascent form of internal power. The white mist surrounding Monk Sekong in battle was surely a manifestation of his internal energy. However, given Monk Sekong and Apos' prowess, it was evident that his practice of the Sutra of empty illumination had only just begun. Otherwise, he would not have easily succumbed to defeat. With this realization, Su Yuan's resolve to cultivate deepened. He was completely immersed in his practice, feeling the internal energy circulating within, nourishing his body, and bringing an indescribable sense of ease. It was not until late at night, when fatigue finally set in, that Su Yuan gradually concluded his session. He rose and approached the well, drawing a bucket of icy water to pour over himself. The cold water instantly dispelled the heat within, invigorating his spirit. After drying off, he returned to the courtyard and practiced military boxing once more. The wind howled around him, his strikes sharper and more powerful than ever before. Finally, he reviewed several pages of golden needle technique, refreshing his memory before retiring to his room, where he fell into a deep slumber. On the following morning, Su Yuan awakened from his slumber, feeling invigorated and brimming with vitality. As he opened his eyes, he keenly sensed that everything around him had become remarkably clearer. The minute particles of dust floating in the air were now visible to the naked eye. In the distance, the melodious chirping of birds perched upon the branches resonated with an even more delightful timbre, allowing him to discern the subtle nuances of their calls. His sense of smell had sharpened considerably, the earthy aroma of the soil, the fresh scent of the greenery, and the wafting fragrance of smoke from distant hearths were all distinctly identifiable. Is this the transformation brought about by the enhancement of my mental acuity? Su Yuan mused quietly, his heart swelling with joy. Merely after one night of cultivation, such pronounced alterations in my senses had occurred. What marvels might unfold with prolonged practice? He stepped into the courtyard and commenced his military boxing routine. Each movement flowed with greater fluidity and strength than before, as if resonating with a certain rhythm of the universe. Upon completing a set of techniques, Su Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of ease and vitality. As though he possessed inexhaustible energy, he could distinctly sense a warm current surging within him, a sign of burgeoning internal strength. The Kong Zhao Jing is indeed wondrous. Su Yuan could not help but exclaim. After a simple breakfast, he set off towards the Ruimu Hall in town. Each day was imbued with profound fulfillment. Within a mere 3 days, Su Yuan had successfully entered the realm of the Kong Zhao Jing, which had now manifested in his attribute panel. Moreover, his progress was visibly accelerating each day. At this pace, he anticipated reaching a minor level of mastery within the next 6 months. Su Yuan and Apos' eyes sparkled with determination, brimming with motivation. Although his life was busy, it was also immensely rewarding. He could unmistakably feel himself growing stronger, savoring the process of continually surpassing his own limits. Enduring solitude is essential to safeguarding prosperity. This is an inevitable journey on the path to becoming a formidable individual. His life unfolded quietly, yet meaningfully. Time, like a fleeting shadow, passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had elapsed. That night, Su Yuan sat cross-legged on his bed, his body radiating warmth akin to a furnace. He was enveloped in a thin veil of white mist that gradually rose, creating an ethereal atmosphere that rendered him almost celestial. The area around his dantian was ablaze, as if a spark was igniting within him. A powerful energy was brewing and expanding within, poised to burst forth at any moment. This was the culmination of his internal strength reaching its zenith. After 6 months of arduous training, Su Yuan was on the brink of breaking through to a minor level of mastery in the Kong Zhao Jing. With his eyes tightly shut and his jaw clenched, he tensed every muscle in his body, veins bulging beneath his skin like coiling dragons. Beads of sweat cascaded from his forehead, instantly soaking his garments. He could distinctly feel a transformative shift occurring within him. What once flowed like a gentle stream of internal energy now surged like a roaring river, unstoppable and tumultuous. The internal force relentlessly battered against the barriers of his dantian, producing a thunderous roar as if it sought to explode the entire dantian. Breakthrough. Su Yuan roared inwardly, channeling all his mental energy, focusing his intent, and forcefully colliding with the barriers of his dantian. Chapter 8. The Surge of Shavings Boom. A thunderous explosion reverberated in his mind. The barrier of his dantian crumbled like fragile parchment, giving way to an unprecedented torrent of ferocious energy that erupted from the depths of his dantian. In an instant, it surged through his limbs and body, penetrating his internal organs, cleansing every inch of flesh and nourishing every sinew. An indescribable sensation of tingling ecstasy engulfed him. Su Yuan let out a long, resonant howl, a sound akin to a dragon and Apos, roar, shaking the night sky. The tiles on the roof vibrated ominously. His breath soared higher and higher. He suddenly opened his eyes, and his gaze was ablaze with brilliance. The darkness seemed to be torn asunder. He raised his hand to inspect his palm. A faint luster resembling jade shimmered upon his skin. His veins bulged like coiling dragons, harboring explosive power. Clenching his fists, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength. Had he not elevated his capabilities several fold since half a day ago? With a mere thought, the familiar attribute panel appeared before him. Host, Su Yuan, age, 21, skills, military fist, great accomplishment 35, carpentry, minor accomplishment 91, acupuncture, 67. Empty Zhaojing, minor accomplishment 1. Unique skills, military fist, striking mountains from afar, shaking the earth, carpentry, questioning the mountain for materials. Empty Zhaojing, clarity of heart and mind. The empty Zhaojing had astonishingly reached, minor accomplishment 1. He had truly broken through. Su Yuan could not suppress the smile that surged at the corners of his mouth. After 6 months of arduous training, he had finally reaped the rewards. A profound understanding welled up within him. A new unique skill awakened, clarity of heart and mind. Clarity of heart and mind. A clear inner self. A significant enhancement in comprehension and spirit. Goodness. A dual surge of comprehension and spirit. Su Yuan sprang to his feet, practicing the military fist on the spot. Whoosh. His fists flew like dragons, the sound of air being sliced was sharp and piercing. Each movement flowed seamlessly, a harmonious dance. Upon completing a set of the military fist, he glanced at the attribute panel again. Military fist, great accomplishment 36. After just one round, his proficiency had skyrocketed by 1. It was worth noting that after reaching the great accomplishment realm, it typically required 7 or 8 rounds of arduous practice to barely improve by a fraction. The enhancement from clarity of heart and mind was astonishingly formidable. His comprehension had soared, and his training speed was akin to riding a rocket. Su Yuan felt a tumultuous excitement in his heart. This was no mere unique skill, it was as if he had unlocked a training cheat. Suppressing his exhilaration, he continued to practice the military fist over and over again. Sweat poured forth, unnoticed. He was immersed in the exhilarating sensation of rapidly increasing power until fatigue finally compelled him to pause. Looking at the attribute panel once more. Military fist, great accomplishment, 39. In just a few rounds, his proficiency had surged by 3. At this rate, reaching the pinnacle of the military fist was just around the corner. At this moment, the barrier of his dantian had shattered. In the area of his abdomen, a warm sensation flowed gently, coalescing without dissipating. This was his internal energy. The Su Yuan of now was a world apart from the one just 15 minutes prior. He had opened his dantian, taking the first step into the martial path. Next, he would proceed to the 4 realms of body refinement, refining the skin, refining the flesh, refining the tendons, and building the bones. The refining the skin stage marked the first realm of martial entry. Upon completion, his skin would become as resilient as leather, impervious to blades and swords. The surface of his skin would faintly glow, hard as iron to the touch. His resilience to cold, heat, and pain would dramatically increase. Only upon entering the refining the skin realm could one truly be called a martial artist. A martial artist in the refining the skin realm could thrive across the land, even securing a position as a protector within noble families when visiting the county town. However, reaching the refining the skin realm was no simple feat. Mere hard work was insufficient. One would need to invest wealth in purchasing medicinal herbs and refining them to accelerate their strength. With his enhanced comprehension, the speed of training in acupuncture would also quicken. He was not far from minor accomplishment. Su Yuan contemplated quietly. Mastering medicine would provide him with an additional avenue for prosperity. The next morning, as the sun rose in the east, Su Yuan arrived at the workshop early. Unlike his usual routine of crafting mundane furniture, the significant boost in comprehension from the previous night inspired him to tackle a more challenging project to test his newfound skills. He headed straight to the material room and meticulously selected 3 exquisite pieces of rosewood from a pile of precious timber. After taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes slowly. The unique skill of questioning the mountain for materials activated quietly. Before him, the 3 pieces of rosewood became translucent in an instant. The internal structure of the wood revealed itself in exquisite detail. The direction of the grain and any subtle imperfections could not escape his discerning gaze. Moments later, Su Yuan opened his eyes, having identified the most perfect piece. He gently placed it on the spacious workbench. This time, he intended to create a screen depicting a harmonious union of dragons and phoenixes. The screen, a classic piece of traditional furniture, seamlessly combined practicality with aesthetics. The dragon and phoenix motif symbolized auspiciousness, representing nobility and power, highly favored by the elite. Crafting a dragon and phoenix screen demanded exceptional skill from the carpenter, requiring mastery in carving techniques and an unparalleled grasp of the overall structure. A slight miscalculation could render all efforts futile. Su Yuan grasped a sharp carving knife. Taking a deep breath, he anchored his energy in the dantian. His gaze sharpened, fixating intently on the piece of rosewood before him. With swift precision, he let the blade glide over the wood, moving as fluidly as flowing water, without a hint of hesitation. Wood shavings danced in the air, cascading like snowflakes. Under the rhythmic motion of the carving knife, the contours of the dragon and phoenix gradually emerged. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Only the delicate sounds of the knife meeting would remain. Su Yuan and Appo's forehead began to bead with fine sweat, yet he remained oblivious. His movements quickened, as though he and the knife had become one, entering a state of transcendence. Unbeknownst to him, apprentices had gathered around at some point. Each held their breath, eyes fixated on Su Yuan and Appo's actions, fearful that even the slightest sound might disrupt his concentration. What on earth is Su Gong doing? One apprentice could not help but whisper, his voice brimming with curiosity and admiration. It seems he is carving a screen, another apprentice replied softly, his gaze unwavering from the knife in Su Yuan and Appo's hand. A dragon and phoenix screen? This is no ordinary task. A third apprentice exclaimed, disbelief evident in his tone. Su Gong and Appo's skills have truly reached new heights, the apprentices murmured amongst themselves, their voices laced with admiration and envy. Su Yuan was entirely absorbed in his world of carving. Gradually, the images of the dragon and phoenix became clearer and more vivid. The dragon, with its powerful posture, soared through the clouds, exuding an air of majesty and dominance. The phoenix, adorned with resplendent feathers, radiated brilliance, embodying elegance and grace. The two figures intertwined, spiraling in a dance, so lifelike that it seemed they might break free from the screen at any moment to soar into the heavens. Time slipped away unnoticed. As the sun reached its zenith, Su Yuan finally paused, laying down the carving knife. He exhaled deeply, a smile of relief illuminating his face. A magnificent dragon and phoenix screen had finally been completed. The overall structure of the screen was meticulously crafted, with harmonious proportions that could only be described as flawless. The dragon and phoenix motifs were intricately carved, appearing alive and vibrant. Its surface gleamed like a mirror, exuding a subtle fragrance of rosewood that was utterly enchanting. Oh my goodness, this is astounding. The apprentices surrounding him could no longer contain their astonishment, gasping in unison. Their eyes widened, mouths agape, as if witnessing something miraculous. Excellent, excellent, excellent. A hearty voice suddenly resonated from behind, filled with vigor. It was Master Li Rue. He strode swiftly to the front of the screen, his gaze intense as he examined it closely. The mortise and tenon joints fit together seamlessly, not a single flaw. The polishing is as delicate as jade, warm and inviting. As he observed, he expressed his admiration openly, his face radiating appreciation. This dragon and phoenix screen had truly reached the pinnacle of craftsmanship. Other woodworking masters gathered around, keenly studying the piece. Not merely skilled craftsmanship, but a display of extraordinary artistry, exclaimed one elder. I have spent my entire life as a carpenter and have never encountered such exquisite screens. This level of skill could rival even the artisans in the palace. Truly impressive, truly impressive. The masters praised endlessly, their hearts stirred by waves of admiration as they beheld the screen, a testament to unparalleled artistry. Su Yuan, listening to the accolades, smiled faintly, feeling a deep sense of gratification. The arduous training of recent days had finally borne fruit. Suddenly, he felt a surge of energy within, as if something had awakened inside him. He swiftly checked his status panel. Host, Su Yuan, age, 21 skills, military body boxing, 39 proficiency, carpentry, 1 proficiency. Golden needle technique, 67. Kong Jiao Sutra, 1 proficiency, special skills, military body boxing, striking from afar, shaking the mountains, carpentry, material sourcing, and planing. Kong Jiao Sutra, clarity of heart and mind. His carpentry skill had remarkably ascended to 1 proficiency. Simultaneously, he comprehended a new special skill, layered planing. Layered planing, a technique that enhances speed significantly, allowing cuts to flow like waves, continuously and seamlessly. Su Yuan and Appo's heart soared with joy. This special skill was practically tailor-made for carving. It would greatly enhance both his speed and precision, elevating his carpentry to an entirely new realm. Li Rue approached Su Yuan and emphatically patted his shoulder, his eyes brimming with admiration and pride. Su Yuan, you have done exceptionally well. From this day forth, you may officially take charge of the official carpentry. With your talent, you will undoubtedly shine in the world of carpentry and achieve great success. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Su Yuan bowed respectfully, sincerity in his tone, though his heart raced with excitement. This signified a new pinnacle in his carpentry career, promising greater financial rewards each month. Chapter 9. The Golden Silk Nanmu Coffin. At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps shattered the tranquility of the workshop, echoing from the front store. A group of individuals surged in, led by a young man clad in splendid attire, appearing to be in his early 20s. His handsome countenance bore an air of innate arrogance. Behind him followed a few burly men dressed as attendants, each exuding a fierce demeanor, their temples bulging, clearly seasoned fighters. The entire group donned mourning garments, their expression somber. In Shuai Town, who did not recognize the eldest son of the Song family, Song Cha-ching? This young master, emboldened by his family and Appo's influence, often acted tyrannically, bullying both men and women, committing all manner of misdeeds. Who among the townsfolk had not suffered at his hands? Given his current demeanor, it was likely that someone from the Song family had passed away. Li Rue and Appo's heart sank, and he hurriedly approached, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, inquiring with deference, "Young Master Song, may I ask the purpose of your visit?" Song Changqing surveyed the workshop, his gaze ultimately landing on Li Rue, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. "Li Rue," he stated bluntly, his tone haughty, "my grandfather has passed away, and I require you at Rue Mu Tang to craft an old coffin." "An old coffin?" Li Rue and Appo's expression faltered. He cautiously replied, "Young Master Song, you are aware that Rue Mu Tang only undertakes the crafting of yang houses and does not deal in yin houses. This, I fear it may not be proper. How dare you refuse?" One of the burly attendants, his face a mask of hostility, stepped forward, pointing a finger at Li Rue and Appo's nose, and shouted, "Whatever my young master orders, you will comply without question. Do you want me to smash your signboard?" Song Cha-ching raised a hand, signaling his attendant to withdraw. He stepped closer to Li Rue, a smile devoid of warmth, and stated, "What I desire is not a mere coffin. I want a golden silk Namu coffin." "Golden silk Namu?" Li Rue gasped, his complexion turning ashen. Golden silk Namu was a timber reserved for royal use, immensely valuable and exceedingly rare. Common folk could hardly even glimpse it, let alone utilize it. To privately use golden silk Namu was a grave offense punishable by death. Su Yuan, upon hearing the mention of golden silk Namu, also felt a jolt of shock. This material was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. It was not merely a matter of wealth. Only those with power and influence dared to use it clandestinely. The Song family and Appo's audacity in making such a request was a testament to their formidable standing, clearly dismissing the edicts of the court. This confirmed that the world had indeed fallen into chaos, disregarding established customs. Li Rue and Appo's brow glistened with sweat as he struggled to find his words. "Young Master Song, this golden silk Namu is far too precious. Rue Mu Tang, I fear, we may not be deserving of such an undertaking." "Precious?" Song Cha-ching scoffed, a glimmer of contempt in his eyes. "As long as you execute it well, money is no object. My Song family possesses ample wealth." An elder craftsman could no longer contain himself and interjected, "Young Master Song, logically, given the Song family and Appo's status and financial resources, the old master and Appo's coffin should have been prepared long ago. Why come to us now?" Song Cha-ching cast a sidelong glance at the elder, impatience flickering in his eyes. "The coffin for my grandfather has indeed been prepared long ago. It is none of your concern. The golden silk Namu coffin I require is not for my grandfather." The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. If it was not for burial, then for what purpose? Song Cha-ching paused before slowly elaborating. "This is the directive of the feng shui master. Before my grandfather passed, he specifically invited Daoist Xuanji from Qingfeng Temple to assess the feng shui. Daoist Xuanji stated that a golden silk Namu coffin must be crafted and placed beside my grandfather and Appo's grave to stabilize the earth and Appo's energy and protect the fortune of the Song family, ensuring prosperity for 3 generations. The crowd was taken aback. The notion of an accompanying empty coffin was unprecedented, and to use golden silk Namu for such a purpose was an utter waste. After much hesitation, Li Rue shook his head. "Young Master Song, I sincerely apologize, but we at Rue Mu Tang cannot accept this commission. Golden silk Namu is already rare, and it is beyond the means of common folk like us. If word of this were to spread, it could lead to severe repercussions from the authorities. If you refuse to comply, are you suggesting that you have no regard for the Song family and Appo's standing?" Song Changqing and Appo's expression darkened, a veiled thread in his tone. Li Rue and Appo's forehead beaded with sweat, his heart heavy with despair. The Song family wielded immense power in Shuai Town, with connections that could not be trifled with. Yet, the golden silk Namu coffin was too extraordinary, laden with peril. A single misstep could lead to fatal consequences. "You are placing me in a difficult position, young master," Li Rue managed to say, his voice trembling with anxiety. This young master was not someone he could afford to offend. Rue Mu Tang was a modest enterprise, and he truly— Enough with the excuses. Song Changqing interrupted impatiently, his eyes filled with disdain. "I, Song Changqing, am making it clear, you will craft this golden silk Namu coffin, whether you wish to or not." His voice rose sharply, reverberating through the workshop with undeniable authority. Do not speak to me of and Oppos, Rui Mu Tang and Oppos, S rules and Oppos. In Shuijing Town, the Song family and Oppos, S rules are the only rules that matter. Song Tongqing advanced, fixing Li Rui with a piercing glare. My third uncle is with the Bureau of Works. If you do not wish for Rui Mu Tang to be reduced to a pile of worthless timber by tomorrow, you had best show some sense. The mention of the Bureau of Works sent a shock through Li Rui, as if struck by lightning. The Bureau was a government-established workshop with immense power, responsible for crafting exquisite items for the royal family and high officials. The fact that Song Chongqing and Oppos, S third uncle was affiliated with it rendered Rui Mu Tang's position perilous. The surrounding carpenters, having overheard Song Chongqing and Oppos, S words, turned pale, silenced by fear, hardly daring to breathe. This time, Rui Mu Tang had truly encountered a formidable adversary. Cold sweat streamed down Li Rui and Oppos' face, his back drenched. It seemed there was no escaping this predicament. If he did not acquiesce to Song Chongqing and Oppos' demands, Rui Mu Tang was likely doomed. Taking a deep breath, he fought to suppress his rising terror, gritting his teeth as he said, "Young Master Song, this matter, I cannot decide alone. Allow me to consult with a few elder craftsmen and provide you with a response." How does that sound? Li Rui and Oppos' voice quivered, tinged with a hint of supplication. Song Chongqing huffed coldly, impatience evident in his eyes. Very well. I shall grant you the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. After that, if you still refuse, do not blame me for being unkind. His voice was frigid and devoid of emotion. With that, Song Chongqing and his entourage moved to a corner, nonchalantly sipping tea, exuding an air of triumph. Li Rui hastily summoned the elder craftsmen to discuss their course of action. What should they do? Should they craft the gold and silk Nama coffin, or should they refuse? An anxious master craftsman inquired, his voice trembling slightly. Not doing it? Did you not hear what young Master Song said? His uncle is affiliated with the workshop. If we offend the Song family, Ruimu Hall will be doomed. Another master craftsman's voice also quivered. But, the gold and silk Nama coffin, that is. No and Oppos, buts and Oppos. Li Rui interrupted them, his tone laden with resignation and determination. At this juncture, do we have any other options? We must undertake the crafting of this gold and silk Nama coffin, whether we wish to or not. The masters fell into a heavy silence, their expressions grim. Su Yuan observed the scene, his heart simmering with indignation, yet he understood that their strength paled in comparison to the powerful. The Song family was evidently not a force that common folk like them could afford to confront. Nevertheless, a flicker of anticipation flickered within Su Yuan. The gold and silk Nanmu was legendary wood, worth a fortune. Crafting a coffin from such material would undoubtedly elevate his woodworking skills to new heights. Furthermore, the Song family and Oppos' arrogance suggested they were not virtuous. Perhaps there lay hidden motives behind their demands. With that thought, Su Yuan felt a peculiar calm wash over him. He was now eager to uncover the true intentions of the Song family. Before long, a stick of incense had burned down. Li Rui approached Song Chongqing, speaking respectfully. Young Master Song, we have deliberated. Ruimu Hall will accept the commission for the golden silk Nama coffin. Li Rui and Oppos' voice was subdued, tinged with a sense of helplessness. Song Chongqing nodded with satisfaction, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. At least you are perceptive. However, I have one more request. His gaze swept over the crowd, searching for something. What request? Li Rui and Oppos' heart raced, a sense of urgency gripping him. Song Chongqing and Oppos' gaze finally settled on Su Yuan, and he pointed at him. I want him to accompany me to the Song residence. This coffin must be crafted at the Song estate. This. Li Rui was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words. He glanced at Su Yuan, then back at Song Chongqing, unsure of how to proceed. What? Are you unwilling? Song Chongqing's expression darkened, his tone laced with a hint of menace. It and Oppos' not that I and Oppos' am unwilling. Li Rui quickly clarified, beads of sweat forming on his brow. It's just that Su Yuan is still young, his skills. Enough of your prattling. The feng shui master has stated that a vigorous young carpenter is essential for this task, and he is the only one in your shop fit for it. Song Chongqing interrupted Li Rui again, his tone resolute and commanding. I said he must go. His voice rose sharply, laced with anger. If you continue to dawdle, I will have no qualms about shattering your signboard. Li Rui, feeling defeated, turned to Su Yuan with an apologetic look. Su Yuan, what do you think? His voice trembled slightly, seeking Su Yuan and Oppos' opinion. Su Yuan inwardly scoffed, recognizing the sinister intentions of Song Chongqing. Yet, he felt no fear. He was determined to unveil the machinations of the Song family. Moreover, he was curious to witness the golden silk Nama firsthand. After all, Ruimu Hall was his place of survival, and Li Rui had treated him well. He nodded, his tone calm as he said, Since young Master Song holds me in such regard, I shall accompany you. It will also be an opportunity for me to broaden my horizons. Hearing Su Yuan and Oppos' agreement, Li Rui quickly added, his tone comforting, but remember, once at the Song residence, heed their commands. and do not act recklessly, understand? I understand, Master, Su Yuan replied respectfully. Young Master Song, shall we proceed? Li Rui addressed Song Cha-ching, his voice tinged with resignation. Indeed, Song Cha-ching nodded, a triumphant smile gracing his face. Lao Huang, you two will accompany me. He gestured to the other two master craftsmen, leading them briskly away from Rumu Hall, leaving a group of bewildered onlookers in their wake. Chapter 10. The poison of the Song family. Upon their arrival at the Song residence, an overwhelming atmosphere of mourning enveloped them. The courtyard was adorned with white lanterns and wreaths, while the air was thick with the suffocating scent of burnt joss paper. The discordant sounds of swona and wailing voices merged into a cacophony. Clad in white mourning attire, the members of the Song family were solemn. Guests of prominence from Shuijing town flowed in and out, engaged in hushed conversations or silent mourning, their expressions grave. The head of the Song family, Song Yue, donned in heavy mourning garb, stood at the entrance to greet them. Upon spotting Li Rui and his companions, he approached with a beaming smile. Master Li, you have finally arrived. It must have been a strenuous journey. His polite words, however, were accompanied by a furtive glance towards Su Yuan, which sent a shiver down Su Yuan and Appo's spine. May the Song family find peace in their sorrow. Li Rui responded with a respectful bow. Please, come inside, Song Yue urged, stepping aside to allow them entry. At the heart of the mourning hall lay an enormous coffin, exuding an eerie aura. Surrounding it were an abundance of flowers and offerings, with incense burning, sending tendrils of smoke into the air. A group of monks and Taoists recited scriptures, creating an atmosphere of solemnity. Masters, this way please. Song Yue led them to a secluded chamber in the rear courtyard. In stark contrast to the surrounding chaos, this space was eerily quiet, almost desolate, as if it were at odds with the rest of the Song residence. Pointing to the prepared golden Nanmu wood, he spoke in a hushed tone. The materials are all here. They are of the finest quality. Please let me know if anything is lacking. Li Rui conducted a thorough inspection, confirming everything was in order, and waved his hand, stating, nothing is missing. Then I must trouble you, esteemed masters, to commence the work swiftly, Song Yue concluded, casting another lingering glance at Su Yuan. That gaze felt akin to a venomous serpent, leaving Su Yuan unsettled and chilled to the bone. He remained vigilant, concealing his unease. Let us not delay, we shall begin. Li Rui declared, shattering the oppressive silence. The masters promptly retrieved their tools and set to work, with Su Yuan assisting by transporting materials and performing simple cuts. Shavings cascade like waves. He silently chanted within. The technique awakened within him, and he felt his hands guided by an unseen force, their speed accelerating as if he had melded with the wood. The plane in his grasp seemed animated, gliding with a life of its own, producing delicate shavings as thin as cicada wings that fell in layers, astonishing in their rapidity. Impressive. This lad and Appo's craftsmanship has indeed improved, Li Rui remarked, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes as he observed Su Yuan's deft movements. Time was of the essence, and the masters worked diligently, each fulfilling their designated roles. The sounds of sawing, chiseling, and planing resounded in harmony, echoing through the quiet rear courtyard. 2 hours swiftly passed, and as night descended, the lanterns of the Song residence were lit, illuminating the courtyard as if it were day. The atmosphere within the morning hall grew increasingly heavy, stifling in its intensity. It is complete. Li Rui exhaled a sigh of relief, fatigue evident in his voice. A pristine golden Nanmu coffin now lay before them, its surface smooth as a mirror, with distinct grains and masterful craftsmanship, subtly exuding a faint aroma of wood. Song Yue stepped forward to inspect it closely, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Excellent, excellent. The artisan's skills are indeed as renowned as spoken. He produced a hefty pouch of coins from his sleeve, presenting it to Li Rui. This is tenfold the payment, 100 taels of silver. You have all worked hard. Thank you, Master Song. Li Rui accepted the pouch, feeling a weight lift from his chest. This was no trivial sum for Ruemu Hall. Bring tea, Song Yue commanded, and a servant promptly approached with a tea tray. Masters, please have a cup of tea and take a moment to rest. Song Yue personally poured tea for the masters, an act that left them somewhat taken aback. Thank you, Master Song. They expressed their gratitude. Su Yuan received a cup as well. He raised it to his nose, inhaling lightly before taking a sip. It bore a slightly bitter yet sweet aftertaste. Masterly, Song Yue set his cup down, a pained expression crossing his face as he hesitated, as if grappling with unspoken troubles. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. To be candid, Master Li, the feng shui master I consulted advised that once the golden Nanmu coffin is completed, it is necessary for one of the masters to remain with the empty coffin, to infuse it with their own yang energy and suppress malevolent spirits, ensuring my father's safe passage and safeguarding future generations. Upon hearing this, the masters were taken aback. Such a notion was unfamiliar to them. They had heard of vigil keeping, but the idea of using a living person and Appo's yang energy to nurture a coffin and ward off evil was rather perplexing. This Li Rui's face reflected his discomfort. Having already accepted the 100 taels, there was no basis for refusal. Yet the prospect of guarding the coffin sent shivers down his spine. In that case, Master Song, I shall take on the vigil, Li Rui declared. Despite a twinge of apprehension, he felt it unwise to let his apprentices take such a risk. Master Li, you are of advanced age. Staying up all night is detrimental to your health. Moreover, the one who guards the coffin must be a young man of pure yang. With a robust life force, Song Yue shook his head, his gaze shifting to Su Yuan. I believe this young master here is quite suitable. Song Yue's eyes, akin to a venomous serpent, fixated upon Su Yuan. This Li Rui hesitated, glancing between Su Yuan and Song Yue, his heart racing. Su Yuan was still young and inexperienced. Should anything go awry, how would he bear the responsibility? Master Song, Su Yuan is still young. I fear Li Rui's protest was cut short by Song Yue. Master Li, there is no need for you to decline. This is the Feng Shui Master's directive, as well as our Song family's sincere intention. Song Yue's demeanor was resolute. It is decided. Let this young master remain. Su Yuan, what say you? Li Rui turned to Su Yuan, seeking his input. A surge of indignation welled within Su Yuan. Song Yue's relentless pressure clearly hinted at ulterior motives. This vigil was likely more than merely nurturing the coffin. However, leaving Li Rui behind did not sit well with him either. Very well, since Master Song places such trust in me, I shall remain, Su Yuan replied calmly, his tone betraying no hint of his inner turmoil. Then I must trouble you, young master, Song Yue declared. Master Li, you may take your leave. A barely perceptible smirk of triumph flickered across Song Yue's face. Su Yuan, do exercise caution. Should anything seem amiss, shout for help. We will come to your aid. Do not wander off, understood? Li Rui cautioned in a hushed tone. I understand, master, Su Yuan nodded. The masters followed Song Yue, glancing back several times as they departed the rear courtyard. The vast chamber was left with only Su Yuan and the cold, empty coffin. The silence was eerily unsettling. As the night deepened, Song Yue did not leave immediately but turned back to the rear courtyard once more. He wore a smile on his face and said to Su Yuan, Master Su, after a long night's work, you must be hungry. I have prepared some food and wine for us to share. Su Yuan, initially inclined to decline, claiming he was not hungry, was met with further insistence from Song Yue. Consider it a companionable meal. I too am famished, and this funeral has truly exhausted me. Confronted with such earnestness, Su Yuan found it difficult to refuse. They proceeded to a quaint and elegant room in the back courtyard, suffused with fragrant incense. On the table lay an array of exquisite dishes, accompanied by 2 pots of aromatic wine. They took their seats opposite each other. Song Yue poured wine for Su Yuan with great courtesy. Master Su, do sample this wine. It is a cherished vintage of mine, saved for many years. I seldom share it with others, he said with a beaming smile, though a glint of something sinister flickered in his eyes. Su Yuan remained unmoved. Your kindness is appreciated, but I fear I have little capacity for alcohol. I would not want to disappoint you, Master Song. Seeing Su Yuan refuse to drink did not seem to vex Song Yue. He raised his cup and drained it in one gulp, then took a bite of the dishes before continuing. No matter, Master Su, please feel free. However, this meal has been prepared with care by me, and it would truly trouble my heart should you abstain after laboring all night. Su Yuan continued to refrain from touching his chopsticks, and the more Song Yue urged, the more tense he felt. Unperturbed, Song Yue maintained his demeanor and continued to eat and converse casually. Master Su, I heard from Master Li that you possess remarkable skills at such a young age. It is indeed impressive. You flatter me, Master Song. I have merely studied under my master for a year, Su Yuan replied modestly. Nonsense. Your skills surpass even Master Li's, Song Yue insisted. I still have much to learn, Su Yuan responded, engaging in the conversation while keeping his guard up. Pondering the true intentions of Song Yue. As time passed slowly, the wine flowed and the dishes were savored. Song Yue's gaze began to grow somewhat unfocused. As if he were becoming slightly intoxicated, he fixed his eyes on Su Yuan and suddenly remarked, Master Su, in this fleeting life, who does not harbor unfulfilled wishes? Given your extraordinary talent at such a tender age, you must have your own aspirations. Do share them. Should I be able to assist, I will surely do my utmost. Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback. A wish? The unexpected nature of Song Yue's inquiry felt strange. He found himself at a loss for words. Just as he pondered, a subtle dizziness crept over him. Initially mild, it felt akin to the languor of a summer afternoon or the fatigue after a long journey. However, it soon surged like a tidal wave. Su Yuan's vision blurred, and his body grew weak, as if all strength had been drained from him. Alarm bells rang in his mind. This is bad. I've been poisoned. Despite his vigilance, how could this happen? He desperately summoned his meager internal energy to combat this bizarre force, but his usual control over it seemed ineffective, like a stone cast into the sea. With a thud, he collapsed onto the table, completely losing consciousness. Father, has it worked? A figure gently pushed open the door to the room, revealing Song Chongqing. He gazed at Su Yuan slumped over the table and inquired quietly. A cold smile crept across Song Yue's face. This fellow is quite alert. He hasn't touched a morsel. Yet, no matter how cautious he is still rather inexperienced. A smirk of satisfaction graced Song Cha-ching and Appo's lips. The food was not poisoned. The sinking corpse powder was applied in 2 parts, one on the golden silk nanmu and the other. His gaze fell upon the incense burner in the room. Once he steps into this room and breathes in the smoke, he cannot leave on his own. Song Yue nodded. Chongqing, go fetch Daoist Xuanji. The preparations are in place, and now it is time to see how he fares. Understood. Song Chongqing replied, hastily departing. Moments later, Daoist Xuanji arrived, dressed in a faded Daoist robe, holding an ancient compass, exuding an air of ethereal wisdom. Master Song, where is the subject? Daoist Xuanji asked directly. Right here. Song Yue indicated towards the unconscious Su Yuan. The Daoist approached Su Yuan, scrutinizing him closely. After a few moments, he lightly pressed his bony fingers on Su Yuan's acupoints. Very good. A prime and Appo's guide and Appo's. Daoist Xuanji nodded in approval. He calculated the timing. At the 3rd watch tonight, he will be buried with the coffin 157 meters east of Old Master Song and Appo's grave. He will guide the departed and banish evil. In just 7 days, when Old Master Song is laid to rest, the journey will be smooth and unimpeded, leading directly to the netherworld. The Song family shall thus enjoy great fortune and blessings for generations. Chapter 11. Fury unleashed. Song Yue and Song Chongqing exchanged glances, each seeing unmasked delight reflected in the other and Appo's eyes. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Song Yue exclaimed thrice, laughing heartily. Master Xuanji is indeed a divine being. How splendidly he has devised this marvelous method to ensure the Song family and Appo's continued fortune. Song Cha-ching, beaming, complimented, Master. Your brilliant calculations assure that our family shall endure for generations to come. Master Xuanji stroked his beard with a serene smile, appearing inscrutable. Master Song, young Master Song. You flatter me. This is merely the will of heaven. I am but a humble servant of fate. With that, they proceeded to prepare. 4 robust servants carefully lifted Su Yuan, placing him into the meticulously prepared coffin made of golden silk nanmu wood. The heavy lid closed slowly, emitting a soft creak, sealing a vibrant life within that dark confinement. Iron nails, for inches long, were hammered into the coffin lid, each strike resonating like a heartbeat, causing Su Yuan to feel a suffocating dread. Raise the coffin, commanded Song Yue, his voice low and authoritative. The 4 servants complied, lifting the heavy casket as they made their way along the winding mountain path towards the back hills. The night was ink black, rendering visibility non-existent. The mountain winds howled, rustling the leaves, creating whispers akin to ghostly murmurs. Inside the coffin, darkness enveloped Su Yuan, who lay still, seemingly devoid of life. Yet, his consciousness remained remarkably alert, sustained by the extraordinary mental fortitude he had cultivated through the Kong Zhao Jing. He heard every word exchanged between the Song family and the geomancer, each syllable etched in his heart like a blade. These brutes intend to use a living person as a burial sacrifice. How utterly depraved, worse than beasts. Rage surged within Su Yuan. He longed to leap up and rend these wretches limb from limb. He struggled fiercely, attempting to channel his inner strength to break free from the cursed coffin. Alas, the potency of the Shun Si San was overwhelmingly potent, leaving his body weak and incapable of exerting even a modicum of force. No, I cannot simply await my demise. Su Yuan forced himself to regain composure. In dire moments, one must maintain calmness. He activated the Kong Zhao Jing, gradually guiding his inner energy throughout his body. Within his dantian, a faint flicker of inner strength began to grow, akin to a spark igniting a flame. As his energy circulated, the numbing sensation faded, and his strength slowly returned. It worked. Su Yuan and Appo's heart surged with elation. He focused intently, accelerating the flow of his inner energy. Time passed unmeasured until the coffin was finally lowered into a desolate hollow in the mountain. This was the burial site prepared for Su Yuan by the Song family patriarch. Nearby, a pit had been excavated, ready to receive him. Stop, commanded Song Yue. The 4 servants gently placed the coffin down. Master Song, how do you find this location? Master Xuanji inquired as he surveyed the surroundings. Song Yue nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, it is quite suitable. Backed by mountains and facing water, it is a fine place. Thank you for your efforts, Master. The time is nearly upon us. Let us proceed with the interment, Master Xuanji declared after consulting his calculations. Suddenly, an unexpected disturbance erupted. Thud, thud, thud. A series of muffled knocks resounded through the silent night, emanating from within the coffin. What sound is that? A servant gasped, his face pale with fright. It seems to be coming from the coffin. Another servant stammered, trembling. Could it be? Song Yue and Song Chongqing exchanged incredulous glances. Disbelief etched on their faces. Is he awake? This is impossible. Song Yue exclaimed in shock. The effects of the Shun Si San should last at least 3 hours. How could he awaken so soon? Song Chongqing, equally astonished, murmured, this fellow is most peculiar. Stay calm. Master Xuanji remained composed, stroking his beard thoughtfully. His awakening is fortuitous. A living sacrifice will strengthen the connection between the realms, ensuring the Song family and Apos as prosperity. Indeed, Song Yue replied, somewhat reassured. Thud, thud, thud. The knocking from within intensified, echoing like a death knell that reverberated through the hearts of all present. Hurry, hold down the coffin, Song Yue shouted, snapping back to reality. The four servants, as if awakening from a dream, rushed to press down the coffin lid. However, their strength seemed insignificant against the surging force erupting from inside the casket. Crack! A slender fissure appeared in the coffin lid, followed by a resounding bang as the lid was violently propelled away, tumbling through the air before crashing to the ground. A figure sprang forth from the coffin like a tiger unleashed. Su Yuan and Apos' face was ashen, his eyes bloodshot with a chilling aura of murderous intent radiating from him. The palpable menace enveloped the air, rendering it thick with tension. You shall pay. Su Yuan and Apos' voice emerged low and hoarse, resonating with a fury that sent shivers down spines, as if it originated from the depths of the underworld. He has emerged. One of the servants quaked, his legs turning to jelly. How is this possible? Song Yue and Song Cha-Ching stood aghast, trembling uncontrollably. Do not fear. The geomancer feigned calmness. Though his voice trembled, he cautiously stepped back, seeking refuge behind the Song family. He has ingested the Shinsi San. Even if he awakens, he should possess little strength. Regaining composure, Song Cha-Ching, with a pale countenance, pointed at Su Yuan. Come, find him. You have the audacity to murder so brazenly. Su Yuan and Apos' voice dripped with cold disdain, his gaze sharp as a blade. Do you not fear that my master will seek justice when he finds me missing? Song Chongqing scoffed, dismissing the notion. If they do not see you, what concern is it of the Song family? We shall simply claim that you left at dawn. After a pause, he added with growing malice, moreover, even if they report it, so what? Who would care for the life of a powerless carpenter? Excellent, excellent, excellent. Su Yuan repeated the word thrice, his voice low, brimming with murderous intent. Song Yue, unnerved by the intensity of Su Yuan and Apos' gaze, felt a chill creep down his spine. Suppressing his unease, he barked. What are you waiting for? Attack. The four guards sprang into action, lunging towards Su Yuan. These guards had been meticulously chosen by the Song family, possessing considerable strength. Among them, one particularly burly guard had developed inner strength, wielding a ghost-headed blade with ferocity. With a mighty roar, the guard swung his blade down upon Su Yuan, the edge slicing through the air with a fierce wind aimed directly at his vital points. Su Yuan and Apos' expression sharpened. Though the guard had not reached the peak of his training, his inner strength was formidable, compared to the infamous flower thief of that day. This confrontation is several degrees more intense. Su Yuan remains vigilant, deftly sidestepping the blade and Apos' edge. In the same motion, he unleashes a powerful punch, military boxing. His fist, propelled by a fierce gust, aims directly for the vital area of the chief guard and Apos' chest. The chief guard, quick to react, swiftly retracts his knife to defend. With a resounding clang, fist meets blade in a violent clash. The chief guard is taken aback by the immense force that reverberates through him, his hands tingling. The ghost-headed knife nearly slips from his grasp. A wave of alarm floods his mind. How can this young man and Apos' fist possess such formidable strength? Seizing the advantage, Su Yuan does not relent. He continues his relentless assault, fist raining down like a torrential downpour. Each punch is faster and heavier than the last. The chief guard, struggling to keep up, retreats in disarray. The more he fights, the more he is filled with dread. Su Yuan and Apos' seemingly simple technique conceals a tremendous power. Each strike is imbued with a fierce energy that sends his blood surging, nearly forcing him to vomit. With a furious roar, the chief guard channels his inner strength, coursing it rapidly through his meridians. His body appears to swell, muscles bulging, and his power significantly amplified. He brandishes the ghost-headed knife once more, launching another attack at Su Yuan. This time, a faint white glow emanates from the blade, a clear indication of his inner force being unleashed. Su Yuan and Apos' gaze sharpens. He dares not confront it head-on. Summoning his strength, he leaps backward, evading the deadly arc of the blade. Undeterred by his missed strike, the chief guard presses on, his ghost-headed knife whirling in a relentless barrage. The glint of the blade flickers ominously, enveloping Su Yuan in a deadly aura. Su Yuan and Apos' form shifts like a wraith, his formidable mental fortitude coming into play once more, allowing him to deftly evade the chief guard and Apos' attacks with remarkable ease. Gradually, the chief guard struggles to match Su Yuan and Apos' rhythm, growing increasingly anxious. Suddenly, a fierce determination flashes in the chief guard and Apos' eyes. With a mighty shout, he raises the ghost-headed knife high above his head, gathering all his inner power into the blade. A pale light emanates from the knife, instilling fear. Die, he bellows, executing the ghost-headed slash. This strike, an accumulation of his entire strength, is astonishingly powerful and unstoppable. Su Yuan and Apos' expression sharpens. He realizes there is no evading this blow. With no escape in sight, he resolves to confront it head-on. Drawing a deep breath, he channels all his might into his right fist. His muscles tighten like steel, veins bulging dangerously. His momentum escalates, shaking the very earth. With a thunderous roar that echoes through the mountains and forests, Su Yuan delivers a fierce punch, crashing down onto the ground. Chapter 12. The skin refinement powder with a thunderous boom, akin to a clap of thunder on a clear day. Su Yuan and Appo's fist struck the ground, causing the earth to crack in a web-like pattern. A visible shock wave emanated from his fist, sweeping outward in all directions. Dust and debris flew into the air. The captain of the guards felt the ground tremble violently beneath him, as if an earthquake had struck, causing his body to sway uncontrollably. Fear gripped his heart. What kind of monstrous technique could harness the power of the earth and Appo's veins? This momentary instability caused him to lose his balance. The once formidable ghostly blade strike veered off course, its potency significantly diminished. Su Yuan and Appo's eyes sparkled with a fierce light as he deftly seized upon this fleeting opportunity. In a flash, he advanced like a specter, his fist striking forth like a dragon. Bang! The sound reverberated like a heavy hammer crashing onto tattered leather. The captain and Appo's chest caved in instantly. The audible crack of broken ribs clear in the air. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body soaring backward like a kite severed from its string, tracing an arc before crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. He struggled to rise, but was overwhelmed by excruciating pain, feeling as if his very organs had been rearranged, rendering him utterly powerless. Ultimately, his head lolled to one side, and he breathed his last. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The remaining 3 guards were only now beginning to grasp the situation, their disbelief palpable. Captain Neo had been killed by a single punch. It was known that Captain Neo was a master of internal energy, a figure of considerable repute in the entire Waterwell town. You. One guard stammered, pointing at Su Yuan, his voice quaking. He wished to articulate something, but no words came forth. Fear coiled around his heart like a venomous snake, nearly suffocating him. You have killed Captain Neo. Another guard finally regained his voice, shrieking with a mixture of rage and terror. Su Yuan and Appo's gaze remained cold and devoid of pity. He slowly raised his hand, pointing at the remaining 3 guards. Next, it shall be you. His voice, frigid as death, echoed ominously. The 3 guards were paralyzed with fear, turning to flee as if their very lives depended on it. Yet, how could they possibly escape Su Yuan? With the ferocity of military boxing, Su Yuan moved with lightning speed, weaving between the 3 guards. He struck mercilessly with both fists and feet, each blow infused with overwhelming force. Bang, bang, bang. With those 3 resounding thuds, all 3 guards collapsed, lifeless. Su Yuan gradually withdrew his fists, exhaling a long, deep breath. He picked up the ghostly blade that had fallen from the captain and Appo's grasp, its cold edge glinting ominously in the moonlight. He approached the Song father and son step by step. What do you intend to do? Song Yue stammered, his legs trembling, collapsing to the ground in terror. He wished to flee but found his legs unresponsive. I warn you, do not act recklessly. Song Cha-ching and Appo's face had turned pale, his voice shaking. He struggled to stand, attempting to shield Song Yue, only to be shoved aside by him. I am the head of the Song family. Song Yue shouted weakly. If you dare to harm me, the Song family will never let you go. Do not approach us. They cried out in desperation, if you dare to kill us, the authorities will not spare you. The authorities? Su Yuan scoffed, his voice dripping with scorn. When you committed murder, did you ever consider the authorities? His footsteps were relentless, each step echoing like the grim approach of death, heavy and oppressive. The Song father and son felt an invisible pressure descending upon them, suffocating their breaths. Spare us. Spare us. Master Su, we were wrong. We shall never dare again. Song Yue finally broke. He sank to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head to Su Yuan, his forehead striking the hard ground with a dull thud. Blood quickly seeping from the impact. Song Cha-ching followed suit, stripped of his earlier arrogance. Master Su, we were blinded by greed. I implore you, spare us. We promise never to engage in such wicked deeds again. They sobbed and pleaded, tears streaming down their faces. Su Yuan regarded them coldly, his eyes devoid of compassion. Now you know to beg for mercy? If I had not awakened, I would be lying in the cold earth right now, buried alive by you. His voice was frigid, devoid of emotion. The Song father and son turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. Master Su, this was all the idea of that feng shui master. It has nothing to do with us. Song Yue tried to deflect responsibility, shifting the blame onto Daoist Xuanji. Yes, it was that feng shui master. He manipulated us, claiming that using a living person for burial would ensure the prosperity of the Song family. Song Cha-ching hastily concurred, his voice rife with fear and regret. At this point, do you still wish to argue? Su Yuan and Appo's fury turned to mockery, his voice rising sharply. Who else knows of this matter besides you? His gaze pierced through them, scrutinizing every subtle change in their expressions. The Song father and son exchanged glances, their eyes flickering, clearly communicating something unspoken. And no one else, just the 3 of us. Song Yue stuttered, unable to meet Su Yuan's penetrating gaze. Truly no one else. Su Yuan pressed, his voice imbued with an air of menace. How could we dare to speak of it? Song Yue hastily explained. Others only know of the empty coffin. They are unaware that a person was to be buried inside. Then you may prepare to die. Su Yuan and Apos' voice turned icy. Before his words faded, the ghostly blade in his hand sliced through the air with blinding speed. Swoosh, swoosh. 2 sprays of crimson erupted into the air. The heads of the Song father and son fell, their faces frozen in terror and disbelief. Blood gushed forth, staining the ground. And the air thickened with the stench of gore. Su Yuan stared expressionlessly at their lifeless forms, his heart stirred by not a single ripple of emotion. He felt no sympathy for such depraved villains. Turning away, he glanced in the direction of Daoist Xuanji, who was fleeing in terror. The feng shui master had long since been paralyzed with fear, desperately seeking to escape. He stumbled forward, his only thought being to flee from this demon. However, his speed was akin to that of a crawling snail before Su Yuan. After merely covering a few dozen meters, Su Yuan seized him by the neck, lifting him effortlessly as one would a chick. Don't come any closer. The feng shui master's face turned ashen, trembling uncontrollably. He gazed at Su Yuan with eyes filled with despair. It is you, the charlatan, who has harmed others and must face death. Su Yuan let out a furious roar, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. This hypocritical scoundrel was the true architect of the calamity. Spare my life. I shall never dare again. The feng shui master fell to his knees with a thud, prostrating himself like a garlic clove being crushed. Tears streamed down his face as he pleaded desperately. I was forced by the Song family. It is not my fault. I have an elderly mother to care for and young children who depend on me. I implore you, grant me mercy. I'm forced? Su Yuan scoffed, seizing the feng shui master by his collar and lifting him off the ground. The Song family can compel you to commit murder, yet they cannot compel your greed, assisting them in such heinous acts. Do you not harbor even a shred of selfishness? Su Yuan and Apos' gaze pierced through the man, who averted his eyes, unable to meet Su Yuan and Apos' unyielding stare. He stammered, attempting to justify himself. I merely wish to earn some money to support my family. Support your family? Su Yuan interjected coldly, interrupting his defense. Is it acceptable to trample upon the lives of others for the sake of your family? You ought to descend into the netherworld to atone for your misdeeds. A glint of icy resolve flickered in Su Yuan's eyes, and he struck with a swift motion. A dull thud echoed, akin to a hammer striking soft tofu. The feng shui master's head caved in instantly, his eyes bulging, blood oozing from every orifice. He did not even have time to scream before his life was extinguished. Su Yuan gradually retracted his fist, his expression devoid of emotion. Within him, there was no fear or discomfort, but rather an inexplicable sense of exhilaration. These 6 individuals were deserving of death. Had it not been for his training in the Kong Zhao Jing, which endowed him with extraordinary mental fortitude, he would have likely succumbed to the deadly charm of the Song family and ended up as their sacrificial pawn. Contemplating this, a shiver coursed through him. This world was far more brutal than he had ever imagined. Lives were as fragile as grass, a moment and Apos' carelessness could lead to irreparable ruin. He must elevate his strength post-haste. Only with formidable power could he hope to survive in this chaotic era. As night deepened, Su Yuan methodically searched the bodies. From the Song father and son, he extracted 2 silver notes, each worth 100 taels. From the feng shui master and several guards, he obtained dozens of taels and silver fragments. For Su Yuan, this wealth was undoubtedly a significant fortune. Yet, what thrilled him even more lay ahead. From the corpse of the head guard, he discovered a weathered prescription. Carefully unfurling it, he found it filled with names and proportions of various medicinal herbs. Lian Pai San. Su Yuan and Apos' eyes sharpened. This was a remarkable find. He had been lamenting his lack of a formula for refining skin. Unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon it here. It was as if a pillow had been delivered to him just as he sought rest, a windfall without effort. With this prescription, he could concoct his own medicinal baths to strengthen his physique and hasten his ascension to the realm of skin refining. At that time, his power would undoubtedly soar to new heights. Su Yuan carefully tucked the prescription away, his heart brimming with excitement. He then dragged several corpses to a nearby secluded hollow, where wild beasts roamed freely. The bodies would soon be devoured, leaving no trace behind. Having completed these tasks, Su Yuan hoisted the damaged golden silk Nama coffin and retraced his steps back to the Song residence. He needed to return the coffin to its rightful place before dawn. Otherwise, should the Song family discover its absence, suspicion would inevitably fall upon him. Upon returning to the rear courtyard of the Song residence, Su Yuan feigned nonchalance. He even procured tools to repair the edges of the coffin lid that had been damaged during the break-in, striving to make it appear whole again. Once everything was in order, he sat cross-legged beside the coffin, closing his eyes to recuperate. In truth, he was quietly channeling the Kong Zhao Jing, restoring his strength and digesting the night and Apos' gains. The night passed without incident. At dawn, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the side hall. The servants of the Song residence began their daily routines. A young Song family member, responsible for keeping watch, yawned as he entered the side hall. Upon seeing Su Yuan seated beside the coffin, he paused, seemingly surprised. Then, As if recalling something, he hurried forward to inquire, Master Su, why are you still here? The head of the Song family instructed me to guard the coffin, so I must wait until dawn to depart, Su Yuan replied, opening his eyes and speaking matter-of-factly. The young man quickly responded, Master Su, you have worked tirelessly through the night. Please return to rest early. His tone carried a hint of respect. Su Yuan nodded and rose to leave the Song residence. As he stepped outside, he glanced back. The towering walls and grand courtyard remained shrouded in an atmosphere of sorrow. Yet, how much evil lurked behind that sorrow? Su Yuan scoffed and strode away with purpose. Chapter 13. Vampa Valley. Returned to Ruomutong upon seeing Su Yuan return safely. Li Rue and Appo's anxious heart finally settled. He eagerly inquired, Su Yuan, are you unharmed? Did you encounter anything unusual last night? Su Yuan shook his head. Yet a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. No, everything was as usual at the Song residence. He wished to alleviate his master and Appo's worries and keep Ruomutong out of this murky affair. After all, the Song family was deeply entrenched in Shueijing town, far beyond the reach of ordinary folk like them. That and Appo's. Good to hear, Li Rue sighed in relief, patting Su Yuan and Appo's shoulder. You must be exhausted after a long night. Why not rest for a while? Su Yuan, feeling the same way, readily agreed. Thank you for your consideration, master. I am indeed a bit weary. Li Rue waved his hand, gesturing for him to do as he wished. Su Yuan turned and left. Upon returning home, he bolted the door and collapsed into a deep slumber, oblivious to the passage of time, until dusk approached. A sudden, urgent knocking at the door jolted him from his sleep. Who is it? Su Yuan rubbed his bleary eyes and opened the courtyard gate. Standing outside were two constables in dark attire, armed with blades and bearing serious expressions. Are you Su Yuan? One of the constables scrutinized him, his gaze sharp as a hawk. Yes, I am. Su Yuan and Appo's heart stirred as he guessed their purpose. What brings you here, sirs? He feigned ignorance. The Song father and son have gone missing. Are you aware of this? The other constable questioned, his tone laced with scrutiny. Which Song family? Su Yuan pretended to be puzzled, as if he knew nothing of the matter. Who else could it be? It is, of course, the wealthiest family in Shueijing. The constable raised his voice. Su Yuan and Appo's face registered just the right amount of surprise. How could they be missing? When did this occur? The Song family reported their disappearance this afternoon, and as of now, no one has been found, the constable replied, anxiety creeping into his voice. Due to the Song family and Appo's prominent status, the local authorities were forced to take it seriously. Everyone who visited the Song residence last night was to be questioned. What did you do at the Song residence last night? The constable pressed on. We went to tend to the old master. Su Yuan answered truthfully, leaving no room for doubt. After completing our duties, I remained at the Song residence, leaving only this morning. He added calmly, the Song family can vouch for me. The two constables exchanged glances, their expressions revealing that they had received consistent accounts from the servants of the Song family, aligning with Su Yuan and Appo's narrative. Did you notice anything unusual or hear any strange noises while at the Song residence? The constable continued to probe. Su Yuan shook his head. At this point, there was little more to say. The more he spoke, the more likely he was to reveal inconsistencies. It was better to remain unchanged amidst the chaos. Should you recall anything later or learn of the Song family's whereabouts, do inform the authorities. There will be a reward. I understand, Su Yuan nodded, feigning compliance with the investigation. After the constables departed, he closed the door and allowed a cold smile to curve his lips. The Song father and son? They are likely nothing more than remnants, devoured by beasts. No sooner had the constables left than Su Yuan retrieved a yellowed prescription from his pocket. Nimpi-san. The prescription detailed a myriad of medicinal ingredients, most of which he recognized as common herbs like angelica, astragalus, and safflower, known for their blood-activating and bone-strengthening properties. However, there were a few ingredients he had never seen before, let alone understood their origins and medicinal properties. This left him at a loss. It seemed he would need to consult a Shio. A Shio and Appo's family had practiced medicine for generations. Although she was a woman, she possessed remarkable talent in the field, being well-versed in the properties and origins of various herbs. Owing to her life-saving kindness and the frequent discussions they had about acupuncture over the past year, their relationship had grown increasingly close. With this thought in mind, Su Yuan carefully folded the prescription and tucked it away. He quickly prepared a modest meal to satiate his hunger and gathered a handful of fresh wild fruits from behind the house before setting off toward a Shio and Appo's home. The village was enveloped in a soft haze of cooking smoke, creating an ethereal atmosphere. The air was filled with the savory scent of food, mingled with the earthy aroma of the soil. Su Yuan inhaled deeply, feeling a sense of tranquility wash over him. The affairs of the Song family were temporarily set aside, and what mattered most now was to enhance his own strength. In this chaotic world, where lives were as fleeting as grass, only by becoming formidable could one hope to stand firm. Before long, Su Yuan arrived at a Shio and Appo's home. The small courtyard, enclosed by a fence, was clean and tidy. A few hens leisurely pecked about, while dried herbs hung from the eaves, exuding a delicate fragrance. Is a Shio home? Su Yuan called out from the gate, his voice tinged with urgency. It and Apos. S.U. Brother Su. Come in. A Shio and Apos. S. melodious voice rang out from within, as sweet as a lark. Su Yuan pushed open the gate and stepped inside. A Shio and Apos. S. father was seated in the courtyard, engrossed in arranging the dried herbs. Upon seeing Su Yuan, the old man looked up, a warm smile gracing his face. Su Yuan, have you eaten yet? I have, uncle, Su Yuan replied with a smile, offering him the fruits. Please continue your work. I need to speak with a Shio about something. Oh, very well. You young folks chat. A Shio and Apos, as father said, taking the fruits with a knowing smile. He understood well that his daughter frequently discussed medical matters with Su Yuan, and he took great pleasure in their camaraderie. A Shio emerged from the house, dressed in a simple linen dress that could not conceal her graceful demeanor. Her dark hair was casually tied up, adding to her playful charm. Brother Su, you're so eager to find me. Is there something urgent? She asked, blinking her eyes with concern. Without beating around the bush, Su Yuan replied straightforwardly, A Shio, I have a prescription here and would like your assistance in examining it. He carefully retrieved the yellowed prescription from his pocket and handed it to her. A Shio took the prescription and examined it intently. After a moment, she looked up, her gaze resting on Su Yuan as she softly remarked, most of the herbs listed here are for strengthening the body. It seems that Brother Su intends to use them for physical enhancement? Su Yuan nodded, not concealing his intentions. Most of the herbs on this list can be found at the local apothecary, so they shouldn't and Apos be too difficult to obtain. A Shio pointed to a few rare ingredients on the prescription, continuing, however, these particular herbs are quite uncommon, especially in Apos, earth dragon root and Apos, blood lingji, and Apos, their potency is fierce. And they must be fresh to be effective. If they are left for too long, their efficacy diminishes significantly, or they may even become entirely ineffective. Su Yuan understood. After all, this prescription was meant for cultivators at the refining skin stage, and it would not consist solely of common herbs. Otherwise, it would fail to yield the desired results. Is there any way to procure these herbs? Su Yuan inquired, feeling somewhat troubled. Although he possessed some skills, he was utterly ignorant when it came to foraging for medicinal plants. Brother Su, do not fret, a Shio said quickly upon noticing his troubled expression. I know of a place where we might procure these medicinal herbs. Oh, where's this place? Su Yuan and Apos, eyes brightened with curiosity. The market in Vampa Valley. A Shio replied thoughtfully. Vampa Valley, located to the northwest of Shuijing town, is a naturally formed gorge. Its terrain is intricate and verdant, teeming with numerous rare medicinal plants. And it is even possible to find some elusive spiritual herbs from the outside world. Periodically, the mountain dwellers in the vicinity bring their gathered herbs to trade at the market in Vampa Valley. It serves as the largest hub for medicinal herbs within a 10-mile radius, and is also a favored spot for many wandering souls and martial artists seeking opportunities. Vampa Valley. Su Yuan murmured, firmly etching the name into his memory. A Shio, when does the market in Vampa Valley open? It typically opens on the 1st and 15th of each month. Tomorrow happens to be the 15th, a Shio said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. He nodded appreciatively, saying, Thank you, a Shio. I understand now. Once I return from Vampa Valley with the necessary herbs, I shall seek your guidance on the details of concocting the medicine. Brother Su, you are too kind. A Shio replied with a sweet smile, revealing her dimples. As a healer, it brings me joy to assist you. After bidding her farewell, Su Yuan began to contemplate his plans for the following day. He resolved to first visit Vampa Valley to gather the herbs required for the refining of the. Subsequently, he intended to commence his training promptly, enhancing his strength to prepare for any potential dangers that may arise. After all, while the affairs with the Song family had temporarily settled, it was prudent to remain vigilant against unforeseen complications. Upon returning home, Su Yuan quickly washed up and retired early. He needed to replenish his energy in preparation for the journey ahead. Chapter 14. The preparation of the skin refinement powder at 4:00 and Apos clock in the morning. Before dawn had broken, Su Yuan was already awake. Following the directions provided by a Shio, he set off with a swift pace towards Vampa Valley. The early bird catches the worm, a truth he well understood. The finest goods are often snatched up early, and if one arrives late, only the remnants remain. Moreover, he sought rare herbs essential for concocting the skin refinement powder, thus he could not afford to delay. For an ordinary person, the 30-mile mountainous journey might require half a day and Apos' time. However, for Su Yuan, who had already cultivated his dantian and possessed internal strength, it was hardly a challenge. Especially after mastering the basics of the Kong Zhao Jing, his mental acuity and physical endurance had greatly amplified. As he ran, he felt a surge of energy coursing through his veins, a warm flow that invigorated every fiber of his being, leaving him with an indescribable sense of well-being. In less than an hour, he caught sight of the outline of Vampa Valley in the distance. It was a secluded valley, nestled among towering mountains, with a narrow entrance that opened up to a broader expanse further within. The valley was shrouded in mist, and indistinct figures moved about, mingling with a cacophony of lively sounds. Su Yuan inhaled deeply, The air was thick with the scent of various herbs mingled with the musky odor of wild animal pelts, a distinctive aroma of the marketplace. He quickened his pace and entered the valley. What lay before him momentarily left him astonished. Stalls were crammed closely together, stretching endlessly in every direction, laden with a plethora of goods. Herbs, minerals, and beasts, both alive and dead, were on display, alongside rusty weapons whose origins were unknown. Most of the stall owners were local mountain folk, clad in coarse cloth, their sun-kissed skin and honest smiles reflecting their simple lives. Among them were also traveling merchants, more flamboyantly dressed and exuding shrewdness in their speech. "Young man, take a look at this stone I have. It was excavated from the depths of the mountains. Perhaps it holds treasures within," one stall owner exclaimed, attempting to entice Su Yuan with a dark, unremarkable rock. Su Yuan merely glanced at it and shook his head. Having no interest in such trinkets, he first circumnavigated the periphery of the marketplace, gaining a general understanding of its layout and the types of wares available. The selection of herbs here was indeed far superior and more affordable than those found at the apothecary in town. Su Yuan felt a surge of satisfaction. He had come to the right place. However, he needed to hurry to Ruemu Hall for work, with limited time at his disposal. Without lingering, he headed straight for the herbal section, reciting the names of the herbs from his prescription as he searched: earth dragon root, blood lingji, purple jade ginseng. His eyes swept over the stalls, scrutinizing every potential source. "What herbs do you seek, young man?" a vendor inquired, noticing Su Yuan and Appo's keen interest. "Do you have earth dragon root and blood lingji?" Su Yuan asked, his tone imbued with anticipation. Yes, indeed." The vendor quickly retrieved 2 wooden boxes from beneath his stall, a wide grin illuminating his face. "Here, take a look. These are top-quality earth dragon roots and blood lingji, freshly picked from the mountains this morning." As Su Yuan opened the boxes, a rich herbal aroma wafted up. Inside were a root resembling an earthworm and a vibrant red mushroom, both in excellent condition. "What is the price for these?" Su Yuan inquired. "The earth dragon root is 300 won per piece, and the blood lingji is 500 won per flower," the vendor stated. Su Yuan frowned slightly. The prices exceeded his expectations. 500 won for a single blood lingji was nearly equivalent to 2 or 3 months of his wages. "Could you perhaps lower the price a bit?" he ventured, a pained expression crossing his face. "Young man, this is already the lowest price I can offer," the vendor replied, shaking his head firmly. "The earth dragon root and blood lingji are invaluable treasures for body-refining warriors. They are hard to come by, even with money." Su Yuan was well aware of their rarity. Without further ado, he decided to purchase everything available at the stall. He bought 3 of each herb, spending a total of 2 taels of silver just on these 2 items. He estimated that preparing a batch of skin refinement powder would require at least 5 taels of silver, merely for the basic needs of a body-refining warrior. It was no wonder that warriors were scarce. Such practices were indeed a drain on one and Appo's finances. Fortunately, having earned over 200 taels of silver the night before, he found himself in a relatively comfortable position financially. Otherwise, acquiring these herbs would have been a daunting task. Su Yuan continued to explore the marketplace, purchasing the remaining necessary herbs from his prescription. He noted that some items were cheaper at the apothecary in Shuijing town, which he could procure later to save on expenses. After all, no matter how much silver one possessed, it was prudent to manage it wisely. After half an hour, Su Yuan departed Vampa Valley, his burlap bag bulging with freshly acquired herbs. The transaction had gone more smoothly than he anticipated, costing him only 15 taels of silver. He had refrained from overspending, aware that herbs required freshness. Prolonged storage diminished their potency. Moreover, one must be discreet about wealth in a place rife with diverse characters, lest they attract unwanted attention. With a focused mind, Su Yuan quickened his pace toward Ruemu Hall. The news of the disappearance of the Song father and son had already spread like wildfire through Shuijing town. The local authorities were in an uproar, with constables scurrying about, interrogating every household, creating an atmosphere of tension and fear. The dignitary associated with the Song family's workshop in Qinghe County hastily returned to oversee matters personally, exerting immense pressure on the magistrate to expedite the investigation and apprehend the perpetrators. Yet, all efforts proved futile, with no leads emerging. The Song family, along with the renowned geomancer, had seemingly vanished without a trace, neither living nor dead. As time passed, speculation and rumors began to circulate, intensifying with each retelling. One of the most prevalent theories suggested that the geomancer, in a fit of greed, had turned against the Song family, committing murder for monetary gain before fleeing in fear of retribution. After all, the geomancer was known for his enigmatic demeanor. Furthermore, his disappearance following that of the Song family only deepened suspicions. In an effort to solve the case swiftly, the magistrate adopted this narrative, even issuing a bounty for the apprehension of the fleeing geomancer. The atmosphere grew charged with fear and paranoia. As for the truth of the matter, aside from Su Yuan, no one possessed the knowledge, and, ultimately, it bore no relevance to him. After a busy day, Su Yuan first visited the apothecary to procure the remaining materials for the skin refinement powder before hastily returning to Yanglu village. "Xiao, I have gathered all the herbs from the prescription," Su Yuan called out as he entered the courtyard, his voice tinged with impatience. Brother Su, come inside quickly. A Xiao and Amp, Appo's melodious voice rang from within the house, as delightful as a lark. Su Yuan pushed the door open and stepped inside. A Xiao and Appo's father was still in the yard, meticulously tending to the sun-dried herbs with a focused demeanor. Upon seeing Su Yuan, he merely greeted him with a warm smile before returning to his tasks, choosing not to intrude further. Su Yuan carefully extracted a bulging burlap pouch from his bosom and handed it to a Xiao with utmost caution. A Xiao accepted the pouch, opened it, and examined the contents closely. Indeed, the herbs were of excellent quality, brimming with medicinal potency. After confirming the integrity of the materials, she nodded and a hint of a smile graced her face. Brother Su, the method for concocting the skin refining powder is not overly complicated. The crux lies in mastering the heat and the proportions of the herbs. Even a slight miscalculation could significantly diminish the efficacy, she explained patiently while organizing the herbs. The primary ingredients, such as earthworm root and blood ganoderma, must be simmered gently over low heat for an hour to allow the medicinal properties to fully emerge. Following that, additional auxiliary herbs should be added, and the mixture should continue simmering for another half hour to ensure they meld harmoniously. Finally, one must apply high heat to reduce the liquid until it thickens to a paste-like consistency, at which point the process is complete. A Xiao elucidated the preparation method in meticulous detail, clarifying each step with precision. Su Yuan listened intently, committing every nuance to memory, acutely aware that this knowledge was vital for his advancement in the realm of skin refinement, leaving no room for carelessness. Thank you, A Xiao, he expressed his gratitude, filled with admiration for her expertise. Brother Su, you are too kind, A Xiao replied with a sweet smile, revealing two charming dimples that added to her allure. However, this skin refining powder possesses potent properties, so it is imperative to exercise caution during its application. She reiterated, her tone laced with concern. It is best to first apply a small amount of the liquid to the skin for testing, to observe for any adverse reactions. If all goes well, gradually increase the dosage, taking care to proceed methodically rather than rushing towards results. I understand, Su Yuan nodded, internalizing a Xiao and Amp, Appo's advice. He bid her farewell and returned home, eager to commence the preparation of the skin refining powder. Following a Xiao and Appo's guidance, he meticulously placed each herb into the clay pot, ensuring precision. He added clean water and ignited the fire, commencing the gentle simmering. As time passed, the fragrant aroma of the herbs began to permeate the air, growing increasingly rich and enveloping the entire room in an intoxicating scent. An hour later, Su Yuan lifted the lid of the pot, releasing a plume of steam that carried the robust fragrance. The herbal concoction had thickened considerably, deepening in color. He proceeded to add the auxiliary herbs and allowed the mixture to simmer for an additional half hour. Then, he switched to high heat to reduce the liquid. The flames danced against the bottom of the pot, crackling like a war drum urging him onward. The mixture bubbled vigorously, the color darkening and thickening further. After a brief interval, the concoction was finally complete. Su Yuan carefully removed the pot from the heat and set it aside, a rich herbal aroma wafting through the air. Even more intense than before. It should be ready now, he thought, scooping a small amount of the liquid with a spoon for closer inspection. The liquid manifested a deep brown hue, thick and viscous like a paste, reminiscent of amber, glimmering with a faint luminescence, hinting at its hidden treasures. Is this truly the skin refining powder? Su Yuan felt a surge of excitement within him, nearly overwhelming. Chapter 15. The Skin Refining Warrior. Su Yuan cautiously poured the skin refining powder into a jade bottle crafted from sheep fat. This exquisite jade vessel had been salvaged from the corpse of a geomancer. Originally containing an unknown liquid, he discarded it entirely, cleansing the bottle thoroughly before using it to hold the precious skin refining powder. Once the medicinal liquid had completely cooled, Su Yuan shed his upper garment, revealing his muscular physique. He dipped a finger into the liquid and gently applied it to his left arm. Upon contact with his skin, the liquid initially felt cool, but it swiftly transformed into a gentle warmth, reminiscent of soaking in a hot spring on a winter day, immensely refreshing. Su Yuan savored the sensation, confirming that there were no adverse effects, and allowed himself to relax. Gradually, he increased the amount of liquid, meticulously coating his entire upper body. The medicinal fluid was rapidly absorbed by his skin, and a surge of warmth rose from his dantian, swiftly coursing through his meridians and enveloping his entire being. He felt as if his skin was being seared upon a blazing fire, yet he could distinctly sense it becoming increasingly resilient under the potent heat of the medicine. Without hesitation, he sat cross-legged, commencing the practice of the Void Illumination Sutra. The sutra was profoundly intricate. The stronger the mental fortitude, the swifter the cultivation. Su Yuan and Appo's mental acuity far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, enabling him to cultivate with remarkable efficiency. His internal energy circulated languidly within his dantian, perpetually flowing. As it spread through his limbs and bones, the medicinal power was swiftly absorbed, merging seamlessly with his flesh. A faint azure glow began to emanate from the surface of his skin, Su Yuan gritted his teeth, enduring the searing pain. This was the medicine manifesting its effects, facilitating a profound transformation. As time trickled by, beads of sweat formed on his forehead, rolling down his cheeks, while his body trembled slightly from the pain. Yet, he persevered, continuing to cycle through the heart method, again and again. It was uncertain how long this process lasted until the medicinal power was fully absorbed, at which point the azure glow on his skin gradually faded. Su Yuan slowly opened his eyes, feeling invigorated and filled with newfound strength. He glanced down at his body. What had once been somewhat coarse skin had become smooth and lustrous, subtly exuding a healthy bronze hue. Clenching his fist gently, he could feel an explosive power contained within. A surge of ecstasy coursed through Su Yuan and Appo's heart. He rose and stepped into the courtyard, taking a deep breath before unleashing a powerful punch. The wind from his fist howled, and a faint explosive sound resonated through the air. Immediately, he gathered his strength beneath him, moving like lightning, darting around the courtyard. He executed a set of military boxing techniques with an exhilarating fluidity, each punch and kick imbued with tremendous force, far surpassing his previous capabilities. The skin refining powder was indeed miraculous. Su Yuan stood, fists lowered, his face alight with excitement. However, the potency of the medicine was undeniably overwhelming. He furrowed his brow, recalling the searing pain from earlier, still haunted by the memory. It seemed imperative to exercise caution with the dosage in the future. According to Ishio, a single dosage could last approximately 5 or 6 days. In the following days, Su Yuan continued to diligently report to Rue Mu Hall each day. During his leisure time, he returned home to immerse himself in rigorous training, practicing the Void Illumination Sutra, refining his body, honing his military boxing, and delving into the art of golden needle techniques. His life was tranquil yet fulfilling, and his strength steadily ascended. Unbeknownst to him, half a year slipped away. One day, at the back of Yonglu village, a waterfall cascaded down like the Milky Way, the roar of the water deafening. Su Yuan, bare-chested, sat cross-legged atop a massive slab of green stone. His eyes were tightly shut, his breathing long and steady. Within him, internal energy surged like a torrential river, cycling through the Void Illumination Sutra repeatedly, without end. His skin was coated with a thick layer of deep brown ointment, exuding a rich and peculiar medicinal fragrance that invigorated the senses. This was the skin refining powder. For over half a year, Su Yuan had diligently used the skin refining powder to fortify his body without interruption. Coupled with the Void Illumination Sutra, the effects were remarkable. His internal energy surged within him like fiery dragons, roaming freely through his limbs and bones, continuously cleansing and refining his skin, flesh, and bones. The medicinal power of the skin refining powder permeated every corner of his body alongside the flow of internal energy, bringing waves of heat, tingling, and sharp sensations. Su Yuan gritted his teeth, enduring the inhuman agony. The faint azure glow on the surface of his skin intensified, as if a blue flame flickered and danced upon him. With each breath, a subtle crackling sound accompanied him, the sounds of his bones, muscles, and meridians being reinforced and transformed under the dual influence of internal and medicinal forces. The color of his skin deepened gradually, transitioning from a pale blue to a dark azure. In the end, it even exhibited a metallic sheen akin to bronze, showcasing its incredible resilience. Suddenly, Su Yuan sensed something within him shatter. With a crisp crack, like the breaking of an eggshell, a more powerful and purer internal energy erupted from his dantian, gushing forth like a flood breaking through a dam, enveloping him in an instant. His eyes snapped open, radiating brilliance akin to 2 bolts of lightning streaking across the sky. A rich azure glow enveloped his skin, reminiscent of a bronze war god, exuding an imposing aura. He had finally reached the realm of skin refining. Su Yuan exhaled a breath of turbid air, his voice tinged with an uncontrollable excitement and joy. The efforts he had invested over the past half-year had finally borne fruit at this moment. He slowly clenched his fist, feeling as though a slumbering beast within him had awakened, an explosive force surging through his flesh and blood. He stepped toward a colossal stone, weighing several thousand pounds, resembling a small mountain, standing resolutely before him. In the past, he could not have even stirred it slightly. But now, Su Yuan took a deep breath, his internal energy surging furiously within his dantian, converging entirely upon his right fist. With a thunderous shout, akin to the roar of a thunderclap, he unleashed a powerful punch. Before his fist even reached its target, the violent gust of wind had already swept away the dust and leaves from the ground. Boom! His fist struck the massive stone with a deafening crash, reminiscent of a mountain collapsing. The earth trembled violently, and fissures radiated outward from the point of impact, spreading like a spider's web, a heart-stopping sight. Crack! A sharp sound rang out, piercing through the cacophony. The incredibly hard stone bore the brunt of his punch. Cracking under the force, the ground beneath the stone sank half a foot, as if this punch aimed to drive the stone deep into the earth. Su Yuan withdrew his fist, gazing at the scene before him, utterly astounded. Was this the power of a skin-refining warrior? It was more than tenfold stronger than before. He vividly recalled that the skin refinement realm was divided into 4 stages. The first stage was green, the second red, the third purple, and the fourth golden. Having only reached the first stage, he already possessed such terrifying explosive power. What kind of horror would it be to attain the 4th stage, with a body as solid as gold, impervious to blades and spears? He could almost envision a grand path of ascension unfurling before him. At this moment, should he confront the leader of the Song family's guards again, he would require no elaborate techniques. One punch. Just a single punch would suffice to obliterate him into dust. The path of martial arts is long and arduous. The skin refinement realm merely signifies the threshold of martial cultivation. I must strive to grow stronger. Only in this way can I seize my own destiny in this chaotic world where life is as fragile as grass. However, the cost of the skin refinement process is indeed daunting. Su Yuan rubbed his forehead, recalling the exorbitant expenses for the refining elixir, and felt a wave of headache. Just for the elixir alone, it would require 20 taels of silver each month, coupled with the costs of nourishing foods. At least 25 taels. After toiling for a month, subtracting living expenses, he would be left with merely 2 or 3 taels of silver. The previous sum from the Song family was nearing depletion. At most, he could sustain himself for another 2 months. He sighed softly. This cannot continue. If the supply of medicinal materials falters, the progress of my refinement will stagnate or even regress. I must devise a plan swiftly to open new avenues of income. Su Yuan and Amp. Apos. S. gaze fell upon the golden needle technique, entry 88. Once he breaks through to a minor success in this technique and comprehends its ultimate mastery, perhaps he could venture into the county city, where he might achieve something substantial with this skill. The following day, Su Yuan requested a month and Apos' leave from Li Rui. It was time once again to replenish the medicinal materials for the refining elixir in Vampa Valley. Cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. One must either advance or regress. He did not wish to hinder his progress due to a shortage of materials. As dawn broke, Su Yuan set forth, akin to an arrow released from its bow, racing towards Vampa Valley. The sounds of commotion gradually reached his ears. The air was thick with the mingled scents of various herbs, a fragrance unique to the marketplace of Vampa Valley. Su Yuan navigated the herb district with ease, selecting the necessary ingredients for the refining elixir. This time, to save time, he directly sought out the stall where he had previously purchased earth dragon roots and blood spirit mushrooms. Boss. The usual, 3 portions each of earth dragon root and blood spirit mushroom, Su Yuan stated succinctly. Upon recognizing him, the vendor's face lit up with a broad smile. All right. Please wait a moment, young sir. I shall fetch them for you. Such a valued customer undoubtedly warranted special attention. Soon, Su Yuan had gathered all the required herbs, settled the payment, and turned to embark on his return journey. However, he paused in a secluded forest not far from the marketplace. Since practicing the Kongjiao Jing, his perception had far surpassed that of ordinary people, and his instincts for danger had sharpened remarkably. Just as he halted, a series of swift whistling sounds pierced the air. Following that, the clashing of weapons echoed sharply in the tranquil woods, intermingled with shouts of anger and muffled groans of pain. Su Yuan's heart stirred as he followed the sounds. Not far away, he beheld 3 burly men assailing a middle-aged man clad in coarse cloth. Chapter 16. Encountering the bandits of Longhu Ridge, 3 burly men, bare-chested, exhibited muscular physiques that resembled gnarled roots of ancient trees. Their bronze skin faintly glimmering with a subtle azure hue, a telltale sign of practitioners at the skin refinement stage. The steel blades in their hands gleamed ominously under the sun, reflecting a blinding cold light, their edges whistling like venomous serpents aiming at the vital points of a middle-aged swordsman. Clad in a blood-stained green robe, the swordsman appeared tattered and weary. His complexion as pale as parchment, with bloodstains marring the corners of his mouth. Though his hand trembled slightly around the hilt of his sword, he gritted his teeth, resolutely enduring the onslaught. His longsword transformed into a shimmering web of silver light, striving to fend off the relentless barrage of steel knives. However, his stance faltered, and his swordplay grew increasingly disordered. It was evident that his internal strength was waning, nearing its limits. If he persisted any longer, his life would surely hang by a thread. Su Yuan furrowed his brows, momentarily halting his steps. In broad daylight, under the clear heavens, how could there be such brazen violence on the streets? Naturally cautious by nature, he preferred to cultivate his strength quietly, avoiding unnecessary troubles. Just as he contemplated circumventing the scene, a piercing flash of sword light sliced through the air. The middle-aged swordsman could no longer withstand the ferocity of the bandits' assault and was forced to retreat until he found himself directly in front of Su Yuan. Young brother, flee. He rasped, his voice hoarse as he realized Su Yuan had appeared behind him. They're the bandits of Longhu Ridge. Merciless killers who do not blink at the thought of murder. Despite his precarious situation, he remained mindful of the innocent bystander, a rare display of chivalry. Longhu Ridge. Su Yuan's frown deepened. Indeed, this was the malevolent group plaguing the region. Haha, another fool sent to his doom. The keen-eyed bandit leader had already spotted Su Yuan. The burly man with a shaven head, his face contorted with malice, waved his bloody blade towards Su Yuan. You kid, there's a path to heaven. Yet you choose to enter hell without invitation. Since you've stumbled upon our business, do not expect to leave alive. Hand over your valuables, and perhaps I'll grant you a whole corpse. Another one-eyed bandit screeched. Kneel and beg for mercy, or you shall experience a fate worse than death. His lips curled in a grotesque smile, eyes glinting with bloodlust. The third bandit, his face a mass of flesh, lunged forward like a rampaging bull. brandishing his steel knife in a vicious downward strike aimed at Su Yuan's head. The surrounding onlookers, paralyzed with fear, scattered in all directions, desperate to distance themselves from the impending chaos, only daring to observe from afar to avoid attracting trouble. Seeking death, Su Yuan and Apos' gaze turned icy. Though he initially wished to remain uninvolved, the audacity of these bandits had crossed a line. Did they truly mistake him for a soft target? Since they had chosen their own demise, he would not hold back. A surge of murderous intent welled up within him as he decided to reveal his true strength. The aura of a skin refinement practitioner erupted with fervor. With a powerful stomp, he propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, his speed akin to lightning, leaving behind a fleeting afterimage. With a resounding thud, he unleashed a fist imbued with overwhelming force, aimed directly at the advancing bandit. The bandit, initially taken aback, soon broke into a sinister grin. "So, you're a martial artist? Unfortunately, you've met your match." His eyes burned with ferocity as he swung his steel knife, refusing to evade, instead accelerating towards Su Yuan's fist, intent on cleaving through both fist and arm in one stroke. Clang! The deafening sound of metal clashing echoed, reverberating through the air. Contrary to the bandit's expectations, his knife did not sever Su Yuan and Apos' fist. Instead, it was met with an overwhelming force that sent a tremor through the blade, diverting its course. Crack! The sound of splintering bone rang out, piercing through the stillness of the forest. Su Yuan and Apos' fist continued its trajectory, grazing the knife and Apos' edge before landing squarely on the bandit's face. The impact was tremendous and swift. Splattering blood mixed with shattered teeth erupted from the bandit's mouth. His face collapsed visibly, as if struck by a hammer. His eyes bulging as if they might pop from their sockets, blood and brain matter oozing forth, painting a gruesome picture. He could not even utter a scream before his massive body toppled backward like a severed log, crashing to the ground amidst a cloud of dust. After a few violent convulsions, he lay still. What? The remaining two bandits, witnessing the gruesome scene, were paralyzed with terror, their hearts pounding in their chests. They could scarcely believe that this seemingly harmless youth possessed such terrifying power. With just a single punch, he had reduced their companion to a mere heap. "This kid is somewhat unnatural." The one-eyed bandit's voice quivered, laced with fear. "Let us attack together and finish him." Though the bald bandit was equally horrified, he found himself unable to retreat. They exchanged glances, both recognizing a shared madness and determination. With a simultaneous primal roar, they lunged at Su Yuan, brandishing their steel knives. Swish! Swish! Two brilliant arcs of blade flashed through the air, exuding an unmatched aura of lethal intent, sealing off all of Su Yuan and Apos' escape routes. The wind from their strikes whipped against his face, stinging sharply. Su Yuan's gaze sharpened, his pupils constricting. Faced with this lethal assault, he showed no sign of retreat. Instead, an even fiercer battle spirit ignited within him. "Come at me," Su Yuan thundered, his voice booming like thunder. He inhaled deeply, feeling the internal energy in his dantian surge like an erupting volcano, rushing through his meridians and gathering in his fists. With a combination of military-style boxing, Su Yuan struck with both fists, akin to cannonballs fired from their barrels, meeting the incoming blades with a tremendous force. There was no display of flashy techniques, only the purest clash of strength. Bang, bang, bang. Fists collided with blades in a series of deafening metallic clangs, sparks flying. Su Yuan moved like lightning, weaving through the deadly arcs of knives. He attacked and evaded with utmost precision, maximizing his speed, strength, and reflexes. Though both remaining bandits were practitioners at the skin refinement stage and coordinated well, they found themselves overwhelmed by Su Yuan and Apos' relentless assault, struggling to keep up. Their fierce and sharp knife techniques, although deadly, were rendered ineffective against Su Yuan's swifter and more powerful counterattacks. How can this kid be so strong? His boxing technique is so overpowering. Panic and dread coursed through the minds of the two bandits as they realized they could not maintain this fight for long. "We must end this quickly." As two individuals simultaneously unleashed a ferocious roar, they channeled their entire inner strength into the steel blades in their hands without reservation. Whoosh, whoosh. A dazzling azure light suddenly erupted from the blades, resembling two venomous serpents exhaling a chilling radiance. They swung their steel knives, charging at Su Yuan with frenzied intensity. This time, their assault was even more fierce, more savage, and resolute than before. It was evident that they had resorted to their most formidable techniques. This was a desperate strike, one that could shake the very mountains. A glint of cold light flashed in Su Yuan and Apos' eyes as he too issued a low growl. He stomped his right foot forcefully onto the ground. Bang! A thunderous sound reverberated, akin to a bolt of lightning on a clear day. The solid earth beneath him suddenly caved in, with shocking cracks spreading in all directions like a spider's web. The two bandits staggered involuntarily amidst the violent tremors, nearly losing their balance. And this was precisely the opening Su Yuan sought. With a precision akin to striking a cow across the mountain, Su Yuan's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he advanced like a phantom, swiftly closing in on the bald bandit. His right fist clenched tightly, akin to a meteor hurtling from the heavens. imbued with an indomitable force as it struck mercilessly at the bald bandit and Apos' chest. Thud. The punch landed squarely on the bald bandit and Apos' chest. However, to Su Yuan and Apos' astonishment, the bandit emitted no sound, nor did he spurt blood. Yet, the one-eyed bandit behind him coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body propelled backward as if struck by a colossal hammer. Bang! The one-eyed bandit crashed heavily to the ground, struggling for a moment before succumbing entirely. Without a hint of mercy, Su Yuan followed up with a whip-like kick, striking the bald bandit's head with the force of steel. Crack! A chilling sound of shattering bones echoed clearly. The bald bandit's head burst apart like a ripe watermelon, splattering red and white, a sight both horrific and mesmerizing. Su Yuan withdrew his fists and feet, exhaling a breath of stale air. Gazing at the three lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground, his expression remained calm, and his gaze indifferent. These three bandits had met their deserved fate. Were it not for his formidable strength, it was likely that he would be the one lying there now. He felt no compassion for such malevolent miscreants who terrorized the region. Su Yuan approached the three corpses, expertly rummaging through their belongings. From them, he unearthed a total of 53 taels of silver. Indeed, the ancient adage rang true. Killing and arson bring gold belts. Su Yuan and Apos' hearts swelled with delight. This unexpected windfall would sufficiently sustain him for a considerable period of cultivation. Chapter 17, The Roar of the Dragon and the Tiger. The Golden Needle's Passage. Thank you, young brother, for your timely assistance. Wei Zhang stepped forward swiftly, cupping his hands in a gesture of gratitude, his tone earnest. He bore several knife wounds, his garments soaked in blood, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. It was a mere trifle, Su Yuan replied, his expression tranquil. I am Wei Zhang. May I inquire your esteemed name, young brother? Wei Zhang bowed again, his demeanor respectful, having just witnessed Su Yuan's swift and decisive elimination of three bandits. He was utterly astonished. It is worth noting that those three bandits were all martial artists at the first level of skin refinement. And he himself was at the same level, yet he had been relentlessly pursued by them, nearly losing his life. The ease with which Su Yuan dispatched them, seemingly without effort, was truly remarkable. Such strength and talent in one so young could not be commonplace. He must surely be a disciple nurtured in a prominent family. Su Yuan, he replied. Su Yuan? Wei Zhang scrutinized Su Yuan, pondering carefully. Having been undercover at Longhu Ridge for 2 years, he considered himself fairly knowledgeable about the younger generation of martial artists in Qinghe County, yet he had never heard of anyone named Su Yuan. Could it be an alias? Suppressing his curiosity, Wei Zhang continued, to speak candidly, I am from the Dragon Suppression Office in Qinghe County. I have been undercover in the mountains for 2 years to ascertain the situation regarding this band of brigands at Longhu Ridge. I never expected they would detect me, putting my life in peril. He chuckled bitterly, a hint of lingering fear in his tone. The mention of the Dragon Suppression Office stirred something within Su Yuan. He was indeed familiar with the name. It was not merely a local institution handling civil disputes, but rather a special military organization established by the Great Zhou dynasty, tasked with dealing with matters concerning demons and large-scale martial factions. For formidable bandit forces like those at Longhu Ridge, which terrorized the region, local authorities alone could not eradicate them. Only an agency like the Dragon Suppression Office could effectively intervene. So, you are a predecessor from the Dragon Suppression Office. Su Yuan returned the gesture of respect, his tone calm, revealing no overt surprise or enthusiasm. In that case, it would be prudent for you to relay this information back promptly to avoid further complications. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. With that, he inclined his head slightly and turned to depart. He had no desire to become entangled in the conflict between the Dragon Suppression Office and the bandits. It was wiser to remain uninvolved and focus on enhancing his own strength. Wei Zhang stood momentarily stunned, intending to inquire further, but the words caught in his throat. He could only watch helplessly as Su Yuan's figure receded into the depths of the forest. This young man is extraordinary, Wei Zhang murmured to himself, a glimmer of brilliance flickering in his eyes. Upon returning home, Su Yuan took a brief respite before resuming his training. The events of the day had faded from his mind, leaving no trace of disturbance within him. Taking a life was merely a means of survival, akin to a butcher slaughtering livestock. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Su Yuan diligently practiced daily, showing no signs of negligence. The skin refinement elixir incessantly tempered his physique, rendering it more resilient and formidable. The Kong Zhao Jing steadily advanced, with his internal energy deepening and flourishing. His military body technique approached perfection, each movement resonating with the sound of thunder, showcasing astonishing power. One day, a Xiao ventured into the mountains to gather some vivid red chicken blood fruits. These fruits, resembling chicken hearts and imbued with rich vitality, could replenish one's energy and nourish the body, proving beneficial for martial artists. She had specifically brought some for Su Yuan. Upon arriving at his doorstep, she was momentarily taken aback by the sight before her. Su Yuan stood bare-chested in the courtyard, his skin glowing with an intense azure light, akin to flames of blue, captivating the eye. As he moved, his fists and feet were imbued with primal strength, the air crackling with a faint, thunderous sound. Suddenly, a deep roar erupted from Su Yuan's mouth. The sound did not resemble that of a human. It was more akin to the growl of a fierce tiger or the low rumble of a mighty dragon, exuding a commanding presence. Ashio was startled by this unexpected turn of events, her heart racing. With a thud, the basket in her hands fell to the ground. The vibrant chicken blood fruits spilling everywhere, releasing a subtle fragrance. At that moment, Su Yuan's entire body trembled violently, waves of muscle undulating like the tides. His bones crackled with sharp sounds, clear and incessant. The azure glow on his skin intensified, subtly intermingled with hints of red. The internal energy within him surged like a wild stallion, rampaging through his meridians, beyond his control. Su Yuan gritted his teeth, enduring the discomfort. Striving to rein in his internal energy, he repeatedly circulated the Kong Zhao Jing, gradually stabilizing the tumultuous energy within him. The unusual sensations began to subside, and the azure and red glow of his skin slowly receded, restoring tranquility. He gradually clenched his fists, the joints producing crisp sounds reminiscent of popping beans. The military body technique had finally reached perfection. A flicker of realization crossed Su Yuan's eyes. The redness of his skin signified an impending breakthrough to the second level of skin refinement. The sounds produced during his practice were likely the result of comprehending a new technique upon achieving perfection in his military body technique. Su Yuan's heart surged with elation. He could distinctly sense that his strength had significantly improved. Suddenly, he noticed Ashio standing at the entrance, hastily collecting himself and stepping forward. Ashio, are you all right? I must apologize for startling you earlier, Su Yuan said with a hint of remorse. Ashio stammered, her voice quivering slightly. I'm fine, Su Guyu. Are incredible. Su Yuan smiled, choosing not to elaborate. He bent down to pick up the scattered chicken blood fruits, returning each one to the basket. These fruits were valuable, rich in vitality, greatly benefiting martial practitioners in their cultivation. Afterward, Su Yuan went inside to fetch 10 pounds of deer meat for Ashio. You arrived just in time. I caught this yesterday and was planning to deliver it later. They chatted amiably for a while, and Ashio's mood gradually settled. Once she departed, Su Yuan eagerly examined his attribute panel. Host, Su Yuan age, 22 skills, military body technique, perfection, Carpentry, major achievement 78, golden needle technique, minor achievement 6. Kong Zhao Jing, minor achievement 88, ultimate techniques, military body technique, striking from afar, shaking the mountains, roar of the dragon and tiger, carpentry, cutting materials and shaping. Kong Zhao Jing, clarity of heart and mind, golden needle technique, golden needle-S passage. The military body technique had indeed reached perfection, and he had comprehended a new ultimate technique, roar of the dragon and tiger. Su Yuan mused inwardly. The roar of the dragon and tiger, the force of the punch reverberates, violently frictioning against the air, producing a sharp, piercing roar akin to the roar of dragons and tigers, capable of intimidating foes, instilling fear and causing their courage to falter. A moment ago, Ashio's reaction had already demonstrated the efficacy of this remarkable skill. Henceforth, he possessed another trump card against his adversaries. Su Yuan was in high spirits. The Kong Zhao Jing, with a minor accomplishment of 88, was on the verge of a significant breakthrough. The arduous training of recent times had not been in vain. The only concern troubling him was that his savings had been entirely depleted. The medicinal materials for refining the skin powder were also nearly exhausted. At most, he could sustain himself for another 3 days. If no new source of income materialized within those 3 days, his cultivation progress would likely come to a standstill. Su Yuan furrowed his brow, acutely aware of his pressing need to earn money. It seemed the time had come to explore additional avenues of income. Su Yuan's gaze fell upon the exquisite technique of gold needle acupuncture. Gold needle acupuncture. It could accurately penetrate acupoints, utilizing internal energy to clear the meridians, harmonize qi and blood, and treat ailments and internal injuries with remarkable effects. He had achieved a minor accomplishment in this skill a month prior, after dedicating nearly 2 years to its mastery. Now, Su Yuan and Amp, Appo's medical knowledge was on par with Ashio and Amp, Appo's. Ashio had once mentioned that practicing medicine on the streets of the city was quite lucrative. With gold needle acupuncture at his disposal, he should be able to tackle most common ailments. Su Yuan silently resolved to take action. After 2 busy days at Rue Mutang, it was finally his day off. Su Yuan packed his belongings and set off directly for Qinghe County City. Qinghe County City was bustling and lively. Su Yuan sought a location with heavy foot traffic and spread a white cloth on the ground. On the cloth were displayed several sets of gold needles and some commonly used herbs. Beside it stood a couplet. The upper line read, "Difficult ailments, deft hands bring revival." The lower line proclaimed, "Medicinal cures eliminate disease, guaranteed to treat all maladies." The horizontal inscription declared, "Divine Doctor is here." This couplet had taken Su Yuan considerable time to devise. Though somewhat exaggerated, such flair was necessary to capture attention in this era. However, after waiting an entire morning, pedestrians hurried past without a single soul stopping to inquire. Su Yuan sat quietly, closing his eyes to rest. He quietly circulated the Kong Zhao Jing, accumulating internal strength. He had thought this day might be a fruitless endeavor. Just then, two maidservants, one dressed in red and the other in green, hurriedly passed before him. Alas, the young lady and Apprentice's poisoning is becoming increasingly severe. The master has sought out all the renowned doctors in the city, yet they remain helpless. I've heard that a new medical clinic has opened in the east of the city. Perhaps we should give it a try? It's better to treat a dying horse as if it were alive. The two conversed in hushed tones, their words laced with anxiety and helplessness. Su Yuan's ears perked up. Their dialogue resonated clearly in his mind. Poison? This could indeed be an opportunity. Su Yuan felt a stir within, slowly opening his eyes. He rose and swiftly approached, intercepting the two maidservants. Chapter 18, A Business Opportunity. The poison of Mandragora, hold on. Ladies, Su Yuan suddenly called out, halting the two hurried maidens. The pair turned, momentarily taken aback, their expressions a blend of confusion and caution as they scrutinized Su Yuan. The lad before them, clad in coarse cloth and carrying a medicine box, bore no resemblance to a physician. Rather, he seemed more akin to a wandering merchant. What business do you have? The maiden in the red dress spoke with a frosty tone, clearly displeased. Su Yuan wasted no time in getting to the point. I overheard you mention your young mistress has been poisoned? The expressions of the two maidens shifted dramatically, their wariness intensifying. And if she has? Su Yuan smiled faintly, gesturing toward his makeshift stall. I possess a modicum of medical knowledge. The slogans emblazoned on the white cloth were particularly striking in the sunlight. Adept hands for difficult ailments, cure all illnesses, and a divine physician is here. Such grand claims. The maiden in green could not suppress a derisive laugh, her skepticism palpable. You? Can you truly cure any ailment? Whether I can or cannot, you shall know soon enough. Su Yuan replied with an air of unshakable confidence. Regardless, you seem to have no other options, do you? His words struck a chord with the two maidens. They exchanged glances, silently deliberating. Having exhausted all the renowned physicians in the city, who were all at a loss, perhaps it was worth allowing him a chance. Yet, there was the matter of the master. But the urgency for their mistress and Apprentice's safety outweighed all else. If he could indeed revive her, what did her background matter? Moments later, a silent agreement was reached between them. The maiden in red turned to Su Yuan, her tone serious. If you can truly heal my mistress, the rewards from the Song household will be substantial. The Song household? Su Yuan mused, realizing he was dealing with a prominent family. Lead the way. His heart stirred with anticipation as he swiftly gathered his stall and followed the maidens. The Song residence, situated in the heart of Qinghe County, boasted an enviable location. The imposing walls and grand courtyard exuded an air of magnificence. The crimson gate stood closed, radiating authority, while two stone lions flanked it, appearing almost lifelike and formidable. Following the maidens, Su Yuan traversed several courtyards adorned with intricately carved beams, flowing water, and exquisitely arranged gardens that exuded opulence. They soon arrived at the entrance of an elegantly decorated chamber. Before they could enter, anxious voices filtered through the door. Master, the young lady's condition is deteriorating. Dr. Zhang, please, think of something. My daughter cannot meet with misfortune. Master, I have done all I can. The poison afflicting her is too peculiar. I am truly powerless. Is it possible that my daughter is beyond saving? The voice trembled with despair. Su Yuan followed the maidens into the room, where a crowd had gathered. The Song family members were visibly distressed, akin to ants on a hot pan. A few robed physicians stroked their beards, sighing in resignation, utterly at a loss. A middle-aged man paced anxiously, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. He was Song Yuanshan, the head of the Song family. On the bed lay a young woman. Her eyes shut tight, her complexion as pale as parchment, devoid of color. Her lips bore a disturbing purplish hue, a sight that was alarming. Her breath was faint, flickering like a candle in the wind, as though it could extinguish at any moment. Who are you? Song Yuanshan and Apprentice's gaze fell on Su Yuan, his brow furrowed in suspicion. This young man encountered us on the street, saying he could cure our mistress's ailment, the maiden in red explained urgently. Him? Song Yuanshan scrutinized Su Yuan, his piercing gaze assessing. The young man's coarse attire and humble appearance suggested no hint of a physician's demeanor. What can such youth possibly offer? With a cold scoff, Song Yuanshan expressed his disbelief. He appears to be nothing more than a charlatan, a fraud. Master, let him try. What if he possesses a solution? The red-dressed maiden fell to her knees, pleading desperately. She regarded her mistress as a sister, her anxiety overwhelming. How absurd! Song Yuanshan bellowed, his face ashen. Can we gamble with her life? Esteemed physicians are powerless. What can this mere boy achieve? His sentiments were echoed by the experienced doctors present, who shook their heads in disapproval. They regarded Su Yuan with disdain, as if he were a jester, naive and out of his depth. After all, they were renowned physicians, seasoned and skilled, and if they could not resolve this peculiar ailment, how could an unknown youth possibly succeed? Amid the murmurs of the onlookers, whispers spread. Who is this lad? Barely past childhood, claiming to be a divine doctor? The youth today is growing increasingly reckless. Su Yuan listened to the skeptical voices, inwardly amused. Were it not for his pressing financial needs, he would hardly pay heed to the mockery of these quacks. Nevertheless, having come this far, he had no intention of turning back. He slowly turned his gaze toward the young woman on the bed, scrutinizing her closely. Her eyes were tightly shut, her complexion an unnatural pallor, with a faint purplish aura surrounding her. Scattered remnants of medicinal herbs lay on the table, and a peculiar scent lingered in the air. Most strikingly, the sides of her face bore alarming violet markings reminiscent of plant roots. With this observation, Su Yuan formed a conclusion. He spoke calmly, yet his confidence was unmistakable. Miss Song has been unconscious for 3 days, during which she has vomited at least 5 times daily, accompanied by convulsions and darkening fingertips. If I am not mistaken, you have administered anti-nausea decoctions and calming herbs. But they have yielded little effect, am I right? The room fell silent, astonished by his insight. The 2 maidens and Oppos, eyes widened in disbelief. How could you know this so clearly after just entering? The red-dressed maiden exclaimed, astonished as if she had seen a ghost. Su Yuan did not reply directly. Instead, he continued, if I am correct, Miss Song is afflicted by the poison of mandragora, an exceedingly rare chronic botanical toxin. This poison is exceedingly insidious in its initial phase. It merely induces a deep coma, without immediate lethality. However, should it linger for an extended period, once the toxin invades the internal organs, even the most divine beings would be powerless to intervene. His words resonated profoundly, each syllable imbued with gravitas, akin to a thunderclap echoing in the ears of the assembly. Song Yuanshan, who had been previously consumed by anxiety, felt as if a drowning man had suddenly grasped a life-saving straw. He cast aside any pretensions of authority, stepping forward with urgency, forcefully pushing aside the maid beside him. His hand seized Su Yuan's arm with such intensity that it seemed he might shatter the very bones. Sir, you are indeed a miraculous physician. Song Yuanshan's voice trembled, his excitement rendering him incoherent, his eyes shimmering with barely suppressed tears of joy. The ability to discern the young lady and Oppos' ailment with mere observation, down to the specifics of the poisoning, was a level of medical prowess he had never encountered in his lifetime. He was profoundly impressed. Forgive my earlier rudeness. It was my folly not to recognize your greatness. I beseech you, esteemed healer, do not hold my previous transgressions against me. As he spoke, Song Yuanshan took a step back, clasped his hands in salute, and bowed deeply. His demeanor transformed to one of utmost respect. Meanwhile, the physicians who had previously mocked Su Yuan with disdainful jibes now bore expressions of astonishment. They exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting both skepticism and a hint of envy. Among them, a bearded Dr. Zhang could no longer contain his disdain. He stepped forward, his tone sharp as he declared, Master Song, do not be deceived by this young man. In my opinion, he must have secretly inquired about the young lady and Oppos, as conditioned beforehand, thus putting on a show of expertise while being nothing more than a decorative pillow, good to look at, but utterly useless. The crowd resumed their murmurs of agreement. Indeed, Dr. Zhang speaks truth. This youth is so young, still wet behind the ears. What genuine skill could he possibly possess? I suspect he is merely an Oppos, or duel. A charlatan who preys on the unsuspecting. Master, please do not fall for his tricks. Exactly. Upon hearing these remarks, Song Yuanshan's gaze returned to Su Yuan, his previously relaxed brow furrowing once more, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. Chapter 19. Detoxification. Song Yuanshan and Oppos' gaze was as sharp as a blade, fixating intensely on the 2 kneeling maidservants. With a stern voice, he demanded, you 2, confess honestly. Did you disclose the young lady and Oppos' condition to this person beforehand? His tone was severe, and his authoritative presence was unmistakable. The 2 maidservants trembled in fear, repeatedly bowing their heads, their voices tinged with desperation. Master, please see clearly. We truly did not. Before this young master entered, we had an Oppos. He revealed a single word about the young lady and Oppos' ailment. He deduced it all on his own. The maid in the red dress lifted her head, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed pleadingly at Su Yuan, her voice filled with yearning and hope. Young master, I implore you, please save our young lady. If you can restore her to health, we would be willing to serve you for the rest of our lives in gratitude. The maid in the green dress also bowed deeply in agreement. Su Yuan observed the scene quietly, his heart heavy with unspoken words. After being questioned twice in quick succession, he had initially intended to turn and leave. Yet, witnessing the unwavering loyalty of the 2 maidservants stirred a sense of compassion within him. Moreover, he was in dire need of the Song family and Oppos' medical fees. At that moment, Song Yuanshan was equally agitated, caught in a dilemma. On one hand, he yearned for Su Yuan to possess the miraculous skills to revive his beloved daughter. On the other hand, he feared that Su Yuan might be a charlatan. Should he delay in treating his daughter's condition, it would lead to irreversible regret. He instinctively cast a glance at the group of doctors beside him, who wore expressions of indignation. These elderly gentlemen, who often touted themselves as esteemed physicians of Qinghe County, were now utterly helpless against his daughter and Appo's illness. With this thought, Song Yuanshan gritted his teeth and instructed, "Aki, please escort Dr. Zhang and the others to the front hall for rest and treat them with respect." "Yes, master." The housekeeper Aki promptly replied, approaching the physicians with a respectful gesture of invitation. The doctors exchanged glances, their hearts filled with resentment but rendered powerless by their lack of skill. As they departed, they cast Su Yuan a venomous glare, their eyes brimming with envy and dissatisfaction. They were eager to witness this inexperienced youth and Appo's capabilities, hoping to see him fail and humiliate Song Yuanshan. Once the doctors left, the previously noisy room fell silent. Song Yuanshan took a deep breath, striving to calm his agitated heart. He then donned a genial smile and approached Su Yuan, his demeanor shifting completely. "Divine Doctor, I must apologize for my earlier misjudgment and any offense caused. I humbly request your expertise at the bedside of my young daughter." With a slight bow, he gestured for Su Yuan to proceed, his posture exceedingly deferential. Su Yuan cast a fleeting glance at him, remaining silent as he walked directly to the bedside. His gaze fell upon Song Miss and Appo's pallid face, and he began to form a judgment in his mind. Under the anxious scrutiny of those present, he extended 2 fingers and gently placed them on Song Miss and Appo's delicate wrist, focusing intently as he took her pulse. A chill coursed through his fingertips. The pulse was faint and intermittent. After a moment, Su Yuan's brow furrowed slightly, indicating he had encountered a complication. Upon noticing this, Song Yuanshan's heart raced, his breath quickening, and beads of sweat began to dot his forehead. "Divine Doctor, what is the condition of my daughter? Is there still hope?" His voice trembled, fearful of receiving grim news from Su Yuan. Su Yuan gradually withdrew his fingers, nodding slightly, his tone calm and confident. "Fortunately, it is not beyond remedy." Hearing this, Song Yuanshan and Appo's anxious heart began to ease. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Su Yuan continued, "However, the poison afflicting Song Miss is rather intricate. It is not just one, but 2 types. 2 types. Song Yuanshan and the 2 maidservants exclaimed simultaneously, their faces a picture of disbelief. Song Yuanshan swayed, nearly collapsing. His complexion turned ghostly pale, and his voice trembled. "How could this be? What poison has she been afflicted with?" Su Yuan did not directly answer his question. Instead, he countered, "The plant poison affecting Song Miss is likely the toxin from the belladonna flower, is it not? Although rare, a skilled physician should be able to treat it with careful attention." He paused, then shifted to a more serious tone. "Yet, the true cause of Song Miss's unconsciousness is not this plant poison, but a more insidious and domineering toxin, a force I refer to as dark energy." "Dark energy?" Song Yuanshan's eyes widened in confusion. "What is that? I have never heard of it before." Su Yuan explained calmly. "It is a special type of energy akin to a martial artist and Appo's true chi, capable of lurking within the body and Appo's meridians, obstructing the flow of chi and blood. In mild cases, it causes unconsciousness. In severe instances, it can even be life-threatening." His gaze sharpened, and his voice turned grave. "Has the Song family offended someone?" Song Yuanshan furrowed his brow, deep in thought. He desperately racked his memory, but could not recall when he might have crossed paths with such a formidable opponent. "Our Song family has been engaged in commerce for generations, always treating others kindly, never harboring grievances. What could this possibly mean?" Song Yuanshan and Appo's voice quivered as he fixed his gaze on Su Yuan, as though clinging to a final lifeline. "Divine Doctor, since you can discern my daughter and Appo's affliction, you must possess a method to treat it, correct?" Su Yuan nodded slightly. "Indeed, there is a way." He opened his medicine chest and retrieved a set of golden needles, glinting coldly under the candlelight. By employing the golden needles to stimulate the acupoints, he could expel the accumulated toxins and the domineering dark energy from Song Miss's body, restoring her to health. Upon hearing this, Song Yuanshan's joy was palpable. "I shall be deeply indebted to you, Divine Doctor." He bowed deeply, his posture exceedingly humble. Su Yuan grasped a golden needle, inhaling deeply as his eyes sharpened, becoming as keen as an eagle's. His internal energy surged within his dantian, coursing through his meridians, eventually converging at his fingertips and infusing into the needle. With precise skill, he swiftly pierced the needle into a vital acupoint on Song Yuan and Appo's chest. The movement was fast, accurate, and fierce. Gasping, the onlookers collectively inhaled sharply, their expressions frozen in astonishment. This level of acupuncture technique was unprecedented. As the golden needle pierced the acupoint, not a drop of blood oozed forth. Instead, wisps of visible white mist began to emanate from the needle and Appo's entry point, ethereal and dreamlike. Central acupoint, Sea of Chi acupoint, Guan Yuan acupoint. With each insertion of the needle, Su Yuan and Amp, Appo's precision was astonishing, alternating in depth and speed with flawless mastery. He was intimately familiar with every acupoint in the human body. As more golden needles were inserted, Song Yueying and Amp, Appo's delicate form began to tremble slightly, as if an invisible force was coursing through her body. Her previously ashen face gradually took on a faint rosy hue, signaling the return of life. Shinkei acupoint. In Su Yuan and Amp, Appo's eyes, a brilliant glimmer flashed as the final golden needle was deftly inserted into Song Yuyao and Amp, Appo's navel. This was the most crucial of all the needles. A faint tremor resonated from the depths of Song Yuyao and Amp, Appo's being, as if some invisible shackles had been irrevocably shattered. With a deep exhale, Su Yuan slowly withdrew the needle, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Though the procedure appeared simple, it had drained him of considerable mental focus and internal energy. At that moment, the previously unconscious Song Yuyao suddenly coughed lightly twice. Her eyelashes fluttered, and her eyelids gradually lifted, revealing a pair of clear, bright eyes. "Miss, the miss has awakened." The maid Xiaohong cried out in ecstatic tears. "Yuyao, you have finally awakened." Song Yuanshan approached the bedside in haste, grasping his daughter's hand tightly, his voice choked with emotion. "Father, Shaqin." Xiaohong. As Song Yuyu beheld the familiar faces before her, a flicker of confusion crossed her gaze, as if she had yet to fully emerge from her stupor. "What has happened? What occurred? Miss, do you truly not remember anything at all?" Xiaoqing inquired softly, concern lacing her voice. Song Yuyao gently shook her head. "I only remember. I seem to have been in a long, long dream. In the dream, it was pitch black, and I could not see my own hand." Song Yuanshan promptly recounted all that had transpired during Song Yuyao and Amp, Appo's 3-day coma, leaving no detail unspoken. Upon hearing this, shock overtook her delicate features. "So, I was unconscious for such a long time." She turned to Su Yuan, who stood quietly nearby, her beautiful eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you, kind sir, for saving my life. I shall forever be indebted." She struggled to rise and pay her respects, but Su Yuan gently restrained her. "Miss Song, there is no need for such formalities. You have been afflicted by 2 rare poisons, and having just regained consciousness, your body remains frail and in need of rest." His tone was calm and unperturbed, as if he were merely performing a trivial act. "Miss Song, might I ask you to carefully recall, 3 days prior, the places you visited, the people you encountered, and any peculiar items you may have come into contact with?" Su Yuan inquired, his gaze penetrating. This question abruptly roused Song Yuanshan, who had been lost in the joy of his daughter and Amp, Appo's awakening. Indeed, how could his daughter have suddenly succumbed to poison? Moreover, 2 kinds of poison at that. Were it not for Su Yuan's extraordinary medical skills, the consequences would have been unthinkable. The more he pondered, the more he felt a chill of dread. Song Yuyu furrowed her brow slightly, lost in thought as she endeavored to recall the events. Chapter 20. The Zhang family of Qinghe. As she opened her mouth to speak, the ever-vigilant Shao Qing interjected. "Master, miss, it must be that scoundrel Zhang Chong. I have heard he has recently been consorting with dubious characters, lurking about. It is undoubtedly he who has poisoned the miss." Zhang Chong. Upon hearing this name, Song Yuanshan's countenance darkened instantaneously, like a chilling frost descended upon him. His brows furrowed deeply as he inquired in a grave tone. "Yuyao, have you met with Zhang Chong?" Song Yuyao nodded gently. "He has been pestering me incessantly. I could no longer endure it, so I sought him out to clarify matters and bring an end to this." Song Yuanshan pressed urgently. "Then, was there any conflict between you? Did he lay hands upon you?" Shaking her head, Song Yuyao replied, "No, I merely stated my stance emphatically." Although he appeared quite agitated and his expression was unsightly at the time, he ultimately conceded to let go and vowed not to trouble me further. "Let go?" Song Yuanshan scoffed, clearly disbelieving. "I doubt it. This wretch has always been petty and vindictive. He would never relent so easily. Who exactly is Zhang Chong?" Su Yuan, who had been silently listening, could no longer contain his curiosity. He harbored a foreboding sense that the matter of Miss Song's poisoning was inextricably linked to this Zhang Chong. Taking a deep breath, Song Yuanshan slowly explained, "The esteemed physician may not be aware, but Zhang Chong is the young master of the Zhang family from Heshi. Years ago, the Zhang family and our Song family were close allies, having supported each other in times of need. It is no exaggeration to say that our family's current stature owes much to the Zhang family's generosity. We are deeply indebted to them. Thus, this grandson of the Zhang family has taken a liking to Yuyao, believing that a union between our families would be advantageous. He has repeatedly sought matchmakers to propose a marriage. However, matters of the heart cannot be forced. Moreover, this Zhang Chong is a ne'er-do-well, lacking in ambition, spending his days in frivolity and debauchery, often frequenting establishments of ill repute, which tarnishes his reputation. I cannot abide such a man as my son-in-law. Hence, this marriage proposal has lingered without resolution." As he recounted this, Song Yuanshan and Appo's S voice was laced with helplessness and regret. He never anticipated that a moment of weakness would lead to such calamity for his daughter. Su Yuan nodded thoughtfully, now grasping the full extent of the situation. It was a classic tale of love turned to hatred, unfulfilled desires culminating in vengeful poisoning. Miss Song, Su Yuan turned his gaze towards Song Yuyo, his tone gentle. You still harbor residual vital energy in several acupuncture points within you. It has not yet dissipated entirely. This energy is akin to a festering wound, and if not addressed, it will lead to endless complications. Therefore, you must undergo 2 additional acupuncture treatments to expel this energy completely, thus averting future troubles. During this period, it would be wise to avoid overly rich or spicy foods, focusing instead on a light diet enriched with nourishing herbal dishes. Song Yuanshan immediately responded, "Rest assured, esteemed physician. I shall make all necessary arrangements to ensure my daughter's swift recovery." He paused, then added with a beaming smile, "Your efforts are greatly appreciated. Please take a moment to rest while I prepare a modest feast to welcome you." Su Yuan, feeling quite famished after the day and Apos, events, accepted the invitation. "Very well. I shall impose upon you." Song Yuanshan was elated, repeatedly assuring him, "You shan't impose. It is my honor to have the esteemed physician in my home." He then turned to his steward, Aki, instructing him, "Bring the physician to the Chunyu Pavilion for dinner. Fetch the finest wines we have." "Yes, master," Aki replied, approaching Su Yuan with a respectful gesture. "Esteemed physician, please follow me." Su Yuan nodded slightly and followed Aki to a room named Chunyu Pavilion. Upon entering, he was greeted by the tantalizing aroma of exquisite dishes. Before long, a grand round table of mahogany was adorned with an array of delicacies, steamed base, braised pork, crystal trotters, and 8 treasure duck. Each dish was a masterpiece, a feast for the senses, igniting one and Apos' appetite at first glance. Song Yuanshan personally accompanied Su Yuan, warmly inviting him to take a seat. "Esteemed physician, please take the honored position." Su Yuan accepted without hesitation, seating himself at the head of the table. A display of poise that caused Song Yuanshan to nod in approval. At that moment, several physicians who had been previously dismissed arrived with palpable curiosity and discontent written across their faces, peering into the room. They could not fathom how this young novice had managed to cure Miss Song. "Master Song, how fares Miss Song's condition? Has there been any improvement?" One doctor, unable to contain himself, inquired, his voice tinged with anticipation. Song Yuanshan shot them a glance, his expression instantly growing cold. "My daughter has awakened. I appreciate your concern." After a brief pause, he added, "In the coming days, I shall ensure that each of you is duly compensated for your services. Aki, please escort these doctors to settle their accounts and see them off properly." "Yes, master," Aki replied, gesturing for the physicians to depart. Upon hearing this, the doctors stood in disbelief, as if struck by lightning. "Miss Song has truly been cured. How can this be?" This was a perplexing ailment that even we renowned physicians of Qinghe could not resolve. This inexperienced youth, how can he possibly? One doctor, his face pale with envy, scoffed and stormed away, while the others, filled with resentment and jealousy, could only leave in silence, their hearts heavy with discontent. Su Yuan observed all this with a cold smile. These so-called esteemed physicians were mediocre in skill, yet narrow-minded, unable to bear the thought of anyone surpassing them. How laughable. He picked up his chopsticks and sampled a piece of braised pork, savoring its rich flavor and exquisite tenderness. "Delicious," he remarked appreciatively. Song Yuanshan, watching Su Yuan relish the meal, felt a swell of joy. If the Song family could forge a bond with such an extraordinary physician, it would be an immense blessing, far surpassing any treasure. As night fell over the western part of the city, a hidden courtyard was illuminated by the flickering glow of candles through intricately carved windows. Within a lavish Nanmu bed, breaths mingled with gasps. As Zhang Cheng of the Zhang family reveled in the company of 4 young women draped in sheer veils, suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside. "Who is it?" A guard clad in black armor pushed open the heavy courtyard door, his voice low and resonant. "Dr. Zhang?" Upon recognizing the visitor, the guard and Apos' brow furrowed slightly in surprise. "Why are you here at this hour instead of guarding the Song residence?" Dr. Zhang was indeed the same individual who had fled from the Song estate in disarray not long ago. His face was etched with urgency, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, indicating he had rushed here in haste. "I have urgent matters to discuss. I need to see young Master Zhang." His voice trembled with anxiety. The guard cast a glance at the tightly shut door of the adjoining room, hesitating for a moment. "Young Master is currently unavailable to receive guests. Please, convey your message to me, and I will relay it to him." Lowering his voice to a mere whisper, yet each word clear, Dr. Zhang declared, "Miss Song has awakened." "What?" The guard and Apos' expression shifted dramatically, disbelief flooding his features. How could she wake? With that poison coursing through her veins and without young Master and Apos' antidote, it is impossible. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, Dr. Zhang recounted the events in detail. It was a young man, an unknown figure, who somehow managed to save Miss Song. His words were laced with bitterness and resentment. Now, the entire Song family treats him as if he were a divine healer. The guard and Amp, Apos, face darkened, his countenance as grim as a stormy sea. Dr. Zhang, you should return for now. I will report this matter to young master and ensure it is handled appropriately. Very well, Dr. Zhang nodded repeatedly, visibly relieved. Then I shall take my leave. He turned and hurried away, disappearing into the night. The guard watched him depart and slowly closed the courtyard door, lingering in place, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. Ultimately, he steeled himself and made his way toward the room where Zhang Chong resided. Knock, knock, knock. He gently rapped on the door, his tone respectful yet subdued. Young master, I have urgent news to report. Silence enveloped the room, no response forthcoming. After a lengthy pause, Zhang Chong's impatient voice emerged, laced with a hint of raspiness and lethargy. Come in. The guard entered, a heavy scent of perfume mingling with a faint musk assaulting his senses, nearly overwhelming him. He kept his head bowed, fearful of glimpsing anything inappropriate upon the bed. What is it? Zhang Chong's voice emerged from the layers of bed curtains, tinged with annoyance. Young master. The guard inhaled deeply, gathering his composure. Someone has awakened Song Yueying. He recounted Dr. Zhang and Amp, Apos, words verbatim, withholding not a single detail. A profound silence descended upon the room. Zhang Chong, who had been poised to ascend to the peak of pleasure, froze as if struck by lightning upon hearing the news. All desire evaporated, leaving nothing but a void. He violently pushed away the woman entangled around him, flinging aside the bed curtains as he sprang to his feet. What did you say? He stood there, bare and seething, his expression dark and menacing, as if he were ready to devour someone whole. Repeat that. The guard, still averting his gaze, recounted the events once more, ensuring every minute detail was communicated, his voice dwindling to a near whisper. It was a wandering physician who managed to cure Miss Song. With a furious clap, Zhang Chong slammed his palm against the nearby rosewood table. The force sent the teacups rattling, spilling tea everywhere. Useless. What good are you lot if you can and Apos? Tea handles something so trivial. For women trembled in fear, kneeling on the floor like fallen leaves in the wind, not daring to utter a sound. The guard, too, kept his head bowed, silent as Zhang Chong unleashed his fury. He paced the room restlessly, his chest heaving violently, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. He gritted his teeth, consumed by a desire to obliterate the meddler who had thwarted his plans. Damn it! How dare he ruin my scheme? His plan had been meticulously crafted, flawless in execution. First, he had poisoned Song Yueying, rendering her unconscious and trapped in despair. Then, when her father, Song Yuanshan, was utterly hopeless and cornered, he would boldly propose marriage in the name of the Zhang family, showcasing their benevolence and responsibility. By marrying her, he would not only gain the beautiful Song Yueying, but also seize control of the Song family and all its assets. But now, everything lay in ruins, shattered by an unforeseen interloper. How could he endure this? How could he accept such a fate? You. Zhang Chong abruptly raised his head, pointing a trembling finger at the guard, his voice hoarse and icy. Immediately, go relay a message to the Tushan brothers. Have them dispose of that meddlesome physician, leave no trace of him, and ensure they pay a visit to the Song residence as well. Zhang Chong's voice dripped with malice, reverberating within the confines of the room. She must remain in a deep slumber. Only then will I have my opportunity. Yes, the guard responded with utmost respect, not daring to hesitate as he swiftly departed to carry out Zhang Chong and Apos' orders. Zhang Chong reclined back onto the bed, his gaze sharp and predatory. He surveyed the four women kneeling before him, a flicker of wicked desire igniting within his eyes as he rekindled his lust. Continue, he growled, akin to a famished wolf, pouncing upon them once more. The four women quaked in trepidation, fervently striving to please Zhang Chong, fearful of any sign of negligence. Chapter 21. Ambush in the Woods. Inside the Song residence, the atmosphere was vibrant and illuminated. On an exquisitely carved redwood round table, an array of delicacies lay spread, emanating an enticing aroma. After several rounds of wine and a delightful assortment of dishes, the ambience was both harmonious and spirited. Song Yuanshan lightly clapped his hands, and two maidens approached gracefully. They carried a redwood tray, covered with a silk cloth embroidered with golden threads, exuding an air of extravagance. Song Yuanshan stepped forward, gently unveiling the silk. 5 silver notes, neatly stacked, rested on the tray, each worth 100 taels, totaling 500 taels of silver. Under the flickering candlelight, the intricate patterns on the notes glimmered alluringly. The miraculous physician's deft hands have brought my daughter back from the brink of death, for which I am eternally grateful, Song Yuanshan expressed, bowing slightly with a tone of sincerity and humility. This modest gift is but a token of my appreciation. I hope the esteemed physician will graciously accept it. Should you ever require assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to ask, and I shall do my utmost to oblige. Su Yuan observed the silver notes before him, reflecting inwardly that Song Yuanshan was indeed a shrewd merchant, cunning and calculating. His lavish generosity served not only as a gesture of gratitude, but also as an opportunity to forge a connection with himself. In this era, the status of physicians was elevated, especially for those possessing remarkable skills, making them highly sought after by various powers. Su Yuan, in no mood to decline, accepted the silver notes and tucked them away, for he was in dire need of funds. As his cultivation advanced, the quality of the medicinal herbs required for refining his skin had escalated, causing prices to soar. What once cost 20 taels had now risen to 30 or even more. Additionally, after mastering military boxing, he intended to acquire several other martial arts manuals to enhance his prowess, all of which demanded substantial financial resources. Master Song, you are too kind, Su Yuan replied calmly. Nonsense, Song Yuanshan interjected with a wave of his hand and a beaming smile. This amount is inconsequential. As long as you can heal my daughter, I would gladly part with even more without a second thought. He paused, then added, if you do not mind. Please stay at my residence tonight. You can depart tomorrow at your leisure. It would be my honor to extend my hospitality. Su Yuan politely declined, as he had more pressing matters to attend to and could not afford to linger. Half an hour later, as the sun set, darkness enveloped the sky. Su Yuan bid farewell to Song Yuanshan and left the Song residence, walking along the street toward Yanglu village. The night breeze gently rustled his garments, bringing a refreshing chill. Upon passing through a dense thicket, Su Yuan and Appo's gaze sharpened, becoming as piercing as that of a hawk. Someone seemed to be following him. Without a hint of hesitation, he continued forward, feigning ignorance of any irregularities. Soon, he arrived near Gobwa Ridge, a treacherous terrain cloaked in dense foliage. An ideal hiding spot and a prime location for ambushes. Su Yuan halted, slowly turning to gaze at a towering tree. Come out, he commanded, his voice low yet resonant with undeniable authority. You two have followed me for some time. Are you not weary? At that moment, two figures emerged from behind the tree, ghost-like and silent. One tall and lean, the other shorter and stocky, both around 30 years of age, materialized into Su Yuan's view. Clad in black attire and armed with swords, their bulging temples indicated their martial prowess and formidable strength. The tall man, with hawk-like eyes, seemed capable of seeing through anything, while the shorter man and Appo's girth belied a menacing aura that sent shivers down one and Appo's spine. Not bad for an observant fellow, the tall man sneered, his voice gravelly. You managed to spot us. Su Yuan's eyes turned icy as he questioned, who are you? Why have you been following me? Because you saved someone you should not have. The shorter man hissed ominously, his voice reminiscent of a night owl, sending chills through the air. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, realization dawning. People from the Zhang family? You seem to know quite a bit, the tall man remarked, surprise flickering in his eyes before composure returned. In that case, you must not be allowed to leave. Taking a deep breath, Su Yuan responded, I merely wish to earn a living and have never sought to provoke anyone. Why must trouble find me? These two were the Tushan brothers, Tuda and Tu'er, dispatched by Zhang Chong. The Tushan brothers slowly advanced, their footsteps silent upon the fallen leaves, akin to phantoms. Su Yuan and Appo's keen gaze noted Tuda and Appo's agility, his movements accompanied by an almost imperceptible breeze, indicating he had mastered a sophisticated form of martial arts. This confrontation would not be easy. To Su Yuan and Appo's surprise, Tuda was a second-stage skin-refining warrior, exuding a formidable aura. His skin glowed faintly red under the influence of inner energy, muscles rippling like forged steel, radiating an intense pressure. In his hand, Tuda brandished a gleaming dagger, its blade reflecting a chilling light under the moon, sharp enough to cleave the air itself. Tu'er, stocky and robust, wielded a steel cable, its surface dotted with vicious barbs that gleamed with a bloodthirsty sheen, instilling fear in those who beheld it. With a swift motion, Tuda launched the first attack, his form darting towards Su Yuan with supernatural speed, akin to an arrow loosed from a bow. The dagger aimed directly for Su Yuan and Appo's throat, merciless and unyielding. Su Yuan sidestepped deftly, his movements agile. The dagger barely grazed his garment, stirring a fierce gust of wind. Almost simultaneously, Tu'er swung the steel cable, initiating his assault. The cable sliced through the air, creating a sharp sound as it encircled Su Yuan from all directions, crafting an impenetrable snare. Su Yuan, despite his brute strength, found himself unable to unleash it effectively. The might of military boxing was rendered futile if it could not connect with an opponent. Tuda's movements were elusive and unpredictable, his dagger strikes unrelenting and aimed at Su Yuan and Appo's vital points, like a relentless parasite. Tu'er, relying on his robust physique, absorbed several of Su Yuan's punches with little more than a grunt, only to charge back in with reckless abandon. The steel cable swirled like an unyielding net, constraining Su Yuan's movements and leaving him no respite. Their teamwork was flawless, a seamless blend of offense and defense, leaving Su Yuan overwhelmed and struggling to keep pace. Realizing that this could not continue, Su Yuan resolved to find a breakthrough and reverse the tide. He inhaled deeply, channeling his inner energy, which surged like a mighty river. With a sudden burst of force, he propelled himself forward, causing the ground to tremble and crack, stones flying, as if a quake had struck. Tu'er was caught off guard, his body swaying precariously, nearly toppling to the ground, revealing a momentary weakness. Su Yuan seized the opportunity, darting aside to evade the steel wire, his movements swift as lightning. However, This maneuver also exposed his own vulnerabilities, depriving him of the element of surprise. A flicker of astonishment crossed Tuda and Apos' eyes, prompting a surge of caution within him. Such formidable strength. He silently admonished himself, resolving to remain vigilant and not to let his guard down for an instant. Each close-quarters assault became increasingly cautious and deliberate, his strikes more ruthless, affording Su Yuan no chance for retaliation. Su Yuan found himself increasingly on the defensive, anxiety gnawing at him. Tuda's agility was astonishing, akin to a wraith, elusive and unpredictable, rendering Su Yuan unable to discern his opponent's form, let alone strike effectively. Moreover, Tu-Air and Apos' defenses were formidable, his skills honed to the point of being an impenetrable fortress. Should the battle devolve into a protracted skirmish, the longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would become for him. A bitter regret welled within him. Had he foreseen this, he would have pursued the study of blade techniques, not finding himself so thoroughly constrained now. Suddenly, Tuda detected an opening. In a flash, he appeared beside Su Yuan, as if conjured from thin air. The dagger glinted ominously as it sliced through the air, razor-sharp, reminiscent of the scythe of death itself. It carved a crimson line across Su Yuan and Apos' arm, blood erupting forth and staining his sleeve. In quick succession, he felt a chilling sensation across his back. The barbed steel wire scraped against him, leaving a searing wound that split flesh, a gruesome sight. The pain jolted his senses, sharpening his awareness. The specter of death loomed ominously, engulfing him like an overwhelming tide. With such unparalleled skill, why serve another will? Su Yuan dodged while attempting to disrupt his opponent's focus with words, seeking an opening. It is only natural to accept remuneration for avenging others. Tuda scoffed, his dagger whirling with renewed ferocity, like a tempest unleashed, utterly merciless. Are you not the same? Tu-Air's voice rumbled, low and gravelly. The steel wire coiled around Su Yuan like a venomous serpent, leaving him no escape. Cease your futile struggles, today. Your demise is inevitable. Tuda's tone was chilling, laced with disdain and mockery. The targets of my brother and me have never lived to tell the tale. In that fleeting moment, a memory of Tuda and Apos' words about accepting payment for avenging others sparked a thought in Su Yuan and Apos' mind, illuminating a potential strategy. Chapter 22. The Art of Elusive Shadows. Su Yuan deftly produced a box of golden needles, his trusted medical tools. With a swift motion, the needles shot forth like bolts of lightning, resembling concealed weapons, their velocity reaching an astonishing peak. Accompanied by a piercing sound that sliced through the air, they surged towards Tu-Air with formidable force. Quick, precise, ruthless, each needle struck true, piercing the vital points surrounding Tu-Air's body without fail. In the blink of an eye, Tu-Air was adorned with needles, resembling a hedgehog. He stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, paralyzed in place, ensnared by an unprecedented terror that gripped his heart, rendering him breathless. What have you done to me? Tu-Air's voice trembled, fear evident in every syllable. He yearned to struggle but dared not recklessly channel his internal energy, fearing that the needles would penetrate deeper, inflicting greater harm. Brother, save me. Tuda, witnessing this, felt a jolt of shock. He had never encountered such a method before. Su Yuan's voice was cold. If you dare to move again, I assure you, you will meet your demise. Tu-Air stood utterly intimidated, frozen like a statue, leaving Su Yuan to face only Tuda. In this one-on-one confrontation, he felt a glimmer of hope. Do you think this will prevent me from killing you? Tuda regained his composure, a cruel smile flickering in his eyes. Previously, he had merely sought to avoid complications. Suddenly, Tuda halted, and a palpable shift in his aura surged forth. A torrent of internal energy radiating in a brilliant red glow. Su Yuan was instantly enveloped by a profound sense of danger. The wind howled. In an instant, Tuda began to circle Su Yuan at breakneck speed. His movements blurred, creating indistinct afterimages that danced around Su Yuan, indistinguishable from reality, akin to phantoms. How could his speed be so extraordinary? Is this the power of footwork? Su Yuan's heart raced, his pupils constricting in disbelief. There was no time for contemplation. Tuda had launched his assault. With a flash of cold light, Su Yuan instinctively summoned the power of shaking mountains and quaking earth. The ground cracked violently, stones flying in all directions. Yet, it was futile. Tuda's figure had long vanished from sight. Useless. Tuda's mocking voice echoed from all directions. Elusive and disembodied. Su Yuan felt a chill at his waist. Tuda had reappeared, a dagger slicing through the air. Blood erupted instantly, staining his garments. The blades flickered, slash after slash. Tuda moved like a specter amidst the afterimages, each appearance leaving a crimson mark on Su Yuan's body. Blood splattered. Within mere moments, Su Yuan was left battered and bruised. My brother's technique has yet to be defeated. Tu-Air sneered from the sidelines, his voice laced with malice and pride. To perish under the elusive shadows, you may consider yourself fortunate. Is that so? Su Yuan gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain. Just as Tuda prepared to strike again, a glimmer of determination ignited in Su Yuan's eyes. He unleashed his ultimate technique once more. This time, it was not shaking mountains and quaking earth, but rather dragon-s roar and tiger-s howl. With a bellow, he unleashed a punch. The air trembled violently. The sound reverberated through the forest. Tuda felt his eardrums throb, his mind assaulted by searing pain. Stunned, his body momentarily froze, as if cast in wood or clay. In that fleeting moment, Su Yuan seized the opportunity. His eyes blazed with fervor. The internal energy he had long harbored erupted in an instant. With a resounding impact, his fist connected with Tuda's chest. This blow channeled Su Yuan's entire strength. Tuda was launched backward like a marionette with severed strings, crashing into a massive tree. Crack! The trunk splintered. The red glow surrounding Tuda swiftly faded, dissipating like a receding tide. His chest caved in, revealing a horrific imprint of a fist. With a gasp, blood spewed forth, mingled with fragments of his internal organs. He collapsed to the ground, convulsing briefly, breathless and lifeless. Brother! Tu Air witnessed this scene, his eyes bulging in rage, unleashing a heart-wrenching wail. Su Yuan gasped for air, his chest heaving violently. He felt utterly drained, as though all his strength had been siphoned away. Picking up the dagger that Tuda had dropped, he approached Tu Air step by step, his movements heavy. Tu Air's face turned pale, filled with dread and despair. In that moment, he could think of nothing else. Summoning his internal energy with great effort, he struck back against the golden needles. Bang! The needles flew off, scattering in all directions. Tu Air moved his body, a surge of euphoric relief flooding his heart. Simultaneously, an overwhelming fury erupted within him like a volcano. You deceived me. He glared at Su Yuan, roaring in anger, his voice rife with bitterness. Wielding the steel cord in his hand, he charged at Su Yuan, the sound of slicing wind accompanying his attack. His speed was nowhere near Su Yuan's. The tides had turned. It was now Su Yuan's turn to torment him with blade after blade, as a cornered beast might fight. The blades flickered. In an instant, Tu Air was marked by numerous deep lacerations, exposing bone. The blood he shed exceeded Su Yuan's. The agony twisted his features. Ah! Tu Air screamed in rage. Driven to madness, he swung the steel cord desperately, but could not touch Su Yuan. With a swift thrust, Su Yuan pierced Tu Air's thigh. Then, another strike severed his tendons. Ah! Tu Air let out a chilling cry. Ultimately, Su Yuan delivered a fatal blow to his throat. Blood gushed forth. Tu Air's head rolled to the ground, his eyes forever wide open in death. In the forest lay two bodies, one tall and one short, sprawled upon the earth. Blood stained the soil, the air thick with the scent of death. Su Yuan stood beside the corpses, bending down to search. The two brothers possessed a mere 70 tails combined. Miserable wretches, Su Yuan muttered under his breath. However, as his fingers brushed against Tuda's body, he felt something hard. He retrieved it to discover a thin booklet. The cover was yellowed, the pages coarse, clearly aged. Su Yuan's heart stirred. He opened the booklet. The Art of Elusive Shadows, 5 bold characters met his gaze. A manual of footwork. Su Yuan's eyes glimmered with delight. This was a serendipitous find. This technique could exponentially increase speed, creating afterimages. In combat, it would serve as an unexpected lethal maneuver. I've struck gold. Su Yuan and Appo's heart soared with joy. He quickly tucked the manual into his robe, not pausing to examine it further. The stench of blood was too potent. It was not a place to linger. With a series of swift movements, he vanished into the depths of the forest. He journeyed swiftly, encountering no obstacles. Upon returning home to Yanglu village, night had fully descended. Su Yuan secured the doors and windows, lighting an oil lamp. Under the dim glow, he sat cross-legged on the bed, retrieving the Art of Elusive Shadows to study it meticulously. The pages of the manual had grown somewhat fragile over time, yet the handwriting above remains vividly discernible. Each character exudes a piercing aura, as if poised to leap from the page and transform into a series of fleeting shadows. Su Yuan meticulously read each word and every illustration, which became indelibly etched in his mind. The Mizong Finshinbu is a first-grade lower-tier body technique, emphasizing explosive speed. When cultivated to perfection, it can conjure multiple illusory embodiments in the blink of an eye, confounding adversaries with its unexpectedness. The potency of such a first-grade technique is truly remarkable. One cannot help but ponder the astonishing capabilities of higher-tier techniques. This realization left him in deep reflection. The military boxing he practiced holds no rank in this realm. It is solely through his profound comprehension of its essence that he can contend with others. The earth-shattering thunderous mountain and the fearsome dragon and Appo's roar are his greatest assets, yet they are not infallible. When faced with an opponent skilled in advanced body techniques, these moves can prove inadequate. It seems imperative that I procure several martial arts manuals without delay, Su Yuan resolved silently. Only by mastering a broader array of martial arts can one navigate this world more effectively. He carefully stored the Mizong Finshinbu, closed his eyes, and began to regulate his breath. Although his wounds had ceased bleeding, a dull ache persisted. Chapter 23. Rooting out the problem, the night passed without incident. The following morning, Su Yuan rose early, feeling remarkably refreshed. The wounds inflicted by the Tushan brothers had astonishingly scabbed over, a rapid recovery that left him astounded. He understood that this was due to his unique constitution, further enhanced by his practice of the Kong, Zhao Jing the previous night. After a brief wash and a light breakfast, Su Yuan eagerly made his way to the back mountain to commence his training in the Mizong Finshin Bu technique. Last night, he had thoroughly memorized the contents of this martial arts manual, with each movement and meridian pathway vividly etched in his mind. Taking a deep breath, he slowly closed his eyes, allowing the Kong Zhao Jing to circulate within him. His internal energy began to flow gently along the meridian routes as recorded in the Mizong Finshin Bu. Suddenly, Su Yuan opened his eyes, a brilliant light shining forth. With a powerful thrust of his legs, his body shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. This speed was several times greater than his previous maximum effort. How exhilarating! Su Yuan felt a rush of joy. However, after just a few steps, he stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. It was still somewhat unfamiliar. Regaining his composure, Su Yuan continued to practice. His body gradually adapted to this new method of exertion, and his movements began to flow more smoothly. His speed increased, creating a gentle breeze that rustled the leaves around him. As noon approached, he felt a warm current surge within him. Curious, he immediately checked his attributes panel. Mizong Finshin Bu, Beginner 1. He had made his first breakthrough. A flicker of joy crossed Su Yuan's eyes. With the assistance of Ming, Xi and Jianxing, his training speed had significantly improved. Whether it was cultivating internal power or mastering martial arts, he found his efforts yielding much greater results. If he persisted, he was certain to swiftly master this technique and comprehend its profound intricacies. Today was still a day off, so Su Yuan was not required to report to Ruimu Hall. In the afternoon, he visited the Song residence as promised to administer a second acupuncture treatment for Song Yuyao. The atmosphere within the Song household was markedly different from the previous day. Upon seeing Su Yuan, the servants greeted him respectfully, their eyes filled with reverence. Even the usually aloof steward, Aki, wore a beaming smile as he personally escorted Su Yuan into the inner courtyard. Dr. Su, you have finally arrived. The young lady has been waiting for quite some time, Aki said, his tone more enthusiastic than the day before. Su Yuan nodded slightly and followed Aki to Song Yuyo's chamber. Inside, Song Yuyu was already awake, seated at a table, quietly engrossed in a book. Upon hearing footsteps, she looked up, surprise flickering in her beautiful eyes. Young Master Su, you are here, she greeted, her voice melodious and sweet, reminiscent of a lark's song. Su Yuan nodded and took a seat at the table. Miss Song, how are you feeling? He inquired. Song Yuyao smiled faintly, a hint of relief apparent in her expression. I feel much better, thank you, young Master Su, for your miraculous healing. Without further ado, Su Yuan extended his hand, signaling for Song Yuyao to place her wrist on the table. She complied. Su Yuan gently placed his fingers on her pulse, carefully examining it. After a moment, he withdrew his hand and nodded. The true energy within Miss Song has been significantly reduced. Another acupuncture session today will yield considerable improvement. With that, he retrieved his golden needles and began the treatment. The golden needles pierced the acupoints, and his true energy guided them, all proceeding in an orderly manner. Once the acupuncture was completed, Su Yuan did not rush to leave the county. Zhang Chong had set his sights on him, and allowing him to remain would only invite trouble. To eliminate the root of the problem was essential to prevent future grievances. As dusk settled and night enveloped the surroundings, Su Yuan stealthily approached the Zhang residence. The Zhang estate was brightly lit, its high walls and deep courtyards exuding an air of solemnity. Su Yuan moved like a shadow, silently infiltrating the compound. He traversed the corridors and courtyards, searching for Zhang Chong's whereabouts. Suddenly, Su Yuan's brow furrowed. He caught faint whispers emanating from a nearby room. He stealthily approached, straining to listen. Why haven't the Tushan brothers returned? It's been a whole day and night without a word. Surely nothing has happened? The voice belonged to Zhang Chong. Su Yuan's heart stirred. Zhang Chong was still unaware of the Tushan brothers' demise. A cold smile crept across his lips as he thought, incompetent fools. Within the room, Zhang Chong's voice rang out again, tinged with impatience. It's been a day and a night, and they can't even handle a mere wandering doctor. Such a waste of my resources. Come in, Zhang Chong shouted. Young master, what are your orders? A guard hastily entered, bowing respectfully. Zhang Chong produced a stack of silver notes from his pocket and handed them to the guard. Take these silver notes and go to Haishi Fong to find, suddenly. Zhang Chong's voice trailed off as he seemed to recall something, abruptly raising his head to look towards the door. Who? He barked sharply. Su Yuan stepped from the shadows, the moonlight casting a sharp glint in his eyes, sharper than any blade. Why you? Who are you? Zhang Chong stammered, his pupils dilating as a wave of ominous foreboding washed over him. Su Yuan regarded him coldly, his voice as frigid as ice. The Tushan brothers will not return to see you, but I can certainly send you to meet them. Why you are that doctor? Zhang Chong finally deduced Su Yuan and Appo's identity, his face draining of color as terror enveloped him. How did you get here? Su Yuan did not respond to his question. With a flick of his wrist, a dagger slipped from his sleeve. The blade gleamed ominously. No, you cannot kill me. My father is the head of the Zhang family. If you kill me, The Zhang family will not let you go. Zhang Chong shouted in panic, attempting to leverage the Zhang family's name to intimidate Su Yuan. However, Su Yuan remained unfazed. In a flash, he moved like a wraith, appearing before Zhang Chong in an instant. Thud. The dagger plunged into Zhang Chong's chest. Blood gushed forth. Zhang Chong's eyes widened, filled with disbelief and terror. You. He opened his mouth as if to say something but ultimately uttered nothing. Slowly, he collapsed, his vitality swiftly fading. The guard, paralyzed with fear, crumpled to the ground, trembling as he witnessed Zhang Chong's lifeless body lying in a pool of blood. No, please don't kill me, he begged, his voice quaking with dread. Su Yuan ignored him, bending down to search Zhang Chong's body, retrieving 500 taels of silver notes. Alongside the notes was a token, cool to the touch, engraved with the words Hai Shi Fong. Hai Shi Fong. Su Yuan and Appo's mind raced. This token must pertain to the location Zhang Chong had just mentioned. He tucked it away and turned to the trembling guard. Speak. What is Hai Shi Fong? The guard shivered, hastily responding, Hai Shi Fong. Hai Shi Fong is the largest underground martial artist force in Qinghe County. As long as you provide the money, they can procure anyone. Su Yuan frowned slightly. He had Appo's. He anticipated Zhang Chong and Appo's as connections to such a force. Who was Zhang Chong supposed to find at Hai Shi Fong? Su Yuan continued his inquiry. The guard trembled as he spoke. Please. Seek out Master Leopard. He commands a multitude of assassins. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan's gaze turned frigid. Indeed, had he not sought Zhang Chong tonight, he would have faced treachery from behind. I have divulged everything. Please spare my life. The guard pleaded in terror. Su Yuan, with a cold smirk and without uttering a single word, swiftly ended the guard's life with a single stroke. He dragged the two corpses into the room and set the house ablaze. The flames roared skyward as he turned to depart, vanishing into the vastness of the night. The following day, Su Yuan arrived early at Ruimu Hall. He placed two exquisite pine wood pieces, selected from opening the material and inquiring the mountain, upon the workbench. Today, he was to craft 2 wooden doors. Slowly, he began to operate the Kong Zhao Jing. Everything around him seemed to quiet down, leaving only him and the wood before him. He grasped the carving knife, his wrist trembling slightly. The blade glided over the wooden board, akin to a brush dancing on paper, fluid and precise. Shavings piled up, and the contours of the wooden doors gradually emerged. The practice of Kong Zhao Jing allowed his focus to sharpen immensely, every cut executed with perfect accuracy and strength and angle. The woodworking process also facilitated a smoother flow of his internal energy. The energy coursed through his meridians like delicate threads, unbroken and continuous. This was a mutually beneficial process. The enhancement of his woodworking skills propelled the growth of his internal force, which, in turn, refined his craftsmanship further. Nearby, Li Rue and several other masters paused their tasks, silently observing Su Yuan with awe. His movements were as fluid as flowing water, seamless and coherent, as if the doors had long existed in his mind, merely awaiting release from the wood. Is this truly something a novice can achieve? One master murmured in disbelief. Li Rue's face bore a satisfied smile. This child is indeed a prodigy in woodworking. Given time, his skills may well surpass my own. Indeed, such technique and speed, it's hard to believe without witnessing it firsthand. Another master concurred. After decades in this craft, I have never witnessed the like. The youth is formidable. The youth is formidable. Su Yuan was immersed in his world, oblivious to the discussions surrounding him. He was wholly absorbed, merging with the wood in his hands. As time passed, the 2 wooden doors began to take shape. The panels were adorned with exquisite carvings, the lines smooth and lifelike, creating a scene that was both beautiful and harmonious. With a long sigh of relief, Su Yuan gradually set down his knife. Gazing at his creation, a wave of accomplishment surged within him. It was complete. At this rate, the Kong Zhao Jing would soon reach completion as well. In just one morning, Su Yuan had accomplished what would typically require an entire day. In the afternoon, he requested leave from Li Rue and once again made his way to the Song residence in Qinghe to administer the final acupuncture treatment for Song Yuyo. Chapter 24. The Blackstone Workshop. The Song residence. Su Yuan retrieved a golden needle, meticulously sterilizing it in preparation for the final acupuncture treatment for Song Yuyo. Song Yuanshan held his breath, standing solemnly to the side. Zhong. Su Yuan called out softly, his wrist flicking with agility as the needle, swift as lightning, pierced the vital points on Song Yuyo's chest. Zhangwan, Qihai, Guan Yuan. The golden needle glimmered with precision, as true energy flowed like silk, gradually infusing her. The last remnant of toxic energy within Song Yuyo was completely expelled. With a sigh of relief, Su Yuan grasped the final golden needle, the silver sheen fading away. His movements were fluid and seamless. Miss Song, the residual poison has been eliminated. Congratulations on your recovery. Song Yuyo rose, performing a graceful bow, her beautiful eyes sparkling with gratitude. Thanks to the miraculous hands of divine Dr. Su. It is indeed a fortune of 3 lifetimes for Yuyo to be saved by your skill. Song Yuanshan also bowed deeply, his tone exceedingly solemn. The life-saving grace of divine Dr. Su is something I, Song, will never forget. Should you require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to command. I shall follow without question. With a wave of his hand, the butler Aki immediately presented a mahogany tray, upon which lay 500 taels of silver notes, neatly arranged. This is the final payment. It is a token of respect, and I hope the divine doctor will graciously accept it. Su Yuan nodded slightly, accepting the silver notes. Charging for saving lives is only natural, especially given his urgent need for funds. As he stood to take his leave, pausing at the door, he suddenly recalled Zhang Chang's mention of the Blackstone Workshop before his death. Intrigued, he turned to ask, Master Song, have you heard of the Blackstone Workshop? Upon hearing this, Song Yuanchan's smile faltered slightly, a flicker of deep apprehension passing through his eyes. He remained silent for a moment, seemingly weighing his response. Ultimately, he nodded, lowering his voice. The Blackstone Workshop. Why does Divine Dr. Su suddenly inquire about this? Pausing gravely, he continued. It is an underground force located east of Qinghe County, a den of vice and corruption, far from a place of virtue. Behind it lies the local tyrant of Qinghe County, known as Leopard Lord, a ruthless and formidable man, not to be trifled with. May I ask if you have any particular business concerning this place? None to speak of. It was merely a casual inquiry. Su Yuan replied with a faint smile, brushing off the concern. With confirmation from Song Yuanshan, he had already begun to formulate a plan. An underground marketplace for martial artists? What a splendid destination that would be. Surely, there would be an abundance of manuals for sale, perfectly aligning with his intentions. With 1,500 taels in hand, purchasing a manual was more than feasible. After departing from the Song residence, Su Yuan made his way directly towards the eastern part of the city. Since it was a chaotic area, he anticipated that finding it would not prove difficult. After some inquiries in the eastern district, he soon discovered a suspicious establishment, a brothel named Zue Xianglu. At the entrance, someone discreetly displayed a black token, subsequently being respectfully ushered inside by a heavily made-up woman. Su Yuan and Appo's gaze sharpened, realizing, indeed, the entrance to the Blackstone Workshop was concealed within this brothel. The Leopard Lord certainly possesses some cunning. The most dangerous locations often serve as the safest havens. Concealed in the shadows, he observed carefully and noted that not everyone possessed a token. Those with tokens were directed to a different area than those without. It appeared that entry to the Blackstone Workshop required possession of such a token. With a thought, Su Yuan retrieved the token he had found on Zhang Chang's body. Taking a deep breath, he strode confidently towards Zue Xianglu. A flamboyantly dressed woman immediately approached him. Young master, you seem unfamiliar. Is this your first visit? She inquired with a flirtatious smile. Without uttering a word, Su Yuan displayed the token. The woman's expression shifted, her smile becoming even more obsequious. Young master, please follow me. She stepped aside respectfully, allowing him passage. Su Yuan followed her into the brothel. Inside, the atmosphere was filled with vibrant lights and raucous sounds. A cacophony of laughter and conversation mingling with the cloying scent of perfume and alcohol, an overwhelming assault on the senses. In the dance floor, several scantily clad women twisted and swayed, surrounded by a throng of men who laughed boisterously, their whistles echoing throughout the room. Su Yuan paid little heed to the spectacle, closely trailing the woman through the noisy hall until they reached a secluded courtyard. In the courtyard stood a dark and foreboding entrance, resembling a passageway to the underworld. Two burly men stood guard at the entrance, their eyes sharp as they scrutinized Su Yuan. As per usual, 1 tael of silver for entry, one of them gruffly stated. Su Yuan furrowed his brow. The underground force was indeed unscrupulous. However, he said nothing more, producing a tael of silver from his pocket and handing it over. The two men weighed the silver in their hands before stepping aside. Su Yuan took a step forward, entering the passageway. The tunnel was dim, cold, and damp, illuminated only by faint lights in the distance. Following the passage downward, after approximately 100 steps, he emerged into a vast underground space. Before him lay a brightly lit, bustling scene, resembling an underground city. Gambling houses, fighting arenas, trading zones, various shops lined the area, each offering an array of goods. Su Yuan traversed through the throng, observing the eclectic mix of people, wealthy young masters adorned in fine silks, destitute martial artists dressed in rags, and even those emanating a strong scent of blood, unmistakably hardened outlaws. This place was certainly no sanctuary. His intent was clear: acquire a manual and depart swiftly, avoiding any unnecessary entanglements. Su Yuan silently warned himself. Along the sides of the path, he noted patrolling figures clad in uniform black attire, swords at their waists, their expressions serious as they made their rounds. It seemed that, as Song Yuanshan had suggested, the Blackstone Workshop was backed by a tightly knit organization operating in the shadows. Su Yuan restrained his presence, striving to remain inconspicuous as he strolled. Suddenly, a shop named Jie Huangshuge caught his eye. Though modest in size, it exuded a faint, alluring fragrance. Intrigued, he stepped inside. The interior was somewhat dim, yet visibility was not hindered. Rows of bookshelves stood neatly arranged, filled with a variety of texts. A middle-aged woman leaned casually against the counter, engrossed in a small booklet. She appeared to be in her 30s, with a voluptuous figure and alluring curves. Dressed in a tight-fitting red gown, the low neckline revealed a generous expanse of her fair skin, the fullness of her bosom enticingly evident. With each breath, they swayed slightly, captivatingly drawing attention. The hem of her dress barely concealed her thighs. Her long, pale legs crossed elegantly, adding an air of unspoken seduction. Her makeup was bold. Her eyes subtly lifted at the corners, exuding a mature charm with an undercurrent of danger. As she sensed Su Yuan and Apos' presence, she slowly lifted her gaze, her eyes scanning him with a discerning glance. The shop and Apos' inventory was diverse, encompassing a wide array of subjects: astronomy, geography, medicine, folklore, and beyond. Among the collection, numerous illustrated books of explicit nature occupied a significant portion of the shelves. The scene is audacious and provocative, stirring the blood. The woman holds one of the books. Su Yuan, however, exhibits no interest in these. His gaze fixates on the innermost row of bookshelves. There, a collection of martial arts manuals is displayed. Su Yuan steps forward slowly to examine them closely. The manuals are neatly arranged, each annotated with its title, grade, and a brief description. Iron Sand Palm. A first-grade inferior technique, when cultivated to perfection, can shatter stone. Method of practice. Immerse both hands in a special potion and strike iron sand daily, progressing gradually. Price, 500 taels. Golden Bell Shield. A first-grade inferior technique, when perfected, renders the practitioner impervious to blades and spears. Method of practice. Strike the body with internal energy daily, complemented by a special medicinal bath. Price, 600 taels. Wind Chasing Steps. A first-grade inferior technique, when mastered, allows one to traverse 1,000 miles in a day. Method of practice. Run with a weight daily, practicing specific stepping techniques. Price, 550 taels. Most of the manuals are of the first-grade inferior category, predominantly focused on hand-to-hand combat techniques, encompassing attack, defense, and agility. Only a few pertain to weaponry. The cheapest is priced at 500 taels, with most around 1,000 taels. As Su Yuan perused each one, his brow furrowed slightly. While the variety of manuals is substantial, they do not align with his desires. He yearns for a manual pertaining to weaponry, having suffered a significant loss previously. The woman notices Su Yuan and Apos' expression. She gently sets down the booklet in her hand, gracefully approaches him with an air of professionalism etched upon her face. Her voice carries a hint of a lilt, whether innate or intentional, is uncertain. Young sir, have you not found anything suitable? My Imperial Book Pavilion boasts the most comprehensive collection of manuals in Blackstone Square. Is this not to your satisfaction? As she speaks, she subtly pushes her chest forward. Su Yuan maintains his composure, shaking his head as he candidly states, these manuals lack substance. I seek one pertaining to weaponry. Upon hearing this, the woman scrutinizes Su Yuan, her gaze flickering with a hint of amusement. Of course we have them. As long as you possess the coin, I can procure manuals of any grade. Follow me. With that, she turns and walks toward the inner chamber. Su Yuan follows her inside. Unlike the clamor outside, the inner sanctum exudes an air of tranquility. A single table, several chairs, and an unoccupied bed comprise the simple furnishings. The woman approaches a chest in the corner, her fingers caressing the ancient lock for a moment without haste to open it. Instead, she turns with an air of intrigue, her enchanting eyes fixed on Su Yuan with a hint of a smile. Please have a seat, young sir. I shall reveal to you the treasures I possess. She delicately extends her hand, retrieving a set of keys from the deep crevice of her attire. This seemingly casual motion carries an ineffable allure, provoking curiosity about what secrets might be concealed within that depth. Su Yuan pauses momentarily, then discreetly averts his gaze. Chapter 25. The Art of the Soft Wrapping Sword. With a click, the lock disengaged. The heavy lid of the chest creaked open slowly. A woman delicately retrieved 3 volumes, each wrapped in aged cloth, and placed them gently upon the table. As she unwrapped the fabric, yellowed pages revealed themselves, exuding a sense of time's erosion and mystery. These 3 tomes were the treasured secrets I had safeguarded. Her lips parted slightly, her voice laced with allure. Each volume possessed the power to incite fierce competition among the martial world. She paused, casting a seductive glance at Su Yuan. Young sir, with your discerning eye, choose the one that resonates with you. Su Yuan's heart stirred. Treasures hidden away? It seemed promising. Filled with curiosity, he picked up the topmost volume. The cover bore the bold characters water-cutting blade technique, elegantly inscribed, as if infused with the spirit of cleaving rivers, emanating an undeniable aura of strength. Merely gazing upon these characters sent a chill of the blade and Apos' essence coursing through him. He opened the tome. Within lay a meticulous exposition of the water-cutting blade technique and Apos' moves, cultivation methods, and intricate pathways for channeling internal energy through every meridian. Superior grade. When mastered, it can sever rivers and control currents, wielding astonishing power. Su Yuan swiftly perused the description, internally marveling at the technique and Apos' might. Regrettably, he was not adept with blades. Gently setting aside the water-cutting blade technique, he picked up the second volume, the diamond staff technique. Its cover, starkly different in style, featured bold lines that exuded a raw, domineering essence. Superior grade. When perfected, it wields strength to rival mountains, swift as the wind, unmatched in might. This staff technique was equally formidable, priced at 2,000 taels. Su Yuan shook his head. This too was not what he sought. With a hint of anticipation, he reached for the final book, the one that piqued his interest most, the soft wrapping sword. Even the title hinted at an unusual, ethereal charm. Upon turning to the first page, he was greeted by an illustration. The figure depicted wielded a long sword, its blade curling like a serpent, enveloping its wielder. Accompanying it was a line of small text. With profound inner strength, bend the sword and Appos' edge, rendering it as supple as a ribbon, unpredictable in movement, making it impossible for foes to counter. The blade could entwine around an enemy and Appos' weapon thrice, and upon sudden straightening, unleash tenfold force. At the mention of tenfold force, Su Yuan's heart raced. His eyes sparkled with fervor. Tenfold force. If he could master this sword technique and grasp its ultimate secrets, its power would be unfathomable. This soft wrapping sword was precisely what he desired. Suppressing his excitement, he continued to leaf through the tome. Each move, each stroke, etched itself deeply in his mind. Yet, he glanced at the price. Superior grade, 2,000 taels. His brow furrowed. Currently, he had only 1,500 taels, falling short by 500. Sister Een, this and Amp, Appos, soft wrapping sword and Amp, Appos, is indeed a remarkable treasure. Su Yuan inhaled deeply. He feigned composure as he placed the tome down, his fingertips unconsciously caressing its cover. 2,000 taels was indeed beyond his budget. Young sir, you jest, the woman remarked, gracefully settling herself at the bedside. With her hands resting on the bed, she leaned back, legs crossed, radiating allure. Sister Een prefers repeat customers in business, never inflating prices. A superior grade tome for merely 2,000 taels. Where else can you find such a deal? Su Yuan fell silent for a moment. He needed to negotiate the price. Otherwise, this soft wrapping sword would slip through his fingers. He retrieved the Phantom Steps tome from his bosom and presented it to the woman. How about this? I will trade this volume as collateral for 500 taels, along with 1,500 taels, to acquire this and Appos' soft wrapping sword. And Appos, he fixed his gaze upon her eyes, avoiding any lingering glances elsewhere. This way, you won't be at a loss. You can resell this Phantom Steps as well. The woman straightened, casually accepting the Phantom Steps, her delicate fingers lightly flipping through its pages. Phantom Steps, a lower-grade movement technique. She lifted her gaze, a glimmer of shrewdness flashing in her eyes. This technique does seem intriguing, could it be? She hesitated, seemingly contemplating something. This is acceptable. However, once I take this tome, you are forbidden from making copies for sale outside of Blackstone Workshop. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences. Her tone shifted, tinged with a warning. Su Yuan's heart sank. The Blackstone Workshop indeed upheld strict regulations. Moreover, this Sister Een was evidently well informed about the tome's origins. Clearly, her identity was far from ordinary. He nodded. Rest assured. I understand. Thus, Su Yuan exchanged the Phantom Steps and 1,500 taels for the soft wrapping sword. His heart surged with excitement. He carefully tucked the soft wrapping sword into his bosom and turned to exit the bookstore. Su Yuan then entered a weapons shop. Inside, an array of blades, spears, swords, halberds. Every conceivable weapon was present. A burly man was dozing behind the counter. Su Yuan rapped on the counter. Boss, I wish to purchase a sword. The man opened his eyes, sizing Su Yuan up, his voice gruff. What kind do you want? A soft sword. Do you have one of superior quality? The man shook his head. No superior soft swords here. Such items start at 100 taels. All I carry are inferior ones, but their quality is exceptional. With great flexibility, perfect for practicing specialized sword techniques. He gestured to a soft sword hanging on the wall. This one is 10 taels. Su Yuan examined it. The slender blade glimmered faintly. He swung it a few times. The feel was quite satisfactory. Most importantly, its softness aligned perfectly with the soft wrapping sword. Lacking excess funds, he could only afford this modest sword for the time being. All right, I'll take this one. Su Yuan produced 10 taels and handed them to the man. The man accepted the coins, weighing them in his hand, then retrieved the soft sword and passed it to Su Yuan. Su Yuan took the sword, coiling it around his waist. The soft sword felt icy to the touch, like a coiled viper, poised to strike with lethal precision. He secretly anticipated that with this sword, alongside the soft wrapping sword, his prowess would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. As time flowed by, 6 months slipped away like a fleeting shadow. One morning, a thin mist enveloped the dense forest of the back mountain. A figure darted through the trees like lightning, creating gusts of wind. Leaves danced around. Su Yuan's figure flickered, his feet seemingly conjuring the wind, his speed astonishingly swift, far surpassing his capabilities from half a year prior. Each landing was light and soundless, showcasing remarkable control. Each leap was fierce as a tiger, bursting forth with tremendous energy. A faint red glow enveloped his skin, pulsating continuously with a subtle hue of purple. Suddenly, Su Yuan halted, standing atop a large rock, his eyes flashing like lightning as he surveyed his surroundings. Approaching 20 meters per second, he estimated his speed. A flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Is this the power of the and Appos, Mystic Shadow Step and Appos, at a minor level? Su Yuan pondered, reflecting on the past 6 months during which he had diligently practiced without respite. Aside from eating and sleeping, nearly all his time had been devoted to cultivation. The skin refining process had never ceased, with the medicinal effects continuously nourishing and honing his flesh. Coupled with the innate talent of amp, Oppos, mind enlightenment, and amp, Oppos, his comprehension had significantly heightened. And the years of accumulation had finally borne fruit. Now, his skin refining realm had broken through, achieving the second level of refinement. His skin was as resilient as iron. An ordinary blade merely left a faint white mark upon it. His strength had also surged tremendously. Taking a deep breath to calm his excited heart, he focused his thoughts and opened his attribute panel. Host, Su Yuan age, 23 skills, military body fist, perfected, carpentry, perfected, gold needle technique, minor level 86. Empty radiant scripture, major level 36, mystic shadow step, minor level 56, soft finger sword technique, minor level 18. Ultimate techniques, military body fist, striking from afar, shaking the mountains. Dragon roar and tiger howl, carpentry, material sourcing, shavings like waves, spirit of mortise and tenon, empty radiant scripture, mind enlightenment, clear spirit platform, gold needle technique, golden needle acupuncture. Mystic shadow step, mystic shadow clone, soft finger sword technique, silken threads entwining the blade. This half year had yielded immense rewards. Su Yuan gazed at the information on the attribute panel, unable to conceal his joy. Chapter 26. The crisis at Ruimu Hall. The Kong Zhao Jing has reached perfection. In addition to the original insight of Ming Xing Jian Xing, a new ultimate skill has been comprehended, Ling Tai Ching Ming. This skill allows for a heightened concentration of mental energy, enabling a brief insight into the intentions of others and the ability to anticipate attacks in advance. Such ability is crucial in combat, providing an unexpected advantage. Furthermore, woodworking skills have attained a state of completeness, culminating in the understanding of the extraordinary technique, Sun Miao Tongling. This technique allows wood to spontaneously absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, significantly enhancing its longevity and imbuing it with a spirit of its own. The wooden creations produced henceforth will no longer be mere objects. Every joint and mortise will autonomously absorb the essence of nature, radiating vitality as if they were alive, greatly extending their lifespan, transforming decay into the miraculous. The Mi Zongfen Shinbu and Rao Ji Ro Jianshu have also reached a minor mastery, each yielding profound techniques. Mi Zongfen Shin involves the manipulation of footwork to create a reverberation of internal energy, forming phantom images. Within 3 breaths, up to 8 illusory shadows can be retained, moving in synchrony with the body, thereby disrupting an enemy and Oppos' attack predictions. Ro Si Kenrin employs gentle strength to propel sword energy into intangible threads, entwining the opponent's weapon, rendering it difficult to exert force, and even allowing for the redirection of their own strength to neutralize attacks. With my significantly enhanced prowess, Su Yuan clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him, brimming with confidence. As long as I do not encounter a warrior beyond the refining skin stage, I should be capable of self-preservation within this realm. Su Yuan composed himself, preparing to head to Riemu Hall. Upon approaching the entrance, a cacophony shattered the usual tranquility of Riemu Hall. Uncle Li, I respect you as an elder. So I call you uncle, a young voice exclaimed, laced with uncontainable arrogance and unabashed disdain. But do not overestimate yourself. Do not cling to your age. If you know what's good for you, take your people and leave with us. Do not force my hand. Su Yuan's brow furrowed, his pace quickening as he followed the sound. Inside Ruimu Hall, the atmosphere was tense, akin to a tightly drawn bowstring on the verge of snapping. A group of men clad in coarse garments, armed with long knives, surrounded the establishment, their eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty light. They were clearly not benign individuals. At the forefront stood a young man, likely in his early 20s, tall and lean like a bamboo pole, with a prominent black mole on his left cheek that quivered with each word he spoke, making it particularly conspicuous. Li Quan, since you still acknowledge me as your uncle, you should promptly take your people and leave. Li Rue and Amp, Oppos' face turned ashen, his chest heaving violently, evidently suppressing his fury. This is Ruimu Hall, not a place for you ruffians from Longhu Ridge to wreak havoc. Do not disrupt my business. Li Quan, a distant nephew of Li Rue, had never shown any aptitude and had grown notorious in town as a scoundrel. After his parents' untimely demise, he fell into a life of delinquency, eventually becoming a bandit in the mountains, completely losing his humanity. Leave, Li Quan sneered, his gaze darkening like a venomous snake fixating on its prey. Old man, you seem unaware of the situation. He grinned maliciously, his eyes scanning each carpenter present as if appraising a herd of sheep awaiting slaughter. Let me be frank, today, it is not just about your water well town. The nearby towns of Yangshui, Xinyan, and Polai, all the carpenters and blacksmiths, none shall escape. They will all be taken. Not a single one left behind. His tone bore an undeniable tyranny, with an unmasked intent to kill. Those who dare resist will face death. Before he finished speaking, Li Quan abruptly drew his long knife from his waist, his movement swift as lightning. With a sharp sound, the blade glinted coldly, radiating an icy aura. A crisp crack echoed as a freshly crafted wooden door, still exuding a faint aroma of timber, was cleaved in two. Wood chips flew, and the broken edges shone like mirrors, testament to the power of the strike. A refining skin warrior? Su Yuan stood at the back of the crowd, observing everything with keen insight. At the moment Li Quan struck, a faint green light flickered on the blade, indicative of internal energy manifesting outward. Although merely at the refining skin stage, it was already formidable enough for an ordinary person. However, to Su Yuan, this group posed no threat whatsoever. With his current strength, dispatching them would be effortless. Yet, he refrained from intervening immediately. Harboring a question in his mind, why would the bandits of Longhu Ridge wish to capture so many carpenters and blacksmiths? What ulterior motives might they have? It seemed prudent to observe the situation and ascertain their true intentions. Su Yuan pondered, his eyes glimmering with a spark of cunning. Li Rue and the other carpenters were rendered pale by Li Quan's display of aggression, trembling in fear. They suddenly realized that this individual was no longer the inept nephew they once knew, but rather a merciless bandit, a demon capable of taking their lives at any moment. Their audacity to brazenly seize individuals in broad daylight indicated a premeditated plan, one that disregarded the authority of the government. Moreover, the unsettling silence from the nearby town suggested an even greater conspiracy at play. I heard that the chief bandit of Longhu Ridge issued a warning days ago. An older craftsman whispered, his voice tinged with barely concealed fear. Any official that dares to interfere will be trampled into the ground, leaving no survivors. Presently, the townsfolk were gripped by anxiety, sensing impending calamity, and no one dared to step forward during such perilous times. We should proceed with caution, Li Rue said, his face growing even paler, his lips quivering as he struggled to speak. He understood that this time, his fate was likely sealed. Masters, what do you think? Li Rue turned to his fellow craftsmen, his eyes filled with helplessness and despair. Alas. The others exchanged glances, sighing resignedly, their expressions heavy with sorrow. At this juncture, what else could they do? One of the craftsmen spoke slowly, his voice hoarse. We are at their mercy, we have no choice. Let us gather our tools and accompany them, he continued. As long as we have our lives, we can find another way to thrive. Indeed, preserving our lives is paramount. Another craftsman chimed in, his voice trembling. All right, we shall go. Li Rue ultimately nodded in resignation. He led his fellow craftsmen as they quietly collected their tools, then followed behind Li Quan and his men, slowly departing from Rue Mu Hall. Su Yuan's gaze narrowed. He remained silent, refraining from taking action, merely trailing behind the crowd as they exited Longhu Ridge. This matter seemed far from straightforward. He was determined to uncover the true motives of these bandits. As they left the town, the group headed northward toward Longhu Ridge. The once lush trees lining the road now appeared to be shrouded in an air of foreboding, enhancing the desolation of the scene. From time to time, one encounters carpenters and blacksmiths, similarly ensnared, either burdened with toolboxes or pushing wheelbarrows, their expressions numb and silent, resembling mere walking corpses. The procession gradually swells in size, yet the atmosphere grows increasingly oppressive, akin to the calm before a storm. Su Yuan, blending into the crowd, discreetly surveys his surroundings, absorbing every detail. Have you heard? The turmoil at Longhu Ridge has escalated. They are set to clash with the Zhenlong division of Qinghe County. A hushed, tense whisper reaches his ears. Shu, keep your voice down. Do you want to die? Another voice trembles with evident fear. What is there to fear? This matter has been circulating for some time. It is said that 6 months ago, an undercover agent from the Zhenlong division infiltrated Longhu Ridge and gathered extensive intelligence about the situation on the mountain. Is that true? If so, isn't Longhu Ridge doomed this time? Who knows? We'll take it one step at a time. An old blacksmith can't help but voice his concerns, his tone laden with apprehension. Who can say? We must proceed cautiously. Another carpenter sighs, shaking his head in resignation. In chaotic times, human life is as fragile as straw. Their anxieties are not unfounded. A moment and oppose, as carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Silence envelopes them as they continue on their path. The sun ascends higher, and the group finally enters the territory of Longhu Ridge. The mountain path is rugged, flanked by jagged rocks, with trees becoming increasingly sparse, enhancing the sense of peril. The air seems to carry a faint metallic scent, reminiscent of blood, evoking nausea. The numbers swell, more than 150 carpenters and blacksmiths from nearby towns gather. A dark mass, Li Quan leads the assembly to a massive kiln cave. At the entrance stand a dozen armed bandits, each exuding a menacing aura, brimming with malice. The ground nearby bears dark red stains, exuding a faint, nauseating odor, hinting at the recent loss of life. Not far away, several tattered burlap sacks lie carelessly discarded. Swollen and ominous, raising a chill of dread, a figure emerges slowly from the cave. It is a burly middle-aged man, his rugged features and hawkish gaze emanating a fierce aura that signals he is no benign character. Upon sighting him, Li Quan immediately dons a sycophantic smile, hastening forward with exaggerated deference. Third Master, what brings you here personally? Zhao Jiqing, the third master of Longhu Ridge, is notorious in Qinghe County, known for his ruthlessness and a bloody trail behind him. He disregards Li Quan, striding directly to the crowd. his gaze sweeping over them as if appraising a herd of sheep destined for slaughter. His eyes, cold and serpentine, and still a deep sense of dread. As if death itself had marked them. Esteemed villagers of Qinghe County, I am Zhao Jiqing, the third master of Longhu Ridge. I have summoned you here to enlist your craftsmanship for a task on our behalf. Should you labor diligently, I guarantee your safe return in due course. His voice is coarse and low, imbued with an undeniable authority, bordering on a threat. He then shifts his tone, the air growing colder. However, should anyone dare to shirk their duties or intentionally delay progress, they shall not escape my wrath. He pauses, allowing his gaze to linger ominously over the assembly, who instinctively lower their heads. You will have half a day to acclimate and familiarize yourselves with the surroundings. From tomorrow onwards, you are to produce a minimum of 50 weapons and 3,000 arrows each day. Remember, it is a minimum. Failure to meet the daily quota will result in the execution of one among you. The choice of victim will depend on your performance. Zhao Jiqing's voice, reminiscent of ice shards in the depths of winter, sends a chill through the crowd. A wave of unrest ripples among them. Su Yuan stands within the throng, quietly assessing Zhao Jiqing and Amp Oppo's strength. Judging by his imposing presence, he appears to be a second-tier martial artist. Su Yuan regards him with disdain, given his current abilities. Taking Zhao's head would be a trivial endeavor. Yet, this is Longhu Ridge, fraught with peril, and acting rashly would be unwise. After delivering his admonition, Zhao Jiqing snorts disdainfully and turns to ascend the mountain, leaving Li Quan and others to guard the carpenters and blacksmiths. Chapter 27. The night strikes get the hell inside. Li Quan barked, ruthlessly shoving everyone into the cave. No one anticipated the vastness that lay within. The space was astonishingly expansive. Dim oil lamps flickered on the walls, while blackened torches crackled and billowed thick smoke, stinging the eyes. The blacksmith's forge blazed, casting a fiery glow across half the chamber. The carpenter's workbenches were arranged in a row, cluttered with iron, steel, pine, and bamboo, barely enough to sustain them for a day or two. A fierce mountain bandit leader pointed towards the dark, foreboding forest and mine. The materials are running low. Go gather them yourself. Anyone who dares slack off will starve. The group, trembling with fear, shuffled deeper into the cave. The sleeping area resembled a pigsty, with crude stone huts carved into the mountainside, varying in size, damp and dim, lacking even doors. Several older blacksmiths and carpenters, their faces ashen, gathered everyone together, their expressions grave. What shall we do? One elderly blacksmith sighed deeply. Taking a long drag from his pipe, worry etched on his face. What else can we do? We must survive first, another carpenter replied, his tone heavy. Zhao Jiqing is a ruthless killer. We must work swiftly. They quickly began discussing how to divide the tasks for efficiency. The urgency of time left no room for delay. At the blacksmith and Oppo's station, the furnace was insufficient, necessitating a staggered approach to forging. Making arrowheads was manageable, but crafting blades was laborious, 50 a day at best. The carpenters faced challenges with the arrow shafts, lacking adequate tools to expedite the process. Bamboo grew abundantly on the mountainside, easy to cut, yet the sheer volume was overwhelming. After a brief discussion, they swiftly established their roles. Blacksmiths would rotate in shifts, one group smelting iron, another crafting arrowheads, and a third forging blades. The carpenters worked in pairs, sawing and planing wood, while the younger ones chopped bamboo and transported materials. Once the division of labor was settled, there was no time for idle chatter. Everyone dispersed to their designated stations. Su Yuan was assigned to the bamboo cutting team. He remained silent, accepting the arrangement. Inside the cave, the sounds of clanging and chopping intermingled. An oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily on each worker and Oppo's chest. That night, Su Yuan lay on the cold stone bed, tossing and turning, pondering a way out. The news of the Town Dragon Division attacking Longhu Ridge was unlikely to be mere gossip. They would not grant the mountain bandits a moment and Oppo's respite. For now, they could only wait for the Town Dragon Division to assault the mountain and seize the opportunity. The following day, as dawn broke, several bandits barged in, carrying buckets of thin rice porridge and bowls of bitter pickles, barking, "Get up and eat. Finish your meal and get back to work." Famished and weak, the group forced themselves to rise and eat. The porridge was bland, the pickles overwhelmingly salty, yet no one dared complain, devouring their meager meal hastily. After breakfast, the cave transformed into a bustling workshop. The blacksmiths swung their hammers, sparks flying, while the carpenters sawed, with shavings swirling around them. Su Yuan, alongside a dozen young men, was supervised by 4 bandits as they exited the cave to chop bamboo. "Hey, kid, work faster," one bandit shouted, brandishing a whip. Su Yuan moved swiftly, cutting down a substantial area in no time. Though he appeared focused on the task, he discreetly observed his surroundings, unlike those who were merely intent on their labor. As time passed, dusk approached, and tension filled the cave. The blacksmiths, drenched in sweat and panting, finally completed 50 blades. However, the arrows were far from finished. The number of blacksmiths doubled that of carpenters, and while there were enough arrowheads, they were still short by nearly 1,000 shafts. What are we going to do? One carpenter fretted, stamping his feet in anxiety. Zhao Jiqing is no joke. He will kill. Li Rue, equally distressed and drenched in sweat, had not rested all day, his voice hoarse. Yet, their speed remained insufficient. Su Yuan and Amp, Appo's bamboo piles towered, more than ample. He approached, saying, "Master, take a break, let me handle it." Li Rue hesitated. Glancing at Su Yuan, this boy, though exceptionally talented, was still young. Crafting arrow shafts was no simple task. "Be careful," Li Rue finally relented. Su Yuan stepped up to the workbench, picked up a piece of bamboo, and began crafting shafts. He discreetly activated Kong Zhao Jing, channeling his inner strength. Shavings flew like snowflakes as Su Yuan's hands moved like lightning. While Li Rue managed 2 or 3 shafts per minute, Su Yuan produced 5 or 6. As he grew more adept, his speed reached 10 shafts a minute. The onlookers were astonished. "This boy is a monster," they exclaimed. "His speed is astonishing. Masterly. You've truly struck gold with this apprentice," they praised. Li Rue, momentarily lost in thought, soon wore a proud smile. Yet, the dire circumstances quickly dimmed his joy. By 8 or 9 that evening, Zhao Jiqing arrived with a group of bandits, coldly inquiring, "How goes it? Have today and Amp, Appo's, tasks been completed?" The bandits began tallying their work: 50 blades, 3,005 arrows. Zhao Jiqing and Appo's expression softened slightly. With a sneer, he remarked, "Oh, so you managed to accomplish it? Tomorrow, we continue." After Zhao Jiqing left, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group, their tense nerves finally relaxing. "Thanks to Su Yuan. We would have been done for otherwise," someone remarked. Indeed, the young master and Appo's skills are exceptional. The crowd gathered around Su Yuan, their gazes filled with gratitude and newfound respect. The supervising master approached Su Yuan, patting him on the shoulder sincerely. "Su Yuan, tomorrow focus solely on making arrow shafts. Do not concern yourself with anything else. Your speed and skill are critical to our survival." Su Yuan accepted without hesitation, understanding that now was not the time for modesty. Each arrow crafted meant one less threat to their lives. As the group dispersed to their stone huts, the cave was rife with the stench of sweat, and the weary craftsmen collapsed into deep slumber. This routine persisted for 3 days, and on the 4th day, the early morning was shattered by a cacophony. "Kill, eradicate the bandits, and restore peace to Huqing County." A deafening battle cry erupted from the mountains below, piercing the night and Amp, Appo's stillness. In the darkness, Su Yuan abruptly opened his eyes, a fierce light shining within. The town dragon division had finally arrived. He sprang to his feet and stealthily exited the stone hut. Chapter 28. Venturing alone into the thieves and Amp, Appo's den within the cave, the others were roused from their slumber by the sudden commotion. "What is happening? Has the Zhenlong division arrived? Are we saved?" A brutish bandit, bleary-eyed, seized a ghostly knife leaning against the wall, cursing as he burst forth. "What the hell is all this noise?" he bellowed, hastily securing his loose belt, his bravado masking his trepidation. "If you don't want to die, get back inside." The craftsmen exchanged apprehensive glances, though their hearts raced. They complied with the bandit and Appo's command and retreated into the stone dwelling. After all, no one wished to meet a needless demise at such a perilous moment. All ears were attuned to the sounds outside, each silently praying for a decisive victory by the Zhenlong division, hoping they would capture every bandit of Longhu Ridge. Meanwhile, Su Yuan had already slipped silently from the cave before the bandits emerged. Cloaked by the night, he swiftly ascended the mountain. His senses heightened. He perceived every rustle of the wind and whisper of grass around him. Not long after, Su Yuan stumbled upon a bandit stronghold spanning several hundred square meters. Outside, a dozen or so bandits patrolled with vigilant precision. Su Yuan had memorized the layout while cutting bamboo during the day. This was indeed Zhao Jiqing and Appo's lair. In an instant, he vanished like a specter, leaping atop the roof. With the lightest of touches, he made not a sound. Inside, murmurs reached his ears, voices belonging to Li Quan and Zhao Jiqing. Su Yuan held his breath, focusing intently. "Third Master, you are truly remarkable," Li Quan said. A sycophantic grin plastered across his face. "I knew it. Why would the Zhenlong division abandon the main peak to come to the western ridge? They are merely a few insignificant pawns attempting to distract us." "Umph," Zhao Jiqing snorted, taking a sip from his wine bowl. "What nonsense about foresight. If I truly had such abilities, would I be reduced to being a bandit in this remote valley?" He set down his bowl and lowered his voice. "It was our informants within the Zhenlong division who relayed the news back to us. Those corrupt officials think they're the only ones who can employ cunning? We of Longhu Ridge are not to be trifled with." A sinister smile curled Zhao Jiqing's lips. On the main peak, the big boss and the second boss are already prepared, just waiting for the Zhenlong fools to walk into our trap. This time, they shall not return. Hearing Zhao Jiqing and Appo's arrogant scheming, a heavy dread settled in Su Yuan and Appo's heart, igniting a surge of righteous fury. The Zhenlong division had come to protect the common folk. And these bandits, with their insidious schemes and disregard for human life, could not be allowed to prevail. Resolute, Su Yuan ceased hesitating. He broke a tile from the roof. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 sharp sounds pierced the air as he infused his inner strength into the shards, launching them towards Li Quan and Zhao Jiqing. The tiles sped through the night like twin bolts of lightning. Bang! Li Quan, caught in his self-satisfied revelry, was wholly unprepared for the sudden assault. He did not even have time to scream before the tile struck his skull, shattering through with brutal force. A grotesque spray of red and white erupted as his body convulsed and fell, lifeless. Who? In stark contrast, Zhao Jiqing reacted swiftly. As a seasoned warrior with refined skills, he sensed danger the moment the tiles were launched. With a furious roar, he unleashed his inner strength, snapping the armrest of a chair and hurling it towards the incoming tile. Boom! The wooden armrest collided with the tile midair, producing a deafening crash. Splinters and shards exploded into the air. Who dares? Zhao Jiqing thundered, his voice booming like a bell. The patrolling bandits, startled by the uproar, surged in from all directions. Weapons drawn and eyes fierce, fixated on the source of the sound. They had never anticipated that someone would be audacious enough to intrude upon Longhu Ridge and launch a surprise attack on the third master. Such audacity was akin to courting death. With a resounding crash, Su Yuan smashed through the solid roof, a gaping hole left in his wake. His countenance was stern, exuding an overwhelming aura of lethality. Zhao Jiqing, upon seeing Su Yuan's face and attire, furrowed his brow in confusion. This young man, unfamiliar in visage and dressed in simple garb, did not appear to be a member of the Zhenlong division. Who are you, friend? Do I hold any grievance against you? Zhao Jiqing asked, his voice low and measured. Simultaneously, he discreetly signaled to the surrounding bandits. His loyal subordinates, understanding his intent, stealthily moved to encircle Su Yuan, gripping their weapons tightly, poised to strike at any moment. Su Yuan paid no heed to Zhao Jiqing and Appo's inquiry. His purpose was singular and resolute, to eradicate this band of bandits, leaving none behind. He advanced steadily, each step deliberate and powerful, like a poised tiger ready to pounce upon its prey. Zhao Jiqing, witnessing Su Yuan's silent approach, felt a surge of malice. If that is the case, then there is nothing more to say. Attack together and slay him. Zhao Jiqing roared, issuing the command. Kill. The bandits, no longer able to contain their aggression, lunged towards Su Yuan like ravenous wolves, brandishing their weapons with fierce intent. In this scenario, overwhelming numbers ensured their victory. Whoever claimed the young man and Appo's head would earn accolades before the third master and be rewarded. Kill. A burly bandit led the charge, his muscular form rippling with power. Veins bulging beneath taut skin, an eerie sheen of bluish light emanating from his body. With a roar, he swung his fist, as thick as a bowl, imbued with formidable force, aiming to crush Su Yuan with a single blow. The punch, accompanied by a booming wind, resembled a cannonball in flight, a sight to behold. Among the bandits, his strength was among the finest. This strike encapsulated all his might, powerful enough to shatter stone. Are you dumbstruck? Die? The bandit sneered, envisioning Su Yuan being sent flying, bone shattered and flesh mangled. Yet, the anticipated scene never materialized. Su Yuan stood firm, unwavering as the bandit and Appo's fist crashed into him. Bang! The sound reverberated through the empty chamber. The bandit felt as though his punch had struck a colossal mountain rather than a man. Unyielding, icy, impossible to budge. The bandit's grin froze, replaced by a tide of horror and disbelief. Second skin refinement. He jolted awake, recognizing Su Yuan and Appo's subtly flushed skin, realizing that he and this young man were not on the same level at all. A wave of dread washed over the bandit as he attempted to retreat. However, it was far too late. Chapter 29. The fatal 13 shots the bandits wished to flee? Alas, it is too late. A glint of cold light flickered in Su Yuan's eyes. These miscreants, having committed numerous atrocities, could not be allowed to live. In that fleeting moment as the bandit turned, he brought his fingers together, channeling his inner strength into a fist, launching it forth like a cannonball. Crack! The chilling sound of shattering bones echoed, clear to every ear present. The bandit's chest seemed to have been struck by a colossal hammer, instantly caving in, his flesh a gruesome mess. Before a scream could escape his lips, he was hurled backward like a ragged sack, crashing heavily at Zhao Jiqing's feet, twitching twice before falling silent. A single blow was all it took to fell him. Su Yuan remained as tranquil as a still lake. To him, a first-stage warrior was akin to an ant in the face of his perfected second-stage prowess. He cast a glance at Zhao Jiqing, whose face had turned an ashen hue, his gaze icy and predatory. Today, even the third leader of Longhu Ridge could not escape death. All present were rendered speechless by the spectacle. They could hardly fathom that such a seemingly youthful individual possessed such terrifying strength. One punch had obliterated a first-stage warrior. Zhao Jiqing and Appo's expression shifted to one of profound dismay. The explosive power of this young man surpassed his own. How could this be possible? Su Yuan, having mastered the second stage, was but a step away from the third. His inner strength was formidable. That punch could easily incapacitate not just a first-stage warrior, but even severely wound a second-stage warrior if struck head-on. Kill. The remaining bandits brandished their swords and charged forward. These men were Zhao Jiqing's trusted subordinates, the elite of Longhu Ridge. Among them were several who had already attained the first stage of refinement, far from a mere rabble. Whoosh! The glint of blades and shadows of swords wove a dense net, descending upon Su Yuan. However, as this fierce onslaught met him, it all dissipated, striking only a phantom. Thud! A blood flower suddenly erupted from one bandit's neck, blood gushing forth. He clutched at his throat, desperately attempting to stem the flow, but it was all in vain. In a flurry, he was marked with several deep gashes, blood pouring forth like a spring. The bandits were thrown into chaos by this sudden turn of events. Frantically searching for Su Yuan's whereabouts, Su Yuan activated his illusory shadow technique, conjuring 8 phantoms that flitted through the crowd like specters. With each flash, a chilling scream echoed. One by one, Zhao Jiqing's trusted men fell into pools of blood, their deaths harrowing. In the blink of an eye, only Zhao Jiqing stood alone, isolated amidst the carnage. Su Yuan, soft sword in hand, strode slowly toward Zhao Jiqing, his gaze frigid as though surveying a corpse. To ordinary people, the bandits of Longhu Ridge were nightmares. Before him, they were but trivialities. Zhao Jiqing's heart was tumultuous with uncertainty. This young man exceeded all his expectations. Could he be an aide sent by the Dragon Suppression Division? He spoke once more, his tone slightly softened. Pray tell, who are you? If Longhu Ridge has wronged you, I wish to make amends. Make amends? Su Yuan's expression remained unchanged as he replied indifferently, certainly, with the lives of everyone in Longhu Ridge as recompense. Zhao Jiqing's countenance darkened instantly, his eyes filled with malice. Do not mistake kindness for weakness. Do you truly think the third leader of Longhu Ridge is merely a name? With a fierce grasp of his hand, a spear 3 meters away was drawn to him by an unseen force, flying directly into his grasp. Clenching the spear tightly, inner strength surged forth, the spearhead gleaming with a deadly brilliance. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air erupted. Zhao Jiqing moved with the speed of a leopard, closing the distance to Su Yuan in an instant, a palpable killing intent emanating from him. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. Zhao Jiqing and Appo's strike appeared simple and casual, yet it concealed profound intricacies. The spear tip, swirling with fluctuating inner strength, subtly formed a vortex. This vortex not only enhanced the spear's penetration, but also unleashed a more terrifying destructive force upon impact, akin to a concealed tiger ready to pounce. Carelessness could result in severe internal injuries, even if one managed to parry the thrust. Perceiving the ruse, Su Yuan flicked his wrist, the soft sword slicing through the air in a serpentine arc. The threads of sword energy instantaneously transformed into countless invisible strands, silently entwining around the spear's shaft. At the same time, Su Yuan shifted his stance, narrowly evading the spear's lethal point. The immense force that had been contained within the spear was suddenly redirected under the influence of the entwining threads, akin to a wild horse breaking free, rebounding straight towards Zhao Jiqing. From his perspective, the spear that had been thrust forward now inexplicably veered off, the tip turning back, hurtling towards his chest with a whistling wind. This unforeseen twist sent a shock through Zhao Jiqing and Appo's heart. However, being a seasoned veteran, he remained composed. He leaned back sharply, nearly parallel to the ground, and with a powerful push of his legs, propelled himself backward like an arrow released from a bow. Whoosh! The spear tip grazed his nose, stirring a fierce wind that stung his cheek. Zhao Jiqing narrowly avoided the bizarre counterattack, cold sweat breaking out across his brow. With no time to ponder, he flicked his wrist, channeling his inner strength as he lifted his leg to deliver a fierce kick to the spear and Appo's shaft. Clang! The spear emitted a clear, ringing sound as it was sent flying, spinning upward into the air. Zhao Jiqing followed the momentum, twisting his waist mid-air to gracefully catch the descending spear. Yet, before he could catch his breath, an ominous feeling surged within him. Su Yuan and Appo's relentless assault followed closely behind. Zhao Jiqing dared not show any sign of complacency. His muscular arms bulged, veins prominent, as he poured every ounce of his inner strength into the spear, the tip radiating a chilling brilliance. The fatal 13 shots. Zhao Jiqing's countenance turned savage, like a cornered beast fighting for survival, as he unleashed his spear to its utmost potential. This was his signature technique, honed over 2 decades, now ingrained in his very bones. Whoosh! The first shot lunged for Su Yuan's throat, merciless and fierce. Su Yuan's gaze sharpened, his body slightly shifting to narrowly evade the spear's point. Whoosh! 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 Zhao Jiqing, emboldened by his momentum, unleashed a relentless barrage. The second shot swept towards Su Yuan's waist, the third arced back to target his spine, the fourth, each shot faster and more ferocious than the last. What astonishing spear technique! Su Yuan and Appo's heart quickened. Indeed, Zhao Jiqing and Appo's skills were formidable, explaining his audacity. Yet, there was no hint of fear in Su Yuan and Appo's eyes. Instead, a flicker of excitement ignited within him. The more powerful the opponent, the more his fighting spirit surged. Zhao Jiqing and Appo's arms moved with blinding speed. The spear in his hands came alive, transforming into a silver dragon, twisting and soaring, roaring with ferocity. Countless spear shadows converged, layered and interwoven into an impenetrable net, closing in on Su Yuan from all directions. These spear shadows were no mere illusions. Each shadow of the spear encapsulates Zhao Jiqing's inner strength, remarkably sharp and capable of piercing gold and splitting stone. Should one be struck by even a single shadow, their body would be instantly penetrated. Following that, the subsequent shadows would rend them into fragments, transforming them into a sieve. The infamous 13 lethal spears of the third master indeed live up to their reputation. Each encounter elicits both terror and awe. Two fortunate bandits, having narrowly escaped death, concealed in the shadows, gaze upon this breathtaking spectacle, unable to suppress their gasps of astonishment. In their eyes, once Zhao Jiqing and Appo's S13 lethal spears are unleashed, Su Yuan is undoubtedly doomed. Regardless of how swift his movements may be, there lies no possibility of escape. With merely a rudimentary mastery of the soft finger sword technique, Su Yuan faces a daunting challenge, encountering the 13 lethal spears. Zhao Jiqing and Appo's prowess surpasses that of the two mountain brothers he previously encountered. As Su Yuan contemplates, he continues to execute the soft finger sword technique. The flexible sword dances in his hands, soaring up and down, weaving from side to side, adeptly deflecting each spear shadow with precision. He initially intended to seize this opportunity to hone his combat experience. However, the current predicament leaves no room for delay. The situation at Longhu Ridge, under the assault of the Zhenlong division, remains uncertain. A swift resolution is imperative. He must eliminate Zhao Jiqing promptly. With this thought, a glint of cold determination flashes in Su Yuan and Appo's eyes as he decides to unleash his full strength. Chapter 30. The clarity of the spirit platform breaks the stalemate. Zhao Jiqing exerted all his strength. The inner power of his secondary skin refinement was poured into the spear with no reservations, resembling a dragon poised to soar. His hands moved rapidly, the spear creating numerous afterimages, conjuring a myriad of spear shadows. Each shadow wielded the might to pierce gold and shatter stone, with cunning angles and bizarre trajectories, exuding an extraordinary danger. This was a deadly gambit. He aimed for a swift resolution, determined to annihilate the enigmatic young man before him on the spot. Within Su Yuan's body, the Kong Zhao Sutra surged with fervor, activating the spirit platform and Appo's unparalleled technique with each breath. His senses sharpened several-fold. Everything around him slowed. Even the fine dust in the air became distinctly visible. The once indistinguishable spear shadows now revealed their paths clearly. Every trajectory of Zhao Jiqing and Appo's thrusts, the tremors of his muscles, the flow of inner power, were all anticipated by Su Yuan. Everything was under his control. Suddenly, Su Yuan's swordplay transformed. No longer relying on softness to counter hardness, he adopted a rapid assault. The soft sword moved with an unpredictable grace, akin to an antelope's horns, leaving no trace. The sword energy coalesced into a point, precisely targeting the spear's landing. A single point shattered the surface, effortlessly deflecting a tremendous force back. Zhao Jiqing felt as if each thrust struck against cotton, the power completely dissipated. Not only that, but as he retracted the spear, an overwhelming force surged back along the spear's body, sending his hands numb and his arms aching, causing him to stagger backward. With each thrust, the rebound force grew stronger. Each thrust surpassed the last. The fiercer the attack, the greater the backlash. Zhao Jiqing transformed from an active assailant to a passive defender. Utterly flustered, what manner of skill was this? Zhao Jiqing and Appo's pupils constricted suddenly, as if he had seen a ghost. He quickly realized that although the young man before him was only slightly superior in realm, his combat experience, awareness, and the peculiarity of his techniques far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. His renowned lethal technique, the 13 death spear strikes, had been entirely neutralized. It had even been turned against him, becoming a weapon of his own demise. A chill enveloped Zhao Jiqing's heart, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Impossible. How could my 13 death spear strikes be ineffective against him? Zhao Jiqing roared in fury, seemingly maddened. He once again summoned his inner power, attempting to forcefully breach Su Yuan and Appo's defenses and regain the initiative. Yet, Su Yuan and Appo's swordplay flowed like a serene river, impenetrable and flawless. No matter how fiercely Zhao Jiqing attacked, he could not harm Su Yuan in the slightest. Zhao Jiqing and Appo's anxiety deepened with each failed strike. This sensation was even more uncomfortable than his encounters with practitioners of the third skin refinement. The opponent's senses completely surpassed his own. Every strike, every movement, every intention felt as though it had been foreseen. This was beyond what he could contend with. Realizing he was no match, a glint of resolution flickered in Zhao Jiqing's eyes. He feigned a thrust, adopting a desperate stance to push Su Yuan back, then abruptly retreated. Escape? Su Yuan scoffed coldly, his murderous intent intensifying. Just as he prepared to pursue, he saw Zhao Jiqing suddenly hurl the spear with great force. The spear was not aimed at him, but rather struck towards a load-bearing pillar in the hall with lightning speed. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated. The pillar fractured upon impact. Debris flew and dust billowed. The entire hall trembled, on the brink of collapse. Su Yuan, like a specter, darted forward with the swiftness of lightning, his shadow flitting past as he closed in on Zhao Jiqing. The soft sword traced a chilling arc, the sound of slicing air sharp and piercing. Aimed directly at Zhao Jiqing's left leg. Ah! Zhao Jiqing screamed in agony, his voice piercing, echoing in the vast cave. Blood erupted from his left ankle where Su Yuan and Appo's sword had severed his tendons. Losing balance, Zhao Jiqing crashed to the ground, dust scattering. Pain surged like a tsunami, distorting his features, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, instantly soaking his garments. He struggled to mobilize his inner power to rise, but his body refused to comply. As if a 1,000-pound stone weighed him down, the shadow of death loomed ominously above him. Fear coiled around his heart like a venomous snake, inducing suffocation. Zhao Jiqing refused to succumb to death so easily. He stifled the excruciating pain in his ankle, channeling his inner power into his spear for one final desperate struggle. The clashing of metal resonated, sharp and jarring, sparks flying. Su Yuan and Appo's sword entwined around Zhao Jiqing and Appo's spear like a parasite. Under the realm of the spirit platform and Appo's clarity, Zhao Jiqing and Appo's spear technique revealed countless flaws, childishly naive. Su Yuan and Appo's gaze was indifferent. With a subtle flick and a twist of his soft sword, he unleashed a tremor. Zhao Jiqing felt an irresistible force surge from the spear. Uffed. Su Yuan and Appo's sword energy viciously entangled Zhao Jiqing and Appo's right arm. Muscles tore, bones shattered, emitting a horrific cracking sound. Fragments of broken bone pierced through flesh, exposing white bone, with blood gushing like a waterfall. Clang. The spear slipped from Zhao Jiqing and Appo's grasp, thudding to the ground with a crisp sound, heralding his complete defeat. Despair filled Zhao Jiqing and Appo's eyes. Fear, unwillingness, regret. A myriad of emotions flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. He recalled his past tyranny, the innocent lives that had perished at his hands. You. Zhao Jiqing and Appo's voice trembled, each word seemingly draining his last ounce of strength. He fixed his gaze upon Su Yuan, his eyes brimming with terror and confusion. What grudge do I hold against you? He racked his brain, unable to fathom when he had offended this harbinger of doom. The perfection of the secondary skin refinement. Such power was dominant even in Qinghe County. Even the chief of Longhu Ridge would likely struggle to defeat him in a short time. Su Yuan slowly approached, his footsteps echoing like the harbinger of death. He looked down upon Zhao Jiqing, who resembled a lost dog, his gaze frigid, devoid of warmth. Third chief, just days ago in the cave. Did you not say that for every arrow lost, a life would be taken? Su Yuan's voice was deep and hoarse, as if emerging from the depths of hell. Each word laden with an icy chill. Zhao Jiqing trembled violently, as if struck by lightning. He suddenly raised his head, staring intently at Su Yuan, his pupils constricting in disbelief. You are one of those. Zhao Jiqing finally understood. The young man before him was not a master summoned by the town dragon division, but rather one of the craftsmen he had captured and forced into weapon forging. This realization plunged Zhao Jiqing's heart to the depths of despair. A chill more terrifying than death enveloped him entirely. Chapter 31. The inferno of sheathing. Su Yuan suddenly flicked his wrist, and the soft sword in his hand danced like a serpent and Appo's strike, piercing Zhao Jiqing's heart with deadly precision. The inner force, honed to perfection through the second stage of skin refinement, surged along the blade, mercilessly obliterating Zhao Jiqing's heart into a gruesome pulp. Zhao Jiqing's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly bursting from their sockets. Blood oozed from the corners of his mouth, staining his chest. His body convulsed a few times before collapsing entirely. He was dead. He died with his eyes wide open, unable to fathom that he had fallen to an obscure youth, one whom he had personally captured among the artisans. Was this retribution? This was the last thought that flickered through Zhao Jiqing and Appo's mind. From a distance, two bandits witnessed the entire scene, terror gripping their hearts. They had hoped Zhao Jiqing would turn the tide, but in an instant, the situation had reversed. He had been slain in the blink of an eye. Flee! Quick, flee! The two bandits exchanged panicked glances, their fighting spirit evaporated, and they dashed towards the mountainside, desperate for escape. Su Yuan's gaze was icy as he stomped his foot, sending two stones flying, then flicked his wrist. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two sharp sounds pierced the air. The stones flew like bullets, slicing through the night sky and striking the fleeing bandits with lethal accuracy. Thud! Thud! A dull thud echoed as the stones penetrated the back of their heads, a spray of red and white erupting. Their bodies stiffened momentarily before they collapsed like marionettes with severed strings, lifeless and silent. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, Su Yuan approached the corpses and began to search them. He rifled through the bodies of the ordinary bandits, uncovering over 200 taels of silver. Then came Zhao Jiqing. As expected of the third in command, he was indeed well off. Su Yuan discovered an exquisite pouch filled with silver notes on Zhao Jiqing, and upon careful counting, found it contained a staggering 800 taels. Adding this to his previous haul, he had nearly 1,000 taels of silver. Joy surged within him at the prospect of newfound wealth. He carefully concealed the silver notes close to his person and continued his search. Unfortunately, he did not find the manual for the 13 deadly shots on Zhao Jiqing. It seemed he had hidden it elsewhere. Su Yuan felt a twinge of regret. The 13 deadly shots was formidable, should he acquire it. He could not only practice it himself, but also sell it for at least 1,000 taels. He shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it further. There were more pressing matters at hand. He needed to swiftly inform the Town Dragon Division to prevent them from falling into a trap. Su Yuan surveyed his surroundings, his gaze settling on a corner where several barrels of black oil were stacked. He hurried over, transporting the barrels to the center of the bandit camp. With a resounding crash, the black oil spilled out, quickly pooling on the ground, filling the air with a pungent odor. From his pocket, he retrieved a fire starter and blew gently. Whoosh! A flame flickered to life. He tossed the fire starter onto the ground. Boom! Flames erupted instantly. The black oil ignited rapidly, the fire spreading with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the entire bandit camp was engulfed in a raging inferno. The flames leapt high into the sky, resembling fierce dragons clawing and roaring in the night. Thick smoke billowed, shrouding the entire sheafing in darkness. The towering blaze was conspicuous against the night, akin to a colossal signal beacon, sending forth a warning. Su Yuan gazed at the inferno, murmuring to himself, hoping the Town Dragon Division would notice in time. Without lingering, he turned and dashed down the mountain. Atop the main peak of Longhu Ridge, a sprawling bandit camp stood silently in the night. A dozen bandits patrolled, appearing vigilant. Yet, within the camp, it was eerily empty. In the surrounding darkness, nearly 1,000 bandits lay in wait, each one poised like a coiled predator ready to pounce. Atop the heights, the chief of Longhu Ridge, Tu Tianba, stood alongside his second-in-command, Yang Boming. They surveyed the valley below, their demeanor relaxed, exuding confidence. Brother, how many of those fools from the Town Dragon Division do you think will survive this? Yang Boming and Appo's voice was hoarse, laced with a cruel amusement, akin to the call of an owl in the night. Tu Tianba snorted derisively, a flicker of disdain in his eyes, as if the Town Dragon Division was nothing but lambs awaiting slaughter in his sight. A bunch of useless drunksters to wreak havoc at Longhu Ridge? Once we eliminate their main force, we shall storm the county town and indulge ourselves. The two chuckled triumphantly, seemingly envisioning a future overflowing with riches and beauty. Just then, from the direction of Shifeng, a furious roar shattered the night. Who goes there? It was Zhao Jiqing's voice, brimming with rage and fear. Followed by the sounds of clashing weapons and anguished cries, the tranquility of the night was abruptly disrupted. The distance between Shifeng and the main peak was merely 1,000 meters. All present were martial artists, acute in their senses. This unexpected upheaval could not escape Tu Tianba and the others. What is happening? A bandit leader broke the silence, confusion etched across his face. Didn't see the Town Dragon Division feint an attack on Shifeng while focusing on the eastern peak? Why are they fighting in the Shifeng camp? Yang Boming's brow furrowed tightly, unease creeping into his heart. Brother, could it be that the intelligence was false? He glanced at Tu Tianba, his tone grave. Only my third brother and about 20 others are guarding those artisans at Shifeng. They could be in danger. Should we go to their aid? Tu Tianba did not respond immediately, but narrowed his eyes, watching the valley below. A flicker of suspicion crossed his features. Scouts report that a force from the eastern peak has indeed arrived. Let us wait and see. His voice was low, tinged with uncertainty. Time passed slowly. The sounds of battle from Shifeng gradually subsided. However, a sudden blaze shot into the sky, illuminating half the heavens in a blood-red hue. The raging flames ravaged the night wind, as if intent on devouring everything in their path. Yang Boming could no longer remain seated. He jumped to his feet, his face ashen. Brother, we can't wait any longer. The Town Dragon Division is deliberately stalling for time. Their real strength must be at Shifeng. If they capture it, we will be completely at their mercy. We cannot allow them to succeed. Tu Tianba remained fixated on the valley, silent and contemplative. In the darkness, a heavy silence enveloped the air, stifling and oppressive, as if a storm were brewing. Finally, he gritted his teeth, making a resolute decision. Boming, you are right. Tu Tianba's voice was low and hoarse. I will lead a group to Shifeng. You remain here with a contingent to guard against any surprises. Yang Boming nodded, a glint of determination in his eyes. Understood. Rest assured, brother. If anyone dares to approach from below, I will guarantee they will not return. Tu Tianba took a deep breath and suddenly waved his hand. Dragons, tigers, serpents, and wolves, follow me. At a single command. Hundreds of mountain bandits surged forth from the shadows like phantoms. They swiftly darted into concealed caves, racing towards the direction of the western peak. Chapter 32. The Resolve of Dongfang Qingzong at Long Healing, the main peak. Halfway up the mountain, Dongfang Qingzong, the leader of the Jinlong division, personally led 500 elite soldiers, stealthily advancing like phantoms. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the direction of the western peak, shattering the eerie silence. What is happening? Dongfang Qingzong furrowed his brow and halted his steps. Wasn't only a few people sent to create a fate? How could a conflict arise? Beside him, a member of the Jinlong division whispered in response. Leader, it should not be our people. Those we arranged are only stationed below the halfway mark, merely posturing. Dongfang Qingzong's gaze shifted to a rugged man. Wei Jin, explain, what is truly going on? Wei Jin, a former undercover agent at Longhealing, had now risen to the rank of 100 households in the Jinlong division, enjoying Dongfang Qingzong's utmost trust. He stepped forward and analyzed gravely. Leader, the western peak is Zhao Jiqing's territory. Our people cannot venture there, nor would they provoke him. It must be someone else. Someone else. A flicker of doubt crossed Dongfang Qingzong's eyes. Wei Jin paused, then continued. Recently, Zhao Jiqing has captured many blacksmiths and carpenters from nearby towns. Perhaps these oppressed individuals have risen in rebellion. Those driven to desperation will resort to anything. If that is the case, it presents us with an unprecedented opportunity. Excitement sparkled in Wei Jin's eyes. In the crowd, someone raised a concern. What if this is a trap? Tu Tianba, Yang Boming, and Zhao Jiqing are all cunning adversaries. Leader, what shall we do now? Should we continue our ascent? Dongfang Qingzong contemplated briefly, determination flashing in his eyes. Today is a rare opportunity, though fraught with risk. If successful, we could eradicate this malignant tumor that has plagued us for over a decade, restoring peace to the people. His tone was resolute, unassailable. Continue the ascent. The troop resumed their advance, soon nearing the vicinity of the eastern peak stronghold. Suddenly, Wei Jin raised his hand, signaling everyone to halt. Leader, there is an ambush. His voice dropped, laden with gravity, as if facing a formidable enemy. What is going on? Dongfang Qingzong inquired, his gaze sharp. Wei Jin explained. This main stronghold typically has over 1,000 guards. At this time, it should be bustling with activity, lively through the night. But now it is eerily quiet. Something is amiss. Dongfang Qingzong nodded, trusting Wei Jin's judgment, for he had been an undercover agent at Longhealing for many years, intimately familiar with every detail here. He slowly sat cross-legged, channeling his inner energy. A wisp of purple aura emanated from him, amplifying his senses to their utmost. Within a radius of several hundred meters, every rustle of leaves and whisper of wind was within his perception. Indeed, numerous subtle movements were concealed around the stronghold, the deliberately hushed breaths of bandits and the clinking of weapons. Humph. Dongfang Qingzong concluded his meditation with a cold smirk, a trace of disdain gleaming in his eyes. Such petty tricks dare to show off in front of me. He commanded, archers, prepare to shoot into the forest surrounding the stronghold. Understood. The archers of the Jinlong division swiftly sprang into action, well-trained. Swish, swish, swish. The arrows sliced through the air, their sharp whistles shattering the night's tranquility. At that moment, Yang Boming led the bandits lying in ambush around the stronghold, dreaming of capturing the Jinlong division in one fell swoop. This sudden downpour of arrows caught him off guard, as if struck by lightning. Enemy attack. Someone is coming. Cries of alarm echoed, reverberating through the forest. The crowd instantly fell into chaos, scurrying like headless flies. What on earth is happening? Which side is the main force? Yang Boming and Apos' face turned pale as a wave of intense unease surged within him. To his astonishment, the Jinlong division did not immediately storm the stronghold. Instead, they detected the ambush and began to retaliate. This indicated that they had long since seen through his scheme. Kill. The battle cries reverberated, shaking the heavens. After a volley of arrows, Dongfang Qingzong led hundreds of elite soldiers from the Jinlong division, charging forth from all directions like tigers descending from the mountain, unstoppable. Yang Boming was thoroughly panicked. He had never encountered such a well-trained, cohesive army. In the dim firelight, when he finally discerned Dongfang Qingzong's face, a wave of profound terror seized his heart, rendering him cold all over. As the most formidable warrior of the Jinlong division, he had seen countless portraits of Dongfang Qingzong. This visage was deeply etched in his mind. Retreat. Find the chief. Yang Boming decisively abandoned the stronghold, prioritizing his survival. He fled with his confidants into a secret passage, hastily retreating, no longer caring about ambushes or plans. At the western peak, Su Yuan moved through the forest like a wraith, swiftly heading towards the cave. To him, the blazing fire at the western peak was sufficient to alert the Jinlong division. If they possessed even a hint of vigilance, they should understand that their actions had been exposed and should postpone their plans. Su Yuan navigated unimpeded, safely returning to the cave. The bandits who had been on guard, upon seeing the flames engulfing Zhao Jiqing's stronghold from a distance, were terrified. They believed the Jinlong division had indeed come to assault them, no longer daring to linger. These bandits had long scattered, fleeing in all directions to seek refuge. Standing at the cave entrance, he took a deep breath, calming his tumultuous emotions. The pent-up anxiety in his chest was gradually expelled. Everyone. Su Yuan's voice rang out, resonant and clear, echoing in the vast cave. Zhao Jiqing is dead. The western peak stronghold has been reduced to ashes. The Jinlong division is about to arrive, and the bandits have already fled. We must escape as well. Before his words had fully settled, the craftsmen within the cave erupted into a clamor of excitement. Like a dam breaking, they surged forth in a frantic rush. Each face radiated the ecstasy of having survived a calamity. Is it true? Are we saved? The heavens have seen reason. Finally, we can leave this cursed place. Run. Never return. Each person, filled with excitement, some weeping with joy, some howling at the sky, released their pent-up fears and frustrations. The yearning for freedom unleashed an unprecedented strength, propelling them towards the exit, terrified that if they lagged even for a moment, they would once again fall into the clutches of despair. Su Yuan stood quietly at the cave entrance, his gaze sweeping over each escaping individual. It was only when Li Rue's figure appeared that he felt a sense of relief. Li Rue, looking anxious, rushed to Su Yuan and asked, "Su Yuan, are you all right? I didn't see you earlier." Su Yuan scratched his head, casually explaining. "I got up in the middle of the night and happened to see Zhao Jiqing being killed, and the whole stronghold was set ablaze. That scene was too terrifying. I hurried back to relay the news." Upon hearing this, everyone erupted in applause. Some even leaped with excitement, loudly cheering. "Good riddance. That beast, Zhao Jiqing, finally got his comeuppance. The fire was splendid. Thank heavens for opening their eyes. Gratitude to the Jinlong division. The long-suppressed grievances within my heart seemed to dissipate like the fierce flames that engulfed us." Subsequently, the crowd hastily fled along the rugged mountain path. Some, unsteady on their feet, stumbled and fell to the ground, yet disregarding their pain, they rose again to continue their flight. Su Yuan followed closely behind, descending the mountain alongside them. Chapter 33. The purple lizard hide. Almost immediately after their departure, Tu Tianba arrived at the western peak with a formidable force, only to be met with a scene of utter devastation. Zhao Jiqing's stronghold had been reduced to smoldering ruins, the flames dwindling to mere embers that still emitted a charred stench. Not a single soul from the Dragon Suppression Bureau remained, not even a ghostly shadow could be seen. Tu Tianba's fury erupted like a tempest, his roar shaking the mountains and sending flocks of birds scattering into the sky. What in the blazes happened here? His meticulously laid plans had crumbled into chaos. Who besides Dongfang Qingzong could have possibly slain Zhao Jiqing, a warrior who had tempered his skin twice? Suddenly, from the direction of the eastern peak, the deafening clamor of battle erupted. Shouts, the clashing of weapons, and agonized screams melded into a cacophony that pierced the night, more blinding than the dying flames before him. Tu Tianba's face twisted in realization. Damn it, we've been tricked. With a furious stomp that cracked the solid rock beneath him, he bellowed, "Fall back to the eastern peak, now!" Like an enraged lion, he led his men in a frenzied charge toward the distant battle. Midway, they encountered Yang Bumming and a handful of battered survivors, their faces ashen and spirits broken, wounds bleeding profusely. Tu Tianba's heart sank. "Bumming, report." Yang Bumming, his voice hoarse with despair, choked out, "Big brother, the Dragon Suppression Bureau, those bastards ambushed us. Dongfang Qingzong led the assault himself. Our men couldn't hold them back." Tu Tianba's vision reddened with rage. Dongfang Qingzong. The name dripped from his lips like venom. Drawing his blade, its edge humming with his fury, he roared to the heavens, "I'll carve you into 1,000 pieces." A single swing unleashed a devastating arc of energy, reducing everything within 100 meters to dust. Meanwhile, Su Yuan slipped away amidst the fleeing crowd, reaching the mountain's base. Glancing back at the eastern peak, he saw flames licking the sky and heard the relentless din of battle. The Dragon Suppression Bureau, they didn't retreat? Unease gnawed at him. The fire he had set on the western peak, though satisfying, might have backfired. Had the Bureau misread his signal and walked into Tu Tianba's trap? The thought of the craftsmen and villagers suffering anew under the bandits' cruelty tightened an invisible fist around his heart. "No, I can't leave like this." Feigning a stomachache, Su Yuan parted from the group and vanished into the night, his movements ghostly as he raced toward the eastern peak. Yet when he arrived, breathless, the battle was already winding down. The expected carnage was absent. Instead, Dragon Suppression Bureau soldiers combed through the aftermath, rounding up the last of the bandits. "It's over?" Su Yuan murmured in disbelief. Nearby, soldiers chattered excitedly. Thank the heavens for that fire on the western peak. It drew Tu Tianba away. Indeed, without it, breaching this fortress would have been impossible. Who was the hero bold enough to strike Zhao Jiqing's lair alone? A stroke of divine intervention, that fire. Without it, we'd have been doomed. Laughter followed. Tu Tianba schemed and schemed, never dreaming he'd be outwitted by a nameless savior. Su Yuan listened, bemused. Unknowingly, he had become their unsung hero. He had intended the fire as a warning, urging retreat. Yet Dongfang Qingzong had seized the fleeting opportunity to crush the Dragon Tiger Ridge's stronghold in one decisive stroke. He had underestimated the Bureau Chief's resolve. With the bandits' fate sealed, the weight lifted from Su Yuan's shoulders. The people of Qinghe County could breathe easy at last, as the night wind cooled his fervor. Su Yuan allowed himself a rare moment of pride before turning toward the mountain path, his steps light. In the days that followed, the craftsmen, still shaken by the bandits' reign, were granted a reprieve by Li Rue. Su Yuan devoted himself to cultivation, but with his medicinal supplies dwindling, he set out at dawn for Vampa Valley to replenish them. Along the way, hushed conversations buzzed with mentions of Dragon Tiger Ridge and Dragon Suppression Bureau. News of the upheaval had spread. Upon entering the valley, the pungent aroma of herbs greeted him, stronger than usual amidst the heightened chatter. "Have you heard? Dragon Tiger Ridge has fallen. By the Bureau's hand? Impossible. Those demons were untouchable." Who knows? Rumors fly, but if true, it's a blessing for us all. Smiling faintly, Su Yuan wove through the crowd to a familiar herb stall. Just as he began selecting ingredients, a vendor's booming pitch caught his ear. Step right up. Genuine purple lizard hide, a rarity not seen in a century. Examine the quality, the sheen, guaranteed authentic. Su Yuan's interest peaked. Purple lizard hide? Precisely what he needed to ascend further in his training. He approached the sound, only to find a stall surrounded by a throng of people, tightly packed in layers. With no room to spare, the vendor, a robust middle-aged man with a bushy beard, exuded an aura that suggested he was not one to be trifled with. He was vociferously advertising his wares, his booming voice resonating like thunder, causing the eardrums of those nearby to reverberate. Authentic goods, fair to all, young and old. Miss this chance, and you'll find no such establishment again, he proclaimed. This purple dragon leather was procured at great personal risk from the depths of the Blackwind Mountains. A truly rare treasure. Displayed prominently on the stall was a piece of dark purple leather, measuring nearly 10 feet in length. Its surface was adorned with intricate scale patterns, glinting with a ghostly sheen under the sunlight. A faint, briny odor emanated from the leather, sending a shiver down the spine of onlookers. Chapter 34. The Hunter and the Prey. Is this the skin of the purple dragon lizard? In the crowd, whispers of astonishment filled the air. It was said that the strength of the purple dragon lizard rivaled that of a second-stage skin-refining warrior. Its hide was tough and resilient, rendering ordinary blades nearly ineffective. This was indeed a treasure. If one could forge armor from it, one's defensive capabilities would surely soar. Many warriors' eyes glimmered with greed, clearly captivated by the allure of the purple dragon lizard skin. Do you know the extraordinary utility of this skin for skin-refining warriors? A deep voice suddenly erupted, reverberating like thunder, commanding the attention of all present. The speaker, a robust man with a bushy beard, was none other than the vendor of the purple dragon lizard skin, known as Iron Mountain. His large hand, akin to a fan, pressed upon the skin, channeling his inner strength. Buzz. The skin emitted a muffled thud, showcasing its exceptional toughness. This hide, when transformed into a medicinal powder and absorbed, could conjure a phantom of the purple dragon lizard, shielding one's vital points. Iron Mountain surveyed the crowd, his gaze piercing, his voice low yet enticing. With this treasure, among your peers, you would be the most formidable presence, impervious to blade or fire, not only among equals, but even those of a slightly higher realm would find it arduous to breach your defenses. Iron Mountain's voice resonated like a great bell, echoing in the hearts of the listeners. His words ignited a flurry of excitement. The warriors present found their breaths quickening, their gazes towards the purple dragon lizard skin growing increasingly fervent. Is it truly so miraculous? A young nobleman in splendid attire, adorned with a jade pendant, sparkled with interest. Though clearly intrigued, he maintained a cautious demeanor, probing with his words. Young Master Liu, what you say is quite the assertion. Iron Mountain recognized the nobleman as a regular from Vampa Valley and redoubled his efforts. I, Iron Mountain, have been selling here for many years, relying solely on my reputation for trustworthiness. You may inquire, when have I ever deceived anyone? He scanned the crowd, his gaze sharp and his presence formidable. The efficacy of this purple dragon lizard skin is known to all who have utilized it. I would stake my life on it. Behind Iron Mountain stood 4 companions. 2 of them radiated faint waves of inner strength, evidently first-stage skin-refining warriors. The other 2, though not yet at that level, bore robust physiques and keen eyes, unmistakably not to be trifled with. This was the source of their audacity in openly hawking their wares. After all, in this world, strength is the ultimate truth. We had initially intended to keep this treasure for our own ascension to higher realms. Iron Mountain's voice resumed, tinged with a hint of reluctance. Alas, the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges and exorbitant costs. We are left with no choice but to part with it to procure resources for our training. He paused, casting his gaze over the crowd, and declared solemnly, the base price is 50 taels, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 1 tael. The highest bidder shall claim it. 50 taels. A chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd. Many faces reflected hesitation, clearly deterred by the steep price. 50 taels was akin to a staggering sum for an ordinary person. Even for the assembled warriors, it was by no means a trifling amount. After all, this was merely an auxiliary material, and its true efficacy remained in question. Was it not excessively expensive? Indeed, this price could easily procure a fine weapon. Who could guarantee its effectiveness? If one were to purchase it only to discover it utterly useless, would that not be a total loss? Whispers began to ripple through the crowd, complaints echoing everywhere. They deemed the price outrageous, nothing short of extortion. Su Yuan stood at the periphery of the crowd, quietly observing. He mused, this purple dragon lizard skin is indeed a rare treasure, and acquiring it would significantly enhance my prowess. Particularly the ability to conjure the phantom of the purple dragon lizard sent a thrill through him. It was known that his cultivated technique, the radiance of the void, excelled at discerning opportunities and predicting the enemy's moves. Coupling that with the formidable defense of this skin would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. He was currently preparing to refine his physical form and elevate his strength, making the timing of this purple dragon lizard skin's appearance utterly serendipitous. Humph. A bunch of paupers. If you can't afford it, then stop your incessant chatter. This is the purple dragon lizard skin, a treasure that one cannot simply seek. Do you even comprehend its value? It's true that one must be willing to sacrifice to achieve greatness. Among the crowd, several extravagantly dressed individuals, clearly affluent, began to ridicule. They were eager and ready, evidently intent on claiming the purple dragon lizard skin for themselves. 55 taels. The nobleman with the jade pendant was the first to raise the bid, adding 5 taels with a tone of ostentation, as if the skin were already his. 60 taels. A young man clad in black, with a long knife at his side, coldly snorted, refusing to back down. 65 taels. A tall woman in a flowing red dress joined the fray, her voice crisp yet undeniably authoritative. The atmosphere ignited with fervor. The crowd thickened around the stall, their anticipation palpable as they marveled at the fierce bidding war, gasping in awe. Goodness, how many wealthy people there are. They bid over 100 taels without batting an eye. It's truly enviable. But is this purple dragon lizard skin truly worth such a price? Who knows? I certainly cannot afford it, but it's entertaining to watch. The bidding continued. 150 taels, 200 taels, 300 taels. As the price surged higher, the pace of the bidding began to slow. After all, this amount exceeded the financial capacity of most present. 400 taels. The nobleman in splendid attire raised the bid once more, his voice tinged with satisfaction. He scanned the crowd, seemingly flaunting his wealth. 450 taels. The young man in black still refused to yield, gritting his teeth to follow suit. 495 taels. The nobleman inhaled deeply, stating an even higher price. Beads of sweat forming on his brow, clearly indicating that this amount was nearing his limit. 495 taels. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Iron Mountain shouted excitedly, his voice trembling slightly. This price had far exceeded his expectations. He had originally hoped for a mere 300 taels. Just then, a light laugh pierced through the tension, unexpectedly ringing out. Soft yet distinct, it reached every ear, akin to a raindrop falling upon a tranquil lake, sending ripples across the surface. Everyone turned to locate the source of the sound. A youth dressed in coarse clothing had somehow found his way to the forefront of the crowd. His expression was calm, a slight smile gracing his lips, hinting at an elusive delight. It was Su Yuan. He gazed at the purple dragon lizard skin, a fervent glint flashing in his eyes. This was something he had to possess. 500 taels. Su Yuan spoke slowly, his voice steady yet imbued with an undeniable authority. An immediate silence enveloped the surroundings. All eyes were fixated on Su Yuan, filled with astonishment and disbelief. Where had this lad emerged from? Dressed so poorly, how dare he come here to create a ruckus? Surely, he must have lost his mind to challenge young Master Lu. Whispers buzzed around like a swarm of flies. 520 taels. The man in fine attire snapped back to reality, his gaze fixed on Su Yuan with a hunger akin to that of a predator. Do you know who I am? In this Vampa Valley, to oppose me, Louis Shou, is to court death. He paused, his tone growing increasingly icy, the threat palpable. Some matters you would do well to contemplate before acting. The noise was incessant. Su Yuan did not even spare him a glance, merely uttering 2 words with a tone of disdain, as if regarding an insignificant insect. Then, he spoke again, his voice calm yet imbued with an undeniable authority. 530 taels. Louis Shou and Amp, Oppos, S countenance turned ashen, a flicker of resentment and unwillingness flickering in his eyes. He opened his mouth, seemingly intent on delivering more venomous words, but ultimately refrained from raising his bid. The funds he had brought were indeed insufficient. 530 taels. This was no trivial sum. It could comfortably sustain an ordinary family for a decade. How audacious of this lad to make such an offer. Where could he have amassed such wealth? Could he be a wastrel from a prominent family? Seeking a taste of life? The crowd murmured once more, their gazes towards Su Yuan filled with shock, confusion, and incredulity. Why you wait? Louis Shou trembled with rage, his face turning a deep shade of purple, pointing accusingly at Su Yuan, his voice wavering. He glared at Su Yuan, his eyes sharp as poisoned daggers, wishing to see him torn to shreds. Ultimately, he spat out a final threat before slinking away from the crowd, disappearing from sight. 530 taels, sold. The stall owner, Taizhan, shouted with excitement, his voice firm. His gaze towards Su Yuan shimmered with reverence. He could hardly have dreamt that his piece of purple dragon lizard skin could fetch such an astronomical price. Truly, it was as if smoke were rising from his ancestral grave. Su Yuan successfully acquired the purple dragon lizard skin, letting out a sigh of relief. He paid the silver and accepted the piece of skin, which exuded a faint scent of blood, examining it closely. It felt cool to the touch, resilient, with a lingering hint of iron. Undoubtedly, this was authentic. With it, he should soon attain the 3rd level of skin refining. Carefully stowing the purple dragon lizard skin, he turned to leave. He was well aware that Louis Shou had set his sights on him. Yet, Su Yuan remained unfazed. Just after exiting Vampa Valley, he sensed several malevolent gazes trailing him, shadowing his every step. Just as I suspected. Su Yuan thought with a cold snort, not the slightest bit surprised. A smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth, reminiscent of a hunter spotting his prey. He quickened his pace, heading deeper into the more secluded mountains. Chapter 35. The bone-piercing spike stopped right there. Before long, a thunderous roar echoed from behind, reverberating through the mountains and sending birds fleeing in terror. A group of men, fierce and menacing, closed in like a pack of wolves scenting blood, surrounding Su Yuan and blocking his path. The leader was none other than Lu Yishou. His face contorted with a sinister expression, eyes gleaming with greed and malice, as if he longed to devour Su Yuan whole. Behind him trailed 5 or 6 burly henchmen, each more fearsome than the last, brandishing gleaming steel blades that sparkled ominously in the sunlight. Hand over the purple dragon lizard skin, and you might just save yourself, Lu Yishou said, a swaggering arrogance dripping from his voice, laced with threats. Otherwise, you will meet your end here today. He believed he had Su Yuan cornered. The mountain winds howled, slicing across Su Yuan and Amp Apos' face like a blade. He paused, turning to face his pursuers. His gaze was icy, sweeping over the group before him as if they were mere inanimate objects. Get lost. Su Yuan and Amp Apos' voice was low, yet it carried an undeniable authority. Did these mere practitioners of the first layer of body refinement dare to obstruct his path? Such folly was tantamount to seeking death. What did you say? Lu Yishou erupted, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke in the world, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. His complexion shifted from pale to crimson, then to a sickly green, resembling a painter and Amp Apos' palate gone awry. In Vampa Valley, who dared to disregard Lu Yishou's authority? This brat must have been possessed by a bear's heart and a leopard's courage. Go. Lu Yishou, now frantic, his voice reaching a shrill pitch, commanded his men. Break his limbs and seize the purple dragon lizard skin. He pointed at Su Yuan, teeth gritted, his eyes filled with venomous rage. Today, he vowed, he would leave Su Yuan a cripple, or he would turn his own name upside down. Before his words had even settled, the henchmen, long starved for action, lunged forward with savage glee, resembling ravenous dogs pouncing on their prey. Their steel blades gleamed menacingly in the dying light of the sun, weaving a deadly web around Su Yuan. Overconfident fools. Su Yuan's lips curled into a disdainful smirk, his eyes brimming with scorn and pity. Die. A low growl erupted from his throat, reverberating like thunder. He charged forward, activating the merging shadows technique to its utmost limit. Swish. Shadows flickered. In an instant, 8 ethereal figures materialized around him, each one a perfect replica, blurring the line between reality and illusion. What is this? The henchmen and Amp Apos' momentum faltered abruptly, their eyes wide with terror as they stared at the phantoms, hardly able to believe what they were witnessing. They rubbed their eyes vigorously, questioning their own sanity. What kind of technique is this? As they wrestled with disbelief, a soft voice rang out amidst the chaos. Soft sword. The blade was unsheathed, and a chilling light erupted. In that moment, a flurry of lethal sword energy shot forth, akin to the tendrils of death itself, sweeping outward in all directions. Quick. The henchmen, caught unawares, had no time to react. They felt a sudden, icy sensation at their throats before the world began to spin around them. Their last sight was of their own decapitated bodies, blood gushing forth in a grotesque fountain. Thud, thud. The sound of their lifeless forms hitting the ground echoed in the oppressive silence, the vibrant crimson of their blood staining the earth, overwhelming the senses with its metallic scent. Su Yuan stood unscathed, his sword in hand, advancing towards Lu Yishou. Each step felt like a weight upon Lu Yishou's heart, constricting his breath and sending tremors through his body. You. Lu Yishou gazed at Su Yuan, who now resembled a harbinger of death, his legs quaking as if ready to collapse beneath him. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling, tinged with desperation. Master, this is all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Su Yuan and Amp Apos' cold smile held a cruel edge. I offered you a chance, yet you squandered it. His voice resonated with a chilling finality, echoing as if from the depths of the abyss. I despise leaving behind loose ends. With each step closer, Lu Yishou and Amp Apos' fear ebbed away, replaced by a desperate ferocity. He abruptly produced a dark quiver from his sleeve, aiming it at Su Yuan, fingers poised to strike. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of steel spikes shot forth, sealing off all routes of escape for Su Yuan. Each spike glimmered with a sinister blue gleam, clearly laced with deadly poison, designed to slay upon contact. Lu Yishou grinned wickedly. He had feigned weakness, retreating step by step to lure Su Yuan in for this lethal blow. These spikes, known as the bone-piercing spikes, were his prized hidden weapons, sharp enough to penetrate even the hardest of materials. Even a second-layer practitioner of body refinement would find it nearly impossible to survive such an ambush, especially at such close range. Victory was assured. Die. Lu Yishou roared internally, envisioning Su Yuan's demise, pierced by 1,000 needles. Yet, the next moment, his smile froze in place, as if ensnared by an invisible force. The very spikes meant to pierce Su Yuan instead bizarrely passed through his form, embedding themselves into the earth, kicking up a cloud of dust. An illusion. Lu Yishou felt as if struck by lightning, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks, disbelief and abject terror flooding his senses. This is impossible. He could scarcely believe his eyes. Such speed, such a realistic illusion. Was this truly within the realm of human capability? It shattered his understanding of reality. A chilling glimmer, like the scythe of death, suddenly appeared behind him. Thwack! The sound of the blade piercing flesh resonated sharply in the quiet forest, a jarring contrast. The soft sword, akin to a venomous serpent, struck true, piercing Lu Yishuo's heart without a hint of deviation. Ugh! Lu Yishuo and Amp, Apos, eyes bulged, nearly bursting from their sockets. Filled with disbelief and despair, he struggled to lower his gaze, witnessing the blade protruding from his chest, blood dripping ominously from its tip. Crimson flowed like a torrent from his lips, staining his garments as his body convulsed violently before collapsing, life swiftly extinguished, leaving behind a cold corpse. A sneak attack? Before Su Yuan, it was merely an act of self-destruction, and Amp, Apos, clear-minded Amp, Apos, had already perceived everything. Lu Yishuo's every scheme had been in vain. With practiced ease, Su Yuan rifled through the bodies, scavenging for spoils. Soon, he discovered a bulging pouch on Lu Yishuo, and upon opening it, he found several silver notes and a handful of coins within. The denominations of the silver notes varied, yet their total amounted to precisely 520 taels. The funds for purchasing the purple dragon lizard skin, has it not returned to me? Su Yuan smirked coldly. This was truly an unexpected delight. He carefully tucked the silver notes close to his person and scavenged some loose silver from the others. Subsequently, he did not overlook the black quiver of concealed weapons or the scattered steel nails, collecting them all for further examination at his leisure. After completing these tasks, Su Yuan casually discarded the bodies into a nearby ravine and swiftly departed. In a mere blink, his figure vanished into the vast wilderness, leaving behind only a faint scent of blood carried by the mountain breeze. Su Yuan hastened on his way, facing no further disturbances, and returned home to Yanglu village without incident. He set about preparing to concoct a new medicinal powder. He meticulously spread out the purple dragon lizard skin upon the table. The dark purple leather emanated a subtle, cold glow under the flickering candlelight. The formula for the skin refining powder vividly materialized in his mind. Although the purple dragon lizard skin served as the primary ingredient, its full efficacy could only be realized through the harmonious combination of numerous auxiliary herbs. Furthermore, this lizard skin was akin to that of a beast worthy of a second-tier skin-refining martial artist. Its medicinal potency far surpassed that of ordinary ingredients. A slight miscalculation in the ratios could lead to a complete loss of efficacy, or worse, result in catastrophic consequences, including the risk of exploding one and Amp, Apos' own body. Su Yuan dared not be the slightest bit careless. He meticulously scrutinized the formula for the refining powder several times, mentally simulating the process repeatedly. Only after confirming its accuracy did he rise slowly to commence preparations. He carefully cut a small piece from the purple dragon lizard skin, weighing it precisely with a small scale. Following the recipe, he measured out the other auxiliary herbs one by one. With all the ingredients ready, he proceeded to the brewing stage. Su Yuan first cleaned the iron pot, placed it over the fire, and poured in clear water. Once the water reached a boil, he solemnly added the small piece of purple dragon lizard skin into the pot. As the skin entered the boiling water, it absorbed moisture like a sponge, rapidly thickening the once clear liquid and gradually imbuing it with a faint purple hue. An unusual fragrance wafted through the air, carrying a hint of a sweet, bloody aroma that exhilarated the senses and quickened the pulse. As he added the remaining herbs, the color of the concoction fluctuated, sometimes purple, sometimes red, and at times shifting to an inky green. Su Yuan carefully controlled the heat, alternating between a gentle simmer and vigorous boiling, relying solely on experience and intuition. As the temperature fluctuated, the liquid in the pot began to bubble vigorously. Bubbles formed on the surface, bursting to release rich medicinal potency that rose like smoke. Su Yuan inhaled deeply, feeling a wave of warmth surge through his nostrils, flooding his entire being. He knew this was the sign that the medicinal properties were beginning to take effect. Seconds turned into minutes. The color of the liquid deepened, and the aroma intensified. Finally, when the concoction transformed into a profound shade of purple-black, reminiscent of the night sky, Su Yuan recognized the moment had arrived. He swiftly removed the pot from the fire, allowing the mixture to rest and cool gradually. Once the liquid had cooled sufficiently, he eagerly shed his upper garments and leaped into the prepared wooden tub filled with warm water. Su Yuan gently poured the concocted purple dragon lizard skin powder into the tub. The powder and water melded rapidly, turning the clear liquid into an inky purple hue, releasing a potent medicinal fragrance, now tinged with a faint metallic scent that sent shivers down the spine. He settled into a cross-legged position, eyes closed, undistracted. Channeling the internal cultivation method of the empty illumination Sutra, he guided the medicinal energy to flow steadily within his body. Chapter 36, The Attack on Yaglu Village Soon. The potency of the medicine surged within Su Yuan like a tempestuous sea, as if it sought to tear his body apart. Muscles, bones, and meridians emitted low moans under the onslaught of this overwhelming force, akin to countless ants gnawing at him, or being roasted over an open flame. The agony was indescribable. Yet amidst it all lay an exhilarating sense of rebirth. Su Yuan clenched his teeth, his face contorted in pain, veins bulging on his forehead, sweat cascading down like rain. Yet, he did not waver in the slightest. Instead, he fervently channeled the Kong Zhao Jing, guiding the ferocious energy to circulate within him, again and again. In a perpetual cycle. As time passed, 3 days went by. Su Yuan remained awake and undeterred, immersing himself entirely in his cultivation, resembling an unyielding statue. When the last vestige of the purple dragon lizard and amp, Appos, medicinal power was wholly absorbed, something within Su Yuan shattered with a resounding force. It was a shackle, a chain binding him. A tremendous aura erupted from within him, akin to a volcanic explosion or a dragon emerging from the sea, sweeping outwards with great might. With a deafening roar, the wooden barrel exploded into countless fragments, scattering like stars in the sky. Water splashed everywhere, refracting dazzling colors in the sunlight. Su Yuan rose to his full height, his eyes gleaming with electric intensity, radiating vitality, as if he had been reborn. A thunderous roar erupted from behind him, shaking the very earth. Purple mist swirled and coalesced into the phantom of a colossal purple dragon lizard, circling around Su Yuan, roaring skyward with immense power. Like an ancient beast descended to devour all. The phantom of the purple dragon lizard, with its shimmering scales and prominent horn, exuded a chilling aura that instilled fear. After 3 successful refinements of his skin, he had finally achieved it. Su Yuan felt the explosive power within him, a confident smile gracing his lips. The effects of the purple dragon lizard skin exceeded his expectations. He even sensed that he was on the brink of the 4th refinement. This sensation was subtle yet undeniably real, as if a mere step forward would shatter the barrier, ushering him into an entirely new realm. Gently, Su Yuan raised his arm. Observing the deeply transformed purple skin, a faint luster flowed across its surface, exuding unparalleled resilience. With a mere thought, his soft sword unsheathed. Its cold brilliance flashing like silver lightning, slicing through the air. Su Yuan's gaze sharpened, his wrist flicking with a sudden motion. The soft sword became a streak of lightning, enveloped by a fierce gust of wind, striking down upon his arm with ferocity. Without hesitation, without reservation, the sword struck with the swiftness of a lightning bolt and the force of thunder. The resounding clash of metal echoed throughout the room, reverberating in the air. The soft sword collided violently with the purple patterns on his arm, sending sparks flying like a brilliant firework display. Su Yuan and Amp, Appos' arm remained unmoved. Not even a white mark was left behind. Astonishingly, the razor-sharp soft sword bent slightly, emitting a mournful cry, unscathed. A glimmer of uncontainable joy flickered in Su Yuan and Amp, Appos' eyes. The defensive power of the purple dragon lizard skin was terrifyingly formidable. With this layer of protection, ordinary weapons would find it impossible to harm him. It is known that a martial artist with 1 refinement possesses a strength of 1,000 pounds. With 2, it doubles, and with 3, it reaches 3,000 pounds. The 4th refinement would exceed 5,000 pounds. Currently, by exerting his full internal power, the defensive strength of the purple dragon lizard skin could withstand a force of 5,000 pounds. Within the same realm, he could almost walk unchallenged. Even against opponents of a slightly higher realm, he would possess the strength to contend. Su Yuan sheathed his sword, taking a deep breath, feeling invigorated and brimming with inexhaustible energy. In just 2 short years, he could no longer be confined within the borders of Qinghe County. A broader world awaited him. Suddenly, Su Yuan and Amp, Appos' ears perked up. Outside, a cacophony of sounds broke the tranquil atmosphere, interspersed with gasps of fear and unease. His brow furrowed. Something was amiss. In a swift motion, he leapt through the window and landed in the courtyard with a few agile bounds. Gazing into the distance, he perceived a disturbance in the village. Numerous villagers were fleeing towards the outskirts, their faces marked by terror. Something had gone awry. A heavy feeling settled in Su Yuan and Amp, Appos' heart. Without a moment and Amp, Appos' hesitation, he propelled himself forward, his feet barely touching the ground as he raced toward the village entrance. Uncle Yuan, what has happened? Su Yuan called out urgently as he encountered an elderly man frantically escaping. Su Yuan, why are you still here? Uncle Yuan and Amp, Appos' face was pale with fear, as if he had witnessed something dreadful. The bandits from Longhu Ridge have invaded the village. They are killing anyone they see and robbing everything they find. We must flee for our lives. His voice trembled, nearly breaking into tears. What? Su Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. The bandits from Longhu Ridge had come here? Those heartless beasts. There was no time to think. Su Yuan pushed his speed to the limit, becoming a blur as he sprinted toward the eastern village entrance. The wind howled past his ears, slicing like a knife. Yet Su Yuan and Appos' heart was colder than the wind. Axiu and her father live at the east end of the village. They must not be harmed. Before he could approach the village entrance, a strong stench of blood assaulted his senses, making him feel nauseous. Damn it! Su Yuan and Amp, Appos' eyes burned with murderous intent. He had already braced himself for the worst. In his line of sight lay several bodies sprawled across the ground, blood staining the earth in a horrific display. Some had their heads cruelly severed, eyes wide open in death. Others had limbs brutally hacked off, blood gushing forth. They were all honest, hard-working villagers of Yonglu. Su Yuan and Amp, Appo's heart bled for them. The ground was littered with chaotic hoof prints, deep in the mud, a testament to the bandits and Amp, Appo's brutality. Yet, the bandits themselves were nowhere to be seen. Clearly, they had plundered and fled in haste. Su Yuan suppressed his grief, scanning his surroundings. The bandits had come too suddenly. At that moment, he had been engrossed in his cultivation, utterly oblivious to the impending danger. Axio, Su Yuan and Appo's heart raced, a pang of dread gripping his throat. He dared not dwell on the thought and dashed frantically toward Axio and Appo's home. The familiar courtyard grew ever closer, yet his heart felt heavier with each step. At the entrance, a conspicuous pool of blood struck Su Yuan and Amp, Appo's eyes like a dagger. He staggered, nearly losing his balance. An ominous premonition coiled around his heart like a venomous snake. Taking a deep breath, Su Yuan forced himself to maintain composure, slowly stepping into the courtyard. What greeted him was a lifeless body lying still on the ground. Uncle Qin? Su Yuan and Amp, Appo's eyes brimmed with tears, his heart wrenching in anguish. The cold corpse before him was none other than Axio and Amp, Appo's father, Uncle Qin. In the past 2 years, Su Yuan has frequently sought the guidance of a Shio in medical arts, and Uncle Qin has always received him with warm hospitality. He treated Su Yuan as if he were his own child, imparting medical knowledge without reservation and often inquiring about his well-being. Just a few days ago, when Su Yuan visited, Uncle Qin praised him, claiming he possessed greater talent for medicine than a Shio. He believed that the ancestral golden needle technique of the Qin family, entrusted to Su Yuan, would surely flourish and benefit the populace. Yet now, that esteemed figure has departed, and the realms of life and death are irrevocably divided. Su Yuan gazed upon Uncle Qin's tragic visage, his heart a tumult of sorrow and fury. The old man and Appo's legs had been brutally severed, and his body bore numerous deep gashes, exposing bone, with blood having long since stained the ground. This was not mere murder, it was sheer brutality. Struggling to suppress his grief, Su Yuan knelt down, intending to arrange Uncle Qin's remains. Su Yuan. At that moment, Uncle Qin miraculously mustered the strength to slowly open his eyes. With great difficulty, he raised his trembling hand as if reaching for something, his lips quivering. Voice faint and hoarse. Save a Shio. Su Yuan hastened closer, grasping the bloodied hand of Uncle Qin, desperately inquiring, a Shio? How is she? His eyes darted around, searching for a Shio, panic gnawing at his heart. Uncle Qin's face flushed crimson. As if summoning every ounce of strength to utter a few words from his throat, she was taken by thieves. Before he could finish, Uncle Qin's body shuddered violently, his head drooping lifelessly, and he breathed his last. His murky eyes remained wide open, unblinking, as if still yearning for something. Su Yuan, trembling, gently closed Uncle Qin's eyes, tears escaping uncontrollably. He understood that Uncle Qin had been waiting for him, placing his final hope in him. Uncle Qin was merely an ordinary man, honest and unassuming, who harbored no ambitions. His greatest wish was for his daughter, a Shio, to live a safe and happy life. Yet now, in this chaotic world, even the most humble of desires seemed unattainable. Cursed be this world. Su Yuan clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. Blood seeping, yet he felt nothing. Emotions of despair, guilt, and regret overwhelmed him. Uncle Qin, rest assured, I will bring a Shio back. Su Yuan vowed to Uncle Qin's lifeless form, bowing deeply 3 times, his voice hoarse yet resolute. He slowly rose, his eyes ablaze with determination, forcing himself to regain composure. This was not the time for sorrow. He must swiftly find a Shio and rescue her from the clutches of the mountain bandits. Chapter 37, A Bloody Slaughter. A Hell on Earth. Without a moment and Amp, Appo's hesitation, Su Yuan darted out of the courtyard, his form a blur. He followed the chaotic hoofprints on the ground, racing eastward with fervor. It was evident that the bandits from Longhu Ridge, driven to desperation by the Jinlong division, had fled here, leaving a trail of fire and blood in their wake. Uncle Qin and Ashio were the closest individuals to him in this world, aside from his master, Li Rue. Now, with Uncle Qin brutally slain and Ashio abducted, he vowed that he would not rest until vengeance was his. Grinding his teeth, Su Yuan and Appo's eyes flared with an overwhelming murderous intent, transforming him into a wrathful lone wolf. With a sudden surge of power, the ground beneath him shattered, leaving a deep imprint as he propelled himself forward like an arrow released from its bow. The wind howled in his ears, his garments billowing as he pushed his speed to its limits, fueled by a blend of urgency and rage. Ashio, wait for me, he cried silently, his voice hoarse and trembling. Several miles away, the air was rent with the sounds of battle. A cacophony of shouts and screams echoing like thunder across the heavens. Even from a distance, Su Yuan could keenly sense the atmosphere of carnage. Following the din, he beheld a scene where dust swirled, a multitude of figures clashing in a chaotic melee. The cries of the wounded mingling with the clanging of weapons, a deafening symphony of violence. On one side stood the savage bandits clad in black, brandishing an assortment of weapons with ferocious expressions. Opposing them were the disciplined soldiers of the Zhenlong division, donned in standardized armor and wielding long blades. The two factions collided like titanic waves, creating a tumultuous sea of chaos. Kill. Annihilate these Zhenlong curs. Brothers, fight to the last. The bandits howled with frenzied zeal, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust, akin to ravenous beasts. Protect the innocent. Exterminate the thieves. Kill. The Zhenlong soldiers responded, their training evident as they formed ranks, moving in unison like a finely tuned war machine, steadfast even in the face of the fierce marauders. Die. A thunderous roar shattered the air, reminiscent of a divine thunderclap. A figure surged into the fray like a tiger descending from the mountains, mounted on a warhorse and clad in resplendent silver armor that gleamed in the sunlight. Wielding a long blade that shimmered with deadly brilliance, it was none other than the commander of the Zhenlong division, Dongfang Qingzong. His blade, akin to the scythe of death, mercilessly reaped the lives of the bandits. As the blade cut through the fray, blood and flesh flew, accompanied by anguished cries. A bandit, unable to evade, was cleaved in two by Dongfang Qingzong and Amp, Appo's strike, his innards spilling onto the ground. Another bandit, poised to swing his steel blade, was sent flying by a powerful kick from Dongfang Qingzong, collapsing with a crushed chest, blood gushing forth, a grim fate sealed. Those who stand in my way shall perish. Dongfang Qingzong bellowed, his voice resonating across the battlefield like the roar of a war deity, unstoppable in his advance. Each swing of his blade bore the weight of mountains, capable of splitting stone. Before him, the bandits fell like fragile straw, 3 times tempered skin. This is the might of Dongfang Qingzong. The Zhenlong division, the most elite force of the great Zhou dynasty, comprised warriors of unparalleled skill. The strength of Dongfang Qingzong, as their commander, was beyond question. Under his leadership, the soldiers of the Zhenlong division surged with renewed vigor, emboldened by their commander's prowess. Kill. Meanwhile, amidst the throng of Longhu Ridge bandits, Tu Tianba unleashed a thunderous roar that shook the very ground. His voice rolled like distant thunder, causing the battlefield to tremble. Bare-chested with a bronze physique, muscles bulging like coiled serpents, he radiated a terrifying, primal ferocity, akin to an ancient beast of legend. Unlike Dongfang Qingzong, Tu Tianba bore no armor, a testament to his unwavering confidence in his own formidable strength. Wielding a formidable halberd forged from heavy steel, its blade glinting with a cold light, he roared and propelled himself skyward like a cannonball, charging toward Dongfang Qingzong with the ferocity of a descending tiger. His halberd, imbued with the power to shatter mountains, descended with a cataclysmic force, as if intending to cleave the heavens and earth asunder. The very air screamed in protest under the strain. Dongfang Qingzong and Amp, Appo's pupils constricted, his body bristling with alarm as he sensed an unprecedented threat. The force of this strike far exceeded his expectations. He dared not underestimate it. Channeling every ounce of his internal energy into his blade. Clang! A deafening clash erupted, akin to the roar of divine thunder, reverberating painfully in the ears. Dongfang Qingzong felt an overwhelming force surge against him, forcing him to stagger back several steps. His warhorse let out a pained whinny, collapsing to its knees. What tremendous strength! Dongfang Qingzong gasped internally, realizing Tu Tianba's formidable prowess was beyond anything he had anticipated. Ha ha, Dongfang Qingzong. The greatest warrior of the Zhenlong division is but a mere shadow. Tu Tianba laughed maniacally, his voice filled with madness and resentment. From this day forth, I shall slaughter a village each day, cleansing Qinghe County of all life, to sate my wrath. Madman! Dongfang Qingzong roared in fury. He sprang to his feet and engaged Tu Tianba in fierce combat. Clang! 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 The halberd and blade collided with explosive force, sending sparks flying. The surrounding air distorted under the immense pressure, causing the combatants to retreat in trepidation of the sheer ferocity unleashed. The chief is certain to win. The morale of the Longhu Ridge bandits soared as victory seemed imminent. Dongfang Qingzong, I always knew you were a coward. Why would I need to flee Longhu Ridge? Tu Tianba sneered, his halberd pressed forward with relentless ferocity, suffocating Dongfang Qingzong and Amp, Appo's breath. Damn it, Tu Tianba has begun to temper his flesh. No wonder he scorns armor. Dongfang Qingzong gritted his teeth, silently lamenting. Refining skin and refining flesh, one word apart, yet worlds away in power. The third level of skin refinement grants strength of 3 to 4,000 gene, yet upon entering the realm of flesh refinement, even the most basic stage can yield a might of 8,000 gene. Though Tu Tianba had not fully entered the flesh refinement stage, his physical strength far surpassed that of a typical skin-refining warrior. At this moment, every strike of his halberd contained a force of no less than 4 to 5,000 gene. With a momentum akin to a raging storm, Dongfang Qingzong and Amp, Appo's wrist grew numb, nearly losing grip on his blade. He had never anticipated that the rumors were misleading. Tu Tianba was clearly concealing his true strength. Dongfang Qingzong held firm, knowing he could not afford to lose. This battle was crucial for the safety of Qinghe County. If he were to falter, the consequences would be dire. He must turn the tide. Anxiety gripped Dongfang Qingzong. 1,000 meters away, Su Yuan raced forward, the bandits now within sight. His fury blazed, and a murderous intent surged forth. Not a single one would be spared. His gaze, sharp as lightning, swept through the crowd. Soon, he spotted several warhorses on the other side of the battlefield. Upon their backs, a group of women was bound, each one trembling in terror. Among them, Ashio stood out prominently. Ashio. Su Yuan's heart sank with a heavy thud. Anguish and rage surged within him in an instant. Chapter 38. Thunder strikes. Like a bamboo split. A mountain bandit, blinded by rage, noticed the swiftly approaching Su Yuan. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Su Yuan, dressed inconspicuously, was not one of the brothers from Longhu Ridge. He was, therefore, an enemy. Interfering in matters that did not concern him was tantamount to seeking death. The bandit roared, his voice like thunder. He swung his steel knife down towards Su Yuan and Amp Appo's head with reckless abandon. The blade, accompanied by a bone-chilling wind, whistled sharply, intent on slaying Su Yuan on the spot. However, before the blade could even descend halfway, the bandit let out a piercing scream. A searing pain ripped through his abdomen. A terrifying force erupted forth like a mountain torrent. Su Yuan and Amp Appo's right leg had already shot out like a cannonball, striking with lightning speed. The speed of his leg left a lingering shadow in the air, precisely hitting the bandit and Amp Appo's midsection. Crack. The distinct sound of bones snapping shattered the silence, sending chills down the spine. The bandit's waist buckled inward, as if struck by a colossal tree, visibly collapsing and breaking. His internal organs burst under the force of that kick. He flew backward like a rag doll caught in a tempest, blood gushing from his mouth. Mingled with remnants of shattered innards, a gruesome sight to behold. Kill him. Altogether, slay him. Yang Boming, the second in command of Longhu Ridge, was struck by the sudden horror of the scene. A heavy weight settled in his heart. He keenly realized that this man before him was no ordinary character. He was extremely dangerous. Elimination was imperative. Yang Boming shouted fiercely, rallying the surrounding bandits to strike together, determined to eliminate Su Yuan and prevent future troubles. Kill. Dozens of bandits, their faces twisted in rage, surged forward like demons. They brandished their long knives, surrounding Su Yuan from all directions. The blades sliced through the air with a sharp, piercing whistle. The icy, bone-chilling light of the knives wove a tight web of death, enveloping Su Yuan. Though the skin refiners were powerful, they were still flesh and blood. Their invulnerability was relative. Inner strength was not limitless. Once expended, facing multiple fiercely armed enemies would leave even the strongest vulnerable to being torn apart by their blades. Su Yuan's expression turned icy, his gaze as sharp as a blade. These bandits from Longhu Ridge were all guilty of heinous crimes, having shed the blood of innocent people. They were deserving of death. And Su Yuan would show them no mercy. As the long knives descended from all directions, Su Yuan suddenly moved. His form shifted like a phantom, elusive and unpredictable. Swift. To an extreme, the attacking bandits could not even touch the hem of his garment. In the blink of an eye, Su Yuan had vanished from sight. Like a thunderclap, his fists, imbued with unmatched ferocity and dominance, struck out in rapid succession. Each punch carried terrifying force. The ground beneath him cracked under the power of his blows. Debris flew, dust swirling in the air. The bandits felt waves of immense strength crashing upon them, like a tsunami. They swayed, struggling to remain upright, as if they might be blown away by the terrifying force of his punches. Bang, bang, bang. In almost the same instant, a series of muffled impacts rang out, dense and relentless. Accompanying them was the chilling sound of bones shattering. Dozens of bandits attacking Su Yuan fell victim, none escaping unscathed. Under the oppressive weight of Su Yuan and Amp Appo's powerful fists, their flimsy garments offered no protection, crumpling like paper. Their flesh and blood could not withstand the horror of his strength. Bones snapped like decayed wood, their deaths tragically grotesque. This was not a battle of equals. It was a one-sided massacre, a clash of entirely disparate levels. Yang Boming, witnessing this, felt his vision darken with rage. You little beast, seeking death, he roared, unleashing his full power as a perfected skin refiner. His muscles bulged like iron, veins protruding like coiling dragons. Inner strength surged wildly. His steel knife shimmered with a faint, cold light. He swung the long knife, accompanied by a fierce wind, aiming to cleave Su Yuan in two. Su Yuan's gaze was filled with disdain. A mere perfected skin refiner dared to act recklessly before him? They were utterly ignorant of their own mortality. The two clashed in an instant. Yang Boming's knife technique was ferocious and expansive, yet to Su Yuan, it appeared as if a child was swinging a stick, devoid of threat. With a flicker of his form, Su Yuan vanished from sight. Yang Boming and Amp Appo's blade barely sliced through a shadow. In the next moment, a chilling killing intent locked onto Yang Boming. The soft sword unsheathed silently, moving with exquisite finesse. The sword light cascaded down like moonlight, light yet fiercely sharp. Thud. The sound of the blade piercing flesh was subtle yet clear. Yang Boming and Amp Appo's movements froze. He slowly looked down in disbelief at his chest. A soft sword protruded from his heart, the tip still dripping blood. His own, warm and sweetly metallic. Agonizing pain gnawed at his nerves like a venomous serpent. You. Yang Boming struggled to utter a word, life rapidly slipping away. Su Yuan and Amp, Apos, gaze remained cold and indifferent as he watched him. The soft sword trembled. A surge of exquisite sword energy erupted within Yang Boming, weaving like countless needles through his veins and organs. Without the gruesome spectacle of blood and guts, Yang Boming and Amp, Apos, body was reduced to a mass of pulp in an instant. Externally, he appeared intact, yet internally, he was riddled with wounds. He slowly collapsed, his eyes reflecting boundless fear and unwillingness. Second in command. The second in command is dead. The bandits of Longhu Ridge turned ashen, their hearts filled with dread. They gazed at Su Yuan as if he were a deity of death descended from the abyss. Their proud second in command had been so effortlessly slain. The soldiers of Jinlong Division were equally shocked by this scene. Who is this person? Such formidable strength. He seems to be aiding us. Regardless, do not provoke him. Whispers of awe circulated among the soldiers as they looked at Su Yuan and Amp, Apos, back. In the center of the battlefield, clang. Dongfang Qingzong and Amp, Apos, battle knife could no longer withstand the ferocious assault of Tu Tianba. With a crack, it shattered. Dongfang Qingzong let out a muffled groan, staggering backward. His face as pale as a sheet. Tu Tianba, wielding his Fa Tian Huaji, radiated an overwhelming aura of oppression, akin to a demonic deity. He had noticed Yang Boming's death. A flicker of wrath flashing in his eyes as he growled, waste. Yet, a glimmer of hope crossed Dongfang Qingzong's face. The one who killed Yang Boming possessed extraordinary strength. If they joined forces, perhaps they could eliminate Tu Tianba and rid Qinghe County of this great menace. Impudent fool, are you courting death? Tu Tianba suddenly turned, his voice booming like thunder. Before him, Su Yuan advanced step by step, his stride steady, exuding an aura as profound as an abyss. The surrounding bandits of Longhu Ridge, some lifeless and others fleeing, dared not obstruct him. He was the notorious instigator of chaos, the very one responsible for Qin Shu and Amp, Apos, tragic demise. Su Yuan and Amp, Apos, eyes brimmed with murderous intent, unmasked and fierce, akin to a lone wolf poised to pounce. Is this man approaching me with ill intent? Tu Tianba keenly sensed the surging malice emanating from Su Yuan, a flicker of astonishment crossing his mind. He could not fathom when he had provoked such a formidable foe. He has slain so many of my brothers, regardless of who he is. Today, he is destined for death. A sinister resolve appeared on Tu Tianba and Amp, Apos, rugged face. His murderous aura soaring to the heavens. No matter who this divine being might be, any who dared to impede Tu Tianba would meet a brutal end. Serving as a dire warning. Kill. Tu Tianba roared, abandoning his tussle with Dongfang Qitang and lunging towards Su Yuan. With each stride, his figure surged forward like a bolt of lightning, each step seemingly shaking the very earth, instilling dread in all. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance. Confronting Su Yuan. In his grasp, the Fang Tianhua halberd whistled ominously, akin to a high-velocity wheel, bearing tremendous force as it descended upon Su Yuan's head. Be cautious. He has begun to refine his flesh. His strength exceeds that of the refined skin realm. Dongfang Qingtang and Apos, expression shifted, urgently warning. Having clashed with Tu Tianba before, he was acutely aware of the man and Apos' formidable prowess, having himself been left weaponless and in dire straits. Su Yuan and Apos' gaze sharpened, understanding that his opponent and Amp, Apos' strength likely surpassed his own. In a fleeting thought, Tu Tianba and Amp, Apos' Fang Tianhua halberd, imbued with the force of a tempest, thundered down. A gale rushing towards Su Yuan. Boom. The halberd struck down upon Su Yuan and Amp, Apos' head. Yet, to everyone in Amp, Apos' astonishment, Su Yuan and Amp, Apos' form shattered instantaneously. It was merely an afterimage. The Fang Tianhua halberd crashed heavily into the ground, creating a deep crater, debris flying, dust swirling. Even from several paces away, one could feel the ground tremble violently, a testament to its horrifying might. Tu Tianba and Amp, Apos' face revealed no joy. Instead, it twisted into a more menacing snarl. He understood clearly that despite the grandiosity of his strike, it had only struck a phantasm. At the moment the halberd descended, Su Yuan had already deftly evaded, shifting more than half a meter away in an ethereal manner. Narrowly escaping that lethal blow, Su Yuan felt a surge of trepidation within. The opponent and Amp, Apos' strength was indeed formidable. Were he to be struck directly, the outcome would surely be either death or grievous injury, a threat not to be underestimated. Unleash destruction. Tu Tianba showed no signs of hesitation, his hands gripping the Fang Tianhua halberd tightly, unleashing a long howl akin to a roaring tiger. The terrifying power of half-step flesh refinement surged within him, akin to a volcanic eruption, coupled with his bear-like physique. As he wielded the Fang Tianhua halberd, it spun like a high-speed windmill, enveloping Su Yuan in an overwhelming tempest, intent on utterly obliterating him. Chapter 39, An Eye for an Eye, a Blood for a Blood. Su Yuan resembled a leaf caught in a tempest. his form elusive yet steadfast against the onslaught of the storm. Each of his evasions was executed with precision, uncanny enough to instill fear in the hearts of onlookers. Dongfang Qingzong watched in astonishment, waves of turmoil surging within him. Every strike from Tu Tianba was as swift as thunder and as fierce as lightning, capable of plunging any practitioner of the skin refinement realm into despair. Yet, Su Yuan evaded with an ease that seemed almost supernatural. Would he only scurry like a mouse? Frustration boiled within Tu Tianba, erupting like a volcano. With a thunderous roar, he challenged, "Come and take a hit." His voice resonated like rolling thunder. Very well. Su Yuan and Apos' eyes gleamed with cold light, an aura of lethal intent enveloping him. "Since you seek death, allow me to grant your wish." He had thoroughly grasped Tu Tianba and Apos' capabilities. It was time to conclude this matter. Today, he would ensure that Tu Tianba paid his blood debts in kind. With this thought, Su Yuan and Apos' murderous intent intensified. In the next moment, Tu Tianba and Apos' Fang Tianhua halberd came whistling towards him, carrying the weight of thousands of pounds. As if it would collapse the very space around them. Silken blades entwined. Su Yuan ceased his evasions. The soft sword was drawn from its sheath with a sudden flourish, coiling upward like a serpent. To the onlookers, this seemed akin to striking a stone with an egg, a path to self-destruction. One must understand that the overwhelming might of the Fang Tianhua halberd could shatter the soft sword in an instant. Tu Tianba furrowed his brow, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He had not anticipated Su Yuan would dare to counter his assault in such a manner. However, Su Yuan and Apos' soft sword, though seemingly gentle, possessed an extraordinary resilience, as though it were alive. In the moment it ensnared the Fang Tianhua halberd, it altered the trajectory of the attack. Caution! Tu Tianba and Apos' complexion shifted. He felt a tremendous force rebounding towards him, nearly wrenching his grip from the weapon. Caught off guard, he hastily retreated a step, pressing down with both arms to barely dissipate the retaliatory force. This lad and Apos' swordsmanship is rather peculiar. Tu Tianba marveled inwardly. This technique, utilizing softness to overcome hardness and leveraging force against force, was exquisite. Humph. Tu Tianba scoffed, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes as he grinned maliciously. Boy, in the face of absolute power, all tricks are futile. Prepare to die. Before his words faded, Tu Tianba swung the Fang Tianhua halberd again, launching a fierce assault towards Su Yuan. Clang, clang, clang. The metallic clash echoed through the heavens and earth. The two figures intertwined, engaging in a fierce struggle. The Fang Tianhua halberd moved with grandiosity, each strike heavy and forceful, wielding the terrifying might to cleave mountains and split rocks, wild and domineering. Wherever they passed, the ground erupted, debris scattering. Yet Su Yuan and Apos' movements were unparalleled in finesse. The soft sword danced like a nimble serpent, at times wrapping around, at others lunging forward. Its techniques ever-changing, eluding all defenses. Upon closer inspection, each thrust of Su Yuan and Apos' sword bore a subtle arc, unfathomably profound. The sword and Apos' tip quivered incessantly, rendering its true trajectory indistinguishable and elusive. This was his deeper understanding of the wrapping finger soft sword, each strike containing countless transformations. Bang! Su Yuan thrust his sword forward. Tu Tianba instinctively swung the Fang Tianhua halberd to block. Yet, at the moment of impending collision, the sword's tip inexplicably altered its direction, skimming past the halberd. It hurtled straight for Tu Tianba and Apos' throat. What a bizarre sword technique. Tu Tianba was horrified, and in a split second, he sharply turned his head to avoid this lethal strike. Although the soft sword evaded the fatal point, it still left a bloody gash on his neck, blood gushing forth instantly. Tu Tianba clutched his throat, disbelief and horror flooding his eyes. He never imagined he would be wounded by an obscure youth. Kill. Su Yuan, emboldened by his success, approached like a wraith. The soft sword swung again, transforming into a myriad of sword shadows, enveloping Tu Tianba's vital points like a tempest. Clang, clang, clang. Tu Tianba wielded the Fang Tianhua halberd with all his might to fend off the assault. Nevertheless, Su Yuan and Apos' sword techniques were far too swift and enigmatic. Despite Tu Tianba and Apos' desperate resistance, he continuously sustained grievous wounds. At last, Tu Tianba seized upon a fleeting flaw in Su Yuan's movements. His eyes glinted with ferocity as he thundered, "Boy, prepare to die." Gripping the Fang Tianhua halberd tightly, his muscles surged, veins bulging like coiling dragons, a terrifying sight. The dreadful power of a half-step into the flesh refinement realm surged within him like a flood breaking its dam. He channeled all his strength into the halberd, unleashing an overwhelming force upon Su Yuan's shoulder. This strike, if it connected, would undoubtedly shatter bones and end a life. Caution! Dongfang Qingzong and Apos' countenance turned pale, and he could not help but exclaim. He understood the terror of Tu Tianba and Apos' blow, even he would find it challenging to withstand head-on. The surrounding soldiers of the Zhenlong division held their breath, their hearts lodged in their throats. It is over. The man is surely doomed. The fearsome reputation of the chief was undeniable. The bandits of Longhu Ridge erupted in joyous exultation, howling with excitement as if they could already envision Su Yuan being reduced to a pulp. Boom! A deafening roar reverberated like the divine thunder of the heavens, echoing across the land. The earth trembled violently. In the nick of time, a surge of purple energy erupted from Su Yuan's body, rolling and churning like furious ocean waves. A colossal phantom of a purple dragon lizard materialized, roaring towards the sky. The phantom coiled around Su Yuan, its scales glistening ominously, a single horn jutting forth, exuding an aura that sent shivers down spines. Clang! The Fang Tianhua halberd, embodying Tu Tianba and Apos, full might, crashed against the phantom of the purple dragon lizard. Sparks erupted like dazzling fireworks in the night sky. The phantom trembled violently, its brilliance flickering. Yet it steadfastly absorbed this cataclysmic blow, emerging unscathed. How is this possible? Good heavens! What manner of creature is that? Could it be the legendary protective vital energy? The onlookers were left dumbfounded, staring in disbelief at the astonishing scene before them. They felt their scalps go numb, their hearts shuddering with shock. They had never witnessed such an extraordinary and breathtaking display. Damn it! What in the world is this? Tu Tianba was equally shaken, his pupils contracting in sheer horror. He could not fathom that his full-force strike could be so effortlessly neutralized. A wave of intense unease gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent. Danger! Alarm bells rang in Tu Tianba and Apos' mind, his instincts urging him to retreat. Years of combat experience told him he must distance himself from this strange young man immediately. Yet, it was too late. Uft! A faint sound, almost imperceptible, whispered like the breath of death in Tu Tianba and Apos' ear. Su Yuan and Apos' soft sword, ever present and relentless, penetrated precisely into Tu Tianba and Apos' left knee. The blade, unparalleled in sharpness, effortlessly pierced through Tu Tianba and Apos' resilient muscles and bone. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from Tu Tianba, piercing the silence like a night owl, and Apos' cry, echoing chillingly across the desolate plains. The excruciating agony of his shattered knee overwhelmed him in an instant. He attempted to struggle, only to find his left leg utterly powerless. Want to flee? Su Yuan and Apos' voice was as frigid as eternal ice. It is too late. Before he could finish, Su Yuan was already upon him, moving with a speed akin to a wraith. With a swift thrust, the soft sword accurately pierced Tu Tianba and Apos' right knee. Another anguished cry escaped Tu Tianba and Apos' lips, reminiscent of a wounded beast. He collapsed to the ground, his massive frame crashing down like a landslide, kicking up a cloud of dust. His knees were shattered. He was rendered a cripple. The torment twisted his features into a grotesque mask. I will kill you. I will kill you. Tu Tianba was utterly mad, his eyes a fiery crimson, akin to a ravenous demon. He glared at Su Yuan, wishing to consume him whole. He could not accept this. A formidable warrior of half-step into the flesh-refining realm, defeated by a mere youth who had only refined his skin thrice. It was an unparalleled humiliation. It is my turn now. Su Yuan and Apos' voice was eerily calm, yet the murderous intent surrounding him was palpable. He advanced step by step towards Tu Tianba, each footfall echoing like a drumbeat against Tu Tianba and Apos' heart. The deaths of Uncle Qin, the abduction of a Xiao. Su Yuan looked down upon Tu Tianba, his gaze sharp as a blade. All of this is your doing. Each word sliced through the air like a chilling wind from the depths of hell. I will make you pay, in blood, for your sins. Do you dare to kill me? Tu Tianba and Apos' voice trembled, an unfamiliar fear beginning to creep into his heart. He was afraid. Su Yuan slowly raised his soft sword, its blade glinting with the light of death. Today, I shall rend your body to pieces. With your blood, I will honor Uncle Qin and Apos' spirit. The murderous fire ignited wildly in Su Yuan and Apos' eyes. With a swift motion, the soft sword fell mercilessly. Tu Tianba and Apos' arm was severed at the shoulder, blood gushing forth like a fountain. A heart-wrenching scream resonated through the air. Tu Tianba and Apos' body convulsed violently. Another strike. The other arm was cleaved off, staining the ground crimson. Tu Tianba had become a mere figure of blood. Tu Tianba and Apos' voice was weak and filled with venom. The surrounding bandits of Longhu Ridge were already paralyzed with terror. They stood frozen in place, trembling uncontrollably. The scene before them resembled a hellish battlefield. Their once mighty leader, that invincible warrior, was now being so ruthlessly tormented. Fear spread like wildfire in their hearts. Some bandits collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed with terror. The soldiers of the Zhenlong division were also struck by Su Yuan and Apos' ruthless display. Lord Dongfang. A soldier in Apos' voice quivered. Silence. Watch. Dongfang Qingzong barked, his expression as dark as the depths of the ocean. Though Su Yuan and Apos' methods were brutal, he felt no revulsion. These bandits, who had burned, killed, and plundered without remorse, deserved this fate. Such is the way of retribution, an eye for an eye, blood for blood. Chapter 40. Revenge and identity revealed Tu Tianba lay in a pool of blood, resembling a wild dog stripped of its spine, struggling to survive. He could no longer articulate coherent words, only managing heavy, blood-flecked breaths. You. His once ferocious and insane eyes were now fixated on Su Yuan. Hatred, resentment, and fear flickered through his murky gaze like a kaleidoscope of emotions. Blood has nearly drained. Su Yuan spoke slowly, his voice unervingly calm. Yet, only he understood the tumult within, where flames of vengeance and the agony of loss ravaged his heart. He gripped the soft sword tightly, his knuckles whitening from the strain. The blade glinted coldly in the moonlight, mirroring his stern and resolute countenance. It is time to send you on your way. Each word was squeezed out through clenched teeth, imbued with boundless hatred and unwavering determination. He recalled the tragic death of Uncle Qin, the despair of Xiao and Apos' abduction, and the innocent villagers of Yadlu village who had perished in horror. Each memory struck his heart like a sharp dagger. No. You. A flicker of fear finally surfaced in Tu Tianba and Apos' eyes. He struggled to utter something, but only rasping sounds escaped his throat. From this day forth, there shall be no more Longhu Ridge. Su Yuan and Apos' voice was as cold as iron. With a swift thrust, the soft sword pierced Tu Tianba and Apos' throat. Devoid of hesitation and compassion, it was like a searing iron brand plunging into a block of ice, emitting a chilling sound. Tu Tianba and Apos' body convulsed violently, as if struck by lightning, before collapsing entirely, resembling a lifeless heap. His once menacing eyes remained wide open, refusing to close. Su Yuan withdrew the sword slowly, turning away with an expressionless face, his gaze sharp as a blade sweeping over the terrified bandits of Longhu Ridge. The chief is dead. The chief has been killed. That man, he is a devil. He is a demon risen from hell. The bandits and Apos' faces turned ashen, their spirits shattered. The air was filled with cries of terror, akin to the wails of ghosts. Each voice resonated with despair and dread. Their morale had crumbled entirely. In their eyes, Su Yuan and Apos' figure loomed larger than life, like a mountain pressing down upon them, rendering them breathless. Flee. Someone in Apos' panicked shout shattered the oppressive silence. Instantly, the bandits scattered like ants in a boiling pot, desperate to distance themselves from this demon. Brotherhood and riches lost all significance in that moment. Kill. Exterminate these brigands. Leave none alive. Dongfang Qingzong roared, his voice reverberating across the land. His tone was charged with excitement and exhilaration, tinged with an unmistakable shock. He was astounded by Su Yuan and Apos' power and decisiveness, recognizing the opportune moment to strike down the fallen adversaries, a chance not to be missed. Kill. The soldiers of Zhenlong Division surged forth with unyielding morale, like fierce tigers descending the mountain, pouncing upon the fleeing bandits. They wielded their long blades mercilessly, reaping lives without remorse. The air was filled with the clash of swords and the cries of the dying. The bandits had lost all will to fight, only concerned with escaping. The battle devolved into a massacre, bodies strewn across the ground, rivers of blood flowing. Thank you, brave warrior, for your timely intervention. Dongfang Qingzong expressed his heartfelt gratitude as he approached Su Yuan, bowing deeply with respect. Admiration and curiosity were etched upon his face. Had it not been for Su Yuan's timely arrival, the battle would not have unfolded so easily, and the entire army could have faced annihilation. Not to mention the greater suffering that would have befallen the people of Qinghe County. He yearned to uncover the origins of this mysterious and formidable young man. However, Su Yuan paid no heed to Dongfang Qingzong's formalities. His purpose here was solely vengeance and rescue. With retribution accomplished and lives saved, a heavy burden finally lifted from his heart. He turned slowly and hastened to Xiao's side, carefully releasing her from the horse's back, his movements gentle lest he cause her pain. Big brother Su. Xiao's voice trembled with tears, reminiscent of an injured creature. Her face was streaked with tears, a picture of vulnerability. I'm sorry, Xiao, I arrived late. Su Yuan and Apos' voice was uncharacteristically tender, quivering slightly, filled with remorse and guilt, alongside an indescribable sorrow. Had he not been absorbed in his training, such a calamity could have been averted. Uncle Qin would still be alive, unable to contain her emotions any longer. Xiao buried her head in Su Yuan's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. She pressed her face against his chest, seeking solace in his warmth and heartbeat, finding a measure of comfort in his presence. The stench of blood is overwhelming. This is not a place for conversation. Come, let me lead you away from here. Su Yuan gently patted Xiao's back, soothing her softly. Xiao nodded obediently, clinging tightly to Su Yuan, unwilling to part from him. All she desired was to escape this realm of bloodshed and terror. Subsequently, Su Yuan lifted Xiao into his arms and strode forward, his imposing figure eliciting awe from those around. What a remarkable depth of strength this young man possesses. Dongfang Qingzong gazed at Su Yuan's retreating silhouette, his heart overwhelmed with astonishment, struggling to regain his composure. The feat of defeating Tu Tianba, who was at the pinnacle of half-step flesh refining, was nothing short of astonishing. Such prodigious talent was seldom heard of in the annals of the great Zhou dynasty. He could ascertain that this was undoubtedly a future powerhouse. Moreover, his ruthless decisiveness juxtaposed with gentleness towards that woman revealed a man of profound loyalty and sentiment. If such a figure could be utilized by Zhanlong division, a fervent glimmer flashed in Dongfang Qingzong's eyes. If this were to come to pass, it would be a boon not only for Zhanlong division but for the great Zhou dynasty as well. His actions today stemmed from a desire to protect that woman, which was pivotal. As long as the identity of that woman was clarified, the trail could lead to this extraordinary individual. Dongfang Qingzong's thoughts raced, already formulating a resolution. However, such matters must be approached with utmost caution, conducted in secrecy. After all, who could ascertain whether there were more formidable forces backing him? Dongfang Qingzong would not act rashly, lest he inadvertently create complications. Wei Zhong, he summoned his trusted subordinate. Go and spread the word regarding Tu Tianba's demise, attributing the credit to our Zhanlong division, and ensure that the news is suppressed to prevent unnecessary troubles for that brave warrior and the girl. Dongfang Qingzong paused momentarily, his eyes shimmering with intelligence. Remember, execute the task meticulously, leaving no trace behind. The subordinate obeys. Wei Zhen bowed and prepared to turn away. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he paused and turned back. My lord, what is it? Dongfang Qingzong furrowed his brow. Subordinate, I seem to recognize the valiant figure who vanquished Tu Tianba. Wei Zhen inhaled deeply, slowly articulating his thoughts. Oh, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Dongfang Qingzong's eyes. You recognize him? Pray, enlighten me. Who is he? My lord, do you recall that half a year ago, I barely escaped from Longhushan and nearly lost my life? Wei Zhen and Appo's voice was low, reminiscing about that harrowing experience. Dongfang Qingzong nodded. Of course, you mentioned that someone named Appo's, by Ku and Appo's, saved you. He paused, incredulous. Are you saying he is the valiant by Ku? Are you certain you did not mistake him? Wei Zhen nodded emphatically. How could one mistake their savior? It is undoubtedly him. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Qingzong and Appo's gaze grew profound. We must ascertain his identity without delay. Meanwhile, Su Yuan, accompanied by a Xiao, hurried back to Yonglu village. The once tranquil and harmonious village now lay in eerie silence. Uncle Qin and Appo's lifeless body lay alone on the ground, already cold to touch. Father. A Xiao could no longer contain her overwhelming sorrow and collapsed onto Uncle Qin and Appo's body, weeping uncontrollably. Su Yuan stood silently to the side, witnessing this tragic scene. His heart wrenched with anguish. He clenched his fists tightly. Uncle Qin, may you rest in peace. I have repaid the blood debt of Longhu Ridge with Tu Tianba and Appo's life. After a long while, a Xiao and Appo's cries gradually subsided. She lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes gazing at Su Yuan. Brother Su, shall we? Bury father? Very well. Su Yuan nodded, his voice hoarse. Together, they dug a grave beneath an ancient willow tree outside the village, carefully placing Uncle Qin and Appo's body within. They erected a tombstone and filled the grave with earth. Having completed these solemn tasks, Su Yuan and a Xiao slowly made their way back. A Xiao, what are your plans moving forward? Su Yuan remained silent for a long time before finally speaking, his voice somewhat rough. A Xiao raised her head, gazing at Su Yuan with a look of bewilderment. My home is gone. My family is gone. As a fragile woman in this chaotic world, where should I go? She did not know. Brother Su, may I request something of you? A Xiao hesitated for a moment before summoning her courage to speak, her voice barely above a whisper. You may speak. Su Yuan nodded. May I live with you? A Xiao and Appo's voice grew softer, almost inaudible. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Vibrant and alluring. Su Yuan and Appo's heart skipped a beat. He was aware of a Xiao and Appo's feelings for him, a sentiment that flowed gently like spring rain. However, a Xiao, this may not be appropriate, Su Yuan said, somewhat awkwardly. He was a man and understood the implications of such a situation. A lone man and woman together would not bode well for your reputation. I am not afraid. A Xiao raised her head, gazing unwaveringly at Su Yuan. There was no hesitation in her eyes. As long as I can be with you, I fear nothing. Her gaze sparkled with hope, akin to the brilliance of stars. Su Yuan wished to articulate further, but was interrupted by a Xiao. Brother Su, I know you have your reservations. A hint of pleading in her voice tugged at the heartstrings. I am so afraid. I simply wish to stay by your side for a little longer. She bit her lip. I beg you. Seeing a Xiao and Appo's pitiable demeanor, Su Yuan and Appo's heart softened completely. Very well. He sighed. Ultimately, he could not bear to refuse her. He nodded in agreement to her request. A radiant smile blossomed on a Xiao and Appo's face, akin to a garden in full bloom. In that moment, she felt like the happiest person in the world. That night, a Xiao retired early to bed, while Su Yuan remained in the courtyard. Beginning his practice of the Kong Zhao Jing, he sat cross-legged, eyes closed, his breathing steady and deep, resembling a venerable monk in meditation. Within him, a warm current flowed gently, nourishing his limbs and bones like a gentle stream. The experiences he had endured during this time deepened his understanding of the Kong Zhao Jing. Between life and death, there exists great terror, yet also immense opportunity. Currently, his mastery of the Kong Zhao Jing stood at 66. It would not be long before he attained perfection. At that time, his strength would undergo a remarkable transformation. Chapter 41. The Invitation from the Workshop, New World, Qinghe City. Within the Jinlong division, a solemn atmosphere prevailed, illuminated by bright lights. Dongfang Qingtang sat in his study, his brow furrowed in concentration as he organized documents. Having just quelled the banditry at Longheelings, where he had slain the bandit leader Tu Tianba, he faced a multitude of tasks ahead, each one more intricate than the last. At that moment, Wei Zhen hurried in, his expression one of urgency. "Sir, we have uncovered the truth," Wei Zhen reported with a bow. Incredulity and shock evident in his voice. "The valiant man who defeated Tu Tianba is named Su Yuan, a carpenter from Ruimyudong in Shuijing town. And the young lady is called Qin Axiu, a healer. A carpenter?" Dongfang Qingtang and Amp. Appo's head snapped up, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. He found it difficult to reconcile the image of a warrior, like a god of war descending upon the battlefield, with that of a humble craftsman immersed in woodwork. The contrast was indeed staggering. How is this possible? Dongfang Qiyang murmured, his gaze filled with confusion and disbelief. "Sir, I too find this hard to believe." Wei Zhen replied with a rueful smile, his face betraying a sense of helplessness. "But it is the truth. Su Yuan is indeed a carpenter, and quite skilled at that. He is well known in Shuijing town, with many seeking his craftsmanship for furniture." Interesting. A sly smile curled at the corners of Dongfang Qingtang and Amp. Appo's lips, a smile laden with meaning. He tapped lightly on the table, deep in thought, as if calculating something. "It appears there are indeed hidden dragons and crouching tigers in this world," he mused. An inconspicuous carpenter possessed such formidable strength to slay a half-step into the realm of flesh refinement, like Tu Tianba. Such talent and patience are indeed rare. Dongfang Qingtang suddenly realized he might have discovered a piece of uncut jade, raw yet brimming with potential. If such a figure could be recruited to serve Jinlong division, a fervent flame ignited in his eyes, akin to spotting a priceless treasure. He envisioned a rising star illuminating the skies over Qinghe County, radiating brilliance. "We must devise a way to bring Su Yuan into Jinlong division, regardless of the cost. By the way, I recall that the selection examination for the workshop is in 2 days, correct?" Dongfang Qitang suddenly remembered, inquiring in a serious tone. "The workshop is an official institution established by the Great Zhou dynasty, responsible for crafting various exquisite items," Wei Zhen affirmed with a nod, responding respectfully. "Notify Master Zhou," Dongfang Qingtang commanded. "Extend an invitation to Ruimyutong on behalf of the workshop, urging their participation in the selection examination." A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes, the tone carrying an undeniable authority. "Sir, do you mean Wei Zhen and Amp?" Appo's heart stirred as he quickly grasped Dongfang Qingtang and Amp. Appo's intent. They would use the workshop and Appo's examination as a lure to draw Su Yuan to Qinghe City. "Precisely." Dongfang Qingtang nodded affirmatively, his voice resolute. "Once we bring Su Yuan to Qinghe City, we will have the opportunity to engage with him. At that point, we can strategize to persuade him to join Jinlong division. Even if he declines to join us, establishing a good rapport with him would still greatly benefit us. After all, having such a master stationed in Qinghe City would deter those who harbor ill intentions, ensuring greater peace for Qinghe County. Your wisdom is commendable," Wei Zhen exclaimed sincerely. "I will personally oversee this matter to ensure its success. However, I fear that Su Yuan may not hold Jinlong division in high regard." Wei Zhen recalled Su Yuan and Appo's indifferent demeanor upon leaving, a hint of concern creeping into his heart. "No matter," Dongfang Qingtang waved a dismissive hand, exuding confidence. "Where there is sincerity, there is a way to open even the hardest of hearts. If we demonstrate sufficient goodwill, I believe he will reconsider. Moreover, his connection with that healer, Qin Axiu, could serve as a potential breakthrough." Excitement gleamed in Dongfang Qingtang and Amp. Appo's eyes as he began to meticulously plan in his mind. The following day, as dawn broke, Su Yuan arrived in town early. After several days of rest, the carpenters of Rimutong began to return one after another, though they had not officially resumed work. The courtyard was already bustling with activity, preparations for reopening underway. The sounds of sawing, planing, and hammering resonated in a harmonious cacophony. News of Tu Tianba and Appo's demise ignited fervent discussions among the crowd. "Have you heard? Tu Tianba from Longheelings is dead. Is that true? He was a notorious bandit. Who could possibly kill him?" A young apprentice, his face a mask of disbelief, clearly struggled to accept the news. "It is absolutely true. The government has posted a notice declaring it was Jinlong division and Appo's doing." An older carpenter spoke with conviction, as if he had witnessed it firsthand. "Jinlong division? If they had such power, why didn't they act sooner?" "I'm skeptical," a middle-aged man scoffed, clearly doubting Jinlong division and Appo's capabilities. "Who cares? The villain is dead. Finally, we can have peace in Qinghe County." Indeed, No more living in fear. The crowd echoed in relief, expressions of liberation adorning their faces. Listening to the discussions, Su Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was quite surprised by Jinlong Division and Apos' actions, attributing Tu Tianba and Apos' death solely to them. This not only served to intimidate wrongdoers, but also spared him unnecessary trouble. One could not deny that this Lord Dongfang was indeed thoughtful, considering the long-term implications. Su Yuan, you've arrived. Li Rue and Apos' voice broke through Su Yuan and Apos' thoughts from behind. Turning around, he saw Li Rue, glowing with vitality, evidently in high spirits. Master. Su Yuan greeted respectfully. Do not dwell on Tu Tianba's affairs. Focus on your work, Li Rue said, stepping forward to pat Su Yuan and Apos' shoulder reassuringly. His gaze reflecting the concern of an elder for his junior. Su Yuan nodded, saying little more. Those petty clowns were hardly worth his concern. By the way, there's great news. Li Rue lowered his voice, excitement bubbling over. The workshop in Qinghe City has extended an invitation to Ruomutong for the selection examination. The workshop? Su Yuan paused, momentarily taken aback. The workshop, affiliated with the court, was responsible for crafting intricate artifacts. It was a coveted place for countless artisans, holding a position of great prestige. He recalled that a prominent figure from the Song family worked there, granting them power in Shuijing town. This was indeed a rare opportunity. Li Rue rubbed his hands together in excitement. In previous years, those eligible to participate in the workshop assessment were invariably renowned master carpenters within the county, each possessing exceptional skills and a notable reputation. It is truly perplexing how our Rue Mutang has come to acquire such an opportunity. It feels as if our ancestors have blessed us. His face was awash with confusion, yet more prominently, an uncontrollable excitement. He could hardly fathom that this was all due to Dongfang Qingzong and Apos' desire to draw closer to Su Yuan. This assessment offers 3 spots, and I intend to take you along to broaden your horizons. Li Rue gazed at Su Yuan, his eyes brimming with anticipation. You are extraordinarily gifted and remarkably young. You are the brightest hope of Rue Mutang. Once you enter the workshop, your future will be limitless. At that point, you shall become the pride of our Rue Mutang. He paused momentarily before adding, craftsmen in the workshop earn at least 5 taels of silver each month. Along with additional commissions from extra tasks, their status rises significantly, a stark contrast to our humble carpenters. If you can gain entry, purchasing a home in the county and starting a family will be well within your reach. Moreover, your success in the workshop will undoubtedly bring prosperity to Rue Mutang, potentially elevating us to one of the foremost carpentry shops in Qinghe County. The more Li Rue spoke, the more animated he became, as if he could already envision the day when Rue Mutang would thrive. Master, a wave of warmth surged within Su Yuan. He had not anticipated that Li Rue would bestow such a splendid opportunity upon him. After all, this was a dream come true for many. Enough of the sentimentalities. A man should not be so reticent. Prepare well and accompany me to Qinghe City tomorrow. Li Rue waved his hand, cutting Su Yuan off. He knew what Su Yuan wished to express, but his decision was resolute. Very well, I shall give it my utmost effort. Su Yuan nodded, refraining from further objections. As fate would have it, he had yet to test his perfected woodworking skill, the miraculous mortise and tenon technique. This assessment would serve as the perfect opportunity to gauge its true power. He was eager to discover the extraordinary capabilities of this so-called mortise and tenon technique. Chapter 42. Arrival at the examination venue on the following day, as the sun rose in the east. Su Yuan completed his morning routine and hastily consumed his breakfast before making his way to Remu Hall. Master Huang, he greeted as he entered the courtyard, where Li Rue and an elderly carpenter awaited. The old carpenter, named Huang de Gue, was the master craftsman of Remu Hall, renowned for his exquisite planing skills. Su Yuan, you and Apos' arrived. Let us depart, Li Rue said, his excitement evident in his demeanor. The 3 climbed aboard a horse-drawn carriage, setting off towards Qinghe City. The wheels rolled steadily, heading directly to the north of Qinghe City, to Tsaming Mountain. This location housed the Qinghe County Craft Workshop, a revered place in the hearts of countless artisans. Old Huang, how confident are you about this workshop assessment? Li Rue suddenly inquired, a hint of concern in his voice. It is challenging. Master Huang sighed deeply, shaking his head. In addition to us old fellows, there are numerous rising stars participating, each with remarkable skills. Iron Hand Zhongsan from the Zhang family. Divine Blade Li Si from the Li family. Master Huang counted them off on his fingers, each name representing the pinnacle of Qinghe County and Apos' carpentry industry. However, the most formidable among them is the young genius from the Wang family, Wang Lan. Master Huang paused, a note of reverence creeping into his tone. Is he from that Wang family in Qingzhou? Li Rue pressed. Master Huang nodded. Indeed. He is only 25 years old, and just a month ago, he crafted a pair of spiritual wooden fans, the Yin-Yang Dragon and Phoenix fans. With a gentle flick, they can summon the essence of heaven and earth, altering the very weather. Master Huang spoke with such fervor that one could almost envision the marvel. Spiritual wooden creations, Li Rue exclaimed, his voice quivering with excitement. A spiritual carpenter so young. No wonder he hails from the Wang family. Su Yuan felt a surge of curiosity. Spiritual wooden creations? Summoning the essence of heaven and earth. Is that not akin to my own skill in mortise and tenon? He could not help but inquire. Is the Wang family that powerful? They are more than powerful. Li Rue elaborated. The Wang family of Qingzhou is a commercial giant, their influence spanning 13 counties in Qingzhou. They excel in various trades, blacksmithing, carpentry, tailoring, and more. Their workshop even specializes in crafting items for the imperial court. Su Yuan's curiosity deepened. If the Wang family is so formidable, why does Wang Lan still seek to participate in the workshop selection? For gilding, Master Huang interjected. These scions of prominent families are exposed to knowledge from a young age, learning more comprehensively than the average person. Yet, some secret techniques of carpentry can only be acquired at the workshop. Secret techniques of carpentry? Su Yuan had never encountered this term before, his mind brimming with intrigue. Yes, Master Huang and Appo's eyes sparkled with aspiration, reflecting a yearning for a higher realm. He continued. Take Wang Lan and Appo's Yin-Yang Dragon and Phoenix Fan, for instance. While it is indeed a spiritual wooden creation, it is merely at the beginner level. Truly advanced spiritual wooden creations are astonishing. The most favored concubine of the current emperor possesses and Appo's blue sea-tide chair, and Appo's sitting upon it. She can hear the sound of waves from 30 miles away, feeling the sea breeze as if she were there. That is truly remarkable. Su Yuan marveled, his imagination overwhelmed. Indeed, Master Huang sighed, filled with emotion. Thus, craftsmen from all corners of the world vie to enter the workshop. Beyond the generous salaries, the true treasure lies in learning those mystical techniques, which are priceless. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan felt as though a flame ignited within him, growing ever more fervent. The skills of carpentry intertwined with martial arts. Acquiring the secret techniques of the workshop would undoubtedly enhance his martial cultivation. Perhaps this opportunity could elevate him further. The carriage sped along, soon arriving at the foot of Songming Mountain, where Su Yuan was taken aback by the scene before him. The base of the mountain was teeming with people, bustling with activity, as if the entire Qinghe County had converged here. There are so many people. Su Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. What do you expect? Li Rue chuckled, seemingly unfazed by the spectacle. The workshop assessment is a grand event for Qinghe County, akin to the Lantern Festival. Master Huang and Appo's countenance grew serious as he sensed the immense pressure. With so many participants, the competition will be fierce. The trio joined the throng and slowly ascended the mountain. Along the way, they encountered numerous craftsmen, eager and ready to showcase their skills, each face brimming with anticipation and excitement. Have you heard? Wang Lan from the Wang family is also here for the assessment. Wang Lan, the one who created the Yin-Yang Dragon and Phoenix Fan? Who else could it be? This is going to be lively. With him here, do we still have a chance? It and Appo's. It's hard to say, but even if we can only witness the splendor of spiritual wooden creations, it will be worth the journey. The surrounding chatter filled the air, with nearly everyone discussing Wang Lan. Anyone capable of crafting spiritual wooden creations is undoubtedly a genius among geniuses, Li Rue remarked. Such individuals will have immeasurable achievements in the future. After a lengthy walk, the three finally arrived at a vast square, where the crowd surged like crashing waves. The mingling scents of rare woods combined with sweat and clamor created a unique atmosphere. Precious woods such as rosewood, Wang Wali, and golden silk namu were stacked around the square as if they were common materials. Su Yuan beheld this scene for the first time, marveling at the depth of the workshop and Appo's heritage. Rows of tool racks displayed chisels, gouges, saws, and planes, all gleaming ominously. Several large blueprints hung on the walls, depicting intricate wooden structures that were breathtaking in their complexity. As Su Yuan observed some uniquely shaped pieces of wood, curiosity bubbled within him, prompting him to step closer for a better look. Do not touch. Li Rue swiftly grasped his arm, lowering his voice to caution. These materials are for the assessment. Worth a fortune. If we damage them, we could never afford to pay. Su Yuan immediately retracted his hand, silently astonished. In the center of the square stood a towering edifice, majestic and imposing. A massive plaque hung above the entrance, inscribed with 3 grand characters, Craft Workshop. This was the registration point for the workshop assessment. The trio approached the registration desk, presenting their tokens for entry. The official, clad in a blue robe with a well-groomed mustache and sharp eyes, glanced at the Rumu Hall sign with a flicker of disdain. Ruemu Hall? You believe you are worthy of participating in the workshop assessment? The official and Appo's voice dripped with condescension, a clear indication of his lofty perspective. My lord, we received an invitation from the workshop to participate in the assessment, Li Rue said, bowing respectfully while wearing a forced smile, his demeanor notably humble. An invitation? Do not sugarcoat it. You are merely a little-known workshop. Did you truly believe you could secure an invitation from the workshop? The official and Apos' lips curled in skepticism, his disbelief evident. In his eyes, they were merely attempting to leverage connections for a coveted assessment spot, an all too common occurrence. Since you have arrived, you may as well register. The official and Apos' tone shifted, laced with a hint of condescension. Whether or not you can pass the assessment depends solely on your own capabilities. Su Yuan observed silently from the sidelines, feeling discomfort by the official and Apos' demeanor, which exuded arrogance and bias. However, he chose not to dwell on it. For strength is the ultimate testament to one and Apos' worth. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted among the crowd. Look, young Master Wang is here. It is Wang Lan, the prodigy of the Wang family from Qingzhou. It is said that a month ago, he crafted a pair of spiritual wooden artifacts, the Yin-Yang Dragon and Phoenix Fan, which is truly remarkable. All eyes turned in unison toward the source of the commotion. A young man, surrounded by a throng of admirers, approached with a measured grace. He appeared to be in his mid-20s, clad in a moon-white brocade robe, a translucent jade pendant dangling from his waist, and a golden crown atop his head, exuding an air of nobility. His features were striking, with arched brows and bright eyes, a straight nose, and every gesture reflected the refinement of a scion of a prestigious family. Wang Lan and Apos' expression was as calm as still water, his gaze tranquil, resembling an unfathomable deep pool. Unlike the artisans around him who were animated and thrilled, he maintained an air of composure, even a hint of aloofness. He did not engage in the boastful discussions others had anticipated. Instead, he walked silently, seemingly indifferent to his surroundings. Yet, this very demeanor only heightened the reverence the artisans felt for him, portraying an aristocratic detachment, a disdain for mingling with the common folk. Some artisans attempted to approach him, yet hesitated to come too close, merely trailing behind and whispering amongst themselves. Truly, he is the scion of the Wang family. Such bearing is beyond that of ordinary individuals. Naturally, for he is a genius who has created spiritual wooden artifacts. I wonder what he will present for this assessment. It is indeed something to anticipate. Wang Lan and Apos' arrival was akin to a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, stirring waves of excitement. Su Yuan watched Wang Lan and Apos' retreating figure, his eyes narrowing with curiosity. Wang Lan strode directly toward the registration desk. Upon seeing him, the clerk, Yang Xing, instantly donned a sycophantic smile, eagerly approaching with a bow, reminiscent of a tail-wagging puppy seeking favor. Ah, young Master Wang, you have finally arrived. Please, take a seat. Yang Xing and Apos' tone was sweeter than honey, a stark contrast to the indifference he had shown Su Yuan and the others, prompting a reflection on the nature of societal hierarchy. Ah, Master Yang, you are being overly courteous, Wang Lan replied nonchalantly, his tone flat yet imbued with an innate sense of superiority, as if he were inherently above others. The two exchanged a few insincere pleasantries. Suddenly, Wang Lan and Apos' gaze casually flicked over to Su Yuan and his companions, a subtle smirk playing on his lips, hinting at a sense of amusement. Master Yang, might I suggest that the assessment standards here in Qinghe County's workshop seem rather arbitrary? His voice, neither loud nor soft, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present, piercing like sharp needles into their hearts. Are all sorts of riffraff now allowed to join in the fray? His words dripped with unrestrained disdain and mockery, though he did not name anyone explicitly. It was abundantly clear to all present that his remarks were directed at Su Yuan and his companions. This was a blatant display of contempt, a ruthless trampling of the lower by the higher. The surroundings fell silent in an instant, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Chapter 43, A Clash of Wits and a Bet Established. Ah, young Master Wang, you jest, Yang Xing promptly interjected, his face adorned with an obsequious smile. In these local workshops, there are inevitably a few individuals who overestimate themselves, hoping for a stroke of luck, akin to a toad aspiring to feast on swan meat. However, rest assured, the rules of the assessment will remain unchanged. These individuals are destined to be mere embellishments, unworthy even to carry your shoes, esteemed as you are. Yang Xing's flattery was as smooth as silk, elevating Wang Lan to celestial heights while simultaneously denigrating Su Yuan and his companions. The surrounding artisans, eager to join the fray, chimed in with scornful ridicule, fearful of being left behind. Indeed, they should take a good look at themselves. What qualifications do they possess to participate in the workshop assessment? They are utterly oblivious to their own insignificance, deluding themselves about their worth. The derisive laughter surged like a tidal wave, nearly drowning Su Yuan and his companions. Li Rue and Huang Digui trembled with indignation, their faces shifting from pale to flushed, yet they dared not voice their rebuttal, though they felt aggrieved. They understood that they could not contend with a behemoth like the Wang family, thus swallowing their resentment. Su Yuan, however, was not one to be easily intimidated. Are you the one who crafted the Yin-Yang Dragon and Phoenix Fan, Wang Lan? He inquired calmly. From my perspective, you are no more than average. This simple statement struck like a resounding slap, casting a shadow over Wang Lan's countenance. The crowd was taken aback. Who dared to openly challenge Wang Lan? Such audacity was akin to courting disaster. Where did this audacious fellow emerge from? I believe he hails from Ruemu Hall. Ruemu Hall? What is that? I've never even heard of it. It must be an insignificant workshop. This brash individual was courting his own demise, daring to stand against young Master Wang. Wang Lan's expression darkened. He had never imagined someone would dare to provoke him publicly. He approached Su Yuan, towering over him like a giant gazing down at an ant. Which provincial bumpkin are you? Do you even know with whom you are speaking? Do you believe that with a single word I could render you incapable of even touching wood shavings in Qinghe County? Su Yuan crossed his arms, adopting an air of indifference, gazing steadily at Wang Lan and letting out a soft, derisive snort. I only know that some individuals, despite their polished appearance, can only boast about their family lineage. Truly, meeting you is less impressive than hearing of you. Su Yuan's voice, though not loud, resonated with authority, echoing in the ears of the onlookers. The crowd erupted into chaos once more, their astonishment palpable. This fellow had lost his wits. Did he comprehend the gravity of his words? A newborn calf is not afraid of tigers, but this tiger is rather formidable. Wang Lan's sycophants resembled enraged wild dogs, baring their teeth, eager to pounce on Su Yuan. You have guts. Wang Lan and Amp, Oppos, eyes glinted with malice. Since you are so confident, why not wager with me? What do you say? Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What do you wish to bet, and what shall be the stakes? Let us wager on this workshop assessment, whoever claims the top spot. Wang Lan's voice surged like thunder, declaring, the loser must kneel before the victor and thrice proclaim themselves a waste, an arrogant fool. The crowd gasped. The stakes were ruthless. This was no mere matter of winning or losing. It concerned dignity and reputation. Should one lose, their disgrace would echo throughout Qinghe County, rendering them unable to hold their head high in the woodworking community. Li Rue and Huang Digui turned pale with fear, wishing to intervene. But they were momentarily paralyzed by Su Yuan's formidable aura. Fine, it's settled then, Su Yuan declared resolutely, his words ringing with conviction. Li Rue and Huang Digui felt as if struck by lightning, nearly collapsing. This was the end. The crowd erupted into fervent excitement, each individual buzzing with anticipation. This fool truly did not grasp the gravity of the situation. Did he genuinely believe he could triumph over young Master Wang? They awaited his eventual pleas for mercy. His downfall imminent. Wang Lan regarded Su Yuan with a glimmer of triumph in his eyes. Child, this is your own doing. He scoffed derisively, relishing the prospect of Su Yuan's humiliation. With that, he strode away, accompanied by a throng of admirers, his demeanor haughty. High above the workshop rooftops, Zhou Ming, the workshop master, stood shoulder to shoulder with Dongfang Qingzong, the master of the Zhonglong division. Together, they surveyed the bustling crowd below, a sea of activity reminiscent of ants. Zhou Ming stroked his beard, his brow furrowed. Turning to Dongfang Qingzong, he remarked, Master Dongfang, Qinghe's workshop has languished in the lower ranks of the Qishou Artisan Conference for years. Those old-timers are pinning their hopes on finding promising apprentices this year. I faced considerable pressure to secure a spot for Ruemu Hall. You owe me a favor. From now on, there will be no favoritism. The rules are the rules. Whether they can enter the workshop depends solely on their true abilities. Zhou Ming emphasized, seemingly eager to clarify his position. Dongfang Qingzong remained composed, merely smiling slightly. However, his gaze never strayed from the tall figure in the plaza, brimming with anticipation. He understood that regardless of Su Yuan's performance in the assessment, this introduction had been made. Once the evaluation concluded, he intended to pay a personal visit. Zhou Ming, puzzled by Dongfang Qingzong's reaction, could not fathom why he was so invested in an obscure carpenter. Could it be that Su Yuan was a distant relative? Yet, to Zhou Ming and Oppos' knowledge, Dongfang Qingzong had no relatives in Shuijing town. Zhou Ming was confounded, yet he refrained from probing further, burying his curiosities deep within. Dongfang Qingzong, uninterested in elucidating, simply observed the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, Wang Lan, surrounded by his entourage, returned to his seat. His expression remained grim, a reflection of the offense taken from the ant-like intruder. Young Master Wang, do not be upset. That fellow is merely a clown, unworthy of your ire. Indeed, he has no inkling of your prowess. Once the assessment commences, he will surely regret it. You shall see him on his knees pleading for mercy, haha. Wang Lan's sycophants buzzed around him, lavishing praise and denigrating Su Yuan in a bid to elicit a smile from him. Wang Lan snorted. A flicker of malevolence crossed his eyes. Just wait. I shall make him understand what it means to know one's place. He will come to regret ever stepping into this world. Yang Xing, responsible for the registrations, felt his legs weaken, returning to his post with trepidation. Continue with the registration procedures. After the earlier episode, his demeanor towards Su Yuan and his companions had noticeably tempered. He no longer dared to exhibit the same arrogance as before. In fact, he even took the initiative to expedite their processing, fearful that a misstep might provoke this audacious individual who dared to confront Wang Lan. Su Yuan and his companions successfully completed their registration and received their assessment certificates. Li Rue and Huang Digui remained deeply troubled, their brows furrowed in distress. Su Yuan, you are far too impulsive. We truly cannot afford to offend the Wang family, Li Rue implored, gripping Su Yuan's arm with earnest concern. Huang Digui echoed his sentiments with a heavy sigh. Indeed. Su Yuan, you are still young. The stakes are far too high. Should you lose, it could ruin your life. The two exchanged worried words, their concern for Su Yuan evident in every syllable. Master, Huang, do not fret. I am well aware of what I am doing, Su Yuan replied with a faint smile, patting their shoulders in reassurance, as if the audacious wager he had just made with Wang Lan had not been his own doing at all. Witnessing Su Yuan's nonchalant demeanor only heightened Li Rui and Huang Digui's anxiety, leaving them as restless as ants in a hot pan. Their opponent was none other than Wang Lan, the prodigy of the Wang family known for his exceptional talent in crafting spiritual wood. Regardless of Su Yuan and Appo's skills, he was merely a skilled carpenter. How could he possibly triumph over Wang Lan? In that moment, both men were engulfed in a tumult of worries and confusion. Chapter 44. The Three Trials, Identifying Wood and Inquiring About Mountains. Upon the serene and majestic Songming Mountain, the sound of bells resonated melodiously, akin to a dragon's roar echoing through the heavens, reverberating across vast distances. The appointed hour had arrived. A stern-faced examiner, clad in the uniform of the workshop, strode forth with purpose. His gaze was sharp, scanning the crowd with an intensity that commanded attention. Esteemed participants, the selection process of the workshop commences now. His voice boomed like a great bell, causing an almost palpable vibration in the air. This year's examination is divided into 3 trials. The first trial is to identify wood. He gestured towards the periphery of the square, where mounds of timber were heaped high. These woods, a diverse array of types and forms, included both precious varieties from the Great Zhou and exotic specimens from foreign lands. Merely gazing upon this mountainous collection of wood was enough to induce a sense of dizziness. Your task is to identify as many types of timber as possible, including their names, origins, characteristics, and uses. The examiner's cold smile hinted at the challenge ahead. Within a single hour, only those who correctly identify over 30 types of wood shall advance to the next trial. His tone bore an undeniable authority. A particularly sharp reminder followed, as his gaze sharpened further, akin to that of a hawk surveying its prey. The wood used in this trial has undergone special treatment. He refrained from elaborating on the specifics of this treatment, but spoke in a tone shrouded in mystery. These woods may have been soaked in secret solutions, infused with rare fragrances, or subjected to intense heat. In any case, they are not the familiar specimens you encounter daily. To succeed in this trial, mere experience will not suffice. True expertise is required. As his words echoed, a wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. Many craftsmen turned pale, their faces reflecting disbelief and apprehension. What? Specially treated? This is exceedingly difficult. In previous years, the first trial alone had eliminated half of the participants. This year's challenge seemed akin to a descent into hell. Amidst a sea of whispers, expressions of shock and concern were evident. Alas, it appears we are merely here to accompany others in this endeavor. Li Rui and Huang Digui exchanged glances, their faces etched with bitterness. Master, Huang Master. Do not worry, Su Yuan's calm voice broke through, resonating in their ears. This first trial is as easy as pie for me. Li Rui and Huang Digui were momentarily taken aback. As easy as pie? This lad speaks with great bravado. Let us not forget, this is the workshop's examination, not a mere game. Su Yuan, you sigh. Let us just do our best, Li Rui sighed, placing a reassuring hand on Su Yuan and Appo's shoulder. His words trailing off, Huang Digui shook his head, choosing silence. Both understood that Su Yuan was merely trying to comfort them, though the reassurance felt rather feeble. Wang Lan stood among the crowd, exuding an air of nonchalance, a faint smile playing on his lips as he surveyed the troubled faces of the craftsmen. His eyes sparkled with disdain. A bunch of unrefined amateurs dares to compete with me? Young Master Wang, you will undoubtedly sail through this trial with ease and emerge victorious. Naturally, for young Master Wang is a prodigy capable of crafting mystical woodwork. This first trial is but a trifling matter. Just wait and see that fellow beg for mercy on his knees, haha. A few sycophants surrounded Wang Lan, showering him with flattery. Su Yuan maintained his composure, fully aware of their discussions, but unfazed. What a jest! He possessed the rare skill of discerning wood and mountains. Even if these woods were transformed into ash, he could identify them with a mere glance. Moreover, after a year as an apprentice, he had memorized the properties and origins of various woods, coupled with his unique talent. This first trial was simply a gift. As the first trial commenced, the examiner's command resounded like thunder. The participants surged forward, rushing towards the towering heaps of timber, eager to avoid falling behind. In an instant, the square erupted into a frenzy, more animated than a bustling marketplace. Some clawed at their heads in frustration, while others sniffed and examined the wood as if to consume it. A few even brandished magnifying glasses, scrutinizing every inch. They were leaving no stone unturned. Wang Lan approached a piece of wood with a leisurely demeanor, feigning a cursory glance. He tapped it lightly with his fingers. The sound was crisp and melodious, reminiscent of a chime in harmony. Rosewood, from Tianju, 300 years of age, dense grain, rich aroma. A superior quality. He scribbled with remarkable speed, as if the wood were a familiar treasure from his own backyard. Young Master Wang is magnificent. Such speed is unparalleled. He will surely claim first place in this trial. The sycophants erupted in applause, their flattery echoing throughout the square. Meanwhile, Su Yuan stood unmoving, eyes shut tight, seemingly carved from stone, entirely at odds with the surrounding chaos. What is this lad doing? Has he been rendered speechless? Haha, surely he realizes he stands no chance and has surrendered. Around him, derisive laughter and mocking whispers began to circulate. Li Rue, frantic and pacing like a caged animal, exclaimed, Su Yuan, move. What are you waiting for? Huang Degue, too, was drenched in sweat, his forehead taut with tension. Yet Su Yuan remained unperturbed, as if impervious to the noise, deeply inhaling and immersing himself in his woodworking skills. Open the wood and inquire about the mountains. Su Yuan silently chanted within. In an instant, he felt as though he had transcended into another realm, where the world transformed utterly. The timber was no longer lifeless, it breathed and whispered, sharing its tales with him. He could vividly perceive the internal structures of each piece of wood, the grain, the growth rings, the insect tunnels, and the cracks. Everything was laid bare, revealing itself without concealment. Wang Wali, from Hainan, 500 years of age. Jean Silk Namu, from Shu, 800 years. Iron Birch, from the far north. A millennium of solidity. Answers appeared in his mind effortlessly, requiring no contemplation. He could even sense the spiritual essence within the wood, along with the tribulations it had endured through the seasons. Suddenly, Su Yuan opened his eyes, brilliance radiating from them like unsheathed swords. He strode confidently to a piece of wood, grasped his pen, and with fluid strokes, completed his task in a single breath. Is this too swift? Did he truly see it clearly? Could it be mere luck? The surrounding spectators were left in awe, their expressions frozen in disbelief. This pace was simply unparalleled, even surpassing those who had spent decades honing their craft. Li Rue and Huang Degue were left speechless, their jaws nearly touching the ground. Su Yuan, you. Li Rue stammered, words failing him, his tongue tied in knots. Master, believe in me, Su Yuan replied with a gentle smile, offering no further explanation as he continued to stroll through the square with ease. As he approached each piece of wood, he would close his eyes, holding his breath in deep concentration, allowing himself to truly feel. Subsequently, he would open his eyes and swiftly put pen to paper, executing his thoughts without hesitation. His speed was astonishing, almost as if he had already known the answers. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Time was up. The voice of the examiner resonated once more, akin to a death knell. Stop writing, submit your papers. The participants collectively ceased their writing, handing in their answers. Many hung their heads in despair, sighing heavily, evidently dissatisfied with their performance. 30 types of wood. For the majority, it was nothing short of a fantastical notion. Wang Lan submitted his paper with a triumphant expression, confident of his success. He had identified over 80 types. This achievement was enough to overshadow all others and command respect. Humph, a bunch of insignificant clods. How dare they compare themselves to me? He cast a disdainful glance at the surrounding competitors, his eyes brimming with contempt and scorn. Su Yuan also submitted his paper. His answers were densely packed, nearly devoid of any blank spaces. Li Rue and Huang Degue stood anxiously beside him, scarcely daring to breathe. Although they were unaware of how many types of wood Su Yuan had recognized, his calm demeanor suggested that it probably wasn't too shabby, right? They both silently prayed, hands clasped together in earnest devotion. They waited with bated breath, as if anticipating the final judgment of fate. Chapter 45, Perfect Score. A shock to all. The bell of the workshop resonated once more, echoing deeply within the souls of everyone present. Yang Xing advanced slowly, holding a stack of answer sheets, his expression devoid of emotion. Several staff members from the workshop lifted a massive bulletin board, positioning it at one side of the square. The first round, the wood identification assessment, had concluded. It was time to announce the results. As the words fell, all eyes turned in unison toward the bulletin board. Tension, anticipation, and anxiety permeated the air. Li Rue and Huang Degue, palms slick with sweat, clutched their clothing tightly, their knuckles turning pale. Heaven, please let Su Yuan pass. Li Rue's lips moved silently in fervent supplication. Sweat beads rolled ceaselessly down Huang Degue's forehead. The results began to be announced, names called out in ascending order of scores. With each name uttered, joy blossomed for some, while despair descended upon others. Zhang Kuo identified 15 types, eliminated. Wang Yan identified 28 types, eliminated. Lu Laosun identified 29 types, eliminated. One by one, names were mercilessly crossed off the list. Those rejected craftsmen departed with downcast expressions. As time passed, the names on the bulletin board dwindled, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Li Rue and Huang Degue felt their hearts rise to their throats. Li Rue identified 31 types, passed. Huang Degue identified 35 types, passed. Upon hearing their results, both exhaled in relief. Thankfully, they had secured a place in the next round. The fortunate craftsmen who also passed wore expressions of palpable relief. Wang Lan identified 89 types, passed. When Yang Xing announced Wang Lan and Appo's S-name, gasps erupted from the crowd. 89 types. Indeed, young Master Wang was formidable. This score was nothing short of extraordinary. Undoubtedly, he claimed the top spot in the first round. Immediately, a throng of sycophants swarmed around Wang Lan, lavishing him with exaggerated praise. Young Master Wang is magnificent. Young Master Wang is incredible. How dare those lesser beings compare themselves to young Master Wang? It is sheer self-degradation. Wang Lan and Appo's face radiated with pride as he disdainfully surveyed the crowd. Li Rue and Huang Deguai turned ashen. It was over. Wang Lan had identified 89 types. And Su Yuan was surely in grave danger. Both assumed Su Yuan had been eliminated, their hearts chilling with despair. Su Yuan remained motionless in his place. Observing his demeanor, surrounding craftsmen began to mock him. This fellow, could he be so frightened as to be rendered dumb? Haha. Surely he knows he stands no chance and has given up the struggle. Rue Muhal? What a shabby workshop. How dare they participate in the workshop assessment? Utterly foolish. And one more. Yang Xing and Appo's voice suddenly rang out. All eyes refocused on Yang Xing. One more. His voice sliced through the square and Appo's clamor like thunder. The crowd and Appo's gaze converged on the final answer sheet in his hand. Curiously, Wang Lan and Appo's score was not the highest. Could there be someone even more extraordinary than Wang Lan? This is impossible. Yang Xing's gaze slowly descended upon the answer sheet. In that instant, his pupils contracted sharply. His eyes widened in disbelief, as if witnessing something utterly surreal. Instinctively, he rubbed his eyes and looked again. Indeed, the answer sheet clearly bore the name Su Yuan. This, Yang Xing's voice, now laced with shock, became sharp and piercing, entirely devoid of his usual composure. He could hardly believe his eyes. Su Yuan. Yang Xing inhaled deeply, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions, and with a tremor in his voice, he slowly pronounced, identified, 120 types, all correct. Perfect score. Boom. Each word from Yang Xing's lips detonated like a bomb in the square, reverberating through the crowd, leaving everyone stunned, their scalps tingling, hearts racing. The atmosphere plunged into an abyss of silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All present were left agape, their mouths hanging open as if they could swallow an egg. They resembled puppets frozen in place, witnessing an unimaginable spectacle. Perfect score? Surely. My ears are not deceiving me. Someone murmured, their voice trembling with disbelief. 120 types? And all correct? This is impossible. Could this lad have opened the heavenly eye? After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into chaos. A cacophony of discussions, exclamations, doubts, and astonishment erupted like a volcanic eruption, deafening those present. Li Rue and Huang Deguai stood in shock, their minds blank, utterly incapable of thought, as if their souls had departed. Su Yuan. Perfect score? Li Rue's voice quivered, tinged with disbelief, as if caught in a dream. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, attempting to dispel the illusion before him, seeking confirmation that he was not dreaming. Huang Deguai, more direct, pinched his thigh sharply. Ouch! A rush of pain surged through him. This is not a dream. His voice trembled, yet was infused with uncontainable joy. Su Yuan had truly passed the first round. Moreover, he achieved an unprecedented perfect score. Ha, I knew it. Su Yuan would surely succeed. Li Rue erupted with elation, dancing like a child, completely oblivious to his stature as the manager of Rue Muhal, lost in overwhelming joy. Huang Deguai, tears streaming down his face, was at a loss for words, merely nodding repeatedly, his eyes brimming with pride and satisfaction. On the other side, Wang Lan's expression darkened, his face clouded with fury. He glared at Su Yuan, his eyes filled with disbelief and intense jealousy, cold and venomous as a serpent, as though he wished to devour Su Yuan whole. Impossible. This cannot be. How could he have gotten them all correct? Wang Lan could not accept this reality. It was a profound humiliation for him. He must have cheated. We demand to see his answer sheet, or we will not accept this. A few sycophants around Wang Lan quickly joined in, clamoring loudly, attempting to salvage his reputation. Silence. Yang Xing slammed the table, his voice thunderous, his expression dark and foreboding. He too felt a twinge of uncertainty, as this outcome was utterly unexpected. Lord Yang, this result defies logic. Wang Lan suppressed his fury, his tone icy. In all of Qingzhou's history, no one had ever achieved a perfect score in the first round of the workshop assessment. Moreover, this feat was accomplished by a mere nobody from an obscure workshop. I trust, Lord Yang, you must have your doubts as well? Wang Lan's words were laced with hidden barbs, simultaneously expressing his skepticism while exerting pressure on Yang Xing, attempting to compel him to align with his views. Yang Xing hesitated instantly. As he turned around, he beheld several examination officials approaching with grave expressions. At the forefront was Mo Chanfeng, the chief artisan of the Qinghou workshop. Yang Xing promptly greeted him with profound respect. Old Mo. The elder, known as Mo Chanfeng, wore a third-grade artisan insignia on his chest, a symbol of the highest rank among the craftsmen of Qinghou, denoting his exceptional mastery in woodworking. He stroked his beard, and though his voice was not loud, it carried an undeniable authority that inspired awe. I know that you youngsters must have your doubts, he began, and I anticipated this. Mo Chanfeng nodded slightly. his gaze sweeping across the assembly as if he could penetrate the thoughts of each individual present. Bring forth Su Yuan's examination paper, he bellowed suddenly, his voice resonating across the square. He paused, scanning the crowd with piercing eyes. Let these frogs at the bottom of the well broaden their horizons. Several staff members from the workshop swiftly sprang into action. They carefully unfurled Su Yuan and Appo's paper, treating it as if it were a rare treasure, fearful of damaging it. The enormous paper was displayed prominently on the bulletin board at the center of the square. The writing was neat and vigorous, exuding a sense of composure. The densely packed content detailed various types of wood, their origins, characteristics, and uses, akin to the world's most enigmatic treasure map, awaiting interpretation. For a moment, the entire square fell silent. One could hear a pin drop. So much. A young craftsman gasped in astonishment, breaking the eerie quiet. Could it be that this fellow has memorized the wood compendium? Nearby, an elderly craftsman with graying hair wore an expression of disbelief. Having spent most of his life working with wood, he considered himself well-versed, yet this examination paper had opened his eyes. Look here, another keen-eyed artisan exclaimed, his voice trembling as if he had uncovered something extraordinary. Not only has he listed the names and origins of the wood, but he has also detailed their characteristics and uses with clarity. He even specified when and where each type of wood was felled. The most astonishing aspect was that he had delineated the subtle distinctions between each type of wood as if he had witnessed them firsthand. This perception, this knowledge, was simply divine. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of astonishment and discussion, as everyone was thoroughly captivated by Su Yuan and Appo's paper, resembling individuals who had encountered a ghost. Mo Changfeng spoke again, his voice infused with unmistakable admiration. This elder, having devoted his life to carpentry, had never before encountered such a prodigy. Su Yuan not only recognized numerous types of wood, but understood their nuances far better than most. He paused, surveying the crowd, and gradually declared, indeed, he surpasses many seasoned veterans. First place is well-deserved. Mo Changfeng and Appo's words rang with authority, akin to a decree of gold and jade. From that moment on, no one dared to utter a word. Chapter 46, A Contest of Skills. The dragon and phoenix present auspiciousness. Wang Lan's complexion instantly darkened, resembling someone who had consumed a dead fly. His fists were clenched tightly, nails nearly digging into his flesh. The sycophants around him, sensing the ominous atmosphere, dared not utter a word, huddling together like frightened quails, fearful of incurring Wang Lan and Appo's wrath. What kind of skill is merely recognizing wood? After a prolonged silence, one of the sycophants mustered the courage to mutter, attempting to change the subject, his voice barely audible, akin to a mosquito's buzz. A carpenter's skill is what truly matters. In the next round, young Master Wang will surely make that fellow lose convincingly, begging for mercy. The others quickly nodded in agreement, their voices rising in enthusiasm. Indeed, young Master Wang's craftsmanship is unparalleled. He will undoubtedly triumph. That lad is merely a luck-stricken bumpkin. Wang Lan inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the rage boiling within him. His gaze dark and menacing, akin to a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. Indeed, he articulated slowly, gritting his teeth, in the next round, I will make him understand the vast chasm that separates us. His voice was deep and hoarse, imbued with a fierce determination. Li Rui and Huang Degui excitedly approached Su Yuan, their eyes glistening with emotion. Su Yuan, you truly have brought honor to us, Li Rui stammered, thumping Su Yuan's shoulder with fervor. This time, Ruemu Hall can finally hold its head high. Huang Degui's face beamed with pride and joy, his eyes moistening. Yet, simultaneously, they were filled with an insatiable curiosity. Su Yuan's sudden emergence as a wood identifier was simply astonishing, as if he had transformed into a different person. Su Yuan, do confess, where did you learn this remarkable skill of identifying wood? Li Rui finally could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, his eyes wide with anticipation. Huang Degui leaned closer, straining to catch every word. Su Yuan smiled faintly, opting not to provide a direct answer, simply stating, it's a feeling. He certainly could not reveal to them that he possessed an extraordinary advantage, as that would be too shocking. Seeing Su Yuan's reluctance to elaborate, Li Rui and Huang Degui did not press further. In their minds, they speculated that Su Yuan must possess an innate talent, an extraordinary sensitivity to wood, enabling him to perceive its essence. Such phenomena, though rare, were not inconceivable. After all, there are always individuals in this world endowed with extraordinary abilities that defy common understanding. High above in the lofty pavilion, Zhou Ming stood shoulder to shoulder with Dongfang Qingzong, gazing down at the bustling square below. Zhou Ming paused momentarily, his hand stroking his beard. His weathered eyes were fixed intently on the striking answer sheet displayed on the bulletin board. After a long silence, he finally spoke. Master Dongfang, this is rather underhanded of you. Zhou Ming turned, his tone a blend of reproach and astonishment, his gaze laden with complexity. Su Yuan and Appo's talent is truly astonishing. And yet you kept it hidden from me. Zhou Ming's heart was tumultuous. He had initially believed Dongfang Qingzong's admiration for Su Yuan stemmed from other reasons. Now, it seemed he had underestimated the situation. A perfect score in wood identification. This was an unprecedented achievement. It was well known that among the hundreds of craftsmen in Qinghe County, only a handful could accomplish such a feat. A flicker of surprise crossed Dongfang Qingzong and Appo's face as well. He had thought Su Yuan would be fortunate to pass the first round. Who could have imagined he would achieve a perfect score? This young man continuously reshaped his understanding. Dongfang Qingzong smiled faintly, feigning mystery. Master Zhou, my eyes have never deceived me when it comes to discerning talent. His tone carried a hint of pride. Su Yuan is no ordinary individual. Zhou Ming snorted softly, his gaze returning to the square. You are still trying to keep secrets from me. However, his anticipation for Su Yuan's forthcoming performance in the subsequent assessments grew ever stronger. At that moment, Mo Changfeng stepped forward, taking charge. The first round has concluded. We will now commence the second round. Mo Changfeng's voice thundered like a clap of thunder. He raised his hand, and in the center of the square, several large blueprints gradually unfurled. The blueprints featured smooth lines and intricate structures, breathtaking to behold. The second round tests your skills. These blueprints represent the culmination of the labor of dozens of craftsmen in our workshop. Each design embodies the pinnacle of woodworking craftsmanship in Qinghe County. Mo Changfeng's tone was filled with pride. Your task is to select one blueprint and, according to its specifications, create a wooden item. You have 2 hours. Whether you can complete it on time and the quality of your work will directly determine your score in this round. As the words left his lips, the crowd erupted in uproar. 2 hours? To create such a complex wooden piece? How could that be possible? Many craftsmen's faces turned pale in an instant. 2 hours? That might not even be enough time to select the materials. The difficulty of the second round had increased tenfold. In the crowd, Li Rue and Huang Degue exchanged worried glances. The second round would test not only their skills, but also their mental fortitude. Li Rue furrowed his brow. Every detail on the blueprint must be executed flawlessly. Huang Degue's expression was grave. Time is of the essence. And for those of us of advancing age, it poses a significant challenge. I believe we should proceed cautiously, Li Rue pondered aloud. As long as we can finish on time and maintain quality, we may yet succeed. Huang Degue nodded in agreement. The two began to meticulously study the blueprints, seeking to select a design that was not only less complex, but also suitable for their skill levels. The blueprints were clearly categorized by difficulty into 4 grades. Ding, Bing, Yi and Jia. Ding was the easiest, while Jia was the most challenging. Unsurprisingly, most craftsmen focused their attention on the Ding or Bing level blueprints. After all, time was limited. A strategy of cautious victory became their sole option. After deliberation, Li Rue and Huang Degue ultimately chose a Bing level blueprint, the 100 birds worshipping the phoenix incense table. This design was exquisite, with delicate carvings. Yet its structure was relatively simple, making it easier to manage. The craftsmen gradually selected their blueprints, with the majority opting for simpler designs. This second round was not only a contest of skills, but also a battle of mental resilience. Wang Lan, brimming with arrogance, strolled confidently to the blueprints. His gaze was sharp, akin to an eagle surveying its territory. To him, these blueprints were of little consequence. He directly set his sights on the topmost blueprint. The Jia level design, the dragon and phoenix present auspiciousness screen. The screen stood as tall as a person, adorned with vivid dragon and phoenix motifs. Its lines both flowing and intricate, with an extraordinarily exquisite structure. The blueprint even emphasized the screen and Appo's alignment with the principles of yin, yang, and the 5 elements. When crafted using special techniques, it could even harness the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, truly a marvel that left one in awe. Young Master Wang has chosen the Appo's dragon and phoenix present auspiciousness and Appo's screen. This was the most challenging design among the Jia level blueprints. Truly, young Master Wang is bold and skilled. A wave of gasps rippled through the crowd. The crowd was taken aback by Wang Lan and Appo's choice. A few sycophants immediately gathered around him. This screen, with its formidable complexity, is rarely perfected in the entire Qinghe County. Young Master Wang, are you set to recreate the splendor of the spirit woodcraft? They flattered him to the utmost. Eager to exalt Wang Lan to the heavens, Wang Lan cast a smug glance at Su Yuan, the provocation and disdain in his eyes unmistakable. That gaze seemed to convey, you dare to compare yourself to me? Prepare to beg for mercy. Su Yuan looked at Wang Lan, a peculiar smile playing on his lips. The dragon and phoenix screen? Merely trivial. Half a year ago, before he had comprehended the intricacies of mortise and tenon crafting, he had already created a dragon and phoenix screen, earning unanimous acclaim from the members of the Ruemu Hall. Very well. Let this grand event be infused with even more excitement. He stepped forward, his gaze wandering over the dazzling design sketches. Ultimately, amidst the astonished stares of the crowd, he extended his hand and pointed to the blueprint of the dragon and phoenix screen. I am eager to see what stunning form this dragon and phoenix will take under the enhancement of mortise and tenon mastery, Su Yuan mused. What? He too has chosen Appo's dragon and phoenix and Oppos. The crowd erupted in disbelief. Is this lad out of his mind? Some rubbed their eyes in astonishment. Who does he think he is? Daring to stand alongside young Master Wang? Many others wore expressions of mockery and disdain. It must be understood that the first and second challenges are worlds apart. Without genuine skill, relying solely on luck, one cannot possibly succeed. This lad is merely courting disaster. Almost everyone believed Su Yuan was arrogant and overconfident, and that Wang Lan would undoubtedly emerge victorious. After all, just a month ago, he had created the spirit woodcraft, yin-yang dragon and phoenix fan. Although the dragon and phoenix screen posed an even greater challenge, it was surely no obstacle for Wang Lan. What could a mere unknown craftsman, even if he were the best in wood identification, possibly achieve? How could he even compare to Wang Lan in the second challenge? It was sheer humiliation. Li Rui and Huang Degui exchanged a knowing glance amidst their shock. To outsiders, Su Yuan's choice of dragon and phoenix seemed reckless and presumptuous. Yet, in their eyes, this was a carefully considered decision, his most prudent choice. Soon, all participants were assigned to different workstations, each equipped with a complete set of tools and materials. Su Yuan and Oppos S and Wang Lan and Oppos S workstations quickly became surrounded, as impenetrable as a barrel. Countless eyes were intently focused on them. Everyone was eager to witness this pinnacle duel firsthand, to determine who truly was the woodworking genius. How intriguing, truly intriguing. Above, Dongfang Qingzong and Zhou Ming also directed their attention to Su Yuan and Oppos S direction, both their eyes glimmering with anticipation. Mo Changfeng stood quietly nearby, gently stroking his beard, observing everything in the square with a calm demeanor. His weathered face revealed no hint of emotion, yet within, he too was filled with expectation for Su Yuan's performance. A perfect score in the wood material assessment is unprecedented and astonishing. If his craftsmanship assessment proves equally extraordinary, then Su Yuan will undoubtedly be a rare and exceptional talent. The workshop may soon welcome a future master craftsman. Chapter 47, The Mystique of Mortise and Tenon. Entering the path through wood. Boom, the chime resonates once more. The second trial officially commences. The artisans of the workshop begin to transport pre-processed colossal timbers to the workstations of the craftsmen. The wood has been preliminarily cut according to the blueprints to ensure fairness. Su Yuan stands with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the timber without haste. He slowly closes his eyes, inhaling deeply as if to absorb the very essence of the wood into his being. Initiate the woodwork. Su Yuan silently intones in his heart. In an instant, the world transforms. He feels as though he has become one with the timber in his grasp. The grain, the rings, the knots, even the tiniest cracks, all become vividly apparent. This sensation is profoundly mystical. It is as if he has metamorphosed into the timber itself, or perhaps the timber has become an extension of his being. After a while, Su Yuan opens his eyes, and a brilliant light radiates from his gaze. He has unraveled all the secrets of this piece of wood. Victory is assured. With a flick of his wrist, the plane twirls in his palm. In the next moment, the razor-sharp blade plunges accurately into the timber. Swish, swish, swish. The shavings dance like snowflakes, gracefully carving exquisite arcs in the air. Layer upon layer of shavings. Su Yuan exclaims, accelerating the speed of the plane. The blade moves like surging waves, unceasing and relentless. Wood chips scatter, filling the air with a fragrant aroma that envelopes the entire arena. This planing technique. An elderly craftsman gasps in astonishment, his voice trembling uncontrollably. He fixates on the plane in Su Yuan and Oppos S hand, his eyes wide with fear of missing any detail. Each stroke is precisely measured. Not a fraction more. Not a fraction less. Marvelous. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. Another elderly craftsman claps in admiration, his face alight with fascination. He has never witnessed such exquisite craftsmanship in his lifetime. Su Yuan is wholly engrossed, immersed in the realm of woodworking. His focus is solely on the timber, his heart solely on the plane. Man and tool become one. The plane in Su Yuan and Oppos S grasp seems to possess a life of its own. It dances freely upon the wood, twisting and turning with each push and pull executed with impeccable precision, devoid of any error. The shavings whirl, and the aroma intensifies. Su Yuan and Oppos S movements flow like water, imbued with a rhythmic grace that is pleasing to behold. Before long, the framework of the screen takes shape. Each component is polished to a mirror-like sheen, flawless and immaculate. The next crucial step, the mortise and tenon structure. The quintessence of woodworking skills. Su Yuan grasps the carving knife, his gaze sharpening suddenly, like a sword drawn from its sheath. He inhales deeply, channeling his internal energy into the knife. Mortise and tenon connect with the spirit. Su Yuan whispers inwardly, as the knife pierces the wood like a bolt of lightning. In that moment, Su Yuan feels as though he has entered another realm. He perceives the soul within the timber, sensing its breath. At this instant, the knife is no longer cold. It is an extension of Su Yuan's body, a manifestation of his consciousness. He merges with the timber, inseparable. Every cut is perfectly executed, every joint fitting flawlessly. The entire process flows seamlessly, one continuous motion. This is impossible. Doesn't he even need to measure? He can create such precise joints directly? Such skill is miraculous. Inconceivable. Truly, it is beyond belief. The onlookers are utterly stunned. They have never seen such a marvelous woodworking technique. Above, Zhou Ming and Apos' eyes widen in disbelief, fixated on the carving knife in Su Yuan and Apos' hand. How is this possible? Zhou Ming and Apos' hand that clutches his beard trembles slightly, his voice wavering. This young man has elevated basic planing to such an extraordinary level. Each stroke is impeccably precise, reaching the pinnacle of artistry. Subtly, there is a hint of a spiritual resonance. It is indeed incredible. Zhou Ming, having immersed himself in woodworking for decades, possesses a keen eye. Few can capture his attention, yet Su Yuan, a seemingly obscure craftsman, has profoundly shocked him. Dongfang Qingzong, though not well versed in woodworking, is not without discernment. He distinctly feels a subtle yet pure internal energy emanating from Su Yuan, merging with the essence of the wood, indistinguishable. Is this the legendary path of entering through wood? Dongfang Qingzong's pupils constrict, a tempest of emotions brewing within. He has heard of entering the path through martial prowess and weaponry. Yet entering through wood is entirely unprecedented. This individual is destined for greatness. Dongfang Qingzong silently reassesses Su Yuan with heightened admiration. Meanwhile, Wang Lan's expression darkens, nearly dripping with intensity. He glares at Su Yuan, his eyes brimming with jealousy and resentment. Initially believing he could effortlessly overpower Su Yuan in this trial, the situation now appears dire. Su Yuan and Apos' displayed skills have far exceeded his expectations. Damn, how can this young man's skills be so formidable? No, I cannot afford to lose. I am the prodigy of the Wang family. Wang Lan grits his teeth, forcing himself to regain composure. He retrieves an exquisite purple sandalwood box from his pocket, carefully opening it. Inside lies a slender incense stick, exuding a faint, alluring fragrance. He takes one out and ignites it with a match. A subtle, ethereal aroma begins to waft through the air. This scent, reminiscent of orchid yet not quite, evokes a sense of tranquility, dispelling distractions. Tranquil mind incense? Imo Chafeng's brow furrows slightly, his expression becoming complex. The tranquil mind incense is derived from a rare flower deep within the extreme northern ice plains. It blooms once every decade, bears fruit after another decade, and matures after yet another. Its fragrance is said to calm the mind and dispel distractions, making it a rare treasure for craftsmen. The Wang family indeed possesses profound heritage, effortlessly producing such exquisite items. Imo Chafeng sighs internally. Yet, he admires those artisans who achieve unity with nature through their own mindset and skills. In his view, excessive reliance on external objects ultimately leads to inferiority. Wang Lan ignites the tranquil mind incense and inhales deeply. The ethereal fragrance enters his body, gradually calming his previously agitated state, sharpening his focus and resolve. He must concede that Su Yuan and Apos' presence exerts immense pressure on him, so much so that he feels compelled to seek external aid to stabilize his composure. He cannot afford to lose, nor will he. Meanwhile, Su Yuan remains serene, as if everything is within his grasp. His fingertips glide gently across the surface of the timber, akin to conversing silently with a longtime friend. Every joint is impeccably executed, fitting seamlessly as though they were always meant to be there, devoid of any sense of dissonance. Imo Chafeng observes Su Yuan, his eyes sparkling with admiration, unabashedly expressing his appreciation. What a remarkable young man. This mindset, this tranquility, is truly rare. He silently praises in his heart. This youth may indeed bring me unexpected delight. Time flows steadily in the tense atmosphere, minute by minute. 2 hours swiftly pass. On Su Yuan's side, the screen stands tall. At first glance, it appears unremarkable, ancient and unadorned, lacking any striking features. Upon closer inspection, one can discern that every detail is executed to perfection, without a single flaw. Particularly remarkable are the mortise and tenon joints, masterfully crafted and breathtaking in their ingenuity. Even more astonishing is the subtle, ethereal aura that seems to permeate the entire screen, an ever-flowing essence that appears to be brewing something profound. Su Yuan let out a sigh of relief, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He knew that he had succeeded once more. Almost simultaneously, Wang Lan completed his own screen. His creation, adorned with intricately carved beams and lavish golden embellishments, epitomized opulence. The dragon and phoenix motifs upon it were rendered with such vividness and brilliance that they captivated the onlooker and Apos' senses. This stood in stark contrast to Su Yuan and Apos' unpretentious design. Young Master Wang is formidable. Young Master Wang shall surely prevail. What could that fellow possibly compare with young Master Wang? It is nothing but self-degradation. A few sycophants immediately raised their voices, eager to ensure their cheers were heard by all. Time and Apos' up. Imo Changfeng and Apos' voice resonated like a thunderous bell, echoing throughout the venue. All participants promptly ceased their work and stepped forward to receive judgment. His gaze, sharp and commanding, surveyed the scene with undeniable authority. The contestants halted their endeavors, leaving their workstations with expressions ranging from anxiety to anticipation. The assessors began to approach for evaluation. Yet nearly all eyes were fixated on the creations of Su Yuan and Wang Lan. The suspense was about to unravel. Chapter 48. The Dragon and Apos' roar and the Phoenix and Apos' cry. The spirit world revealed. A dozen evaluators were divided into 3 groups. Following their assigned order, they approached each contestant and Oppos' work for assessment. The scoring system was out of 100, with 60 points as the passing mark. Only those who met the standard would qualify for the next round. Lu Yong. With A and Oppos winking and laughing and Oppos, grade blueprint, presented the and Oppos, 100 flowers and Oppos, stool, scoring 45 points, thus eliminated. Ding K. With A and Oppos, C and Oppos, grade blueprint, showcased the and Oppos, pine crane and Oppos, pen holder, scoring 40 points, hence eliminated. Wang Yishan. With A and Oppos, B and Oppos, grade blueprint. Revealed the and Oppos, landscape and Oppos, T-tray, scoring 30 points, consequently eliminated. One name after another was ruthlessly crossed out, leaving the eliminated artisans despondent. Li Rue and Huang Degui stood amidst the crowd, anxiety consuming them. Oldly, do you think we can pass? Huang Degui and Oppos' voice trembled slightly. I don and Oppos, no. Li Rue shook his head, his face pale. This second round is truly challenging. As the evaluators approached their 100 birds facing the Phoenix incense table, they scrutinized it carefully. C grade blueprint, 100 birds facing the Phoenix incense table. One evaluator began. The completion rate is quite satisfactory. Another nodded in agreement. However, there are some deficiencies in the details, the third evaluator pointed out. Overall, it's rather conventional, lacking in highlights, Mo Changfeng concluded. Li Rue 50 points. Huang Degui 50 points. The evaluators and Oppos' voices thundered in the ears of the 2 men. Alas! Li Rue and Huang Degui exchanged bittersweet smiles. Although disappointment lingered, hope remained for Su Yuan. After all, Su Yuan was the greatest hope of Reimu Hall. Finally, it was Wang Lan and Oppos' turn. The screen he presented was intricately carved, resplendent with gold and vivid colors, epitomizing opulence. The dragon and phoenix designs were lifelike, radiating brilliance as if they were poised to soar into the heavens. Excellent. A magnificent display of dragon and phoenix. An evaluator exclaimed in admiration. This craftsmanship and skill could easily rank among the top 3 in Qinghe County. Another evaluator concurred, lavishly praising the work. Regrettably, Mo Chafeng interjected, a hint of undeniable disappointment in his tone. This screen ultimately lacks a certain spirit and is too mechanical, failing to convey a sense of life. It seems Master Wang has been somewhat lax of late. Mo Changfeng and Oppos' words, though softly spoken, resonated clearly with everyone present. Wang Lan and Oppos' expression darkened instantly. He clenched his teeth, stifling his inner fury, unwilling to rebut. Mo Changfeng, a third-grade master and the chief of the Qinghe County workshop. Though Wang Lan was a disciple of the Wang family. Before him, he was but a robust ant. Your teachings, Mo Lao Shi, will be etched in my heart. Henceforth, I shall practice diligently to strive towards becoming a first-grade craftsman. Wang Lan lowered his head, his voice trembling slightly. Mo Changfeng nodded, then declared, Wang Lan and Oppos, A and Oppos, grade blueprint, and Oppos, dragon and phoenix presenting auspiciousness and Oppos, screen, completion rate 90%, 90 points. 90 points. This was an exceptionally high score, enough for Wang Lan to look down upon others. Yet at this moment, no joy graced his face. For another and Oppos' score remained unannounced. The name he loathed most, Su Yuan. Next came Su Yuan and Oppos' work. Mo Changfeng, filled with anticipation, slowly approached Su Yuan and Oppos' screen. All eyes were fixed upon what appeared to be an unremarkable piece. In stark contrast to Wang Lan and Oppos' opulent display, Su Yuan and Oppos' screen, upon first glance, was exquisitely crafted yet unadorned, lacking any extraordinary features. It seemed inferior to Wang Lan and Oppos' creation. I thought he was remarkable. Turns out, he is nothing special. With such skills, how dare he challenge Master Wang? Truly ignorant. Several sycophants seized the moment to mock Su Yuan. Li Rue and Huang Degui exchanged anxious glances. Their hearts racing. They focused on Su Yuan and Oppos' screen, apprehensive. Could it be that Su Yuan has underperformed? Li Rue furrowed his brow. Surely not. This ISN and Oppos, to his usual standard, Huang Degui replied, equally tense. Both hoped for a miracle from Su Yuan, yet the current scene appeared bleak. Mo Chafeng and Oppos' gaze gradually traversed Su Yuan and Oppos' screen. He did not speak immediately. The surroundings fell silent. Even the sycophants, who had mocked Su Yuan moments before, now fell silent. Their necks craned in anticipation of Mo Chafeng and Oppos' assessment. In their minds, Su Yuan was destined to lose. Mo Chafeng and Oppos' brows furrowed slightly. A flicker of confusion flashed in his seasoned eyes. Something was amiss. This screen was far from the simplicity it appeared to be. As an experienced third-grade master, Mo Chafeng had absolute confidence in his discerning eye. Every operation Su Yuan had executed surpassed the ordinary. The crafting process was nothing short of miraculous, and thus, it should not yield such a mediocre piece. This screen must hold secrets. He began to pace around it, scrutinizing every detail, from the wood grain to the mortise and tenon structure, from the carving lines to the overall aura. Mo Changfeng spared no detail. The more he observed, the more he sensed the complexity of the screen. An inexplicable feeling surged within him, as if the screen possessed a certain vitality rather than being a mere object. Mo Lao sure, it's getting late. One evaluator, unable to contain himself, gently reminded Mo Changfeng. Yet, Mo Changfeng seemed oblivious, fully engrossed in his examination of the screen. He even extended his hand, lightly caressing the patterns, feeling the subtle undulations. Suddenly, his fingers halted at the eyes of the dragon and phoenix design. There seemed to be a hidden secret there. Su Yuan stood quietly beside, a subtle smile of confidence gracing his lips. He knew that Mo Changfeng had begun to discern the truth. Wang Lan, standing at a distance, wore a grim expression, silently cursing. What a charade. He could not believe that Su Yuan could surpass him. At that moment, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. Beneath Mo Changfeng and Appo's finger, the eyes of the dragon and phoenix design began to glow faintly. The screen trembled gently. This tremor was light and slow, as if a giant, dormant for eons, was gradually awakening. It resembled the prelude to the awakening of all things, heralded by the rumble of spring thunder over the vast earth. The square fell silent, the clamor dissipating into a profound stillness. Suddenly, a soft hum pierced the air. It was gentle, yet clear, resonating in every ear, reaching deep into the soul. It was a celestial sound. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. The dragon and Appo's and the phoenix and Appo's illuminated simultaneously. Golden rays erupted from the dragon and Appo's like two blazing suns, dazzling to the eye, illuminating the world. Crimson flames gushed forth from the phoenix and Appo's like two divine fires, fiercely burning, incinerating the mundane world. Roar. The dragon and Appo's roar reverberates through the heavens, resounding, majestic, dominant. Like an ancient divine dragon traversing the river of time, it descends upon the mortal realm, causing the ears to thrum and the heart to quiver. The phoenix and Appo's song, clear and transcendent, echoes through the 9 heavens. Bright, noble, sacred. Like a celestial bird soaring through the skies, it gazes down upon all living beings, instilling awe and reverence. The intertwining sounds of the dragon and Appo's roar and the phoenix and Appo's song resonate throughout the universe. Upon the screen, the dragon and phoenix motifs shift and change. The dragon scales glimmer like gilded armor, each shimmering like gold. The phoenix feathers blaze with crimson flames, swirling like divine fire. The claws of the dragon and phoenix exude an icy chill, as if they could rend the very fabric of reality. An overwhelming aura sweeps forth from the screen, akin to a torrential flood, like a tsunami raging forth. An unparalleled pressure envelopes the entire space. Thud, thud. Those of weaker resolve can no longer endure. Their legs give way, collapsing to the ground, faces pallid, bodies trembling. Like withered grass in a tempest, they shiver uncontrollably. This is the screen. Has come to life? Good heavens, what do I behold? A sentient wooden creation. It is indeed a sentient wooden creation. Their voices tremble with incredulity, laced with fear and ecstasy. They had dreamed of witnessing the birth of such a creation, yet when the moment arrives, it feels so surreal, so overwhelming. Above, in the pavilion, Zhe Yiming suddenly rises, eyes wide, fixated on the screen. His beard quivers. A sentient. It truly is a sentient wooden creation. His voice is hoarse, tinged with tremors. Moreover, this momentum, this pressure. Zhe Yiming takes a deep breath and slowly proclaims. It has reached the standard of grade 1 intermediate sentient woodwork, superior to Wang Lanzin Yang Dragon Phoenix Fan. Dongfang Qingzong also stands, his profound eyes shimmering with brilliance. Engaging with wood to commune with the Tao, drawing upon the spirit of heaven and earth, he murmurs. This young man has indeed achieved the impossible. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. He gazes at Su Yuan, his eyes filled with admiration. In the square, Mo Changfeng trembles with excitement, observing intently. His gaze resembles that of one beholding an unparalleled treasure. Excellent. 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 Mo Changfeng repeats the word thrice, his voice choked with emotion. He has awaited this day for far too long. The workshop in Qinghe County has finally produced a prodigious talent. His smile grows ever more radiant, as if he has regained a decade of youth. Su Yuan, Mo Changfeng, and Appo's voice, resonant and authoritative, echoes throughout the venue, and Appo's dragon and phoenix present auspiciousness and Appo's screen, a flawless masterpiece, inciting a celestial phenomenon, qualifying as grade 1 intermediate sentient woodwork. Perfect score. Chapter 49. Fame in Qinghe, a surge in martial arts. Mo Changfeng and Appo's voice resonated like a mighty bell, causing the entire square to reverberate. Full marks. Once again, full marks. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of excitement. How could this be? He actually scored full marks in 2 consecutive rounds. My heavens. Is he even human? This lad is truly a prodigy. Ruemu Hall. Ruemu Hall is about to rise. The crowd was in a frenzy. Various exclamations and discussions merging into a colossal wave of sound that soared into the sky. All eyes were fixated on Su Yuan. Shock. Oh, disbelief. They had never encountered such an extraordinary talent. Achieving full marks in 2 consecutive rounds was an unprecedented feat in the history of the craft workshop assessment. Li Rui and Huang Digui were momentarily dumbfounded, exchanging glances that reflected uncontainable joy. We won. Su Yuan has triumphed again. Li Rui suddenly smacked his thigh, tears of exhilaration streaming down his face. Haha, I knew it. This lad has it in him. Huang Digui was also weeping tears of joy. Our Ruemu Hall is finally going to make a name for itself. The two pushed through the crowd, making their way to Su Yuan's operation station. At that moment, Su Yuan stood calmly, his expression as serene as a still pond, as if everything that had just transpired had no bearing on him. This composure and tranquility garnered even more respect from the onlookers. Su Yuan, you rascal. Li Rui approached him, so overwhelmed that he struggled to articulate his words. He clapped Su Yuan's shoulder with pride and admiration gleaming in his eyes. Su Yuan merely smiled gently, saying nothing. Turning to face Wang Lan, he found the latter's countenance dark and menacing, as if he were about to devour him. Staring intently with a fierce glare, Wang Lan could hardly fathom losing to an obscure carpenter, and what a humiliating defeat it was. Being trounced in 2 consecutive rounds was an affront of unimaginable proportions. Su Yuan, just wait. In the 3rd round, I will make you kneel before me and surrender. Wang Lan gritted his teeth. Today and Appos, assessment ends here. The 3rd round will commence tomorrow at dawn. Mo Changfen's voice echoed once more across the square. As he spoke, the crowd, still buzzing with excitement, gradually dispersed. From this day forth, the name Su Yuan will resound throughout the artisan community of Qinghe County. Who would have thought that this assessment would unveil such a dark horse? Ruemu Hall? A name previously unheard of, now destined to soar. Hey, do you think Wang Lan still has a chance to turn the tables tomorrow? It's hard to say. However, the Wang family is powerful. Who knows what hidden cards they might still have? Wang Lan, overhearing the discussions around him, stormed off in a mix of humiliation and anger. Young Master Wang, a sycophant cautiously approached, attempting to offer some words of comfort. Get lost. Wang Lan glared fiercely, his voice a thunderous roar. The sycophant recoiled in fright, retreating hastily. Wang Lan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his rage. He leaned towards a clever young servant beside him, whispering his orders. Send a message immediately. Have my father dispatch someone to bring that here. Quickly. Yes, young master. The servant dared not ask further, promptly obeying. Su Yuan, just wait. A glint of madness flickered in Wang Lan's eyes. Mo Changfeng approached Su Yuan, surveying him with admiration. Young lad, quite impressive. He extended his rough hand and gently patted Su Yuan's shoulder, a gesture laden with a senior's recognition and expectation. In my years at the craft workshop, I have encountered countless young talents, yet few possess your remarkable gifts. Mo Changfeng's tone brimmed with nostalgia, reminiscent of his own youthful glory days. Su Yuan bowed slightly, cupping his hands. You flatter me, Elder Mo. He understood that his achievements stemmed from his unique skills, yet such matters must remain unspoken. I eagerly anticipate your performance in the final round tomorrow, Mo Changfeng said, stroking his grizzled beard, his gaze piercing into Su Yuan's. I hope you do not disappoint me. Su Yuan nodded earnestly. I shall spare no effort to live up to your expectations. Come, let us go out and celebrate. Not returning until we are intoxicated, Li Rui exclaimed, throwing his arm around Su Yuan's shoulder, his grand gestures exuding confidence. Various voices of discussion, admiration, and envy surged like a tide. Yet, within Su Yuan's heart, an unusual calm prevailed. He knew this was merely the beginning of his journey into the world. The trio ventured forth, ultimately arriving at an esteemed establishment known as the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. The building was adorned with exquisite carvings, exuding grandeur, with a bustling entrance and a steady stream of patrons. Just standing at the entrance, one could catch a whiff of the enticing aroma of food and wine. Drunken Immortal Pavilion is the finest tavern in Qinghe County, rumored to have chefs who are former imperial cooks. Li Rui smacked his lips, a glimmer of yearning in his eyes. Clearly, he had only heard tales of this place and had never truly visited. Today, let us indulge ourselves. Huang Digui chimed in, equally exhilarated. The 3 stepped into the tavern, where a young attendant greeted them warmly. Esteemed guests, please come in. Will you be dining or lodging? The attendant bowed and smiled broadly. Dining. Please find us a private room. Li Rui declared loudly, his demeanor exuding wealth and extravagance. Certainly. Esteemed guests, please follow me upstairs. The attendant led them through the bustling main hall, up the intricately carved staircase, to a refined private room on the 2nd floor. This room was exquisitely decorated, adorned with famous calligraphy and paintings, and a jade vase graced the table. Outside the window, a lush bamboo grove swayed gently in the breeze, the rustling leaves adding a serene ambience. Soon, the table was laden with a sumptuous feast, each dish a feast for the senses. Come, Su Yuan, let us raise a glass. Li Rui exclaimed, lifting his wine bowl, his voice booming. Cheers. Su Yuan and Huang Degui also raised their bowls, clinking them together before downing their drinks. As the drinks flowed and the food was savored, Li Rui and Huang Degui grew increasingly inebriated, their faces flushed with color, their voices growing louder. Su Yuan, you rascal, you have truly brought great honor to your master. Li Rui patted Su Yuan and Apos' shoulder, his tongue slightly slurred. From now on, Rui Muhal will depend on you. You must work hard. Huang Degui also chimed in, his eyes brimming with expectation and trust. Rest assured, masters, I will not let you down, Su Yuan replied earnestly. Rui Muhal was his first sanctuary in this world, and his masters treated him with great kindness, instilling in him a sense of belonging and honor. After a hearty meal, Li Rui booked 2 rooms. Li Rui and Huang Degui shared one, while Su Yuan took another. As soon as they entered their room, Li Rui and Huang Degui collapsed into a deep sleep, snoring thunderously. Clearly, they had indeed overindulged. However, Su Yuan was far from sleepy. He sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes gently closed. The profound sensation he experienced today while demonstrating the intricate joinery techniques in the workshop proved to be immensely beneficial. He vaguely sensed that he had made a breakthrough in his understanding of the empty illumination sutra. Opening his attribute panel, he was astonished to find the progress of the empty illumination sutra had remarkably increased to 90. Yuan was taken aback, struggling to believe his own eyes. Chapter 50, Extraordinary Skill. The Essence of Purity. Just 2 days ago, the progress of the Kong Zhao Jing was merely at 66. Astonishingly, within this brief span of time, it surged to 90. Such an acceleration is nothing short of miraculous. It seems that the state of and Apos, Sun Mao Tong Ling and Apos, is indeed profound, having such an extraordinary effect on the cultivation of mental techniques. Su Yuan pondered silently, as if he had gleaned some insight. In the state of and Apos, Sun Mao Tong Ling and Apos, he was oblivious to his surroundings, his mind intensely focused, subtly resonating with a rhythm that permeated the universe. This condition far surpassed ordinary cultivation. Opportunity must not be missed. Su Yuan dared not delay. He immediately held his breath and concentrated, channeling the Kong Zhao Jing. Within him, his inner force surged like a mighty river, roaring with waves that rose higher and higher, unstoppable. In his dantian, it felt as if a flame was igniting, growing ever stronger and exuding intense heat. Su Yuan sensed his 5 senses becoming extraordinarily acute. He could perceive the trajectory of every speck of dust in the air, hear every faint snore from the adjacent room, and even feel the tremors of every muscle and the slightest shifts within his bones. Outside the window, the night was dark as ink. A radiant full moon hung high in the sky, casting its silvery luminescence. A gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, creating a soft whisper akin to a lullaby. Yet, Su Yuan and Apos' room was enveloped in serene silence, with only his breath resonating, steady and prolonged. It felt as though he had merged with the night, indistinguishable from it. This sensation was profoundly mystical. Su Yuan was wholly immersed, as if transformed into an ancient tree, its roots deeply embedded in the earth, drawing on the essence of heaven and earth. His body served as the trunk, his meridians represented the branches, and his inner force flowed like sap, breathing, growing, continuously strengthening. In the outskirts of Qinghe County, at the Wang family and Apos' villa, the night was thick and oppressive, shrouding the estate in a stifling atmosphere. Wang Lan paced anxiously within the hall, his unease palpable. Why hasn't an Apos' he returned yet? He murmured softly, casting glances toward the door, awaiting with bated breath. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached, breaking the night and Apos' tranquility. A tall figure cloaked in black appeared at the entrance. Father, why have you come personally? Wang Lan exclaimed, rushing forward. The newcomer was none other than his father, Wang Tianong. His gaze was sharp as an eagle and Apos' coldly sweeping over Wang Lan. Unfilial son. His deep, thunderous reprimand echoed through the hall. Slap. Wang Tianyong delivered a fierce slap to Wang Lan and Apos' face, causing him to stumble, nearly falling. He clutched his face, eyes wide with terror, having never witnessed such fury from his father. You dare to gamble with the Wang family and Apos' reputation? Wang Tianyong and Apos' voice was hoarse and low, suppressing his anger. You have truly disappointed me. Father, I was wrong. Wang Lan lowered his head, his voice trembling. I only wish to prove myself. Silence. Wang Tianyong interrupted sharply, his gaze cutting like a knife. In this world, there are always those more capable than oneself. Your meager tricks are nothing but the antics of a frog at the bottom of a well, full of self-importance. Wang Lan bit his lip, deterred from further argument. He understood that his father and Apos' wrath stemmed not only from his wager with Su Yuan, but also from disappointment in his arrogant demeanor. Father, did you bring the item? Wang Lan took a deep breath, cautiously inquiring, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Wang Tianyong remained silent, retrieving a delicate white jade porcelain vial from his robe and tossing it to Wang Lan. Dragon blood essence. Wang Lan and Apos' heart soared with joy as he caught the vial. scrutinizing it closely. This was the Wang family and Apprentice's ancestral treasure. Crafted from a century-old dragon bloodwood heart, combined with 81 rare medicinal herbs, it was refined over 49 days. Just a single drop could exponentially enhance one and Apprentice's mental acuity. Moreover, it also possessed a chance of imparting a glimpse of the essence of spiritual connection. Rest assured, Father, during tomorrow and Apprentice's assessment, I shall ensure that Su Yuan is utterly humiliated. Wang Lan clenched the vial tightly, his teeth gritted in determination. Humph, Wang Tianyang scoffed, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. He slowly approached the window, gazing out into the inky night sky, coldly stating, "Do you truly believe that boy will have the opportunity to participate in tomorrow and Apprentice's assessment?" Wang Lan was taken aback, abruptly lifting his head in shock. "Father, you sent someone." "Indeed," Wang Tianyang interrupted, his tone calm, as if discussing a trivial matter. "The Qingzhou 100 Crafts Conference is approaching. The Wang family and Apprentice's reputation must not be tarnished. As a precaution, that boy must perish." Wang Lan fell silent. Within him surged a mix of vengeful delight and a tinge of bittersweet disappointment. Originally, he had planned to defeat Su Yuan before all eyes, to cleanse his family and Apprentice's shame. But now, all would be preempted. Wang Tianyang slowly turned, looking at Wang Lan, his tone softening slightly. "Go now, rest well. Tomorrow, do not let me down again." "Yes, Father." Wang Lan bowed and withdrew, his figure vanishing into the darkness. In the Zui Xian Lu, within the confines of his chamber, time seemed to freeze. Only Su Yuan and Apprentice's inner power surged like a dragon, roaring incessantly. The Kong Zhao Jing advanced at an unfathomable speed. 91, 93, 96. Su Yuan and Apprentice's consciousness had long been severed from the external world, completely immersed in this mystical cultivation. At last, the moment the progress of the Kong Zhao Jing reached 99, a resounding roar erupted in Su Yuan and Apprentice's mind, reverberating through the universe. It felt as though some ancient shackles had been utterly shattered. An indescribable clarity surged through him, akin to a divine revelation, flooding his entire being. Every limb and bone felt unburdened. Su Yuan vividly sensed that his body was undergoing a monumental transformation. With a deep exhalation, he released a breath of turbid air, subtly imbued with a faint golden hue. The Kong Zhao Jing had finally reached its completion. A wave of uncontrollable excitement surged within Su Yuan. He promptly opened his attribute panel, his gaze fixating intently on the newly manifested extraordinary skill. Extraordinary skill, Kong Zhao Jing, illuminating the heart and perceiving the essence, clarity of spirit, essence of purity, with a mere thought. The detailed information regarding essence of purity instantly materialized in his mind. Essence of purity, internal observation of subtlety. Reverse flow of vital energy. Internal observation of subtlety enables the perception of every minute change in the flesh, bones, and vital energy within the body. Precisely identifying the bottleneck in physical refinement, every detail laid bare. Reverse flow of vital energy guides inner power through consciousness, flushing the physical form with vital energy. Directly infusing medicinal potency into deficient areas, enhancing efficiency tenfold. Internal observation of subtlety? Reverse flow of vital energy? This is nothing short of an unparalleled divine skill tailored for physical cultivation. Su Yuan and Apprentice's heart surged with tumultuous waves. With these two extraordinary skills, his path to physical refinement would be a smooth one. He was eager to attempt it. Closing his eyes slightly, he invoked internal observation of subtlety. In an instant, Su Yuan felt as though his body had transformed into a transparent crystal. Flesh, bones, blood vessels, meridians. Everything within him was vividly laid out before his eyes. He could even see the vital energy surging like a dragon, roaring within him, while his inner force rolled like a sea in his dantian. This sensation of omnipotence was simply exquisite. He gradually immersed his consciousness beneath the layer of violet skin. A faint golden membrane was vaguely visible, resembling an impassable chasm, obstructing the further permeation of vital energy and blood. Is this the very bottleneck of the fourth skin refinement? In an instant, Su Yuan's mind enlightened. The reversal of vital energy. With a low shout, his consciousness wielded as deftly as an arm, guiding the surging internal power and vital energy within him. Like a flood breaching a dam, relentlessly surged toward that golden membrane, crashing violently against it. Chapter 51, The Midnight Intruder, Master of Flesh Refinement. Boom. It was as if a myriad of thunderclaps erupted simultaneously within his body. The golden membrane trembled violently under the onslaught of this ferocious power. Teetering on the brink of collapse, faint cracks began to manifest silently. Effective. Su Yuan felt a surge of confidence, resolutely amplifying his inner strength and vitality. Boom, boom, boom. Time and again, the relentless assault continued. The cracks on the golden membrane multiplied and widened, becoming a terrifying sight. Su Yuan could distinctly sense his physical form growing stronger at an astonishing pace. Each impact felt like a rigorous tempering, rendering his body increasingly resilient and formidable. He was unaware of how much time had passed when, suddenly, A crisp shattering sound resonated within him, akin to celestial music. The golden membrane shattered completely. With a rush, it was as though a torrent of golden energy burst forth, flooding his entire being. Every cell within Su Yuan rejoiced, greedily absorbing this newfound power. An unprecedented sense of strength surged within him, akin to a volcano erupting. Su Yuan abruptly opened his eyes, two beams of brilliance piercing through the void like swords. 4 rounds of flesh refinement, finally achieved. His voice was deep and resonant. He felt as if he could obliterate a mountain with a single punch, should he so desire. This sensation was no mere illusion. Typically, after 4 rounds of flesh refinement, one's physical strength would reach around 5,000 pounds. However, Su Yuan was different. The previous enhancement from the purple dragon lizard skin had already elevated his physical prowess beyond that of his peers. Moreover, under the extraordinary refining process of reversed vitality infusion, his physical strength had reached an unfathomable level. At the very least, 10,000 pounds of might. Su Yuan clenched his fists tightly, feeling the world-destroying power within him, his heart swelling with pride. In the early stages of flesh refinement, a practitioner in the copper flesh realm would typically possess around 8,000 pounds of strength. Yet he, after just 4 rounds of refinement, already wielded 10,000 pounds of might. If this were to be divulged, it would undoubtedly leave everyone astounded. Truly, the unparalleled skill of a perfected technique. Su Yuan could not help but exclaim once more. At that moment, a series of knocks resonated through the stillness of the night, shattering the tranquility of the room. Esteemed guest, your tea. A foreign voice filtered through the door, laced with an intentional hint of deference. Tea. Su Yuan and damp. Appo's brow furrowed slightly, a sense of alarm igniting within him. He had not ordered any tea. It was complimentary from the establishment. The person outside seemed to sense Su Yuan and Appo's doubt and added in a hushed tone, as if fearing eavesdroppers. Complimentary? Su Yuan scoffed inwardly. This was even more suspicious. Despite the voice and Appo's attempts at concealment, it could not escape Su Yuan and Appo's keen hearing, which detected a subtle fluctuation of inner strength concealed within. This was no ordinary attendant. He was evidently a martial artist. Moreover, the visitor bore ill intentions. Could it be someone from the Wang family? In a flash, a thought crossed Su Yuan and Appo's mind. During the day at the workshop, he and Wang Lan had already become sworn enemies. With Wang Lan and Appo's vengeful nature, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. It seemed he had become a target. Su Yuan did not hasten to open the door. Instead, he shifted silently to the window. The moonlight poured in like water, casting a soft silver glow upon the ground. Taking a deep breath, he leapt out, akin to a stealthy leopard in the night, gracefully escaping through the window. The figure outside let out a cold chuckle. Quite alert, are we? Trying to escape? Dream on. He moved swiftly to pursue. The night was as dark as ink, thick and impenetrable, enveloping the entire Qinghe County in a shroud of silence. Su Yuan sprang from the window, swiftly vanishing into the vastness of the night without alerting anyone. He moved like a specter, weaving between rooftops, walls, and treetops, effortlessly evading the patrolling guards and the scattered pedestrians. Outside the city, in a tranquil grove, the moonlight filtered through the branches, casting dappled shadows. Su Yuan paused beneath a towering ancient tree, quietly waiting. He deliberately slowed his breathing, suppressing his aura, blending seamlessly with the night. Rustle. A faint sound of footsteps approached from behind, rhythmic and deliberate, reminiscent of a serpent slithering through the grass, sending chills down his spine. A shadow emerged slowly from the woods, coming into his view. Bathed in the dim moonlight, he could discern that the newcomer was tall and robust, with exceptionally large hands. Knuckles protruding, glistening with a bronze sheen. Those hands clearly bore the marks of years of rigorous training. Quite quick to react, the newcomer sneered, his voice hoarse and low, akin to 2 rough pieces of sandpaper rubbing against each other. Unfortunately, you still cannot escape my grasp. Who are you? Su Yuan suddenly turned, his gaze sharp, coldly scrutinizing the intruder, demanding an answer. The stranger did not respond directly, instead letting out a dismissive snort. I didn't expect you to be a martial artist. No wonder young Master Wang fell for your tricks. Indeed, he was from the Wang family. Su Yuan chuckled coldly, fully confirming his suspicions. The gleam of murderous intent in the intruder's eyes was palpable, utterly unmasked. But it matters not. After tonight, you will vanish completely from this world. Zhao Kuan's voice was icy and merciless, akin to a soul-reaping specter from the depths of the underworld. No one will stand in young Master Wang's way. In your next life, remember to keep your eyes peeled and avoid crossing paths with those you should not. Zhao Kuan spoke slowly, each word striking Su Yuan like a sharp dagger. Before his words had faded, Zhao Kuan sprang into action. With a powerful push against the ground, he created 2 shallow craters, the debris flying in all directions. He shot forward like a cannonball, driven by a fierce gust of wind, hurtling towards Su Yuan with astonishing speed, leaving only a blur in his wake. Zhao Kuan and Appo's hands glimmered with a bronze luster, akin to 2 red-hot irons, emanating an intense heat. an indication of his internal energy infusion. He swung his arms, conjuring gusts of wind that swirled around him, like two razor-sharp blades. Reaching for Su Yuan's chest with deadly intent, the air crackled with an acrid scent. If he landed this strike, Su Yuan's chest would undoubtedly be torn open with 5 gaping wounds, resulting in instant death. A wave of alarm surged through Su Yuan. He felt an overwhelming sense of danger. He dared not underestimate it. His feet shifted, and his form flickered like a wraith, elusive and unpredictable. The mysterious phantom step. In the nick of time, Su Yuan narrowly evaded Zhao Kun and Appo's seemingly inevitable strike, barely escaping by a hair, and Appo's breath. Crack. Zhao Kun and Appo's iron grip struck empty air, crashing into a towering ancient tree behind Su Yuan. The tree, thick enough for 2 people to embrace, bore the scars of time. Yet, under Zhao Kun's iron hand, the sturdy trunk shattered like soft tofu, unable to withstand the force. He was abruptly seized, leaving 5 deep punctures, splinters flying, a sight to behold. The realm of flesh refinement. Su Yuan's heart sank as he instantly discerned Zhao Kun's formidable prowess. Zhao Kun's strength surpassed his expectations. He was indeed a master of the flesh refinement stage. Not bad. Your reactions, Zhao Kun sneered, undeterred by the missed strike. A flicker of excitement danced in his eyes, akin to a hunter observing its prey in its final throes. But do you think you can escape? With a swift motion, his claws sliced through the air with greater speed and power, their angles more cunning, generating a piercing wind that enveloped Su Yuan like a tempest. Each claw sealed off Su Yuan's avenues of retreat, leaving him with no means of evasion. A glint of determination ignited in Su Yuan's eyes as his fighting spirit surged. Within his dantian, his inner energy surged violently, converging upon his right fist, the military body fist. The technique was grand and fierce, relentless and imposing, aimed directly at Zhao Kun and Appo's vital points. A mere parlor trick. Zhao Kun scoffed, refusing to dodge or evade, his eyes brimming with disdain. As if Su Yuan's assault were nothing more than child's play. He swung his iron hand, meeting Su Yuan's punch head-on. The sound of their collision resonated through the tranquil woods, echoing like the clash of metal, sending a reverberation that buzzed in the ears and sparked like fireworks. Su Yuan's fist collided violently with Zhao Kun's iron hand, producing a dazzling shower of sparks. Such an unyielding iron hand. Su Yuan felt a numbing sensation in his fist, as if he had struck an indestructible fortress of steel. Little did he know, Zhao Kun's hands had been steeped in a special concoction since childhood, further honed by arduous training in iron sand palm techniques, rendering them as hard as iron, impervious to blades and bullets. A sinister smile crept across Zhao Kun's face, convinced he had utterly subdued Su Yuan. His onslaught grew increasingly ferocious, relentless as a raging storm. Each punch, each palm strike, bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, striking with unmatched ferocity, driving Su Yuan back repeatedly, seemingly bereft of the ability to retaliate. Yet, Zhao Kun remained oblivious to the fact that Su Yuan had not yet unleashed his full potential. Is the flesh refinement stage truly that formidable? Su Yuan mused with a cold smirk, his fighting spirit soaring. Through their exchanges, he had already discerned Zhao Kun and Appo's strengths and weaknesses. The copper flesh stage, with its power around 8,000 pounds, paled in comparison to his own strength of 10,000 pounds. Such a formidable opponent was precisely what he needed to hone his martial prowess. Chapter 52, A Desperate Counterattack. The recipe for copper marrow pill. Zhao Kun's strikes were ruthless and cunning, each aimed precisely at Su Yuan's vital points. With every swing of his iron fist, a fierce gust of wind accompanied by a piercing sound cut through the air, indicating his intent for a swift resolution. Su Yuan remained vigilant, relying on his clear-minded foresight. He deftly dodged the lethal blows, narrowly escaping each attack. Pure and unblemished, Su Yuan silently chanted within, activating the supreme technique of the void illumination scripture. In an instant, the world around him transformed, revealing an entirely new perspective. His internal energy surged, flowing with clarity, allowing him to perceive every detail of the clashes between his and Zhao Kun's vital forces. So this is how it is. Su Yuan's mind cleared, realizing that in this heightened state, his mastery over his vital energy reached an unprecedented level. He could now summon each strand of energy with pinpoint precision, allowing it to flow seamlessly within him, unleashing greater power. Once more, Su Yuan urged, charging forward again. This time, his fist struck with even greater ferocity. The sound of their collision echoed, resonating through the forest, causing the leaves to tremble. Zhao Kun and Appo's expression shifted slightly. Su Yuan and Appo's punches felt heavier than before. This boy. Zhao Kun's heart sank. After such a fierce offensive, Su Yuan's breath remained steady, devoid of any sign of panic. It was astonishing that a mere skin refinement martial artist could contend with a copper flesh expert like himself for so long. Suddenly, Zhao Kun noticed a faint golden glow emanating from Su Yuan's skin, especially noticeable under the moonlight. This is, Zhao Kun's pupils constricted. 4 rounds of skin refinement. You have actually achieved 4 rounds. His voice trembled with disbelief. Such a rarity. In the entire Qinghe County, it was likely a countable few. No wonder this boy could challenge higher ranks and stand against me. This child must not be allowed to live. Zhao Kuan and Apos' gaze grew more lethal. Su Yuan's talent was too monstrous. If left to grow, he would surely become a significant threat to the Wang family in the future. With this thought, Zhao Kuan and Apos' assaults grew increasingly frenzied. His palms flew like a tempest, pouring down upon Su Yuan, intent on tearing him apart. Su Yuan and Apos' figure danced, evading the onslaught. Yet his garments were still torn by Zhao Kuan's iron hands. If this is all you can do, then you may as well perish. A glint of cold light flashed in Su Yuan's eyes as he suddenly shouted. Before the words had left his lips, he ceased evading and transformed defense into offense. His fist shot forth like cannonballs, targeting Zhao Kuan and Apos' arms, shoulders, and back. Zhao Kuan, having trained his iron hands for years, found that his hands were far less agile than the rest of his body. Su Yuan exploited this weakness, attacking the vital points with precision. Bang, bang, bang. Zhao Kuan felt a wave of soreness and numbness radiate through his arms, shoulders, and back. His movements noticeably slowed. Die. Su Yuan and Apos' eyes sparkled with determination as he seized the opportunity, launching a powerful punch. It surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea. Zhao Kuan and Apos' expression changed drastically. This strength. The force behind the punch struck Zhao Kuan squarely in the chest. Crack. The sound of shattering bones echoed clearly. Zhao Kuan's body flew backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face turned pale, filled with terror and disbelief. He could hardly fathom that he had been defeated by a mere skin refinement practitioner, and so utterly at that. A force of immense magnitude. How could a skin refinement martial artist surpass me in strength? Zhao Kuan's voice trembled. Is this boy even human? Su Yuan stepped forward, towering above Zhao Kuan. There are always those stronger than oneself. In your next life, remember that some individuals are not to be trifled with. His voice was icy, devoid of any warmth. Zhao Kuan and Apos' face turned ashen, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He struggled to pull a small porcelain vial from his robes, pouring out a blood-red pill. Ready to swallow it. Su Yuan's gaze sharpened. He could not allow that to happen. The pill was clearly no ordinary item. Likely a secret medicine capable of unleashing hidden potential. If Zhao Kuan consumed it, he might struggle desperately, complicating matters further. Die. Su Yuan shouted, drawing his soft sword with a swift motion, like a silver flash, aiming directly at Zhao Kuan's throat. As the blade approached, a chilling aura enveloped Zhao Kuan, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. You think you can kill me? Not so easily. As Su Yuan closed in, a hint of malice flickered in Zhao Kuan's eyes. Realizing there was no escape, he chose to fight with all he had. Iron Claw Heartbreak. Zhao Kuan roared, disregarding the threat to his throat, his fingers converging like an eagle's talon, propelled by a fierce wind towards Su Yuan's chest. This move was his ultimate technique. If caught, it could crush the heart. Su Yuan's pupils widened as an intense sense of death loomed over him. Zhao Kuan's strike was more ferocious than any before. Roar. In the depths of his being, Su Yuan seemed to hear a low dragon and Apos' roar. A warm current surged within his dantian. Instinctively, he summoned his internal energy, and a faint purple halo appeared around his body. In the haze, a massive lizard-like shadow enveloped him. Clang. Zhao Kuan's iron claws struck hard against the purple lizard shadow. The sharp sound of metal clashing echoed through the woods, sparks flying. The purple lizard shadow trembled violently, its light flickering uncertainly, but ultimately managed to withstand Zhao Kuan and Apos' lethal blow. Su Yuan and Apos' heart raced. Fortunately, the purple lizard shadow was there. Otherwise, he would have fallen victim to Zhao Kuan and Apos' attack. With a swift motion, his soft sword ascended. The blade glided like water, light and swift. With a soft sound, blood gushed forth. Zhao Kuan's head soared high, rolling onto the ground. His eyes widened in disbelief, still brimming with shock. He could never have imagined that a mere skin refinement practitioner would be the cause of his demise, and in such a humiliating manner. Su Yuan let out a sigh of relief, slowly retracting his soft sword, beginning to search Zhao Kuan's body. He discovered scattered coins, a few healing pills, and the blood-red pill. Clearly extraordinary, he decided to keep it for further study later. What is this? Suddenly, Su Yuan stumbled upon a piece of yellowed beast skin parchment hidden within Zhao Kuan's garments. Upon unfolding it, he found it densely filled with small characters and illustrations. The recipe for copper marrow pill? Su Yuan read intently, discovering that it detailed the formulation for a pill known as the copper marrow pill. The recipe stated, the copper marrow pill is primarily composed of red copper or powder and iron bone beast marrow, supplemented with 17 other herbs such as sunfire grass, blood ginseng, and honeysuckle, meticulously blended in specific proportions. Once completed, the pill takes on a reddish copper hue and emits a unique fragrance. Upon consumption, it burns impurities within the body, hardening muscles like copper, granting immense strength, making it a sacred item for martial artists in the flesh refinement stage. A pill essential for the flesh refinement stage. Su Yuan and Appo's heart leaped with excitement. This copper marrow pill was like a timely gift for him. After skin refinement, the next step is flesh refinement. The realm of flesh refinement is further categorized into the stages of copper flesh, silver flesh, gold flesh, and jade flesh. The copper marrow pill is the essential elixir for the initial phase of this journey, the copper flesh stage. With this formula in hand, I can concoct the copper marrow pill myself and swiftly embark upon the path of flesh refinement. Su Yuan felt an inner thrill as he carefully folded the yellowed parchment made from beast hide and tucked it close to his heart. This treasure is worth far more than several hundred taels of silver. As for Zhao Kuan's lifeless body, he had disposed of it in a secluded hollow of the mountain. There, wild beasts roamed, and it would not be long before Zhao Kuan was reduced to nothing but bones, vanishing entirely from this world. Having completed these actions, Su Yuan chose not to return to the inn. Since the Wang family had sent assassins, it was prudent to anticipate further schemes. He resolved to seek alternative accommodations. Just in case. Chapter 53. The stars gather around the moon. Qingzhou takes notice. As the night deepened, Su Yuan sought refuge in a dilapidated temple on the outskirts of the city. The temple, in a state of ruin and cloaked in cobwebs, had long since lost its divine statues, leaving only crumbling walls. Yet, for Su Yuan, it presented an ideal sanctuary. Within the temple, he sat cross-legged, the feeble moonlight illuminating his thoughts as he reflected on the knight and Appo's battle. His encounter with Zhao Kuan, though perilous, proved immensely beneficial. Engaging in life and death struggles is, indeed, the finest means of enhancing one and Appo's strength. He swiftly activated the technique of Kongming Wugo, focusing internally. His vital energy surged within him like a dragon and a tiger. The injuries sustained during the earlier conflict healed at a visibly rapid pace, as warm currents spread throughout his body, nourishing his limbs and bones. He felt an unparalleled sense of ease. Meanwhile, at the Wang family manor, the atmosphere was suffocating. Wang Tianyang sat in a grand chair, his expression dark enough to draw water. He had dispatched 2 groups to search for Zhao Kuan, yet both returned empty-handed. Sir, we did not find him in Su Yuan and Appo's room at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. However, we did discover signs of a struggle and bloodstains in the woods outside the city, along with some markings left by Master Zhao. A figure clad in black hurried into the hall, kneeling to report. But we still haven't found any trace of Master Zhao. He may already be. The man in black dared not continue, fully aware that Zhao Kuan and Appo's fate appeared grim. What? Wang Tianyang sprang to his feet, his voice low and intense. Did you not investigate Su Yuan and Appo's identity? He is merely a humble carpenter from Shuijing town. Zhao Kuan is a master of the copper flesh realm. He could walk confidently through Qinghe County. How could he possibly meet his end in a gutter? The man in black bowed his head in silence. Continue searching. We must locate Zhao Kuan. If he is alive, we shall see him. If dead, we shall retrieve his body. Yes, sir. The man in black accepted the order and departed. Wang Tianyang paced restlessly in the room, an unsettling feeling rising within him. How could an ordinary carpenter escape Zhao Kuan and Appo's assassination? What was truly happening? The following morning, Su Yuan slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air. He felt invigorated and entirely at ease. His internal energy surged within his dantian, flowing like a dragon, more refined than the previous night. It seemed that the Appo's, Kongming Wugo and Appo's technique not only served to refine the body, but also benefited his internal cultivation. Su Yuan nodded inwardly. Though the battle with Zhao Kuan had been fraught with danger, it had also proven greatly advantageous. Not only had his practical experience expanded, but his command of Kongming Wugo had also improved significantly. He rose, stretching his limbs, the joints cracking with a satisfying sound. He felt an abundance of strength, as if he possessed infinite energy. The hidden injuries from the previous night and Appo's fight had vanished without a trace under the restorative effects of Kongming Wugo. Su Yuan quickly left the dilapidated temple and returned to the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, slipping through his window unnoticed. After refreshing himself, Li Rue and Huang Degui came to knock on his door. The trio hastily descended the stairs, quickly consuming breakfast before heading towards the workshop. As Su Yuan approached the square, he keenly sensed that the atmosphere today was strikingly different from usual. The crowd was even more densely packed than the day before. Nearly impenetrable, the cacophony was deafening, as if it might lift the roof off the building. Look, there is Su Yuan from Ruimu Hall. Indeed, he certainly stole the limelight yesterday, even besting Wang Lan. I wonder if he can continue to create miracles and completely overshadow Wang Lan today. Wang Lan has always relied on the Wang family's power, being arrogant and dismissive. It seems he has finally met his match. If he loses again today, he'll have to kneel before Su Yuan and admit his mistake. That would be a sight to behold. Countless eyes converged on Su Yuan, akin to searchlights. He understood that his perfect scores in 2 rounds of assessment yesterday had firmly established his reputation within the artisan community of Qinghe County. He even noticed unfamiliar faces in the crowd, dressed in a manner that contrasted sharply with the local artisans. These individuals exuded a calm demeanor, their every gesture radiating a formidable presence, clearly not ordinary folk. Look, that is Zhang Yun, the quick hand from Qingshan County. And there is Li Gang, the Qilin arm from Qinghai County. Sun Lingyun, the skilled artisan from Qingfeng County, has also arrived. Su Yuan absorbed the surrounding chatter, feeling a stir within. These three were renowned talents from other counties of Qingzhou, celebrated for their formidable skills. They had traveled a great distance, arriving overnight, merely to witness the legendary figure who had achieved perfect scores in 2 rounds of assessment. On the specially arranged VIP viewing platform, Zhang Yun, Li Gang, and Sun Lingyun stood side by side, their gazes sharp and focused on the square below. Zhang Yun, slender yet possessing unusually long hands with protruding knuckles, resembled a pair of iron hooks. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, were fixed intently on Su Yuan. This Su Yuan, emerging from humble beginnings, possesses such astonishing talent. It is indeed a rarity, he mused. However, woodworking is vast and profound. Mere talent is insufficient. Li Gang, a robust figure with muscles coiling like pythons, scoffed. The and Oppos, dragon and phoenix presenting auspiciousness and Oppos, screen from yesterday was merely a clever imitation, not true skill. Today's final test will be the real challenge. Sun Lingyun, petite and beautiful, clad in a light green gown, exuded an ethereal grace akin to an orchid in a secluded valley. With a gentle smile, she interjected, "Why belittle him, my dear seniors? In my view, Su Yuan possesses genuine ability. Qinghai County has always ranked last in the Qingzhou 100 Crafts Conference, lacking presence. This year, perhaps, due to Su Yuan, there may be a change." Her eyes sparkled with thought. The Qingzhou 100 Crafts Conference. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun and Li Gang exchanged a complex glance. That was the true stage. At that moment, the crowd stirred abruptly. The Wang family has arrived. Though the announcement was quiet, it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. The crowd parted, creating a path. Wang Tianyang strode forth, flanked by a group of Wang family members. Clad in a long black robe, his expression stern, he exuded an aura of authority. Wang Lan followed closely behind, his face ashen, eyes cold and venomous. All gazes converged upon the Wang father and son. The atmosphere suddenly heavy with tension. Wang Tianyang has come personally? Someone exclaimed. This was bound to be a spectacle. Many spectators relished the impending drama. Do you think he'll concede? Su Yuan stole the show yesterday. It won't be easy for Wang Lan to turn the tables. Even with his father present, it seems unlikely. Various discussions pierced Wang Lan's ears like needles. Gritting his teeth, he suppressed his fury, striving to maintain an appearance of calm. Wang Tianyang, however, remained expressionless, casting a cold gaze around. A formidable pressure emanated from him. Let the murmurs around cease abruptly. My family, the Wang clan, never admits defeat. Wang Tianyang declared with a deep voice. Though his words were not loud, they reverberated throughout the assembly. Today, in this assessment, my son Wang Lan shall undoubtedly seize victory. Each word resonated with certainty and conviction. At that moment, Wang Lan's gaze unexpectedly met Su Yuan's amidst the crowd. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes, and his steps faltered momentarily. Father, how is that Su Yuan still alive? He whispered to Wang Tianyang. Last night, Zhao Kuan had been dispatched with clear orders. Logically, Su Yuan should now be a lifeless corpse. Yet here he stood, unscathed, leaving Wang Lan utterly perplexed. Not to mention Wang Tianyang, who found the situation even more incredulous. The individuals sent out to search had scoured the night for Zhao Kuan, yet Su Yuan remained unharmed. Thus, what had become of Zhao Kuan? A sudden, unsettling premonition gripped Wang Tianyang's heart. Noticing his father's silence, Wang Lan was about to inquire further when he was abruptly interrupted. Silence. Wang Tianyang snapped, his tone laced with impatience. Focus on preparing for the assessment. Do not let me down. The matter of Zhao Kuan can wait. What is paramount now is to win this challenge and uphold the Wang family's honor. Wang Tianyang's gaze, sharp as an eagle's, fixated on Su Yuan. An unmasked chill of murderous intent emanated from him, as if he wished to devour Su Yuan whole. Su Yuan, feeling the weight of Wang Tianyang's stare, remained unperturbed, meeting his gaze with calm composure. Their eyes locked, releasing an invisible spark of tension, one exuding lethal energy, the other steadfast and serene. The collision of their auras rendered the surrounding air almost palpable. Lord Wang, this way please. At that moment, a sycophantic voice shattered the tense atmosphere. Yang Xing approached with an ingratiating smile, bowing and scraping as he led Wang Tianyang toward the VIP area. His servile demeanor elicited frowns from onlookers, yet none dared voice their discontent. Wang Lan's eyes glinted with malice as he observed Su Yuan. Not dead? Even better, he thought malevolently. Today, I shall make you kneel before me in abject surrender, humiliated before all. Initially, he had worried that if Su Yuan died, he would be deprived of the chance to exact his revenge. But now it seemed the heavens were favoring him. In the loft above, Zhou Ming and Dongfang Qintang witnessed everything unfold. The two stood by the window, surveying the scene below. The Wang family was determined to claim Su Yuan. Zhou Ming stroked his beard, speaking slowly, his tone tinged with concern. I wonder if Su Yuan can withstand the pressure. His performance yesterday was nothing short of astonishing. Yet the Wang family's heritage is equally formidable. The outcome of this duel remains uncertain. The old fellows within the workshop had deliberated throughout the night, regardless of the result. Su Yuan was to be theirs. Let us watch and see. Dongfang Qitang merely uttered 4 words, his faith in Su Yuan inexplicably strong. As if he were certain that Su Yuan would once again perform a miracle. As they conversed, Mo Changfeng had already arrived at the center of the square with the assessment team. His gaze, piercing like a torch, swept across the assembly, lingering briefly on Su Yuan and Wang Lan. The third round of the assessment begins now. Mo Changfeng's voice resonated like a bell, causing the entire square to hum. This round of evaluation imposes no restrictions on materials or requirements. Creativity is encouraged. You shall have an entire day to craft a wooden masterpiece. Ultimately, the assessment team will pass judgment. The rules are simple yet brutally unforgiving. This signifies that the artisans may freely showcase their talents and skills, yet the power of life and death rests solely in the hands of the assessors. Chapter 54. The choice of timber unexpectedly. Of the more than 400 participants in yesterday's assessment, only a mere 11 remain. The trials of the workshop are indeed exceedingly brutal. This third round is likely 100 times more challenging than the first 2 combined. Undoubtedly, those who advance to the third stage are all seasoned veterans, each a master in their own right, who will ultimately emerge victorious. Amidst the murmurs of speculation, gazes flit between Su Yuan and Wang Lan, pondering the eventual outcome. Dong, the bell tolls once more. The third round of the assessment officially commences. Silence envelopes the workshop square as the remaining 9 craftsmen approach their respective workstations. They begin to concentrate, envisioning their creations, followed by meticulous selection of materials. These artisans are acutely aware of the chasm that separates them from Su Yuan and Wang Lan, a disparity akin to that between heaven and earth. They do not dare to aspire for the exalted position of champion. Yet, this will not impede their efforts to showcase their skills and talents to the fullest. After all, merely standing here is a monumental honor. Should they be fortunate enough to pass this assessment, they could ascend to greatness, joining the workshop and becoming esteemed individuals. Thus, for them, the true adversary in this trial is none other than themselves. Wang Lan's gaze cuts through the air like a blade, slowly sweeping across the arena. His eyes finally settle on Su Yuan, filled with resentment and a cold, mocking smile. Su Yuan, you better prepare yourself. Today, with the aid of my family's secret treasure, dragon's blood, I shall force you to kneel in public, utterly disgraced. He aims to craft a piece of ethereal woodwork that will astonish all, obliterating Su Yuan's brilliance beneath his heel. With a sudden turn, Wang Lan strides purposefully toward the workshop's rare materials section, where a plethora of priceless timbers await: century-old rosewood, millennium-aged Wang Wali, and golden silk Nanmu. In Wang Lan's eyes, only such extraordinarily rare woods are worthy of his prestigious identity as a disciple of the Wang family and fit for the magnificent work he intends to create today. Countless gazes are instantly drawn to him. Truly, this is the workshop, where generosity abounds. Just one of these rare materials could equate to several years of our workshop's income. Naturally, for the workshop, these materials are but a drop in the ocean, hardly worth mentioning. Amidst the crowd, waves of suppressed envy and astonishment ripple through. Yet, the majority's attention remains firmly fixed on Wang Lan. Everyone is consumed by curiosity. What material will this prodigy of the Wang family select? What astonishing creation will he forge to achieve an extraordinary turnaround? On the other side, Su Yuan's actions equally captivate the hearts of the onlookers. Will he choose to play it safe, maintaining his advantage? Or will he once again produce a breathtaking piece that defies expectations? Tension fills the air. From the loft above, Zhou Ming strokes his beard, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. What material will this young man choose? Standing by the window, Dongfang Qingzong remains silent. Yet a subtle smile graces his lips, indicating an unspoken trust in Su Yuan. On another viewing platform, several talented artisans who have traveled from distant counties engage in hushed discussions. Their eyes are unerringly focused on the figure at the center of the square. The more precious the material, the greater its spiritual essence, naturally leading to a higher quality final product. This is common knowledge. Undoubtedly, Su Yuan will choose the finest materials to ensure his success. Without a doubt, Zhang Yun asserts with conviction, his tone steeped in experience. His long, somewhat unusual fingers unconsciously tighten. Indeed, with the remarkable skills he has displayed in the previous rounds, he is more than qualified and capable of handling such rare woods. Li Gang, a robust figure with muscular arms, solemnly concurs. A flicker of barely perceptible anticipation flashes in his eyes. Perhaps, through this opportunity, he could craft an extraordinary piece that would enlighten them all. Not necessarily, counters Sun Lingyun, a graceful woman with an ethereal presence, her voice melodious. The art of woodworking is vast and profound, akin to an ocean, while the quality of materials is significant. The true essence lies in the unique craftsmanship and the elusive conception behind it. Sometimes, a piece of seemingly worthless wood, in the hands of a true master, can transform into something miraculous, radiating unimaginable brilliance. As they deliberate, Su Yuan's gaze has already wandered across the pile of exotic materials. The array of precious woods emits a unique fragrance, silently showcasing the workshop's profound heritage. However, Su Yuan's attention lingers only briefly on the extravagant materials, akin to glancing at ordinary stones by the roadside. He then nonchalantly diverts his gaze. Contrary to everyone's expectations, he does not approach the area of rare materials, emblematic of status and strength. Instead, he strides determinately toward the opposite side of the square, toward a corner brimming with scraps, discarded timber, and what could only be deemed refuse. The waste material zone. What? In an instant, the square falls into a profound silence. Then, a tumultuous uproar erupts. He actually ventured into the waste material zone. Did I not see correctly? Am I hallucinating? This young man, has he lost his mind? Has yesterday's fortuitous victories gone to his head? Is he truly planning to compete with Wang Lan's meticulously selected top-tier materials using this discarded refuse that even the firewood would disdain to burn? Chapter 55. Digging one in damp. Apos, S own grave? A withered tree meets spring. The onlookers gaped in disbelief, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Mouths agape as if they could swallow an egg. Everyone was convinced that Su Yuan had completely lost his mind. This was not a display of audacity nor a manifestation of confidence. It was a blatant act of self-destruction. To craft with materials so inferior that even the act of burning them was deemed too good? How could he even conceive of such an idea? Was this not the height of humiliation, a self-dug grave? Wang Lan, who was heading towards the rare materials section, also noticed Su Yuan and Apos' unusual behavior. He paused momentarily, seemingly unable to believe his eyes. Then, as if he had heard the most ludicrous and absurd joke in existence, he erupted into a fit of unrestrained laughter. To him, Su Yuan was merely a cornered beast, throwing caution to the wind. Acknowledging his inevitable defeat, he had surrendered completely. Su Yuan, oh Su Yuan, you truly are an absolute waste. I had thought you possessed some extraordinary talent. After all this time, you dare to challenge me with nothing but refuse that even dogs would reject? Using waste materials? It is nothing but the ravings of a madman. Utterly absurd. Amidst the cacophony of jeers and Wang Lan and Apos' piercing mockery, Su Yuan remained oblivious. His mind clear and composed. His expression was as tranquil as still water, unruffled by the tumult around him. He ambled towards the mountain of discarded materials, where a chaotic array of scraps and defective remnants lay scattered, accompanied by the unpleasant odor of decaying branches. To everyone else, these materials were worthless refuse, fit only for the flames. Yet, in Su Yuan's eyes, they were uncut gems, possessing boundless potential, waiting for him to unveil their treasures. The successful completion of the previous night's ritual had significantly enhanced his spiritual energy. Coupled with a night of reflection, he had gained fresh insights into his woodworking craft. A true master craftsman sees no waste, only the flickering sparks of inspiration yet to be ignited. Su Yuan recalled a sage saying passed down from a master craftsman of the Great Zhou. At this moment, the words resonated within him with unprecedented clarity. With ingenuity and unparalleled skill, even the most unremarkable refuse could be transformed in his hands, breathing new life into exquisite woodwork that could astonish the world. As Su Yuan meticulously sifted through the debris, he bent down to inspect, crouched to tap the broken wood with his fingers, pausing occasionally to ponder deeply. His focus was intense, as if seeking a rare treasure. Finally, his gaze settled on a weathered old stump, towering over him, with a diameter nearly 2 feet. Its surface was marred by a web of cracks and varying-sized wormholes, exuding an aura of desolation, as if a gentle touch would turn it to ash. However, to Su Yuan, this stump appeared as a rare wonder. A glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes as he extended his hand, gently caressing the rough surface and feeling the texture of time-worn fibers. He then rummaged further in the pile, selecting a variety of twisted, gnarled branches. Some were slender as a child's finger, frail and delicate. Others robust as an adult's arm, yet dried and misshapen. Some were straight like swords, yet cracked. Others bent like bows, seemingly ready to snap. Su Yuan arranged these branches beside the old stump, scrutinizing and contemplating the shape and position of each piece. His mind was alight with inspiration as a bold and intricate vision began to take form. He intended to create a piece titled A Withered Tree Meets Spring. This work would center around the lifeless stump, symbolizing the end of life and the relentless passage of time. Yet, those seemingly useless branches would be reborn in his hands, ingeniously sculpted into fresh buds, vibrant blossoms on the verge of blooming, and even birds poised to take flight. These elements of new life would intertwine around the withered wood, spiraling upwards in vigorous growth. Death and vitality would entwine and collide within a single masterpiece, ultimately presenting a breathtaking tableau of revival and resurrection. This was not merely a woodworking project. It was a symbol, a profound metaphor. It epitomized the tenacity of life in the face of despair. It represented an eternal flame of hope. This concept was remarkably ingenious. Its implications were profound and transcendent. If he could flawlessly present this idea before an audience, it would undoubtedly create an unparalleled impact. It would elevate him above the crowd, leaving all in awe and admiration. What on earth does this young man intend to accomplish? What are these materials he has chosen? A piece of wood riddled with wormholes and on the verge of decay? A few brittle branches that crumble at a touch? Is this what he calls materials? I believe he has completely given up. He is simply making a fool of himself. Alas, what a pity. I had thought he could truly contend with young Master Wang Lan, but it seems. The surrounding craftsmen gazed at Su Yuan's selections, their faces etched with disbelief. What were these things? Rubbish. They shook their heads, murmuring in disappointment and confusion. To them, it seemed Su Yuan was assuredly defeated. How could he possibly create something respectable from materials so filthy they were unfit even for kindling, let alone any artistry or transcendence? What could he possibly compare to the carefully chosen precious woods on Wang Lan's side? It was nothing short of a fantasy, a self-inflicted humiliation. Above, Galu frowned, his fingers pausing as he stroked his beard. What exactly is this young man up to? Galu murmured, his tone laced with deep curiosity. Dongfang Qingzong also bore a look of intrigue, his gaze probing. Meanwhile, on the viewing platform, Zhang Yun and Li Gang were fixated on Su Yuan, observing this young man who had stirred the winds of Qinghe County. They were eager to see whether Su Yuan was merely posturing for attention or if he truly harbored some groundbreaking plan. What tricks could he possibly conjure from these scraps of copper and iron? Suddenly, breaking the silence, the previously quiet craftsman, Sun Lingyun, spoke softly. Her voice was clear and melodious, like the tinkling of spring water, imbued with a subtle appreciation. Oh, what prompts this remark, Sister Sun? Zhang Yun and Li Gang turned to her simultaneously, their eyes filled with evident curiosity. With a gentle smile, Sun Lingyun replied, look closely at the materials he has chosen. Although to others they appear as worthless refuse to be discarded, yet each piece, each fragment, possesses a unique form. Seemingly chaotic, it conceals intricate textures within. Sun Lingyun paused momentarily, her enchanting gaze shimmering with a hint of brilliance. Her voice lowered slightly. His overall design holds a hidden profundity. Perhaps it can indeed transform the mundane into the extraordinary, crafting something beyond our wildest imaginations. One can only hope. Zhang Yun raised an eyebrow, his tone still laced with skepticism. Li Gang let out a derisive snort, clearly unconvinced. After all, creating woodwork from scrap materials, defying conventional wisdom, presents a challenge of monumental proportions. It demands an extraordinary vision, innovative concepts, and masterful craftsmanship. A moment's carelessness could result in a failed endeavor, akin to attempting to paint a tiger only to end up with a dog, rendering oneself the laughingstock of the entire assembly. Chapter 56. The Black Flood Dragon Towns the Sea. Wang Lan's gaze was as piercing as lightning as he swiftly scanned the dazzling array of rare materials. Ultimately, his eyes fixated on a colossal piece of wood, entirely black and exuding a chilling aura. This timber towered as tall as a person, its surface seemingly cloaked in a dense layer of black scales. With a texture harder than steel, it emanated a formidable and chilling pressure, suggesting that a living entity lay dormant within. That is, the Millennium Black Flood Dragonwood. An old craftsman, well-versed in lore, exclaimed amidst the crowd. This was the legendary fierce wood. It is said to grow only in the blood-soaked remains of fallen flood dragons, steeped in their essence for a millennium, undergoing astonishing transformations. Its hardness far surpasses that of gold or iron. Even more terrifying, it naturally possesses a hint of dragon's might. Should this wood be crafted with exceptional skill, drawing upon the energies of heaven and earth, it could potentially create a divine artifact. Truly, the workshop was impressive. Such top-tier spiritual materials could be presented as a challenge. This Millennium Black Flood Dragon wood, brimming with spiritual energy, once sculpted, would undoubtedly become a masterpiece. According to the rules, each contestant could select only one piece of the highest grade material in the third stage. With an air of undeniable confidence, Wang Lan strode purposefully toward the Millennium Black Flood Dragon wood. His fingertips grazed the cold, hard scales of the wood, feeling the immense and fierce power contained within. A cruel, confident smile crept across his lips. This one, his voice, though not loud, resonated with an air of unassailable dominance and arrogance. Immediately, several staff members from the workshop approached, straining with all their might, their faces flushed, as they collectively hoisted the extraordinarily heavy Black Flood Dragon wood to Wang Lan and Appo's workspace. Thud! The sound echoed like a thunderclap as the wood struck the ground, causing the specially designed workbench to tremble violently, sending a visible cloud of dust into the air. As soon as the wood settled, Wang Lan eagerly retrieved a carefully prepared blueprint from his pocket, spreading it out on the table. The blueprint depicted an intricately designed statue, exuding an overwhelming aura. It illustrated a menacing black flood dragon coiled atop raging waves and jagged rocks, its claws bared, scales glistening, eyes gleaming with ferocity, poised to pounce as if ready to tear apart the heavens and dominate the seas. The sheer ferocity of the design seemed to penetrate the paper, suffocating all who beheld it with its imposing presence. Oh my! It is the Wang family and Appo's, treasured and Appo's, Black Flood Dragon Towns the Sea and Appo's, blueprint. A keen-eyed craftsman recognized the origin of the design, gasping in astonishment, his heart skipping a beat. This blueprint was one of the Wang family and Appo's most prized ancient manuscripts. Its ingenious conception and magnificent aura were incomparable to any mundane designs circulating in the market. It was said that even attempting to replicate this design required immense mental fortitude. Wang Lan and Appo's gaze flickered to the other side of the square, where a figure was rummaging through a pile of discarded materials, resembling a scavenger. He regarded them as a mere insignificant ant, a laughable jester. He then grasped a specially crafted black iron carving knife. A faint glow shimmered along its blade, indicating it was indeed a formidable tool. Taking a deep breath, he began to work on the exceptionally hard surface of the black flood dragonwood. Undoubtedly, Wang Lan and Appo's technique was remarkably skilled, bordering on exquisite. As the blade sliced through the wood, shavings flew. The iron-like black flood dragon would seem to yield slightly under the finesse of his black iron knife. However, each cut demanded immense mental and physical exertion. Proving that mastering such fierce wood was no simple feat in no time, the discordant sounds of the knife and Appo's slicing and the scattering of wood shavings resonated throughout the square, capturing everyone's attention. Young Master Wang is magnificent. What a skill. We are utterly outmatched. What is that fellow Su worth? He chose a pile of worthless scraps, unworthy of even aiding young Master Wang. Indeed, I believe he realizes his inevitable defeat. He has exhausted all options and is merely making a spectacle of himself with that trash. How embarrassing. Several sycophants of the Wang family shouted loudly, attempting to drown out everything with their jeering support, creating an atmosphere of invincibility surrounding Wang Lan. Many onlookers nodded in agreement, believing Su Yuan and Appo's actions were indeed foolish. A complete surrender to despair. On the edge of the square, Li Rue and Huang Degay observed the fervor surrounding Wang Lan, contrasting sharply with their own disciple, who was leisurely sifting through a pile of moldy refuse. Worry etched deep lines into their weathered faces. Oldly, Huang Degay fidgeted, his hands anxiously rubbing together, his voice trembling. What is that Su Yuan thinking? That is Millennium Black Flood Dragon wood. Even the simplest carving could summon some spiritual energy. Why is he rummaging through that rubbish? It is as if he is discarding a tremendous advantage. Li Rue and Appo's anxiety mirrored Huang Degay and Appo's as he hesitated before finally managing to utter, I don't and Appo's know either. He inhaled deeply, trying to reassure himself and his old companion. Yet, Su Yuan was known for his reasons, not one to act impulsively. Perhaps we should trust him once more. Though he spoke those words, the worry in his eyes was palpable, fixed unwaveringly on Su Yuan's figure. Huang Degay opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately could only manage a bitter smile of resignation. Now, they had no choice but to believe. In stark contrast to the clamor and attention surrounding Wang Lan, Su Yuan's corner felt as if the entire world had forgotten it. He remained oblivious to the commotion emanating from Wang Lan's side, deaf to the gazes of astonishment, disdain, or mockery directed at him. His entire focus was immersed in the seemingly worthless, decaying tree stump before him and the few gnarled, lifeless branches surrounding it. This stark disparity made Su Yuan's actions appear increasingly bizarre, even bordering on foolish obstinacy. The murmurs of doubt grew louder and more piercing. I believe he is simply out of tricks. He is deliberately putting on a show here, trying to attract attention. How can a pile of worthless wood even compare to young Master Wang and Appo's Millennium Black Flood Dragonwood? Has he lost his mind? As Wang Lan listened to the tide of opinions shifting in his favor, he glanced at Su Yuan's calm demeanor, unperturbed by the surrounding chaos, and his smug satisfaction nearly became tangible. In his eyes, Su Yuan was no longer a worthy adversary, merely a jester to be ridiculed, a complete failure. Su Yuan bent down, laboriously lifting the half-person-high decayed tree stump. It was heavy and rough to the touch, with cracks and wormholes riddling its surface, emanating a pungent odor of decay. He then picked up the carefully selected withered branches, each resembling dried bones, devoid of life. He carried these materials, deemed worthless by others, to his own designated workspace. Chapter 57. Transforming Decay into Wonder. Su Yuan did not, like Wang Lan, rush to exhibit his skills. Instead, he methodically withdrew his tools, one by one, arranging them neatly beside him. Chisels, gouges, planes, each item polished to a pristine shine. After completing this meticulous preparation, he surprisingly took a step back. Slowly, he closed his eyes. Extending his right hand, his fingers glided through the air. Ultimately, they gently settled upon the rough surface of the decaying tree stump. His fingertips traced the intricate network of grooves and the varying depths of holes, as if he were not touching a piece of wood on the verge of decomposition, but engaging in a silent communion with an elderly sage, seasoned by the trials of life, nearing the end of its journey. A hum, an imperceptible, almost ethereal vibration began to emanate from Su Yuan's core, quietly spreading outward. In this moment of initiation, he entered a state of heightened awareness faster than ever before. His perception sharpened, delving deeper than he had ever experienced. His consciousness sank into the wood, penetrating layers of decay. He felt the remnants of life that lingered within the tree. Sunlight and rain nourished its growth, while storms and strife marked its struggle for survival. ultimately leading to its demise. Silence, decay, lifelessness. The message conveyed by the withered wood was imbued with despair and heaviness. Just as Su Yuan's awareness was about to withdraw, suddenly, at the very heart of the stump, in its deepest recess, he seized upon an extraordinarily faint yet resilient pulse of energy. It was a flicker of life essence, so fragile, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, as though it might extinguish at any moment. Yet it existed. This tree had not entirely perished. Deep within its decaying form, it clung tenaciously to its final breath of vitality. So it was. Su Yuan's eyes flew open. A look of realization and ecstasy flickered in his gaze, soon morphing into a bottomless well of confidence. He finally comprehended why he was drawn to this seemingly useless piece of dead wood at first sight. This last remnant of life was the key to his audacious vision. It was the true opportunity to transform decay into wonder, to turn stone into gold. He picked up a small, elegantly designed chisel. Rather than hastily carving a shape, he began to meticulously remove the decayed portions of the stump's surface. His movements were astonishingly gentle, his control of force masterful and precise. As the blade glided through, rotten wood shavings fell away like petals caressed by an invisible hand, gradually revealing the relatively solid inner wood. His focused demeanor resembled that of a sacred ritual, filled with patience and an indescribable reverence. This scene captured the attention of Sun Lingyun, who observed intently from the viewing platform. Her enchanting eyes sparkled with sudden insight. "Look at him," she whispered urgently to Zhang Yun and Li Gang. "What?" Zhang Yun and Li Gang followed her gaze. "ISN and Amp. Oppos. He just cleaning a piece of rotten wood?" Li Gang frowned, his tone tinged with impatience and disappointment. What can he possibly achieve with that? No. Sun Lingyun shook her head gently, disbelief etched on her beautiful face. "Observe his technique. Each moment he strikes the wood. While it may seem simple and casual, every ounce of force and angle is extraordinarily exquisite. It carries an ineffable rhythm." Her voice softened, as if afraid of disturbing something sacred. "It seems as though he is not merely cleaning wood, but rather communicating." Suddenly, a bold, almost ludicrous thought crossed Sun Lingyun's mind. Could it be that he is attempting to awaken the last slumbering breath of life within that deadwood? Zhang Yun and Amp. Oppos. Heart jolted at her words. His brows knitted tighter as he fixed his gaze on Su Yuan's hands, seeking clues. Awakening life? What nonsense. A piece of wood long deceased cannot possibly harbor any vitality. Junior sister's son. Transforming decay into wonder is a technique only comprehensible to artisans of the third rank or higher. Surely you cannot be placing such high expectations on him. Zhang Yun's voice dripped with skepticism. Li Gang scoffed outright. "Exactly. It's just a show. What a waste of my time." Sun Lingyun did not engage further with their doubts. Her entire being was captivated by the figure on the square, her eyes ablaze with unwavering focus. A powerful premonition surged within her. This seemingly ordinary, perhaps even foolish young man might indeed create a miracle beyond her wildest imagination. After clearing the decayed parts of the stump, Su Yuan set down his chisel. He then picked up the dried branches he had selected. Each branch varied in form. To the eyes of others, these branches were merely refuse. Twisted, shriveled, and riddled with cracks, they appeared so fragile that they seemed destined to shatter at the slightest touch. Yet in Su Yuan's hands, these withered branches took on a new essence, as if imbued with infinite potential. He grasped one, then set it down, choosing another. Carefully comparing and observing. His tools remained simple, a small, elegantly crafted chisel and several ordinary gouges of varying sizes. His actions were unhurried, even somewhat slow. Yet each stroke was executed with unparalleled precision and decisiveness, as though he had rehearsed them 1,000 times in his mind, devoid of any superfluous movement. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded, leaving all skeptics and mockers utterly speechless. A miracle blossomed quietly in the slightest of margins. Those formerly grotesque and lifeless branches began to undergo a remarkable transformation at his seemingly casual carving and shaping. A crooked, unassuming twig, after just a few strokes, miraculously sprouted tender curled leaves at its tip. These leaves appeared vivacious, as if they had just broken free from bondage, awakening from slumber, radiating a tenacious vitality that sent shivers down the spine. Another rough branch, in an instant, was sculpted into the outline of a budding flower, poised to bloom. Though the bud remained tightly closed, it seemed to harbor boundless life force. Delicate and vibrant, it appeared ready to burst forth into full bloom at any moment. A branch with a fork, under the deft touch of his chisel, transformed into a little bird perched upon the branch. The bird tilted its head, preening its feathers. Its posture was incredibly lively, brimming with dynamic energy, as if it would take flight at any moment, transforming decay into wonder. This was no mere woodworking skill. This was truly a masterful display of craftsmanship. Su Yuan had merely performed the most fundamental and preliminary corrections and carvings, yet these branches, long condemned to death, began to radiate a breathtaking resurgence of life. Chapter 58, Dragon and Amp, Oppos, S-Blood and the Astonishing Phenomenon. At the edge of the square, Several elderly craftsmen with grizzled beards initially shared the same sentiments as the crowd around them. They observed Su Yuan and Appo's actions with unabashed disdain and disappointment etched on their faces. However, as they continued to watch, their expressions gradually transformed, brows furrowing involuntarily. Do you see the technique that lad employs?" murmured an old carpenter clad in coarse linen, his fingers notably thickened at the joints. His tone carried a mixture of skepticism and uncertainty. The manner in which he handled the dead branches appeared to be effortless, yet upon closer inspection, it seemed to conceal an inexplicable artistry. His words landed like a stone cast into water. "Not merely artistry," interjected an elder beside him, narrowing his eyes, his voice hoarse yet resolute. "Observe each stroke he makes. The force he applies is simply extraordinary, perfectly measured, neither excessive nor insufficient. The decayed portions are deftly excised, yet it appears he has not harmed the slightest remnant of life within." The elder paused, his throat convulsing as he uttered two earth-shattering words. "Vitality?" Upon hearing these words, the surrounding craftsmen collectively gasped, as though struck by lightning. How could a piece of wood, long bereft of life, possibly exhibit vitality? Such a notion seemed utterly absurd. Yet their gazes were inexorably drawn back to the scene before them, fixated on Su Yuan and Appo's movements. They watched in awe as the seemingly mundane dead branches in his hands began to reveal tender leaves, budding flowers, and the outlines of birds. The curled leaves appeared to embody the power of emergence, while the closed buds hinted at a fragrant future. The birds seemed poised to take flight at any moment. Could it be he was not merely engaging in folly? One old craftsman murmured, his voice trembling. "This young man and Appo's vision appears to possess genuine merit. Transforming waste into wonder? What extraordinary skill must be required for such a feat?" The voices of skepticism grew quieter, supplanted by a rising tide of whispers filled with curiosity and anticipation. Su Yuan remained oblivious to the changes around him, his world consisting solely of the decaying tree stump and its various branches. He meticulously compared the branches he had prepared, as if piecing together a fragmented masterpiece. The vision of rejuvenation sprang vividly to his mind. The refuse, once regarded as worthless and even repugnant, was undergoing a remarkable transformation at a pace visible to the naked eye. Though the creation was not yet complete, the unique ambience of rebirth emerging from the silence was becoming increasingly apparent, capturing the attention of onlookers who held their breath in eager expectation. As the sun began to dip in the west, casting golden rays across the square, the assessment period had surpassed its midpoint. On Wang Lan and Appo's side, the statue of the Black Flood Dragon was taking shape. After meticulous carving, the fierce silhouette of the dragon became distinctly recognizable, coiled atop a rocky outcrop. Its formidable stance radiating menace, as if cloaked in the details of actual scales and glimmering with a fierce, cold light in its eyes. The aura emanating from it was overwhelmingly oppressive, suggesting an unyielding force that could dominate the seas. It felt as if it might spring to life at any moment, poised to devour all in its path. The power of the statue harmoniously merged with the essence of the Black Flood wood, amplifying its formidable presence, causing the spectators to feel a chill of trepidation and instinctively retreat. What a terrifying aura! Someone gasped, their voice trembling. The craftsmanship, the spirit. It is indeed worthy of the Wang family and Appo's secret techniques. Paired with the legendary millennium-old Black Flood wood, it is a perfect match. Should this statue reach completion, it will undoubtedly be an extraordinary work of divine craftsmanship. Amidst the crowd, waves of astonished exclamations and praises erupted once more. Yet, at that moment, Wang Lan was far from the ease he appeared to exude. Beads of sweat had already formed on his forehead, trickling down his cheeks. His breath grew labored, his chest rising and falling with exertion. The hardness of the millennium-old Black Flood would exceeded his expectations. Each stroke demanded immense mental and physical energy. Even he, a prodigy nurtured by the Wang family, felt an undeniable fatigue, especially when it came to carving the intricate details of the dragon's scales and claws. He needed to concentrate his mental faculties to an extreme degree, leaving no room for error. The toll on his spirit surged like a tidal wave. Wang Lan discreetly set down the black iron carving knife, attempting to appear nonchalant. He subtly reached for an unassuming water jug nearby, tilting it to his lips and drinking deeply. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, he had surreptitiously infused the water with the Wang family and Appo's secret treasure, dragon and Appo's blood. With one gulp, he consumed the potion-laced water, the chilling liquid coursing down his throat. A unique medicinal aroma instantly enveloped his mouth and nostrils, tinged with a metallic sweetness. Then, with a thunderous roar, an indescribably vast and fiery energy erupted within him, akin to a dormant volcano awakening after centuries. An unbearable heat swept through his limbs and bones, as if igniting his very blood. His eyes quickly became bloodshot, a terrifying crimson hue enveloping them, as if flames danced within. Simultaneously, a powerful surge of mental acuity, far beyond his limits, erupted from the depths of his mind. His muscles swelled uncontrollably, straining against his clothing. Prominent veins twisted beneath his skin like serpents, writhing and visible. In that moment, his breath surged at an astonishing rate, revitalizing the fatigue that had once burdened him into a state of exhilaration. His senses sharpened beyond imagination. The surrounding clamor seemed to stretch infinitely, becoming a blur. The world, in his perception, slowed, every detail becoming crystal clear. He grasped the black iron carving knife again. But the sensation was entirely transformed. He felt as if he had melded with the knife, the untamed millennium-old black floodwood, and the fearsome statue of the black flood dragon that was on the verge of completion. An unprecedented state of transcendence descended upon him. Communication with the divine. Wang Lan and Amp. Apos. Heart soared with ecstasy. Though this state would be fleeting, even at the cost of severely depleting his physical essence, it was enough. This ephemeral communion would enable him to perfect the magnificent black flood dragon statue, utterly defeating the audacious Su Yuan, trampling him beneath his feet, condemning him to eternal obscurity. Wang Lan appeared frenzied, his gaze fixated solely on the ebony wood and the carving knife in his hand. The speed of the black iron carving knife surged abruptly, intensifying several-fold. The blade and Amp. Apos' glimmer coalesced into a blurred afterimage, accompanied by thunderous, resonant sounds. Every intricate detail of the black dragon statue was taking shape at a terrifying pace that sent shivers down the spine. What was even more unsettling was that, as Wang Lan carved with near-manic fervor, wisps of faint black mist began to emanate from the statue. Initially, this mist resembled smoke, ephemeral and capricious. However, it soon began to coalesce and crystallize, subtly outlining a vague silhouette of a dragon. This ethereal form silently spiraled above the statue, its indistinct shape exuding a dreadful pressure that stirred the very soul. A palpable force radiated outward from the nascent black dragon statue, swiftly enveloping the entire square. Everyone present felt a tremor originating from the depths of their souls. This is a spiritual phenomenon. On the upper floor, Zhou Ming, who had remained composed until now, could no longer maintain his calm. He abruptly rose from his chair, exclaiming in astonishment. The intensity of this aura surpassed that of Su Yuan and Apos' dragon and phoenix from the previous day. Dongfang Qingzong and Apos' pupils constricted, his face finally betraying a grave expression. In the center of the square, Mo Changfeng and the members of the assessment team turned pale in unison. A spiritual connection. Another piece of spiritual woodwork was about to be born. The intensity of this year and Amp. Apos' evaluation was nearly on par with the Grand Artisan Conference. Wang Lan truly invoked a spiritual phenomenon. Mo Changfeng and Amp. Apos' voice quivered ever so slightly, although he harbored a vague suspicion that Wang Lan might have employed some external force. The undeniable reality of this awe-inspiring spiritual phenomenon was a fact no one could contest. This was sufficient to prove that the yet unfinished black dragon statue in Wang Lan and Amp. Apos' hands had made its initial communion with heaven and earth, possessing true spiritual capabilities. Sensing the astonished and reverent gazes directed at him from all sides, hearing the chorus of gasps and suppressed exclamations, Wang Lan was overwhelmed with pride, unable to contain a wild laugh that echoed into the sky. Su Yuan, did you see this? This is what true spiritual woodwork looks like. This is the genuine strength of Wang Lan. Those worthless trinkets of yours are not worthy of comparison with me. Before his words faded, Wang Lan and Amp. Apos' black iron carving knife made a decisive final stroke. The culmination. With a roar, the swirling silhouette of the black dragon above the statue solidified further. It raised its head and unleashed a clearer, more deafening roar. An even more formidable, fierce, and suffocating aura surged forth like a tangible shockwave, sweeping across the entire venue. Boom. The black dragon statue was utterly complete. It stood silently upon the workbench, entirely ebony, exuding a menacing presence, as if it truly suppressed a turbulent, invisible sea. The solidified dragon silhouette spiraled above, enshrouded in swirling mist, its pressure earth-shattering. Inside and outside the square, countless spectators fell into stunned silence. In this moment, the outcome appeared to be utterly inevitable. Chapter 59, Awakening Vitality. Second-rank Woodcraft. Mo Changfeng and Amp. Apos' gaze was piercing as he fixed his eyes upon the menacing black serpent statue. The ethereal image of the coiling dragon that lingered above it sent shockwaves through his mind. Taking a deep breath, he forcefully quelled the tumult within him. He then advanced briskly with several solemn-faced members of the assessment team, encircling the black serpent that subdued the seas, beginning a meticulous examination. Without a doubt, it was a premier spiritual material, crafted with unparalleled mastery and an exquisite sense of unity. Its overwhelming presence and fierce aura harmoniously melded with the wood itself. The manifested dragon spirit, palpable and unwavering, filled the air with a potent energy. The assessment team members whispered among themselves, their voices laced with incredulous awe. Such a spiritual woodcraft had never before graced the workshops of Qinghe County. Mo Changfeng inhaled deeply once more, surveying the crowd until his gaze settled on Wang Lan, whose face was flushed from overwhelming excitement and the backlash of medicinal effects. Steeling himself, his voice rose unexpectedly, infused with a hint of admiration he had not even recognized within himself, resonating throughout the square. Wang Lan, work and amp. Oppos. Black serpent subduing the seas and amp. Oppos. Evoking spiritual phenomena. The assessment team unanimously rates it S. First rank advanced. The thunderous declaration reverberated like a clap of thunder. The entire workshop square ignited in a frenzy of unprecedented enthusiasm. First rank advanced? Surely, I did not mishear. It is indeed first rank advanced. My heavens. This surpasses Su Yuan and amp. Oppos. S extraordinary perfect scores from yesterday. Young Master Wang. This is the true extent of young Master Wang and amp. Oppos. S prowess. A magnificent reversal, dominating the field. With millennia-old black serpent wood as its foundation, the Wang family and amp. Oppos. S secret diagrams as its soul, combined with this genuine spiritual phenomenon. First rank advanced, truly well-deserved. Countless eyes were now riveted upon Wang Lan. In the viewing platform, Zhang Yun, Li Gang, and Sun Ling Yun wore expressions of sheer shock. All prior speculation and curiosity regarding Su Yuan were completely eclipsed by Wang Lan and amp. Oppos. S earth-shattering first-rank advanced achievement. Zhang Yun instinctively tightened his grip on the railing. First rank advanced. It truly invoked such a clear spiritual phenomenon. His voice was dry, tinged with disbelief. Such an appraisal, such a phenomenon, would undoubtedly stir a sensation even in their Qishan County. Beside him, the sturdy Li Gang trembled slightly. Humph. He scoffed, attempting to mask the turmoil within. The millennia-old black serpent would inherently offered a significant advantage. The water Wang Lan consumed earlier likely held some secret. However, even with external assistance, the ability to chisel the millennia-old black serpent wood to the point of evoking spiritual phenomena speaks volumes of his artistry. Sun Ling Yun and amp. Oppos. S clear eyes brimmed with astonishment. Her lips parted slightly, as if to speak, yet ultimately transformed into a barely audible sigh, forcing potential through secret potions to summon a spiritual state. The price must be steep. Her gaze unconsciously drifted toward the other side of the square. Wang Lan had astonished the audience, reaching heights unattainable by ordinary individuals. What of Su Yuan? Even if he could conjure some effect from those withered branches, how could he possibly compare to the first rank advanced and amp? Oppos. Black serpent subduing the seas and amp. Oppos. For the first time, a flicker of doubt towards Su Yuan ignited within Sun Ling Yun and amp. Oppos. S heart. In the VIP seats, Wang Tianyang, who had maintained a stern expression, finally relaxed his features, a smile of uncontrollable satisfaction gracing his lips. Despite the costs incurred, even the precious dragon and Oppos' blood being utilized, the outcome was favorable. The Wang family and amp. Oppos' dignity had ultimately been preserved. His gaze toward Wang Lan brimmed with unreserved approval. In stark contrast, at the edge of the square, Li Rui and Huang Degui appeared ashen, their expressions vacant. Their bodies swayed uncontrollably, as though they might collapse at any moment. First rank. Advanced. Huang Degui and Oppos' lips trembled as he muttered to himself. It's over. Utterly finished. Li Rui opened his mouth, throat constricting, wishing to offer some words of comfort. Yet, in the end, not a single word escaped, leaving only despair in his eyes. Meanwhile, Su Yuan remained oblivious to his surroundings, not even casting a glance towards Wang Lan. The main structure of the withered wood was now complete. Yet, they remained lifeless, devoid of that essential spirit. Wang Lan gazed at the creations on Su Yuan and amp. Oppos' workbench with unabashed derision, still struggling in vain. Even if you piece together this rubbish to resemble something, what change would it bring? It cannot alter the fact that they are mere waste. Lifeless. Forever lifeless. Wang Lan's voice rose, embodying the demeanor of a victor. What do you have to compare with my first-rank advanced black serpent subduing the seas? At that moment, Su Yuan finally lifted his head slowly. His gaze was calm and unwavering, meeting the frenzied look of Wang Lan with tranquility, as he softly uttered, "True life, you cannot comprehend." As the words fell, Su Yuan and amp. Oppos' hand gently pressed against the decayed wood stump. His internal energy quietly flowed into it. Within the withered stump, that nearly imperceptible essence of life, which Su Yuan had sensed through his understanding of the materials, suddenly awakened at that very moment. Mortis antenna communication. This was not merely a simple skill level, but rather a supreme state of connecting with all things and bestowing spirit. In the next breath, the once lifeless, decay-riddled surface of the stump began to visibly transform, rapidly blooming with a soft, vibrant green brimming with boundless vitality. Initially faint, the green spread like a delicate brushstroke on a canvas. In the blink of an eye, it surged forth, enveloping the entire stump. The ugly cracks interwoven across its surface, in harmony with the laws of nature, radiated an extraordinary vigor. Then came an even more incredible sight that left the onlookers astounded. Those lifeless forms, intricately grafted by Su Yuan from withered branches, burst into life at that moment. Curled, tender shoots slowly unfurled, greedily absorbing the energy from the void, their green hue dazzling to the eyes. Budding flowers, disregarding the season and the laws of nature, layer upon layer, petal after petal, began to bloom slowly before the watchful eyes of all. Soft pink, pure white, bright yellow, some had fully blossomed, filling the air with an enchanting fragrance that was both subtle and yet, as if enchanted, penetrated every observer's nostrils. And those birds carved upon the wood, especially at the eyes. A flicker of indescribable vitality sparkled within. They seemed truly alive, on the verge of breaking free from their wooden confines, ready to take flight and sing. Withered wood, reviving in spring, transforming decay into miraculous wonders. This magnificent spectacle unfolded vividly before everyone's eyes. A profound and magnificent breath of life, gentle as a spring breeze, surged forth with great intensity. It stood in stark contrast to Wanglan's fierce and tyrannical demeanor, reminiscent of a black dragon subduing the sea. This essence resembled the warm sun of spring, akin to a gentle rain that nourishes all in silence, yet is omnipresent. In an instant, it enveloped the entire square. The oppressive anxiety and heart-pounding fear induced by the terrifying pressure of the black dragon dissipated under this soothing and harmonious aura, vanishing into thin air. All who basked in this essence, regardless of age or gender, felt an immediate lightness in their bodies and a refreshing clarity of mind. It was as though they had been transported to a paradise of blooming flowers and melodious birdsong, where the weariness of the spirit and the discomfort of the body were tenderly smoothed away, fading into nothingness. The square fell into an exquisite silence. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. Everyone stood transfixed, gazing at the withered tree that blossomed with vibrant life amidst the desolation. Their minds were blank, thoughts suspended. On the balcony, a crisp sound of shattering broke the stillness. Zhou Ming trembled violently, overwhelmed with excitement, his precious teacup slipping from his grasp and shattering upon the ground into dust. Yet, he seemed oblivious to it all. His eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on the withered tree at the center of the square, radiating boundless vitality. This was the miraculous transformation of decay into wonder, a true awakening of life. He abruptly turned to his side, looking at Dongfang Qingzong, whose face mirrored his own astonishment, pupils constricted in shock. His lips quivered, filled with both terror and elation. Far surpassing the first grade, this was a second-grade wooden creation. Chapter 60. The withered tree astonishes the world. The rating of the spirit core. Mo Changfeng hurriedly approached the vibrant withered tree that had come to life. He hesitated, trembling as he reached out his hand, pausing midair in fear that his clumsy gesture might disturb the fragile vitality above. He held his breath for a long moment before cautiously pressing his calloused palm against the surface of the tree stump. In the next instant, his eyes widened in astonishment. He distinctly sensed a rhythmic pulse of life, flowing and surging like the thaw of early spring. The other members of the assessment group quickly gathered around. Their previous expressions of disdain and skepticism completely vanished. Instead, they bore an expression of solemnity and reverence. With heads bowed, their gazes burned with intensity, scrutinizing the marvelous patterns that blossomed on the withered wood. This was no mere evaluation. It was a veneration of a rare treasure forged by the very forces of nature. After a meticulous inspection, every face was awash with shock. Mo Changfeng slowly turned to face the silent crowd in the square, his excited voice resonating through every corner. Su Yuan, your work withered tree in spring, transforming decay into wonder, igniting life. After evaluation by the assessment group, it has been ultimately rated as. He deliberately elongated his words, pausing for effect. The square fell into an eerie silence. Everyone held their breath. A rank 2 beginner spirit wood. Boom. The announcement of those 4 words struck like a thunderclap from the heavens. The crowd erupted. Rank 2. Surely, my ears are not deceiving me. He used those unwanted scraps of wood to create a rank 2 spirit wood. An elderly craftsman's voice trembled uncontrollably, hoarse and cracking, as if he were a duck with its throat squeezed. My heavens. This is no ordinary skill. This is a miracle. A legendary miracle. Transforming decay into the extraordinary. I have devoted 50 years to woodworking. I would not dare to dream of this. And yet, today I bear witness to the legend. Some were so overcome with emotion that they trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down their faces, nearly kneeling in reverence. Qinghe County. No, perhaps the entire woodworking community of Qingzhou will be shaken to its core by this young man. The gazes directed at Su Yuan had irrevocably changed. From initial disdain, mockery, and skepticism, they transformed into curiosity, astonishment, inquiry, and ultimately, a profound sense of awe. Using what everyone deemed worthless refuse, even unsuitable for kindling, he had crafted a piece capable of surpassing the top-tier spiritual material, the Millennium Black Flood Dragon Wood, even transcending the limits of rank 1. This achievement had entirely surpassed the realm of their lifelong learning. No. Impossible. Wang Lan's previously arrogant smile vanished in an instant, his face turning as pale as paper. His body shook violently, and had it not been for someone nearby who caught him, he would have collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud. Let go of me. Wang Lan broke free from the support, charging forward a few steps, pointing at the still vibrant withered tree, screaming in disbelief. This is absolutely impossible. Rank 2. With that garbage. I refuse to believe it. You are biased. This is corruption. He shouted hysterically, his finger trembling wildly as he pointed at Mo Changfeng, then at the calm Su Yuan, his words a jumbled mess. Someone like him, emerging from a small workshop, has no right to participate in this assessment. You must be covering for him. Mind Amp. Oppos. Black Flood Dragon suppressing the sea and Amp. Oppos. The spiritual phenomenon is clearly leagues ahead of his pile of rubbish. Why? Why did I lose to him? His pale, contorted face, along with his trembling, disjointed voice, laid bare the complete collapse of his inner state. In the VIP section, Wang Tianyang's smile had completely vanished, replaced by a grim countenance. He stared intently at the young man in the center of the square, who had remained unervingly calm throughout, his eyes betraying an unmistakable cold malice. Having employed the Wang family's treasured secret, dragon blood resin, and yet still losing, and losing so thoroughly, so humiliating. The Wang family's reputation had been thoroughly trampled into the ground by this obscure youth, repeatedly ground into the dirt. On the viewing platform, Zhang Yun, Li Gang, and Sun Lingyun were equally astonished, rendered speechless. Rank 2 beginner. Sun Lingyun murmured, her lips slightly parted, her enchanting eyes fixed on Su Yuan without a blink. He achieved this with scrap material. He truly accomplished it. The skill and ingenuity of this individual may well be beyond our grasp. Perhaps even. She left the thought unspoken, yet the implication was clear. Zhang Yun and Li Gang exchanged glances, both recognizing the profound shock and a hint of deep apprehension in each other's eyes. They had come with a mindset of casual observation, perhaps even to offer guidance as seniors to a junior, yet they never anticipated witnessing the rise of such a prodigious talent. In the face of Wang Lan's nearly mad accusations, Mo Changfeng's expression darkened instantly. A sense of authority befitting a master craftsman surged forth. Wang Lan. Mo Changfeng's voice boomed like thunder, causing Wang Lan's ears to ring and clearing his mind. Do you even understand what you were saying? Wang Lan was momentarily stunned into silence by this rebuke, but the madness and resentment in his eyes did not fade. He stiffened his neck, still attempting to argue. Mo Changfeng, upon hearing this, chuckled in anger, shaking his head with disappointment and inquiry. Have your elders in the Wang family never taught you how to discern the true grade of a spirit wood? His words struck Wang Lan like an invisible slap across the face. Mo Changfeng's gaze subtly drifted to Wang Tianyang in the VIP section before he slowly continued, his voice low yet undeniable. When judging a spirit wood, apart from relying on basic sensory perception to assess the strength of the phenomenon and the quality of its aura, the most fundamental and irrefutable evidence lies in the number of condensed spirit cores and spirit patterns within it. Spirit core? Spirit pattern. These two unfamiliar terms fell like pebbles thrown into a lake, creating ripples in the minds of the assembled craftsmen. Even Su Yuan, hearing this classification for the first time, looked at Mo Changfeng with curiosity. Wang Lan felt as if struck by lightning, jolting with realization. It seemed he recalled something he had either overlooked or refused to accept. His pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. He swiftly turned his gaze back to the vibrant withered tree, incredulous. Spirit core, are you saying? Does it possess a spirit core? How could this be? A pile of garbage. Absolutely impossible. He shook his head repeatedly, unable to accept this reality. Mo Changfeng paid him no further heed, instead turning towards the square to elucidate. Any wooden artifact that has genuinely reached the level of spiritual resonance will, due to absorbing the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, condense its essence and give rise to unique spiritual patterns. These patterns serve as the most direct manifestation of the strength of the wood spirit. According to the ancient texts of our workshop's heritage and the cumulative wisdom of master craftsmen throughout the ages, a primary grade spiritual wooden artifact can yield one spiritual pattern. A secondary grade produces two, while a tertiary grade yields three. As Mo Changfeng spoke, he gradually approached the imposing black flood dragon statue of Wang Lan. He extended his finger, not making contact, but rather indicating the inconspicuous peripheral area of the statue's base from a distance. All eyes instantly converged. On the pitch-black, iron-like wooden surface, they faintly discerned three peculiar patterns resembling transparent ripples. These patterns were not mere annual rings or grains of the wood. They seemed to exist independently of the wood while being deeply embedded within it, emanating a subtle spiritual glow, profoundly enigmatic. Do you see clearly? Mo Changfeng's voice resonated with the steadiness of a mountain. These are the spiritual patterns. Three distinct patterns, vividly visible, imbued with spiritual light, round and full. This is the crucial basis upon which the assessment group ultimately deemed Black Flood Dragon a tertiary-grade spiritual wooden artifact. A chorus of astonished murmurs rippled through the square as the crowd nodded in understanding. It turned out that the classification of spiritual wooden artifacts possessed such intricate, inarguable standards. No one dared to question the grade of Wang Lan's creation any longer. Mo Changfeng then shifted his focus, his piercing gaze sweeping over the pale-faced Wang Lan, and walked towards Su Yuan's rejuvenated deadwood. His pace was unhurried yet imbued with an invisible pressure. The second-grade spiritual wooden artifacts possess a spirit far beyond that of the first grade. Not only does the number of spiritual patterns increase, reaching for, or even more, but a true qualitative transformation also occurs. It gives birth to the core essence of the entire spiritual wooden artifact, the spiritual core. He emphasized his words, each syllable striking Wang Lan's heart with the force of a hammer. As he spoke, Mo Changfeng had already returned to stand before the revitalized deadwood. He similarly extended his finger, pointing at the seemingly unremarkable, even decayed stump at the base. Once again, all gazes were drawn, focused on that seemingly ordinary stump. It too bore transparent spiritual patterns. Yet, the number of patterns was 4, exceeding that of Wang Lan's black flood dragon by 1. This undoubtedly transcended the boundaries of tertiary grade. But that was not the most astonishing aspect. In the center of the 4 clearly visible, swirling spiritual patterns, there existed a small mass, approximately the size of a fingernail, radiating a soft and supremely pure pale white glow. Chapter 61, Dominance Through Might. What fear does Su hold? The mark pulsated softly, akin to a heartbeat, emanating an intense and ineffable aura of life. It was imbued with an indescribable spirit, gentle, serene, and vibrantly alive. Mo Changfeng's finger finally pointed towards that pale white mark. His voice, imbued with an undeniable authority, turned coldly towards the ashen-faced Wang Lan. This is the spiritual core. It embodies the essence and spirit of the entire work. Only when the accumulation of spirit reaches a transformative threshold can it coalesce into existence. This is the most fundamental and striking emblem of a second-tier spiritual woodwork. Mo Changfeng's gaze was like 2 icy daggers, piercing Wang Lan's face. Now, is there anything more I need to explain to you? Wang Lan and Appo's body trembled violently. His complexion transitioned from ghastly pale to a lifeless gray, devoid of any color. He opened his mouth, producing strange gasps from his throat, yet no words could escape his lips. The 4 distinct spiritual patterns before him, alongside the softly glowing spiritual core, struck him like a merciless hammer, shattering the last remnants of his hope and reluctance into oblivion. He had lost, thoroughly and indisputably. The square fell into a deep silence once more. However, this time, the stillness was suffused with pity for Wang Lan, mockery, and a silent awe for Su Yuan's extraordinary skill. So this is it, spiritual patterns, spiritual cores, this is the true chasm between them. Wang Lan's defeat was not unjust. Not only was it unjust, it was a self-inflicted humiliation. To use top-tier spiritual materials, only to be crushed by someone who crafted a second-tier woodwork from mere scraps. TSK. On the edge of the square, Li Rue and Huang Digui could no longer contain themselves. The 2 weathered old men embraced one another, tears streaming down their faces, laughing and weeping at once. We won. We won. Su Yuan has triumphed. Ruemu Hall has emerged. Countless eyes converged upon Su Yuan, brimming with admiration and awe. Yet, Su Yuan did not immediately bask in the glory of victory. He slowly turned, stepping forward, one deliberate stride at a time, towards the ashen-faced, soul-dejected Wang Lan. His voice was not loud, yet it echoed through the now silent square like thunder. Young Master Wang, the assessment has concluded. Shouldn't we honor our wager? Wang Lan's entire body quivered violently. He abruptly raised his head, his eyes filled with boundless humiliation, dread, and resentment. To kneel and bow before the crowd? To admit himself a worthless failure? That would be more unbearable than a swift death. His lips trembled, teeth chattered, instinctively casting a pleading gaze towards his father in the VIP section. Humph! A cold snort, laden with fury and pressure, reverberated like thunder in the ears of the crowd. Wang Tianyang pushed through the throng, striding directly before Su Yuan. His imposing stature radiated an overwhelming presence. A potent aura honed through years of commerce swept towards Su Yuan like an invisible tempest, attempting to crush this audacious young man. The surrounding crowd instinctively recoiled a few paces in response to this formidable force. Yet Su Yuan remained steadfast, his gaze calm and unwavering. Youth, think before you act. Do not be impulsive and sever your own path. Wang Tianyang loomed above, his tone frigid and piercing, laden with an irrefutable command. Let today and Appo's events conclude here. With that, he averted his gaze from Su Yuan, producing a purple gold voucher marked with a special insignia of the Baoqing Bank from his pocket. A flick of his finger sent the voucher fluttering to the ground at Su Yuan's feet, mere inches from his toes, as if it were a mere alms. This is a voucher for 1,000 taels of gold, enough for someone like you to live in luxury for a lifetime. Take the money and leave Qinghe County. A chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd. 1,000 taels of gold. A sum that would take an ordinary person several lifetimes to attain. The Wang family truly possessed immense wealth. All eyes turned towards Su Yuan, their expressions complex, curious about his choice. Would he seize this windfall and vanish into obscurity, securing a life of affluence? Or would he uphold the nearly impossible wager, thereby incurring the wrath of the Wang family? Su Yuan stood tall, not even raising an eyelid. The voucher that could drive countless individuals into madness seemed to him like a discarded scrap of paper. His enmity with the Wang family had long since become irreconcilable, and a faint, unhidden smirk played upon his lips. I merely came to remind young Master Wang. A true man keeps his word, and once spoken, it cannot be retracted. He met Wang Tianyong and Appo's nearly predatory gaze, his tone indifferent, as though stating an undeniable fact. The wager was made by young Master Wang before so many elders of Qinghe County. Whether he kneels or not is his own affair, pertaining to his personal integrity. Su Yuan paused momentarily, his gaze drifting over the crowd that whispered and pointed fingers. His voice remained flat, yet each word struck like a needle. Of course, it might also pertain to the esteemed Wang family and Appo's reputation among the people of Qinghe County and the entirety of Qingzhou. As for me, I am but an anonymous individual, merely seeking justice. The reputation of the Wang family, good or bad, whether their face is uplifted or cast down, has nothing to do with me. With just a few words, devoid of any hint of malice, he delivered a blow of immense force to the faces of Wang Tianyong and Wang Lan. It also struck every member of the Wang family present. The square initially sank into a deeper silence. Then, like ice cubes thrown into a boiling pot of oil, it erupted. Hiss. Those words, they pierced the heart. How ruthless. This is akin to roasting the Wang family over an open flame. The implication is clear. If they do not kneel, the Wang family will be seen as untrustworthy scoundrels. How then can they maintain their standing in Qizhou? What of Wang Lan and Appo's earlier arrogance? Where has it vanished now? TSK, the Wang family is indeed grand. But will they truly renege on such a bet? That would be a monumental joke. Can 1,000 taels of gold truly buy back their dignity? Alas, others are not so easily swayed. Such a lack of resolve is unbecoming of a prestigious family in Qizhou. The murmurs and whispers, like poisoned steel needles, pierced deeply into the hearts of Wang Tianyong and Wang Lan, especially the words untrustworthy, joke, and lack of resolve. To the Wang family, who valued their reputation above life itself, this was a humiliation akin to being flayed alive. Wang Tianyong's complexion turned ashen, his chest heaving violently, breaths coming in heavy snorts. The murderous rage in his eyes, fixed upon Su Yuan, was unmistakable, were it not for the fact that they stood in the domain of the workshop. With countless eyes upon them, he would have torn this audacious insect who dared to provoke the Wang family's ire into shreds without hesitation. Su Yuan, you seek death. Wang Lan's face flushed with rage, contorting as he unleashed a furious roar. Do not presume upon my forbearance. What are you but a mere wretch? Merely a fortunate bumpkin. A lowly peasant. Do you truly believe you have triumphed? Do you think you can tread upon the Wang family? You arrogant fool. Dispose of him. Before Wang Lan could finish his incoherent tirade, several burly and menacing guards from the Wang family, unable to contain their mounting fury, surged forth. Having long been accustomed to dominance in Qinghe County, they were incensed at witnessing their young master's profound humiliation. With a thunderous roar, their eyes glinted with malice, their aura radiating menace. As their internal energy surged, bones cracked ominously. Clenching fists the size of cooking pots, they advanced upon Su Yuan like wolves, intent on a vicious assault. The atmosphere in the plaza tightened to an unbearable degree. Su Yuan and Appo's eyes brimmed with a cold resolve. His avoidance of conflict did not indicate fear. Should the Wang family dare to strike, even if it meant revealing his prowess, he would ensure that this group would taste bitter defeat today. Chapter 62. A cornered dog leaps over the wall. A majestic response. At this critical juncture, a chilling voice resonated from the loft above, laced with palpable fury. Stop. The tone was not loud, yet it struck each heart like a hammer. This workshop is not a place for your reckless behavior. The crowd turned to see Zhou Ming and Dongfang Qingzong descending the stairs, their expressions grave and their gazes as cold as ice. Zhou Ming led the way, his steps fueled by an uncontainable rage, while Dongfang Qingzong followed closely. His countenance devoid of emotion, yet his eyes radiated a chill more piercing than the northern winds. Behind them trailed several attendants clad in the workshop's uniform dark attire, accompanied by a few formidable guards from the Zhenlong division, their sharp eyes and poised long blades exuding an intimidating aura. The group advanced steadily, swiftly separating the two tense factions. The ferocious Wang family guards halted abruptly, their menacing demeanor replaced by fear as they glanced toward Wang Tianyong, caught between retreat and advance. Zhou Ming's face darkened as he fixed his icy gaze upon Wang Tianyong, his voice cold and unwavering. Wang Tianyong, this is the workshop, a place governed by the strict laws of the Great Zhou. Do you intend to resort to violence here? Do you believe your Wang family can defy the authority of the court? Dongfang Qingzong's gaze, sharp as twin blades, swept over the Wang family guards before settling on the sullen face of Wang Tianyong, gathering a crowd with the intent to cause harm within the workshop. Is the Wang family contemplating rebellion? The mere mention of rebellion sent shivers down the spines of the Wang guards, who instinctively retreated, their faces draining of color. Wang Tianyong's expression darkened, his chest heaving with suppressed rage. Yet, he refrained from immediate outburst, letting out a cold snort before addressing Zhou Ming with blatant disdain and mockery. Zhou Workshop Master, it has been years, and your authority has only grown. However, I have heard that the Qinghe County workshop ranks at the bottom of the artisan hierarchy in Qingzhou. The court's funding must be dwindling, no? His words struck at Zhou Ming's deepest vulnerabilities, rendering his expression grim, and he struggled to formulate a retort. Wang Tianyang then turned his attention to Dongfang Qingzan. Master Dongfang. The prestige of the Jinlong division is indeed something I respect. However, the skies of Qinghe County do not solely heed the color of official robes. The Wang family has established its roots in Qizhou for a century. This principle is well understood. Today's affair is merely a personal grievance between my family and this young man. I hope Master Dongfang can show some leniency. His audacious request for the Jinlong division's head to publicly back down left many in shock, realizing the Wang family's audacity was unfathomable. Su Yuan frowned, inwardly cursing the Wang family's blatant disregard for the law. Nevertheless, Dongfang Qingzang remained unperturbed, as if Wang Tianyang's veiled threat had gone unheard. He calmly replied, I am not concerned with the whims of the heavens. I only know that the laws of the Great Zhou and the majesty of the emperor cannot be provoked. The duty of the Jinlong division is to sever any hand that dares to trample upon the law, regardless of whose hand it may be. He did not engage further with Wang Tianyang, but instead reiterated the weight of the Great Zhou's laws, the emperor's authority, and the ironclad rules of the Jinlong division. Each word resonating with conviction. Do you not agree? The final 4 words pierced the air like shards of ice, causing Wang Tianyang's eyes to narrow slightly. Within his pupils flickered a hint of apprehension. He understood all too well that the workshop and the Jinlong division represented the face of the court, especially under the scrutiny of the public eye. Should he disregard the law and incite chaos, the ramifications would be severe, even for the deeply entrenched Wang family in Qizhou, who could not withstand the emperor and Appo's wrath. Feeling the numerous gazes of the crowd and the unwavering stance of Zhou Ming and Dongfang Qingzang, Wang Tianyang realized that his attempt to decisively eliminate Su Yuan today was futile. There would be other opportunities. With a reluctant gesture, he signaled his disgruntled guards to retreat. He then stepped closer to Su Yuan, nearly within 3 feet. Meeting his expressionless gaze with a chilling whisper meant only for him. Kid, today you are fortunate. You have their support. But this matter is far from over. With that, he dramatically flicked his wide sleeves and turned to leave, followed closely by the resentful Wang Lan, who shot a venomous glance at Su Yuan. Unbeknownst to them, had they truly engaged in violence moments ago, they would have become mere lifeless bodies. At that moment, a sly-eyed Wang family servant, seemingly prompted by an unseen cue, darted forward. He bent down to cautiously retrieve the golden note for 1,000 taels, which Wang Tianyang had arrogantly discarded, and pretended to dust it off before scampering back to Wang Lan, respectfully returning it to his master. Though the act was intended to be discreet, it could not escape the keen eyes of the thousands in the square. Laughter and jeers erupted, mocking the Wang family's embarrassment. This is absurd. Did I see that correctly? Throwing away money after losing a bet and then retrieving it. That's 1,000 taels of gold. The illustrious Wang family of Qizhou truly is grand and Appo's ambitions and Appo's. They've lost not only the contest but also their dignity. The crowd's scathing taunts and unabashed derision surged toward the retreating Wang family. Wang Tianyang stumbled slightly, nearly losing his footing, feeling as if a multitude of scorching needles were stabbing into his back. His face shifted from ashen to a deep purple, then to a ghostly white, as the veins on his forehead twisted and throbbed violently. The fist concealed within the sleeve crackled ominously, nearly crushing the very bones within. Wang Tianyang had lived half a lifetime, commanding storms in Qingzhou. Never had he endured such a profound humiliation as today. Behind him, Wang Lan was consumed by a rage so intense it seemed he might collapse, unable to meet his father's gaze. His face turned a deep hue of purple, reminiscent of a ripe liver, crimson to the point of seeming to bleed. He longed to find a crevice in the earth to hide within, never to emerge again. Clutching the forcibly returned gold voucher, his nails sank deeply into his palm, crimson droplets cascading through his fingers, yet he remained oblivious to the pain. An indescribable sense of humiliation and resentment surged violently within him. The Wang family, amidst the cacophony of uproarious laughter, felt like a pack of stray dogs, retreating from the throng without a backward glance. Only when their figures vanished entirely from sight did the clamor of the square begin to subside. At that moment, all eyes once again converged upon Su Yuan. There was astonishment, admiration, and a lingering disbelief, yet overshadowing it all was a profound concern. Although Su Yuan had triumphed spectacularly today, vanquishing the once mighty Wang family and avenging a grievance, this victory came at a steep price. He had irrevocably alienated the Wang family. The path ahead was destined to be fraught with challenges. Nevertheless, this day would undoubtedly be etched into the annals of legend. Chapter 63, The Dust Settles. The thoughts of Dongfang Qingzang at this moment on the observation platform. Zhang Yun furrowed his brows tightly, his gaze following the retreating figures of the Wang family as they left in disarray. He couldn't help but shake his head. The Wang family remained as unruly as ever, relying on their power to bully others. Today, they had finally encountered a formidable obstacle. Beside him, Li Gang leaned slightly forward, his robust voice tinged with a hint of somberness. What can be done? The Wang family has entrenched itself in Qingzhou for a century, deeply rooted and flourishing. It is said they even have connections in the court. His gaze then shifted to the center of the square, where Su Yuan. His gifted skills could only be described as extraordinary. Yet, by decisively offending the Wang family, the path ahead seemed fraught with thorns and peril. Sun Lingyun, who had remained quiet until now, also focused intently on Su Yuan. Her lips parted slightly, her voice ringing clear as a mountain spring. The Wang family's unjust actions may not allow them to remain so arrogant indefinitely. She paused, seemingly weighing her words. Before revealing a piece of news that could send ripples through the crowd, her tone lowered. I have recently heard rumors from the western capital. It is said that His Majesty has issued an edict to construct an unprecedented and Appos moon viewing platform and Appos for the favored concubine Yen. The Ministry of Works will soon take significant action, summoning the finest craftsmen throughout the Great Zhou territory to partake in this grand endeavor. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun and Li Gang's expressions shifted dramatically, both exclaiming in unison. Is this true? The moon viewing platform. Li Gang slammed his hand on the railing, realization dawning. No wonder the Wang family is so invested in this workshop assessment. Zhang Yun, too, came to a sudden understanding. So they intend for Wang Lan to seize this opportunity to make a name for himself, striving to catch the attention of the influential figures in the Ministry of Works. Precisely, Sun Lingyun nodded slightly, affirming their speculation. At this critical juncture, if Su Yuan can once again demonstrate remarkable value at the upcoming Qingzhou Craftsman Conference, or even be directly recognized by the Ministry of Works and summoned to the capital, then the Wang family, despite their deep-seated hatred, would have to reconsider their approach, weighing their own strength. In the square, Zhou Ming approached Su Yuan with a familial warmth, patting his shoulder heavily and exclaiming, Su Yuan, well done. Rest assured, the Wang family's empty threats need not trouble you. From now on, as you step through the doors of my workshop, you become one of us, protected by the laws of the court. No matter how arrogant or powerful the Wang family may be, they would not dare to act against you openly within Qinghe County. Feeling the strength and warmth radiating from Zhou Ming's hand, Su Yuan nodded slightly in gratitude. Yet, his heart remained as clear as a crystal. The protection of the workshop and Zhou Ming's goodwill might offer momentary reassurance, but they were not a long-term solution. True security could only stem from his own formidable strength, instilling fear in all those who would dare to challenge him. Once this assessment concluded, he needed to expedite the refinement of the copper core pill and commence his training in the mortal realm. At that moment, Mo Changfeng steadied his mind and cleared his somewhat parched throat, redirecting everyone's attention back to the assessment. The assessment continues. Remaining craftsmen, please complete your works and step forward for evaluation. However, having witnessed the formidable presence of Wang Lan and Su Yuan's miraculous transformation of withered wood into vibrant life, the remaining craftsmen felt demoralized, their spirits crushed. Ultimately, they merely hastily completed their tasks and stepped forward for judgment. The outcome was predictable. None could meet the workshop and Appos' stringent standards, with the last unsuccessful candidate departing with a countenance of disappointment and resentment. This tumultuous and thrilling workshop assessment, which had shocked the entire city, finally came to a close. Mo Chafeng returned to the elevated platform, his gaze sharp as he slowly scanned every corner of the square, ultimately resting upon Su Yuan and Appos' upright figure. Taking a deep breath, he announced loudly, the selection process for this workshop has concluded. The chosen one is Su Yuan from Ruimu Hall. At the moment the words left his mouth, the square fell into a brief silence before erupting into thunderous applause and jubilant cheers. This round of applause was more fervent and enduring than any prior. All doubts, scorn, and ridicule had vanished. Su Yuan. This name was destined to resonate throughout Qinghe County and beyond from this day forth. On the edge of the square, Li Rui and Huang Digui could hardly contain their excitement, clasping each other's calloused hands, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Zhou Ming stood beside Su Yuan, his expression filled with pride. Su Yuan, you must be exhausted. Return and take a day to rest. Come back the day after tomorrow to report to the workshop and complete your formal induction. Su Yuan nodded slightly, preparing to leave with Li Rui and Master Huang. Just then, a voice, urgent yet steady, called from behind. Su Warrior, please hold. Su Yuan paused momentarily and turned around to see Dongfang Qingzong, the imposing master of the Town Dragon Division, striding towards him. I have a few words I wish to discuss privately with you. Su Yuan and Appos' gaze flickered as thoughts raced in his mind. He exchanged a reassuring glance with Li Rui and Huang Digui, signaling them to proceed without him. Although curious, they understood the gravity of the situation and respectfully inclined their heads to Dongfang Qingzong before making their way through the crowd, filled with excitement and pride. Once Li Rui and Huang had distanced themselves, Su Yuan turned to face the distinguished Town Dragon Master and cupped his hands in greeting. Lord Dongfang, what guidance do you have? Su Warrior, this place is crowded and not suitable for conversation. Dongfang Qingzong replied with a gentle smile, gesturing invitingly. Shall we move to a private chamber for a discussion? Su Yuan pondered briefly, sensing an inkling of what was to come, but maintaining his composure outwardly. He nodded in agreement. Very well. They walked side by side, under the watchful and curious gazes of the crowd. Traversing the bustling square until they arrived at a secluded and elegant chamber within the workshop, heavily guarded. Dongfang Qingzong personally lifted the purple clay teapot from the table, tilting it to pour warm tea into a white porcelain cup. The steam rose, filling the air with a delicate aroma. "Su warrior, please." He placed a cup of tea in front of Su Yuan, adopting a humble demeanor, entirely devoid of the airs of a town dragon master. Su Yuan expressed his gratitude, lifting the cup but not drinking, his calm gaze fixed upon Dongfang Qingzong. Without beating around the bush, Dongfang Qingzong addressed him directly. "Su warrior, after our last encounter in Yanglu village, you left in haste, and I had yet to properly express my gratitude. Longhu Ridge and Amp, Appos, S2 Tianba has wreaked havoc for many years, and the Dragon Suppression Division has repeatedly failed to capture him. Yet, you single-handedly vanquished him, a testament to your formidable strength and audacity, which I, Dongfang, greatly admire." His gaze was fervent, his tone sincere. "Thus, I leveraged some connections to secure a spot for Remu Hall with Master Zhou, solely in hopes of meeting you." Su Yuan raised his eyes, his expression as placid as a still pond. "Thank you for your efforts, Master Dongfang. However, your intentions in this matter extend beyond mere gratitude." "Do they not?" Upon hearing this, Dongfang Qingzong and Amp, Appos, eyes glimmered with appreciation, followed by a calm smile. "Gratitude is one aspect. More importantly, it is a recognition of talent." He leaned forward slightly, his voice imbued with overwhelming confidence and allure. "Su Zhuangshi, with your martial prowess and innate talent, to remain merely a craftsman would be a grave waste. My Dragon Suppression Division oversees martial affairs in Qinghe County, enforcing justice and ensuring local tranquility. Should you choose to join us, your abilities, techniques, elixirs, and status would all be within easy grasp. The prospects of your future would far exceed that of a mere craftsman. You may even have the opportunity to transfer to the provincial capital or even the headquarters in Shijing. This is the veritable path to boundless success." Dongfang Qingzong and Appos' voice was laced with persuasion, painting a picture that could ignite the passion of any young man. He was convinced that no one could resist such temptation, especially someone like Su Yuan, who had recently incurred the wrath of the Wang family and required a formidable ally. Yet, Su Yuan and Amp, Appos' expression remained unchanged throughout. He set down his teacup, his tone flat but resolute. "I appreciate your kindness, Master Dongfang. However, I am accustomed to solitude and do not relish being constrained. I harbor an aversion to the intricacies of officialdom." His gaze sharpened slightly, as if he could see through the unspoken words of Dongfang Qingzong. As for the Wang family, a faint smile graced Su Yuan and Amp, Appos' lips, exuding a sense of indifferent confidence. "I will resolve my own troubles without troubling the Dragon Suppression Division." Decisive and straightforward. There was no trace of hesitation. Dongfang Qingzong and Amp, Appos' smile froze in an instant. He had anticipated that Su Yuan might be reticent, perhaps propose conditions, or even hesitate out of concern for the Wang family. Yet, he never expected such an absolute and unyielding rejection. It was as if the olive branch extended by the Dragon Suppression Division, coveted by countless others, was rendered insignificant in Su Yuan and Amp, Appos' eyes. This young man, is he genuinely proud, or does he possess some hidden strength? Dongfang Qingzong regarded the overly composed youth before him, feeling a profound sense of intrigue and perplexity for the first time. Was he disappointed? Certainly, yet more so, he was enveloped in an indescribable wonder and curiosity. After a moment of silence, he finally let out a soft sigh, accompanied by a wry smile. "Very well. Each person has their aspirations. I shall not impose. However," Dongfang Qingzong and Appos' gaze sharpened once more. "The doors of the Dragon Suppression Division shall always remain open for you, Su Zhuangshi, though you may not wish to join today. Should you encounter insurmountable troubles in the future, particularly concerning the Wang family, you may seek me at any time. My duty compels me to respond." This was both a promise and a gesture of goodwill, as well as an implicit reminder. "Thank you for your generous offer, Master Dongfang," Su Yuan replied courteously. A flicker of subtle intrigue passed through his eyes. At this juncture, he appeared to have already devised a plan. Shifting the conversation, he inquired, "Might I ask if the Dragon Suppression Division is currently in need of a physician with decent medical skills?" A physician? Dongfang Qingzong was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. The Dragon Suppression Division certainly had accompanying physicians responsible for treating injuries and common ailments. Yet, to say their skills were commendable. The division was, after all, a powerful martial institution, and the status and compensation for physicians were hardly top tier. Who would not prefer to serve the affluent or reside in prominent medical establishments, gaining both fame and fortune? Why was Su Yuan suddenly asking this? Dongfang Qingzong and Amp, Appos' mind raced, far surpassing ordinary thought. In an instant, he grasped Su Yuan and Amp, Appos' intention. This young man was extending a hand to him. No. This was clearly an olive branch for establishing a deeper connection. He may not wish to be bound by the Dragon Suppression Division, yet he sought to recommend a physician? The implications were unmistakable. Realizing this, Dongfang Qingzong was overwhelmed with uncontainable elation. What a stroke of luck, finding something so effortlessly after such a long search. Although he regretted not being able to directly invite the immensely talented Su Yuan into the Dragon Suppression Division, establishing a robust connection through this means was an unexpected boon. He quickly masked any trace of lingering disappointment, adopting an expression of eager delight. His tone took on an urgent quality. Indeed, we are in need, Dongfang Qingzong replied, his voice rising slightly. To be candid, our former physician has recently retired due to age, leaving us in search of a suitable replacement. This statement was half-truth. Yet he conveyed an earnestness and urgency, as if Su Yuan's recommendation was a timely gift. Might you have a suitable candidate in mind? Dongfang Qingzong and Amp, Apos, gaze was intense, as he secretly speculated on the name Su Yuan might suggest. Chapter 64, Needs Met, Bone-Chilling Terror. Su Yuan, noticing Dongfang Qingtang and Amp, Apos' perceptiveness, offered a serene smile and lifted the teacup once more. This time, he genuinely sipped from it. The warm, soothing tea slid down his throat, leaving a subtle sweetness in its wake. This individual, the head of the Dongfang clan, was someone Su Yuan had indeed encountered before. He set down the cup and spoke with measured calmness. It was Qin Axio. Her family background was profound, and her medical skills were commendable. At this juncture, Su Yuan and Amp, Apos' tone grew more earnest. Should she be willing to serve in the Jinlong division, he hoped that Dongfang Qingtang would offer her additional support. He paused slightly, his gaze sharp. The most crucial point, ensure her safety. The last 4 words, though softly spoken, carried an undeniable weight. Qin Axio was alone, navigating a perilous world. Having recently forged a deadly enmity with the Wang family, her future was uncertain. Keeping her close might not guarantee her safety. The Jinlong division, being a government office, with Dongfang Qingtang and Amp, Apos' protection, was undoubtedly the safest refuge for her. At the very least, no matter how powerful the Wang family became, they would not dare to brazenly provoke trouble within the Jinlong division and Amp, Apos' territory. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Qingtang felt a weight lift from his heart. It was indeed the esteemed Qin girl. Moreover, Su Yuan's serious remarks indicated her significant standing in his heart. This was a fortuitous opportunity. He straightened his posture, instinctively thumped his chest, and spoke with unwavering confidence. Rest assured, Su Zhuangshi, as long as Miss Qin agrees to join our Jinlong division, I, Dongfang Qingtang, guarantee her utmost protection. Within our confines, she shall not suffer even the slightest grievance. As for her compensation, it will be exceptionally favorable. Monthly salary, medicinal resources, and an independent medical room will all be arranged according to the highest standards in our division. Miss Qin shall not be wronged in the slightest. Dongfang Qingtang and Amp, Apos' fervent attitude bordered on fervency. This was not merely a gesture of goodwill towards Su Yuan. It was also a strategic move to firmly grasp a connection with this immensely promising young man. As long as Qin Axio remained in the Jinlong division, Dongfang Qingtang would have ample opportunities to engage with this remarkably talented individual. Their eyes met in the air, and from the depths of each other and Amp, Apos' gaze, they perceived a mutual understanding and a hint of shared joy. An unspoken agreement was silently forged within the heavily guarded chamber. Su Yuan had secured a relatively stable refuge for Qin Axio, allowing a sigh of relief to escape him. Meanwhile, Dongfang Qingtang had successfully established a preliminary yet vital connection with this extraordinary young talent, whose future was limitless. Needs met, a harmonious resolution. Outside Qinghe County, at the Wang family estate, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Once arrogant and domineering servants now stood breathlessly in the corridors, hands at their sides, deliberately softening their breaths to avoid disturbing the oppressive atmosphere within the main hall. Inside the main hall, Wang Tianyang sat in a grand chair, his face ashen, eyes dark and brooding like storm clouds ready to unleash their fury. His chest heaved violently, clearly on the verge of an explosive rage. Not far from him, Wang Lan slumped in his chair, face pallid, eyes vacant and lifeless, as if all spirit had been drained from him. Useless, and Amp, Apos, Wang Tianyang slammed his palm onto the armrest, the sound echoing dully through the room. You can and Apos, to even bear this minor setback. You have brought shame upon the Wang family. Wang Lan and Apos' body trembled violently, his lips quivering, yet he dared not raise his head to retort. Just then, with a loud bang, the heavy wooden door of the hall was violently thrown open. A Wang family guard stumbled in, almost crawling, his face as pale as a sheet, his voice quivering with uncontrollable fear. Master, Zhao Guanshi. He has been found. Wang Tianyang sprang from his chair, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk, piercing through the guard. Where is he? The guard collapsed to the floor, his throat emitting a rattling sound as he struggled to swallow, his lips trembling uncontrollably. In the western part of the city, in that abandoned forest. But what? Speak. Wang Tianyang barked, a menacing pressure radiating from him. But there was only a pile of bones left, master. The guard finally lost control, crying out in despair. As his words fell, several equally pale servants entered, carrying a makeshift stretcher crudely fashioned from branches and cloth. They staggered heavily as they placed the stretcher upon the cold stone floor. On it lay a disarray of yellowed bones, stark against the chill of the room. Among the scattered bones were remnants of dark, decayed fabric, unmistakably the style and color of Zhao Kuan-'s favored black attire. The skeletal remains were robust, even in decay. They hinted at a once formidable physique. Uncle Zhao, Wang Lan, who had seemed like a soulless shell, suddenly jolted as if pricked by an invisible needle. Springing from his chair, he stumbled forward, eyes fixed on the familiar fragments of clothing and the horrifying pile of bones, emitting a low, beast-like growl of despair. No, this cannot be. Absolutely impossible. Uncle Zhao. Uncle Zhao is a copper flesh expert, a true master of the copper flesh realm. Who in Qinghe County could possibly kill Uncle Zhao? Who could? Copper flesh. This represented a true martial arts master who had crossed the threshold into the realm of flesh refinement. Their skin and flesh were resilient, impervious to ordinary blades, capable of shattering stone. Such a formidable expert, who had roamed Qingzhou for years, had met such a tragic end? Not even a complete corpse remained. Wang Tianyang slowly approached. He stood beside the stretcher, looking down at the pile of bones exuding a strong scent of death. Unlike Wang Lan's frenzied despair, his expression bore a calm facade. Yet, within the depths of his eyes, a tempest of dread quietly gathered, brewing. Zhao Kuan. He was the Wang family and Appo's long-nurtured confidant. Formidable in strength and ruthless in action, never failing in his tasks. Sending him to deal with a mere country carpenter should have been as simple as crushing an ant. Yet, what was returned was a cold, disordered heap of bones. Images of Su Yuan's unervingly calm visage from earlier in the day at the workshop flashed in Wang Tianyang's mind. At the time, he had dismissed it as the folly of ignorance. Yet now, reflecting upon it, what lay concealed beneath that extraordinary calm? Could it be? That absurd thought crept into his mind unbidden. Was it him? That carpenter named Su Yuan, a young carpenter from a remote town, unknown to the world, had slain the copper-flesh Zhao Kuan. This is impossible. But who else could it be? Who possesses such a motive? A bone-chilling cold surged abruptly from Wang Tianyang's coccyx, instantly spreading throughout his limbs and bones. The aura enveloping him grew increasingly frigid and somber. Deep within the anger he had desperately suppressed, a hint of bewilderment, of which he himself was unaware, quietly intertwined with a sense of gravity. He felt as though he had utterly misjudged the situation from the very beginning. Su Yuan was by no means merely a master of unparalleled woodworking skills, bordering on the supernatural. Investigate. Wang Tianyang whirled around, his gaze transforming into one of merciless intensity, his voice low and chilling, akin to the grinding of ice. Conduct a thorough investigation. Deploy every available resource. Dig 3 feet into the ground if necessary to uncover the truth about this Su Yuan, his origins, his background, his mentors, the individuals he has recently interacted with, the places he has visited. Not a single trace can be overlooked. The next time I strike, it must be foolproof. This ant named Su Yuan must perish. Moreover, his demise must be 100-fold, 1,000-fold more tragic than Zhao Kuan's. Chapter 65. Bidding farewell to the past. Time is pressing. Night enveloped the scene. The drunken immortal pavilion sparkled with lights, and the air buzzed with animated chatter, rising to the heavens. Su Yuan, Li Rue, and Huang Dagui occupied a prime table by the window, their table laden with an exquisite array of delicacies and fine wines. This night was destined to be a celebration for them. The trio exchanged toasts, drinks flowing freely. Li Rue's weathered face glowed with a rosy hue as he hoisted a hefty wine cup, his tongue slightly faltering. Second grade. Made from the spirit wood. My life has not been in vain. It's worth it. Our Rue Mu Hall has truly prospered. Huang Dagui was equally unable to contain his excitement, tears welling in his reddened eyes as he pounded the table with his large hands, producing a series of resounding thuds. In a hoarse voice, he shouted, "Who dares to say that our Shuijing town cannot produce great figures? Su Yuan, you rascal, you are the greatest pride of our Shuijing town. From now on, whoever dares to look down on our Rue Mu Hall, I will be the first to take up my axe and fight them." The two simple old men were thoroughly intoxicated. They leaned on each other, at times bursting into hearty laughter, at other times shedding tears. Their words a jumbled mix of heartfelt, drunken musings. Witnessing their unreserved display of genuine emotion, a warm current flowed through Su Yuan's heart. A rare smile graced his face, and in silence, he raised his cup, accompanying the two elders with every drink. As the luminous moon hung high in the sky, the night deepened. The three of them finally supported each other, their steps unsteady, as they staggered out of the drunken immortal pavilion and returned to their inn to rest. The following morning, the lingering effects of their hangovers still nagged at them. After a brief packing of their belongings, they did not linger in the bustling Qinghe County city, but set forth on their journey back to Shuijing town. When the familiar yet somewhat worn entrance of Rue Mu Hall reappeared before them, Li Rue halted. He stood at the doorway, gazing at the increasingly poised and composed young man beside him, his eyes filled with a complex blend of emotions: pride, satisfaction, but more so, an indescribable sense of reluctance. He solemnly extended his hand, the palm calloused and marked with wood shavings, and placed it heavily on Su Yuan and Appo's shoulder. Su Yuan, Li Rue and Appo's voice resonated with unprecedented seriousness. Low and gravelly, his eyes now completely reddened. From this day forth, you have truly embarked on your journey. Your skills, your capabilities, and your future are no longer confined to this small Rue Mu Hall or this remote Shuijing town. This place is too small, a mere shallow pool. It cannot contain you, a dragon poised to soar into the vast sea. He took a deep breath, as if mustering all his strength to suppress the sorrow of parting. But he suddenly raised his voice, imbued with a stubborn insistence. You must remember this. No matter where you go in the future, no matter how high you soar, no matter how great your achievements, Rue Mu Hall will forever be your home. It is your roots. We, the old folks here, will always be waiting. Keeping the lights on, warming the wine, ready for your return at any time. Beside them, Huang Degue was already teary-eyed, his large hand patting Su Yuan's arm with fervor. His voice still booming but tinged with evident choked emotion. Yes, Su Yuan, good lad. You have brought immense honor to our Rue Mu Hall and our Shuijing town. When you achieve greatness, do not forget us, the two old fools who only know how to carve wood. Come back often. Promise. A surge of unutterable warmth surged within Su Yuan's chest, overwhelming him. His eyes, too, threatened to brim with tears. The two elders before him were simple, unpretentious, and even somewhat rustic. They might not be able to offer him extraordinary techniques or powerful connections, but they had given him the most sincere care, the most solid support, and the very foundation for his existence when he first arrived in this world. This unadorned kindness weighed heavily upon him. He bowed deeply to them, his posture reflecting a profound respect. The young man, usually so upright, bent low, laden with emotion. Master, Huang Master, thank you. Countless words lingered on the tip of his tongue, but ultimately crystallized into these simplest, most heartfelt four characters. Some bonds had transcended verbal expression, etched deeply into his very being like the grain of wood, intertwined with his bloodline. After bidding farewell to the two tearful mentors who lingered at the doorstep, Su Yuan did not tarry in Shuijing town. He was acutely aware that the threat from the Wang family loomed like a sword over his head, ready to strike at any moment. The urgent task at hand was to swiftly enhance his own strength. Without a moment's delay, he returned directly to Yanglu village. As he pushed open the familiar gate of his home, a faint herbal fragrance, imbued with the essence of sunlight, immediately greeted him. In the yard, Qin Axi was tiptoeing, delicately spreading a basket of herbs on a bamboo rack. The gentle morning sun softly illuminated her slender yet resilient silhouette, creating a serene and beautiful scene, akin to a painting devoid of worldly strife. Upon hearing the gate swing open, she instinctively turned around, her expression a mix of surprise and delight. When her eyes fell upon Su Yuan, they sparkled with pure joy, radiating from her bright, clear gaze, illuminating her simple face with a beaming smile. She even forgot to set down the half-dried herbs in her hands and, lifting her skirt, bounded toward him like a joyful fawn. Brother Su, you're back. The girl's voice rang sweetly, akin to a mountain spring, overflowing with uncontainable excitement and deep reliance. Su Yuan and Appo's taut heartstrings relaxed slightly at the sight of her smile. He nodded, his gaze softening. He briefly shared the news of his successful assessment and imminent induction into the workshop. Observing her elation, he paused before revealing that Dongfang Qingzong wished to invite her to the Zhenlong division as a medical practitioner, assuring her of protection. Axi stood frozen, her hands dropping the herbs, oblivious to the fall. Her beautiful eyes blinked in disbelief. I'm going to the Zhenlong division? As a physician? After a moment of stunned silence, she suddenly came to her senses. A blush crept onto her cheeks, a mix of excitement and a stronger undercurrent of anxiety. Brother Su, the Zhenlong division that is the most formidable place in Qinghe County. Is my medical skill truly sufficient? I'm afraid I might bring shame to you or burden others. Su Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at her flustered demeanor. Rest assured, I am well aware of your medical skills. Common injuries, ailments, and minor maladies are no challenge for you. The Zhenlong division does not require miraculous healers, but rather attentive and reliable physicians capable of handling everyday injuries. I have already spoken to the master of the Dongfang division, and he urgently needs help, promising to take good care of you and ensure your safety. He gazed into Axi's eyes, each word articulated with exceptional clarity. Axi, the affairs of the Wang family are not yet resolved, and my safety cannot be assured. Remaining in Zhenlongxi, under the protection of the authorities, is presently your most prudent choice. Upon hearing these reassurances, particularly the promise of her safety and the assurance of a wise decision, Axi's trepidation gradually dissipated. She nodded vigorously, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, yet a radiant smile blossomed upon her face. Yes, Brother Su, I shall heed your words. I will go. With that, she turned and hurried back to her room, eagerly gathering her meager belongings and treasured medical tomes. Observing her spirited figure retreating, Su Yuan felt the last remnants of his concern momentarily lift. Having arranged for Axi's well-being, he could finally direct his focus toward enhancing his own prowess. Returning to his chamber, he meticulously secured the doors and windows. Su Yuan inhaled deeply, seeking to calm his tumultuous thoughts. From the concealed compartment of his garments, He cautiously retrieved the animal skin prescription he had procured from Zhao Kuan. The dimly lit parchment bore ancient script. Copper marrow pill? A foundational elixir for the initial stage of flesh refinement. It can incinerate impurities, hardening muscles to the consistency of bronze. The primary ingredients listed were 3 qian of pure red copper ore and 1 liang of iron bone beast spinal marrow. The auxiliary materials included 5 stalks of solar grass, 1 qian of blood powder ginseng, 2 liang of golden silk silver thread flower, 3 qian of intermittent grass, and earth dragon tendon. A total of 17 auxiliary herbs were meticulously catalogued. The essence of pure red copper ore was rarer than ordinary mineral powder, likely found deep within mines or large commercial establishments. The subsequent auxiliary materials, although also precious, could be gathered with sufficient funds at the major apothecaries in the prefectural city or Vampa Valley. However, Su Yuan and Apos, gaze fixated intensely on a particular phrase, iron bone beast spinal marrow. What manner of ferocious beast is this? He rummaged through the knowledge acquired from Li Rue about the mountains, but had never encountered such a creature. Clearly, the most vital and elusive component for the copper marrow pill was this unheard-of iron bone beast spinal marrow. It would likely be difficult to find even in ordinary pharmacies or markets like Vampa Valley. Su Yuan furrowed his brow, his index finger unconsciously tapping rhythmically against the table, producing a soft sound. It appeared that to concoct this crucial copper marrow pill and truly enter the realm of flesh refinement, he needed the fortitude to confront the Wang family. A trip to Haishifang was imperative. That chaotic place, a melting pot of diverse sects and desperate outlaws. Perhaps only there could he uncover traces of the iron bone beast, or even procure the marrow directly. With this thought, Su Yuan carefully refolded the animal skin prescription and discreetly concealed it once more. Chapter 66, Settling in Qinghe. Entering the workshop the following morning. As dawn broke gently over the horizon, Su Yuan and Qin Axia made their preparations and locked the courtyard gate, ready to head to Shuijing town to catch a carriage to the county city. To their surprise, upon reaching the village entrance, they found a spacious green canopy carriage waiting patiently. Beside the carriage stood a tall figure, Wei Zhen, the formidable captain from the town dragon division. Wei Zhen had evidently come specifically to greet them. Upon spotting the two, a warm and appropriately respectful smile spread across his face as he hastened toward them. Warrior Su. Miss Qin, good morning. Wei Zhen clasped his fist in salute, his movements crisp and efficient, reflecting his military training. On the orders of the division master, I am here to escort you both to the county city. Su Yuan and Apos, gaze flickered slightly, his heart understanding the situation. Indeed, the Eastern Division Master had acted with thorough consideration. Having a ready carriage at their disposal saved them considerable trouble. Thank you, Captain Wei. Su Yuan replied with a calm tone, nodding slightly as he graciously accepted the offer. Qin Axiu stood beside him, appearing somewhat reserved, and she also murmured her thanks. Wei Zhen waved his hand dismissively, his smile bright. You are both too courteous. This is merely my duty. Please, step aboard. He stepped forward to lift the heavy carriage curtain, and a faint, delightful scent of sandalwood, mingled with the crisp morning air, wafted out. The interior of the carriage was far more spacious and comfortable than they had anticipated. Thick, dark felt covered the floor, soft and silent underfoot. In one corner, a small charcoal stove had been thoughtfully provided, clearly considering the morning chill. Compared to the shabby carriages typically hired, this was a stark contrast. The three climbed aboard in sequence. Wei Zhen took the driver and Apos' seat, expertly shaking the reins as the carriage set off smoothly. The wheels rolled steadily along the official road, speeding toward Qinghe County City. During the journey, Wei Zhen maintained a measured silence, occasionally sharing insights about the scenery along the way. Initially, Qin Axia felt a bit anxious. After all, Wei Zhen was an official of the Town Dragon Division and appeared to hold a significant position. However, his friendly and approachable demeanor soon eased her tension. Unable to contain her curiosity, the young girl discreetly lifted the corner of the carriage window curtain, stealing glances at the swiftly retreating fields and trees outside. Her clear eyes sparkled with dreams and longings for the bustling life of the county city. Su Yuan, on the other hand, leaned against the carriage wall with his eyes closed. While he seemed to rest, he was actually inwardly focused, silently circulating the principles of the Kong Zhao Jing. After the fourth skin refinement, his control over his internal energy and blood had reached a new level. The technique of Kongming Wugo was becoming increasingly adept and natural. Yet, he still felt an intangible barrier separating him from the true realm of flesh refinement. The copper marrow pill was becoming imperative. After about an hour's journey, the imposing silhouette of Qinghe County City and Apos' towering walls finally appeared on the horizon. The carriage rolled into the city, its wheels clattering over the smooth bluestone streets, producing a crisp, melodious echo. The clamor of voices and the sounds of horses and carriages gradually intensified, filling the air with the unique hustle and bustle of urban life. Wei Zhen skillfully guided the carriage, not heading directly toward the Town Dragon Division but rather veering into a quieter, less traveled alley near it. Ultimately, the carriage came to a gentle halt in front of a quaintly elegant private courtyard. Warrior Su, Miss Qin, we have arrived. Wei Zhen announced as he leaped down from the driver and Apos, S seat and opened the carriage curtain for them. Su Yuan and Qin Axiu descended the carriage to behold a dainty courtyard. With its blue bricks and dark tiles, the entrance appeared modest, yet was impeccably clean and tidy, exuding a tranquil charm amidst the surrounding bustle. On either side of the red wooden door, several slender green bamboos swayed gently in the breeze, producing a soft rustling sound. Captain Wei, what is this place? Qin Axia tilted her head, her clear eyes filled with confusion. Wei Zhen smiled and retrieved a set of gleaming brass keys and a neatly folded deed from his pocket. Holding these items respectfully in both hands, he presented them to Su Yuan. Warrior Su, Miss Qin, this is a residence specially prepared for you by the division master. He mentioned that Warrior Su possesses extraordinary skills and is a rare pillar of support, while Miss Qin and Apos' medical expertise is exceptional, promising a boundless future. You both are esteemed guests of Qinghe County. It would not be fitting for you to remain in an inn. He paused, his tone more earnest. Although this courtyard may not be luxurious, it is serene and elegant, and conveniently located near both the town dragon division and the workshop. In the future, this will be your home in Qinghe County. Upon hearing this, Qin Axiu and Apos' eyes widened in shock, akin to a startled deer. She instinctively shook her head, her fair cheeks flushing with excitement and anxiety. This is too much. This is absolutely unacceptable. The property in the county city. A courtyard like this, what could it possibly be worth? She stumbled over her words, her mind racing. In a city where every inch of land is precious, the value of such a well-located and tidy courtyard was beyond her imagination. More importantly, she vaguely understood that Sugu is currently in need of money. How could they accept such a lavish gift? Wei Zhen, noticing her distress, quickly reassured her. Miss Qin, there is no need to worry. The division master stated that as long as you both find it comfortable to live here, this expense is insignificant to him. What he values most is ensuring that you both can settle down in Qinghe County with peace of mind. Su Yuan examined the keys glinting in the sunlight and the substantial deed in Wei Zhen and Apos' hands, his gaze flickering slightly. He indeed required a stable place to stay and had initially intended to rent a property. This small courtyard, in terms of location, environment, and safety, was impeccable. The Eastern Division Master and Apos' gesture was not only timely, but also demonstrated genuine intent to foster goodwill. As for finances, the materials needed for the copper marrow pill, particularly the mysterious iron bone beast and Apos' marrow, were certainly costly, and he needed to be prudent with his funds. After a moment and Apos' contemplation, Su Yuan extended his hand to accept the keys but gently pushed the deed back. As for the property, we shall gratefully accept this temporary residence. However, I must kindly request that you take back the deed. In the future, when I have saved enough to purchase my own property in the county city, I will relocate. His tone was calm, devoid of excessive emotion. I appreciate the division master and Apos' kind offer, and please convey my gratitude to him. It was acceptable to stay without charge. He could acknowledge such a kindness. However, accepting a deed worth thousands of silver coins was beyond his capacity. Kindness could be repaid in due time through other means, but accepting money outright would change the nature of the relationship entirely. Wei Zhen was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting Su Yuan to refuse the deed. Observing the resolute calm in Su Yuan and Apos' eyes, he understood that the man had made up his mind and was not merely being polite. This Su warrior was indeed extraordinary, guided by his own principles. Well, since Su Zhuangshi has expressed this, I shall return the land deed and report truthfully to the master. Wei Zhen no longer insisted, readily reclaiming the deed, and his regard for Su Yuan inadvertently elevated a notch. The keys are here. All daily necessities are provided in the courtyard, and you may move in at your convenience. Thank you. Su Yuan nodded and helped move the meager belongings of the two into the courtyard, settling them with simplicity. Wei Zhen then intended to take Qin Axia to the Zhenlong office to process the official employment documents and related affairs. Before departing, Qin Axiu cast a lingering glance at Su Yuan, filled with both anticipation for her new life and trepidation about facing an unfamiliar environment alone. Brother Su, Go on. Su Yuan gently raised his hand, his voice warm. Show your abilities and do well. If anyone dares to bully you, come back and tell me. This last statement, delivered with an air of nonchalance, carried an undeniable weight. Qin Axi, and nodded vigorously, sniffled, and then followed Wei Zhen out of the courtyard. Su Yuan watched their figures vanish around the corner of the alley. He closed the courtyard gate, secured the bolt, and turned to survey his new abode, albeit temporarily. The courtyard was modest, yet intricately arranged, embodying all the essentials. It featured 3 main rooms, 2 side rooms on either side, along with a small independent kitchen and a well in the courtyard. In one corner, a pomegranate tree stood, its branches lush but devoid of fruit due to the season. After briefly familiarizing himself with the environment, Su Yuan locked the courtyard door and set off alone towards the workshop. Upon exiting the city, the familiar Zalming Mountain once again greeted his eyes. Upon reaching the square outside the workshop, the previous hustle and bustle of the recent assessments had dissipated. Only a few individuals clad in craftsman and Apos' attire or apprentice garb hurriedly moved in and out. As Su Yuan approached the eaves of the registration office, he spotted a figure already waiting there. It was Yang Xing, the official responsible for the assessment registration. At this moment, Yang Xing appeared completely transformed from the arrogant demeanor he had displayed during the evaluation. His face was adorned with an almost sycophantic smile, his posture slightly hunched, and he craned his neck to peer toward the entrance. Upon spotting Su Yuan, his eyes lit up. He quickly took 3 steps in 2, almost jogging towards him. From a distance, he bowed deeply, nearly to a 90-degree angle. "Ah, Master Su, you have finally arrived. I have been awaiting your esteemed presence for quite some time." The warmth of his tone and the humility in his stance suggested that one might mistake Su Yuan for a long-lost father. Su Yuan did not halt his pace, merely casting a fleeting glance from the corner of his eye. He responded with a faint, almost imperceptible grunt from his nostrils. The carefully crafted smile on Yang Xing's face shattered like fragile pottery, instantly marred by cracks. He stood there, frozen. Su Yuan's almost dismissive response struck him more resoundingly than any rebuke, echoing silently like a resounding slap upon his face, leaving a stinging sensation. Chapter 67. A Changed Era. A sacred repository. Yang Xing felt a flush of heat on his face and dryness in his throat, awkwardly straightening his back that had nearly bent to the ground. He rubbed his hands together, following Su Yuan like a dutiful lackey, trying to salvage some semblance of dignity. At this moment, Yang Xing and Appo's heart was already submerged in a tide of regret, his insides twisting like a pretzel. Who could have imagined? Who would have thought? The young carpenter he had dismissed merely 3 days ago as a luckless bumpkin, and even ridiculed, had hidden such profound talent. It was as if a celestial being had descended to the mortal realm. In 2 rounds of assessment, he had achieved an unprecedented full score, astonishing all with his extraordinary skills. He had utterly crushed Wang Lan, the prodigy meticulously nurtured by the Wang family, who was renowned as the invincible black flood dragon of the town. Even the legendary second-grade spiritual wood creation, which existed only in ancient texts and myths, he could effortlessly conjure from a pile of scrap. Such remarkable craftsmanship, such transcendent abilities. Not to mention Yang Xing, even within the entire Qinghe County and Appo's workshop, and indeed the vast expanse of Qingzhou, he was a rarity. Master Zhou Ming, the workshop owner, held him in high regard. The chief master craftsman, Old Mo, sang his praises. Such a figure was destined to soar into the heavens, far beyond the reach of a mere insect like Yang Xing. He felt compelled to sharpen his wits and employ every means possible to ingratiate himself with this remarkable individual. A bitter sense of dread spread through Yang Xing, as he hoped fervently that this newly esteemed Master Su would overlook his previous indiscretions and ungraciousness. Otherwise, his days in the workshop would surely be numbered. "Master Su, please this way. I will escort you to complete the necessary formalities." Yang Xing suppressed the fear surging within him and the heat on his face, forcing out a smile more grotesque than tears, continuing to bow and scrape as he prepared to lead the way. Just then, a gentle yet authoritative voice resonated clearly from deep within the workshop. Yang Xing, you are no longer needed here. Go attend to your own matters." Before the words had fully settled, Zhou Ming emerged, having changed out of his official attire into a comfortable blue robe, a spring-like smile gracing his face as he briskly approached Su Yuan. His gaze upon Su Yuan brimmed with admiration and delight, nearly spilling over. Zhou Ming casually waved his hand at Yang Xing, as if swatting away a fly, signaling him to leave. "I'll personally show Master Su around, to familiarize him with our workshop." Yang Xing, witnessing the workshop owner and Appo's personal welcome and the dismissive wave that sent him away, felt his flattering smile crumble, stiffening as if wearing a false mask. It was an utterly unseemly sight. Yet, how could he dare express dissatisfaction or utter a single word of protest? He could only bow repeatedly, murmuring his agreement, retreating to the side in shame, hardly daring to breathe. Su Yuan, pay no mind to Yang Xing's insincerity." Zhou Ming walked alongside Su Yuan, his steps light and his tone laced with familiar jest. "Your performance in this assessment was truly extraordinary. You managed to astonish everyone in the workshop." Su Yuan, however, maintained a placid expression. He had not come to receive flattery. His gaze was calm, diligently surveying the internal structure of the workshop. It was a stark contrast to the openness and clamor of the outer square. Inside, an atmosphere of rigor and order prevailed. The wide, clean stone-paved paths flanked by neatly arranged workshops were bustling with artisans clad in uniform gray work attire, hurrying about. The air was fragrant with the scent of wood and the rhythmic sounds of metal striking metal. The artisans, upon seeing Zhou Ming personally accompanying Su Yuan, revealed expressions of astonishment, curiosity, and barely concealed envy. Our Qinghe County workshop may not be the largest in the entire Great Zhou, but Zhou Ming appeared quite pleased with the reactions of those around him, as it further accentuated his special treatment of Su Yuan. His face bore a self-satisfied smile as he gestured toward a vast storage area to their left. "Over there is our material repository. The outer sections contain ordinary woods, pine, elm, namu, pearwood, and others, all sourced from various regions, well stocked to meet our daily needs. Deeper within lies the rare wood section, guarded day and night. The spiritual materials you encountered during the assessment, along with some special spiritual woods not typically available to the public, are stored there. Su Yuan nodded slightly, his gaze lingering momentarily on the depths of the repository. Zhou Ming then pointed to a cluster of workshop buildings ahead, where the sound of clinking tools echoed. That is the production area. Roughly speaking, there are nearly 100 independent workstations, each equipped with a full set of basic tools, planes, chisels, saws, axes, available for any craftsman in our workshop to use at will. Additionally, at the far end of that area, there are special firework workshops. Zhou Ming indicated a corner where a chimney emitted wisps of bluish smoke. These are used for processing materials requiring high-temperature smelting or special shaping. Soon after, Zhou Ming and Appo's hand directed attention to a striking 3-story wooden pavilion that stood out amidst the smaller workshops. The pavilion featured elegantly curved eaves and was constructed entirely from a rare dark redwood, exuding an air of antiquity and elegance. That pavilion, the Library of Techniques, houses various blueprints, skill manuals, and notes from master craftsmen throughout the ages. There are also basic templates of craftsmanship methods. Depending on your rank, you may access different areas. He glanced at Su Yuan, his smile deepening. As a second-grade craftsman now, most areas of the library will be open to you. Adjacent to the pavilion was a more grandiose hall, adorned with intricate carvings. That is the exhibition hall, which serves as a point of pride for our Qinghe County workshop. Inside, we showcase some of the finest works accumulated over the years, including a few fortunate pieces that have reached the 3rd grade level of spiritual woodcraft. You may visit when you have the time. Perhaps it will inspire you. Zhou Ming continued to walk, providing an enthusiastic and unreserved introduction. Soon, they arrived at a charming courtyard bearing the sign of the Office of Construction. Zhou Ming led Su Yuan inside. Upon seeing the workshop owner, the staff immediately laid down their tasks, rising to pay their respects. Facilitate the formalities for Master Su's entry into the workshop and register his details. Zhou Ming instructed directly. The staff, not daring to show any negligence, promptly retrieved a pristine ledger, swiftly pinning down the necessary information. Zhou Ming watched closely, and once he verified everything was correct, he retrieved a dark blue metal badge from an exquisite brocade box. The badge felt slightly heavy to the touch, cool against the skin. Emblazoned on the front in ancient script were the characters for craftsmen, their strokes strong and vigorous. The reverse bore the clear numeral 2, indicating the holder and Appo's rank. This is your 2nd grade craftsman badge. Zhou Ming solemnly handed over this significant emblem to Su Yuan. With this badge, you may move freely in most areas of the workshop. Each month, a stipend of 20 taels of silver would be bestowed upon him, alongside a corresponding allocation of materials. Su Yuan felt a subtle stir within. 20 taels per month. This amount surpassed what he earned laboriously at Ruemu Hall by more than tenfold. He accepted the badge, his fingertips gliding over the cold metallic surface, savoring the weight carried by the character. After completing all formalities, the two exited the craft bureau. Zhou Ming and Appo's smile remained gentle, yet his tone turned notably more solemn. Su Yuan, there is something I must clarify with you in advance. He slowed his pace, deliberately lowering his voice. The Emperor intends to construct Appo's moon viewing pavilion and Appo's for the esteemed concubine Yan, and the Ministry of Works has already begun to circulate the news, planning to summon the finest artisans from across the entire Dezhou territory on a grand scale. Before that, however, we in Qingzhou are set to host the triennial Qingzhou Artisan Conference. Zhou Ming's voice carried a hint of barely concealed excitement. This event serves not only as a grand showcase for the workshops of various prefectures to display their prowess and vie for resources, but also as an excellent platform for the influential figures of the ministry to scout for top talents in advance. With your innate talent and skills, should you emerge victorious at the Artisan Conference, it would be a spectacular revelation. Zhou Ming's gaze bore into Su Yuan, his eyes sparkling with intensity. If you were to be directly noticed by the ministry and summoned to the capital, it would indeed be a meteoric rise, a carp transforming into a dragon. At that point, what would a mere Wang family from Qingzhou amount to? The workshops, including myself, shall fully support you. I hope you can bring back immense glory for Qinghe County and for yourself. Upon hearing these words, Su Yuan felt a jolt within. So that was the reason. No wonder the Wang family placed such importance on the previous assessment, even resorting to underhanded tactics. The stakes involved were truly monumental, intertwined with a web of opportunities and rivalries. I will do my utmost, he replied succinctly, his voice calm, revealing little emotion. Enhancing his martial prowess and concocting copper essence pills remained his primary focus. However, if he could seize this opportunity presented by the Artisan Conference to garner more resources and protection, even earning the ministry's favor, it would be nothing short of ideal. Excellent. Zhou Ming expressed his satisfaction with Su Yuan and Appo's response, nodding vigorously. I believe I have covered most of the introductions. Next, it is time to select some suitable tools for you. He paused intentionally, a glimmer of mysterious amusement flickering in his eyes, akin to a cunning fox. And most importantly, the method of crafting. The last four words struck like thunder. Su Yuan's expression suddenly sharpened. The once tranquil lake of his heart surged with tumultuous waves. The method of crafting. This was a mystical secret that even the Wang family covetously sought. It possessed the ability to genuinely commune with wood and stone, imbuing creations with vitality and breathing life into the inanimate. Mastering it would undoubtedly elevate his woodworking skills to an unfathomable echelon. More importantly, he sensed that the Kong-Zhao Sutra might have some connection to this spiritual communication with all things. Perhaps this method of crafting would grant him unforeseen breakthroughs. It could even lead to the emergence of extraordinary techniques. While others toiled for countless hours to cultivate the method of crafting, only then could they hope to create sentient wooden works. Zhou Ming regarded Su Yuan with astonishment and admiration. You, my friend, have managed to conjure a second-tier sentient wooden work without even grasping the method. Truly a prodigy. Zhou Ming clicked his tongue in wonder, then burst into laughter, choosing not to dwell on the matter, attributing it to Su Yuan's exceptional talent. Follow me. I shall take you to the treasury. There. Ordinary craftsmen do not even have the privilege to approach. He ceased the pretense, turning towards the deeper, more heavily guarded sections of the craft workshop. Chapter 68. The Flesh Refinement Guardian. Chiyu's spiritual connection. The two traversed through multiple heavily guarded courtyards. As they ventured deeper, the atmosphere grew increasingly solemn and intense. Eventually, they arrived before a magnificent edifice entirely constructed from colossal azure stone. This structure was exceptionally peculiar, devoid of any windows. The only feature was a pair of exceedingly heavy double doors, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, firmly shut. Before the doors, two venerable craftsmen, their hair and beards as white as snow, sat cross-legged. Clad in worn, faded work attire, their emaciated forms seemed anchored to the ground like boulders. Exuding a terrifyingly steady aura, they resembled weathered stone statues, their gazes appearing dull and vacant. Yet, upon the rare occasion when their eyelids fluttered, a fleeting glimmer of formidable brilliance would momentarily flash. Su Yuan and Apos, as pupils constricted suddenly. His extraordinary spiritual perception discerned the faint yet terrifying fluctuations of internal energy emanating from these two elders. This energy was dense and profound, indicating they had attained the flesh refinement realm. Su Yuan's heart trembled slightly, astonished by the discovery that such martial experts were stationed within the seemingly ordinary workshop. This realization heightened his anticipation for the so-called treasure trove that lay beyond the doors. As they approached, Zhou Ming led Su Yuan closer. The two old craftsmen slowly lifted their eyelids, their gazes striking like lightning, immediately landing upon the fresh, second-rank craftsman emblem, adorning Su Yuan and Apos' chest. Their eyes lingered upon the emblem for a moment, scrutinizing it closely. Subsequently, they imperceptibly nodded in unison, acknowledging the identity of their visitor. Each withdrew an antiquated brass key from their robes. The keys were inserted into two distinctly different intricate lock mechanisms on the door. As the keys were turned slowly, a deep, grinding sound echoed, akin to the crushing of bones, reverberating through the air. The massive door, forged from an unknown metal, began to creak open at an excruciatingly slow pace, as if it were shifting a small mountain. Beyond the door, rather than the anticipated opulence, there lay a profound darkness. A soft glow emanated from several luminous pearls embedded in the stone wall above, barely illuminating the space. The air was suffused with a peculiar blend of scents, the dry aroma of aged wood, a faint metallic tang from tools, and a subtle yet invigorating spiritual fragrance that tantalized the senses. This space was vast. Rows of towering wooden shelves lined the walls, heavily laden with an array of bizarre tools and enigmatic components. There were also special jade boxes containing ancient slips of inscriptions, alongside scrolls made from animal hides exuding an antiquated essence. Zhou Ming stepped in first, his measured footsteps echoing gently in the vast silence of the treasury. The rules here were simple. Zhou Ming turned to face Su Yuan, who followed closely behind. With your second-rank craftsman emblem, you may select 2 items from this place. He gestured towards the shelves brimming with various tools, then pointed to the section housing the jade slips and scrolls. A suitable spiritual connection carving knife, and an introductory text on craftsmanship techniques. Without lingering further, Zhou Ming walked directly to a shelf specifically designated for carving knives. This shelf was unlike the others, sparsely populated with a few dozen knives of varying lengths and shapes, each emanating varying degrees of spiritual resonance. The spiritual connection carving knife served as a crucial medium for craftsmen to commune with the ethereal energies of the cosmos, imbuing their creations with vitality. Its grade directly correlated to the potential and efficiency of items crafted thereafter. According to ancestral wisdom and ancient texts, the grades of these knives ranged from common iron, spiritual blade, mysterious artifact, to Taoist weapon. He paused momentarily, a glimmer of aspiration flickering in his eyes, and then there was the legendary, enigmatic, divine craft. Zhou Ming picked up a seemingly unremarkable iron carving knife, its handle showing signs of wear from time. The blade appeared dull, akin to an ordinary tool found in a blacksmith shop. Yet, legends are but mere tales. With a calm smile, he displayed no hint of embarrassment. Given our modest resources in Qinghe County's workshop, the finest knife we currently possess is the spiritual blade. Moreover, they are exceedingly rare, with each being hard-earned, and craftsmen below the second rank are unqualified to wield them. He handed Su Yuan the seemingly ordinary iron carving knife along with a piece of discarded wood the size of a palm. This is a common iron grade knife. Although it is the lowest grade, it possesses a nascent spiritual resonance, far superior to an ordinary carving knife. Give it a try. Su Yuan accepted it, feeling the knife and Appo's weight and its chilling touch. He gripped the handle tightly and attempted to trace the wood and Appo's surface lightly. A faint, almost imperceptible buzzing sound, akin to the fluttering of a mosquito's wings, emanated from within the blade the moment he moved his wrist. A subtle vibration pulsed from the handle to his palm. Do you feel that? Zhou Ming explained timely from the side. This buzzing and vibration is not an illusion. It disperses tiny impurities within the wood as you carve, rendering the material itself more pure. Furthermore, when you approach the internal spiritual nodes of the material or mark the critical points for spiritual patterns, the blade will emit a slight warmth. This serves as a rudimentary form of sensitivity and alertness, aiding novices in mastering intricate details. Su Yuan silently absorbed the strange tremor and the subtle feedback transmitted through the blade, nodding slightly. Indeed, there was some merit to it. Superior to the ordinary carving knives he had previously used at Ruimu Hall. Seeing him grasp the concept, Zhou Ming picked up another knife from the shelf. This one was entirely different from the common iron-grade knife. Its blade shimmered with a faint azure glow, as if water flowed within it. Its overall design was fluid and exquisite, brimming with vitality. Merely holding this knife caused Zhou Ming and Appo's demeanor to shift towards one of solemnity. This spiritual blade, grade knife, was even more extraordinary. He presented this azure-glowing knife before Su Yuan. The living light sheen seemed to contain an ineffable power. Not only could it significantly accelerate carving speed, under full exertion, it could at least triple the pace. It could also autonomously correct minuscule operational errors. For instance, slight tremors in wrist control or minute discrepancies in force applied during carving could be compensated, rendering the final product closer to perfection. Moreover, the most crucial aspect. He emphasized his words. The interior of the spiritual blade can temporarily store a small amount of pure celestial energy. When you craft spiritual wood items and reach the pivotal moment of coalescing core spiritual patterns or refining the essence of an artifact, you can draw upon the stored energy for assistance. This greatly enhances the success rate of the final product and may even elevate its quality. However, Zhou Ming's tone shifted abruptly, and his expression grew serious. The stored energy is not limitless. Once depleted, the blade would exhibit minute cracks, and its spiritual essence would significantly diminish. It would require a specific nurturing method, complemented by spiritual materials, to facilitate a gradual restoration. After stating this, Zhou Ming refrained from further elaboration. His demeanor was solemn as he cautiously retrieved 5 carving knives of the finest quality, crafted from common iron, from the shelf. Following this, he reverently took out the 3 remaining spiritual blades from his collection. He arranged these 8 knives side by side on a long stone table draped in heavy black velvet. The 5 common iron carving knives were all forged from refined iron, each possessing unique strengths. Zhou Ming pointed to one with an ebony handle, explaining, "This one is sharp and excels in intricate carving." He then gestured to another with a brass guard, stating, "This knife is robust, capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones." He continued to patiently elucidate the remarkable applications of the common iron knives. However, Su Yuan's gaze had already transcended these commonplace tools, fixated entirely on the 3 spiritual blades emanating a faint, ethereal glow nearby. These 3 blades, while seemingly not of the highest grade, exhibited varying degrees of luminous sheen, each crafted from different materials. Yet, they all radiated an extraordinary aura, starkly contrasting with the common iron. One blade was slender and emitted a chilling, cold light. The second had an ancient, substantial form, its blade a dark iron-black hue, exuding a sense of solidity and steadiness akin to a rock. The final blade was the most peculiar. It was not metallic but meticulously fashioned from a smooth, azure jade, thin as a cicada's wing and nearly transparent. It emitted a gentle, pale green luminescence, with the grip wrapped in fine silver threads, harmonizing beautifully with the jade blade, rendering it exceptionally light and elegant. These 3 blades represented the entirety of our workshop's spiritual blades in Qinghe County. Zhou Ming's voice carried a hint of pride, intermingled with an ineffable sense of regret. Alas, they are all merely inferior spiritual blades. He picked up the slender, glimmering knife, named Appo's cold edge, and Appo's, forged from a millennium-old cold iron, renowned for its unmatched sharpness, capable of slicing through hair and severing hardwood as easily as soft earth. However, its material was somewhat brittle, thus, it required careful handling to avoid chipping or damage during use. He then grasped the heavy, dense iron-black knife, known as Falling Star, crafted from celestial meteorite iron. Extraordinarily solid with excellent toughness, suitable for chiseling through massive stones. Its drawback, however, was its weight, making it less agile, Thus, extreme precision and fine carving demanded exceptional control. Finally, his fingers delicately brushed against the jade knife, his movements tender. As for this blade, Zhou Ming could not conceal his admiration and appreciation. It was named in Apos, azure speech, and Apos, meticulously sculpted from the exceedingly rare azure wood jade, a creation that consumed the painstaking efforts of the previous master craftsman. This jade naturally harmonized with wood, allowing it to preserve and even enhance the inherent spiritual essence of the wood during carving, yielding boundless utility. It was light and agile, as if weightless, making it the most suitable for meticulous detailing, though it required a high level of skill. However, Zhou Ming shifted his tone, adding, due to the limitations of the azure wood jade material, its capacity to store spiritual energy is the least among these three blades. Furthermore, it does not match the sharpness and durability of the previous two metal knives. Having concluded his introduction, Zhou Ming arranged the three spiritual blades side by side. He gazed intently at Su Yuan, relinquishing the final choice to him. Chapter 69, Harmonious Intentions. The engraving of the spirit pivot. Su Yuan did not immediately reach out to grasp it. He stood upright, his figure unwavering, as his eyes slowly closed. In the next instant, the dormant Kong Zhao Jing heart method within him awakened like a slumbering dragon, silently beginning to operate. An invisible yet supremely pure mental power emanated from him, quietly diffusing outward in all directions. In the realm of his mental perception, the scene before him underwent a profound transformation. Those mundane iron engraving knives emitted faint glimmers of spiritual light, seemingly yearning to establish some connection with the outside world, yet appearing heavy and sluggish. In stark contrast, the three spiritual blades presented an entirely different spectacle. It was as if each possessed its own unique pulse and subtle will. The blade named Han Feng, true to its name, was sharp and unyielding. The meteor blade, sturdy and weighty, stood resolute like a mountain, seemingly capable of withstanding tremendous force. However, both of these deviated from his pursuit of absolute control and meticulous precision. Only the verdant blade, Qingyu, bestowed upon Su Yuan a radically different sensation, as his mental energy, akin to an invisible thread, lightly touched the jade-like blade. A faint yet remarkably clear, joyful hum suddenly resonated from within Qingyu and Apos' blade. This sound resembled the delight of a long-lost reunion. It actively conveyed a sense of pure affinity and benevolent intent. This intent resonated strongly with Su Yuan's mental power, creating a profound echo. Su Yuan's thoughts surged. The rudimentary warning function of the mundane iron engraving knives held little value for him. After perfecting the Kong Ming Jing, his mastery over his own power and spirit had reached an exquisite level, rendering minute errors nearly impossible. Yet the advantages of the spiritual blades were tangible. The engraving speed was more than tripled. The ability to automatically correct errors brought the final products closer to theoretical perfection. Most crucially, the capacity to store spiritual energy. This was a significant boon when crafting high-grade spiritual wooden works, especially during the crucial processes of inscribing complex spiritual patterns and condensing spiritual cores. In the depths of his gaze, clarity prevailed, leaving no trace of hesitation. He extended his hand decisively, directly grasping the verdant, softly glowing Qingmu jade carving knife, Qingyu. Upon taking hold of the knife, an extraordinary warmth instantly surged from his palm. The sensation felt not like grasping cold jade, but rather as if he were holding a living wood, pulsing with subtle life and breath. The gentle hum of the blade suddenly became clear and joyful. Oh, Zhou Ming observed, a flicker of undisguised astonishment crossing his eyes. This choice indeed exceeded his expectations. But in an instant, that surprise transformed into profound admiration and understanding. Excellent. Good eye. I truly thought you would select one of the more menacing metal blades. It seems your heart is as transparent as a mirror. He laughed heartily, his voice echoing in the vast treasury. This Qingyu, though merely a low-grade spiritual blade, was remarkable for its dexterity and transparency. Its greatest strength lay in its ability to intricately carve and refine the tiniest details. Zhou Ming regarded Su Yuan with newfound depth. Moreover, its material, Qingmu jade, was inherently harmonious with the spiritual energy of flora. This aspect was a perfect match for your astonishing concept of withered wood reviving in spring. In your hands, this blade will surely radiate brilliance far beyond its inherent grade. As Zhou Ming watched Su Yuan holding Qingyu, he felt an increasing sense of compatibility. It was as if this blade had been waiting through the ages for this very moment, for the presence of this young man. Su Yuan carefully stowed Qingyu close to him, distinctly feeling the continuous warmth and joyful intent emanating from the blade. It was as tender as a living being, akin to encountering a long-lost confidant. He felt immense satisfaction. With this Qingyu spiritual blade, his engraving efficiency and quality would significantly enhance. Moreover, he felt a newfound confidence regarding the upcoming crafting techniques he would engage with. This expedition to the treasury had already proven invaluable, solely due to this carving knife. With the carving knife chosen, Zhou Ming's smile gradually diminished, and his expression grew solemn. Now came the true centerpiece of this treasury. He turned, leading Su Yuan deeper into the vault. There, several rows of ancient rosewood bookshelves stood silently. Upon these shelves lay not tools or materials, but neatly arranged volumes of yellowed ancient texts and weathered beast skin scrolls. Here lay the true foundation of my crafting workshop. Zhou Ming and Apos. S-tone unconsciously carried a hint of reverence. The art of crafting is the fundamental method by which artisans communicate with the heavens and earth, drawing forth spiritual energy to imbue their creations with genuine life and spirit. The quality of these arts directly determines the upper limit of the spiritual items you may create in the future. He gestured towards the ancient texts and scrolls. Similar to the classification of spiritual wooden works, the art of crafting is similarly graded from low to high, Huang, Xian, Di, and Tian, for levels of mastery. The higher the grade, the more stringent the requirements for the artisan and Apos' qualifications, comprehension, and even mental power. Naturally, the spiritual potential bestowed upon the creation scales exponentially with these grades. His gaze first fell upon the area of the bookshelf that occupied the majority of space. There rested dozens of yellowed ancient texts and rough beast skin scrolls. Huang-grade techniques. Zhou Ming's tone softened slightly. The most numerous and widely circulated. These foundational techniques could be cherished by even slightly affluent families. Their core principles are largely similar, leading to the same destination. They merely instruct artisans on how to sense the wandering, seemingly insignificant spiritual energies in the world. Then, using mundane wood as the foundation, inking spiritual patterns. Like a conduit. These subtle spiritual energies are carefully guided into the wood, enabling the creation of the most basic and rudimentary spiritual essence. He casually picked up a yellow-covered ancient text and opened it for Su Yuan to see. For instance, this Baichao Fulling Ju is suitable for carving flowers and grasses, allowing for the guidance of a hint of plant essence. He then lifted a nearby beast skin scroll. This Niasha Nixing Shu excels at carving beasts and birds, making the finished products vibrate with life. Zhou Ming set the scroll down, summarizing, Huang-grade techniques can at most support artisans in creating third-grade spiritual wooden works. For the vast majority of artisans, dedicating a lifetime to mastering a Huang-grade technique to proficiency is sufficient to secure a place in this world, a remarkable achievement indeed. Given your current status as a second-grade artisan, Zhou Ming regarded Su Yuan with gravity. You may freely select one, art of crafting, to study here. Remember, his tone intensified, emphasizing once more, only one. The art of crafting is vast and profound, and the gravest sin is to be greedy and seek too much, leading to delusion of mastery. Should one's mind be scattered, attempting to pursue multiple paths simultaneously, it will ultimately result in nothing but a futile endeavor, wasting one's most precious time and jeopardizing one's future. Zhou Ming's gaze firmly settled upon Su Yuan's youthful and serene countenance. Choose wisely. This decision is paramount to the trajectory of your future. Su Yuan stood quietly, embodying an unruffled calmness. His spirit had already immersed itself in the tranquil realm brought forth by the Kong Zhao Jing. The intangible and formless mental energy gently brushed against the yellow-grade techniques. Within his perception, these techniques indeed harbored a trace of spiritual resonance. Yet, this resonance bore a certain rigidity, akin to the bluntness of a mere iron chisel, lacking the true essence of communication with the heavens and the seizing of creation's principles. This was a stark contrast to the nearly instinctive, transcendent experience he had encountered while crafting the withered wood revives in a state of extremity, wherein he had forgotten himself and achieved a profound unity with nature. The limitations of these yellow-grade techniques were far too confining for him. Su Yuan's gaze almost instinctively bypassed the plethora of yellow-grade methods, ultimately resting upon a nondescript corner at the very bottom of the bookshelf. There lay an ancient tome, so worn it seemed on the verge of disintegration. Bound in animal hide, its rustic and coarse appearance starkly contrasted with the exquisite bindings of the surrounding ancient texts. The cover was a faded yellow, its edges frayed, bearing the marks of time's passage. Yet, this battered volume exuded an entirely distinct aura of vast, ancient, and imbued with a primal essence. Within its profound antiquity, there lingered an indomitable vitality. Strangely, this aura resonated subtly with the mental energy generated from the operation of the Kong Zhao Jing within him, creating an inexplicable communion. Su Yuan's thoughts stirred. He no longer heeded the so-called foundational techniques spoken of by Zhou Ming. He stepped forward, bending down to retrieve the ancient animal hide tome from its corner. It felt slightly heavy in his grasp. The coarse texture of the cover was surprisingly resilient. Embossed upon it were 4 archaic seal characters, Ling Shu Ku Jing.